1994. A large lecture hall at the chemistry department of Beijing University.
Ah,
Please, ancestors and the god of wealth, bless me with a good job assignment. Have you heard where you might be assigned? I heard that our top student, Sue Ran, is being fought over by both the Chemistry Institute and the university lab. Sue Ran and her roommates were talking about their job placements, and she could occasionally hear her own name mentioned nearby. In the middle of the lively discussion, the counselor walked in carrying a stack of documents. Everyone quiet down. As you know, universities across the country are gradually canceling the old job assignment system. The situation is tough. This time, we're using both mutual selection and unified placement. Those who already have confirmed positions will sign their agreements now. The rest will receive their placement certificates after graduation. If you have any questions, come see me after I finish reading the list. Now, here's the mutual selection list. One person to the Chemical Engineering Institute. Sue Ran's big, bright eyes showed a hint of nervousness. Lu Xian, Chemistry Institute. Wang Hao, Laboratory Assistant, staying at the university. Hearing the names, Sue Ran frowned. During her internship at the Chemical Engineering Institute, her mentor had already invited her to join, and the university had also asked if she wanted to stay. But the two people on the list had some of the lowest grades. In the past, only the top 3 students were assigned to the Chemistry Institute or allowed to stay at the university. The classroom filled with quiet murmurs. Many students glanced at Sue Ran with subtle looks. Next is the Unified Placement List. Sue Ran and Ning Yuan, City Environmental Testing Center. Yang Tao and Song Jejia, Daily Chemical Factory. Those students, please come get your placement certificates. The Environmental Testing Center? She had never heard of that place before. Sue Ran quickly stood up. Counselor, there must be a mistake. Not long ago in your office, the Chemistry Institute signed an intent agreement with me. I was just about to talk to you about that, the counselor said gently. At first, the Chemical Engineering Institute did send your name, but later they replaced it with someone else. When I asked why, they said it was a leadership decision. The Environmental Testing Center is new this year, but it's under the Environmental Protection Bureau. It's still a good unit. But the pay was low. No wonder so many people had started their own businesses in recent years. Sue Ran took the placement certificate from the counselor, feeling a mix of emotions. There were plenty of men in the world, but good jobs. Those were the ones that could slip away in an instant. On the way back to her seat, Lu Xian smiled proudly at her. Sue Ran, if you want to find a new job, you can come to me for help. I can recommend you to work as a temporary worker at the Chemical Institute. It's better than earning a little money here and there or going back to the village to farm. Sue Ran smiled. I'm worried about you too. What if I haven't even started my job and you've already been sent back? Farming? If you don't farm, how will you make a living? Wang Hao joined in. Sue Ran, Lu Xian means well. She knows it's hard for you to accept the change. Being good at studying doesn't mean everything. This time, the job assignments were based on overall ability. Ability? You mean Lu Xian's ability to get sent back from her internship? Or your ability to fail every makeup exam? Sue Ran knew there was something fishy about the whole thing. Xiao Ran. Seeing her roommate's worried looks, Sue Ran smiled freely.
hey, it's fine.
I'll just work for now. If it doesn't work out, I'll be a landowner on the side. My family has a house, land, an orchard, and a fish pond in the village. When I make it big, we'll all enjoy good food together. After the job assignments were settled, the days before graduation passed quickly. They took graduation photos, received their diplomas, had a farewell dinner, and then everyone went their separate ways. Carrying her luggage, Sue Ren got off the bus feeling dizzy. Looking up, she saw her father, Su Jianhua, standing beside a tricycle, smiling brightly and waving. Daughter, over here. Su Jianhua took her luggage and handed her a bottle of soda that was still cool. Su Ran took it, drank half the bottle, and felt her motion sickness ease a little. Su Jianhua pressed a button, and a half-automatic canopy made of metal, tarp, and plastic popped up over the tricycle. Look! I made this semi-automatic cover myself. Our family skin is fair, can't stand too much sun. Su Ran praised him. Dad, you've really learned a lot at the factory. Su Jianhua worked in the county's machinery factory as a purchasing agent. After so many years, he knew all about how different machine parts worked. He smiled a little awkwardly. He'd better tell his daughter later that he had already taken a buyout and left the factory.
Get in.
I made your favorite stew at home. Su Jianhua stepped on the gas, and the tricycle buzzed to life. At the entrance of Xingfu village, under the big tree, the Su family once again became the talk of the town. Did you hear? Su Jianhua moved his household registration back to the village. You heard too? He doesn't really think our village will be included in this round of demolition, does he? What a dreamer. The notice for Baijia village's relocation has already been posted. Lately, the biggest news in the nearby villages was about Baijia village being chosen for demolition. Baijia village was really lucky. It happened to be inside the new development zone, where a technology park and a university town were being built. Old Mrs. Su, who was always jealous of the Su family, said with a sharp tone, "The Su family is so greedy. They built their house far from the village entrance just to get a bigger plot. They've been wasting money these years, only one daughter, yet they built 3 small houses. They really don't know how to live properly." No one responded to her. In the village, any family with some savings would build a small house, and those with more money would build an extra one. Even if there was no demolition, more and more people were working in the city these years, and renting out houses brought in good money. Someone covered her mouth and whispered, "Let me tell you a secret. Su Jianhua lost his job. But don't tell anyone." Oh, dear. Things must be tough for the Su family now.
What?
Dad, you lost your job? Su Ran's round eyes widened as she popped another piece of soft tendon into her mouth. It must be the factory's fault. Su Ran never wasted time worrying. "That's my girl," Su Jianhua said with a grin, glancing at his wife, Lin Nanqing.
Just as smart as your mom.
The factories had new leaders one after another these past 2 years. Each one wanted to buy new machines, and now they're piled up everywhere. Nothing's improved, and the factory's deep in debt. A few days ago, they announced we could take compensation to end our contracts early. I was the first to sign up. Time to move on. Su Ran finished eating, put down her chopsticks, and clapped her hands happily. Seeing her daughter still so cheerful, Lin Nanqing finally relaxed a little. Her daughter always aimed high, but she hadn't been assigned to her ideal workplace. When she called home, her voice carried a hint of disappointment. Ran, when do you start work? They told us to wait. They'll let us know after the new management team is confirmed. Su Jianhua thought to himself, this place sounds a bit uncertain. Out loud, he said calmly, "Sweetheart, just give it a try. If you like it, stay. If not, come home, Dad will take care of you." "This job might not be bad," Lin Nanqing added. "If it's being set up, that means there's room to grow. And even if it changes later, you could be transferred somewhere else." Lin Nanqing got straight to the point. "But we need to find out what's really going on here and fix this problem. The school is saying that Lu Xian's uncle is a leader at the bureau, and Wang Hao's uncle works in the school office." Su Jianhua and his wife exchanged a look. Was the job transfer issue already over? The Su family was not the type to take a loss. Su Jianhua worked in purchasing, always traveling around. He was loyal and had made many friends from all walks of life. He started asking around, determined to find out if the 2 people behind the job transfer had any other secrets. "Our family owns 3 small buildings. Once the area gets developed and more people move in, renting them out will bring in money. The orchard and fish pond are expanding this year. We can afford to support you. So, do whatever you want." Lin Nanqing went over their family's assets. Of course, they had plenty of property but very little cash. Altogether, their savings and cash didn't even add up to 100 yuan. Over the past few years, all their earnings had gone into building those 3 small houses in the village. Still, money would come eventually. Listening to her parents talk about their plans to make more money, Su Ran leaned lazily against the back of her chair, full and content. A soft breeze drifted through the room. Finally, she had graduated. The Su family was sleeping soundly when loud knocking shook the front gate. Su Ran turned over and drifted back into her sweet dreams. "Old third, open the door, wake up." The demolition team has arrived in Baijia village. Xing, Baijia village is going to be torn down. Su Jianhua's mother, Niu Tsuehua, had a voice as loud as a trumpet. Su Jianhua jumped out of bed, threw on his clothes, and went to open the door. Wow, Mom. Did your Happiness Village art troupe get another big job? He said, startled by her flushed, excited face. Niu Tsuehua handed him a suona. That's right. Baijia village invited us to perform. We'll even put on a big show when the demolition starts. Niu Tsuehua could play, sing, dance, and act. Back in the 1980s, when aerobics became popular, she was the first woman in the village to wear tight workout clothes. She even went to the county competition and won first prize. About 5 or 6 years ago, she formed a small performance group with a few villagers. Whenever there was a wedding or a funeral in the nearby towns, they were always the first ones people called. Lin Nanxing and Su Ran came downstairs after getting ready. Grandma, you look younger every day. Su Ran smiled sweetly. I was just planning to visit you today. Niu Tsuehua laughed heartily. Come on, I'll take you to see the excitement. Baijia village is going to be demolished. Once we get the compensation, we'll go to the county for a nice meal. Baijia village was being demolished. The eyes of the Su family lit up instantly. They quickly ate a few pieces of cake to fill their stomachs. Su Jianhua started the tricycle. At his mother's insistence, he folded back the canopy. The village was unusually quiet. The people who usually played cards or chatted under the trees were nowhere to be seen. When they reached the dirt road leading to Baijia village, the tricycle could go no further. It was even livelier than a market day. Bumped around in the back seat, Su Ran held tightly to the rail. Why are there so many people? Everyone's thinking about the demolition, Lin Nanxing said with relief. Once Baijia village is gone, the development zone will expand to our area. There'll be more people, better business, and we can rent out our houses. Grandma was always right. Lin Nanxing's grandfather's family had once been well-known merchants in Beijing, owning plenty of land and money. Su Ran's grandmother had great foresight. She predicted that the city would keep growing, so when nearby areas were developed, she built more houses and bought more land. Even if they didn't make a fortune, they'd still benefit. Nanxing, you're really smart. Luckily, we added extra floors early. Now the price for building one floor has tripled, Niu Tsuehua said happily. Lin Nanxing and Su Jianhua had already told the rest of the Su family about building more houses. They didn't mention Grandma's advice, only said they got the idea from reading the newspaper. The best thing about the Su family was that if they weren't clever themselves, they knew to listen to those who were. The eldest and second uncles of the Su family quickly applied for land and started building houses. The Su family stared ahead in shock. Rows of tightly packed houses stood before them, each one built up to 5 or 6 stories high. Sunlight could only slip through the narrow gaps between them. Some were made of uneven mud bricks, some patched with metal sheets, others pieced together with broken tiles, barely looking like proper houses. People didn't want to spend money building, but they wanted more compensation when the demolition came. The whole Baijia village looked like an old quilt covered in mismatched patches. Oh my goodness! Niu Tsuehua exclaimed in surprise. Villagers crowded around to watch. Inside the village, relatives and neighbors filled every corner. The people of Baijia village are really clever, someone said. They're going to make a big profit from this. They're really smart. Mud doesn't cost much, and now they've added another floor to the house. Several families have even moved their city registrations back here. Every person counts for money, you know. Some married daughters even pretended to get divorced and came back with their kids. That's nothing. In their village, a man in his 40s is shouting that he wants to divorce his fierce wife and marry a younger one. Really? Oh my. Su Ran and Su Jianhua joined the crowd, listening eagerly and gasping from time to time. The more the crowd reacted, the more excited the speakers became. Even a few of the village heads' close friends from Baijia village started talking loudly. Niu Tsuehua didn't have time to gossip. She squeezed through the crowd to find her co-workers. Business still had to go on.
Clang.
Clang, clang. The suona started playing.
Oh.
I can't live anymore. Heaven, someone is bullying us poor widows and orphans. A sharp cry pierced the air. PFF, Nyo Tsuehua shuddered, and the Swona made a strange sound. The Su family squeezed to the front of the crowd to see what was happening. Several people from the demolition office rushed out, their clothes messy, papers falling from their arms. Before they could run far, the villagers surrounded them. Leaders, you have to give us an explanation. We've already built our houses. How can they not count? Village head, he from Baija village, gave a secret signal to the people on both sides. Old Lady Gu, a sharp-faced woman, suddenly threw herself to the ground, rolling and crying loudly. We can't live like this. We spent all our money building the house, and my daughter even got divorced. If you don't give us compensation, I'll hang myself. The officials are forcing us to death. Old Lady Gu had built a mud wall around her yard to make it look like a new house and tricked her daughter into a fake divorce to claim extra compensation. She had already planned how to divide the money among her 3 sons and eldest grandson. Everyone, please calm down, said Zhang Zheng, the youngest staff member from the demolition office, pushing up his nearly broken glasses. The last time we came, we already registered all the houses and posted a notice. We clearly said that from that day on, no new household registrations would count, and any new buildings wouldn't be included in the compensation area. You say it doesn't count, and that's it? Who saw the notice?
Did you? You?
The village head son stood lazily, shaking his leg and pointing his cigarette at people. Those being pointed at quickly shook their heads. The notice had long been used as kindling and burned away. When we were putting up the notice, the village chief was there, and so were many villagers. Chief He, you should remember that, right? Zhang Zheng tried to stay calm. Chief He smiled kindly. Sir, there are so many things happening in the village, I really don't remember that.
You
people. Director Jiang from the relocation office had never seen such stubborn folks before. There had already been a big argument in the village office earlier. The villagers shouted that they all disagreed with the relocation and even started pushing them around. It felt like walking into a wolf's den. Our houses were built long ago. They must be counted. If they're not counted, we won't move. That's right, we won't move. We'll go complain. You people from the relocation office are making our lives impossible. The more they spoke, the more emotional they became, and some even started pulling at the relocation staff. Su Ran was completely confused. Weren't the people of Baijia village afraid the relocation would be cancelled? Hey, stop pulling! Director Jiang shouted loudly. We need to go back and report to our leaders. Please make way, everyone. But no one listened. Someone even tried to grab the agreement Zhang Zheng was holding.
Clang, clang, clang.
Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Su Jianhua quickly took a gong and struck it 3 times, smiling as he said, The leaders here also have leaders above them. Let them go back and report to the ones who can really decide. No need to hold them. The villagers looked at each other. Chief He stepped on the papers on the ground and smiled.
Director Jiang, sorry about that.
Everyone's just a bit anxious. Please don't take it to heart. Director Jiang straightened his clothes, nodded to Su Jianhua, and walked out quickly. Zhang Zheng picked up the agreement from the ground, bowed slightly to Su Jianhua in thanks, and jogged after his angry colleagues. It's over, everyone go home, Chief He said with a forced smile. When we finally move, I'll host a feast for everyone. Nyo Tsuehua hadn't received a single cent sitting on the tricycle, she fumed. I got all dressed up for nothing this morning. What's wrong with Baijia village? They've gone crazy. If I were the leader, I'd cancel the whole thing. Su Ran nodded in agreement. I guess I still have a lot to learn. There are unreasonable people everywhere. Lin Nanxing was also thinking, could the relocation in Baijia village still go on after this? At the village entrance, Su Jianhua stopped the tricycle and jokingly asked, Should we keep going to the city? You going to the city to find work? Nyo Tsuehua snapped. After the children started their own families, she stopped getting involved in their household matters, so she wouldn't tire herself out or annoy anyone. Still, she couldn't help feeling upset about her son losing his job in middle age. After saying that, Nyo Tsuehua quickly changed the subject. Let's go home to eat. your second aunt, and I picked some fresh tune sprouts from mountain. I'll make cold noodles with them for our little Ran. Lin Nanqing smiled. What she liked most about her mother-in-law was that she never dwelled on unpleasant things and always looked forward. All right then, sit tight. Let's go. The car stopped at the old Su family courtyard. It was where Su Jianhua and his siblings had grown up. 2 years ago, they tore down the old house and built a 5-story building. Niu Tsuehua lived on the first floor, and each of her 4 children's families had a floor of their own. Even though no one knew where the youngest daughter was now, her room was still kept ready at home. To the left of the old courtyard was the house of Uncle Su Jianguo, and the homes of the second uncle and the cousins were not far away. Su Jianhua went straight to the kitchen, while 3 generations of women sat inside, cracking sunflower seeds and watching the legend of the Condor heroes. Oh, that charming brother Jing, someone sighed. In the kitchen, Su Jianhua rinsed the cooked noodles in cold water, drained them, and set them aside. He prepared the toppings, the special sauce, and a small bowl of fragrant chili oil. Dinner's ready. A table was set under the grape arbor in the yard. Su Ran filled her bowl with tune sprouts, diced carrots, pickled vegetables, shredded cucumber, half a salted duck egg, and crushed peanuts. She added a spoonful of sauce, garlic paste, and chili oil, then mixed everything together. It was delicious. After finishing her first bowl, Niu Tsuehua finally spoke. Nanqing, when you have time, go visit Rant's second grandmother and keep her niece Min company. She came back home after her divorce and hasn't gone out or spoken much. The 3 members of the Su family looked surprised and confused. Every time Su Min came home with her husband and daughter, she always looked so happy. Lin Nanqing asked, Mom, why did Xiaomin suddenly get divorced? She won't say a word, just muttered that her husband's new woman showed up pregnant.
Ah, divorce.
Her daughter went with her father, and she won't let anyone from the family visit. Her grandmother is so worried she looks worn out. When Lin Nanqing was little, she had moved to Xingfu village with her mother, Fu Xiaoyun, and had always been close to Su Min. All right, I'll go talk to her. Staying shut in at home won't help. Xiao Nua choosing to live with her father really broke Xiao Min's heart. That child is her dearest treasure, and they've never been apart for even a day. As the saying goes, it's better to have a poor mother than a rich father. Xiao Nua's dad may have money, but once there's a stepmother, things change. With her real mother, at least she'll always have a warm meal, Niu Tsuehua sighed. Su Ran thought to herself that if she were Xiao Nua, she wouldn't come back either. She'd make a big scene first. Divorced and still dreaming of a happy new family with the other woman? What a nice dream, she sneered inwardly. After finishing their noodles, the 4 of them leaned back lazily in their chairs, full and content. The village loudspeaker crackled with static. The god of wealth is here. The god of wealth is here. Good deeds bring good fortune. A cheerful song about wealth echoed through the village. Niu Tsuehua sat up straight. Is the broadcast broken? Why are they playing songs in the middle of the day? To her surprise, the song kept looping. Su Ran's head was filled with the tune. The god of wealth is here. Niu Tsuehua glanced outside and saw Accountant Zhou walking past the gate, hands behind his back, carrying his abacus, humming along as he walked with his usual swagger. Old Zhou, why are they playing music now? You're always the one saying not to waste public electricity. Ever since Zhou Limin became the village accountant, his abacus had grown shinier by the day. He could practically split a penny in half. He even timed the broadcast used down to the second. Zhou Limin forced a smile. It was the village chief's idea. After the trouble in Baijia village this morning, some of their troublemakers took their families to the relocation office to protest. Things got pretty heated. The chief thought our own village's relocation might be in danger, so he came up with this clever idea to attract some good fortune. Oh, he's really smart, Niu Tsuehua said excitedly. She had been thinking the same thing. Great minds think alike. Su Jianhua leaned in. Mom, you should light some incense for Dad and ask him to talk to the god of wealth up there. Yes, I'll burn a few extra sticks. It's an important time. Zhou Limin watched Niu Tsuehua hurry back into the house. He thought about how everyone had been busy praying for blessings lately. Everyone else is lost in superstition, but I'm the only one who sees clearly. The village's progress still depends on me, he muttered, shaking his abacus and feeling newly energized. Su Jianhua closed the courtyard gate and led his wife and daughter home. Su Ran sat on the lounge chair, reading a novel, breathing in the scent of flowers from the small courtyard and gently swaying to the tune of The God of Wealth Arrives. Suddenly, the music stopped with a crackling sound. Hello, hello. Attention, everyone. The Happiness Village meeting is about to start. Please gather at the village square right away. There's an important announcement. The village chief's voice was full of excitement. Su Ran looked at her parents. At the village square, people were whispering and guessing. Su Ran stood on tiptoe to see. The village chief, Su Aigua, stood proudly on the stage. Though in his 50s, his hair was still thick and black. The demolition plan for Baijia village has been cancelled. His first sentence was like a bombshell. According to reliable news, the new relocation site will be chosen again, and our Happiness Village is one of the candidates. Before he could finish, the crowd burst into cheers. Oh my, am I dreaming? Someone said, pinching their leg.
Ouch.
It's real. We're going to be rich. Ha ha ha.
Ah, ah, ah.
Some were so excited they couldn't even speak properly. One of the candidates. Just one of them. The village chief shouted. But no one cared whether it was one or several. Su Ran's fair face turned red with excitement. She was getting closer to her ultimate dream, to live a carefree life without worries. Everyone listen to me, the village chief continued. To avoid the mistakes made by Baijia village, from today on, our Happiness Village must be more civilized, united, and moral. He didn't want anyone to ruin this good opportunity. The chief is right. We'll follow the chief's lead. Chief, turn the music back on. Let's welcome the God of Wealth. That's all I have to say. Meeting dismissed. Everyone's eyes were shining, hoping the relocation notice would come to Happiness Village soon. Su Ran clasped her hands together and prayed, let the God of Wealth come. Lin Nanqing managed to stay calm, but Su Jianhua and Niu Tsuehua were already grinning from ear to ear. Happiness Village was filled with a mix of excitement and nervousness. With the loudspeakers playing The God of Wealth Arrives, everyone was distracted, unable to focus on their work. All their thoughts were on the possible relocation. Can that dream of getting rich really come true? Lin Nanqing packed up the things she needed for a visit and went with her daughter to her second aunt's house to see Su Min. Just as they were about to leave. Hey, are you home, little sister? A loud, clear voice came from outside. Lin Nanqing opened the door. Standing there was her sworn sister, Zhuang Rou. Despite her gentle-sounding name, Zhuang Rou was tall and strong, with sharp, deep-set eyes. She had inherited her family's strength and later took up their traditional craft, pig butchering. When she didn't smile, she could scare a child to tears. When she did smile, she could make an adult faint. Big sister, you're not working today. I let my brother handle it. You folks sure can sit still. Everyone in the village is busy digging wells, planting trees, and building sheds. It's lively out there. I bought a bunch of fruit trees that already bear fruit. I'll give you a few. Call your husband to help move them. Zhuang Rou spoke quickly, like a machine gun. Before Lin Nanqing could refuse, she shouted, no time to waste. Brother-in-law, Su Laosan, let's go. Not wanting to turn down her sister's kindness, Su Jianhua pushed out the tricycle. Before leaving, Zhuang Rou couldn't resist touching little Su Ran's soft cheek, smiling fondly. Ran, Annie will take you to the city soon to buy some pretty clothes. At Grandma Su's house, Su Min sat in silence for a long time. She was so hurt that she couldn't even cry. When she finally spoke, her voice was hoarse. Sister-in-law, he was the one who chased after me back then. He promised I wouldn't have to work, that he'd take care of me. I was foolish enough to believe him. These past years, he's hardly come home. He hides how much money he makes from business and only gives our child 100 yuan a month. The house, the car, the company, everything is under his mother's name. Su Min gave a bitter smile. My dear mother-in-law used to say it didn't matter that I couldn't have a son, that having Xiao Nua was enough, and that everything in the house belonged to her.
Ha.
That's only because her son couldn't have children back then. After years of treatment, he finally could, and right away they wanted me out of the house so they could make room for the new woman and her baby boy. How could Sumin accept that? She had endured so many hard years without leaving, never giving the other woman a chance to take her place. But that man threatened her. If she didn't agree to the divorce, he wouldn't give their daughter a single cent. He said they'd move abroad, and the girl would suffer if she stayed with her. He promised that after the divorce, their daughter would have the best education and the best life. Sumin had no choice. She truly hated her own helplessness. After hearing Sumin's words, Lin Nanqing gently patted her shoulder. You've raised Xiao Noa so well. Now it's time to take care of yourself. You used to be so talented at making clothes. I happen to know a master tailor. We don't have to rush into becoming an apprentice. How about helping out and learning a bit first? Sumin nodded hard. She had to work and earn money to bring her daughter back. Su Ran silently cursed her former uncle 1,000 times. As soon as they got home, Lin Nanqing turned and hugged her daughter. Xiao Ran, you are the apple of our eyes. I hope you always love yourself. If you ever feel wronged, you must tell us. Mom, don't worry. I like myself the most. After taking a shower, Su Jianhua guessed what his wife was thinking. She was afraid their daughter might be bullied when they weren't around. He thought to himself that he must work hard to earn money. Having money gives you the strength to stand up for yourself.
Ah.
The relocation team is here. Everyone come quickly. Su Ran held her bowl and listened carefully. Was this the start of their big moment in life? Hello, hello. Great news. All residents of Xingfu Village, please gather at the village square by the notice board. The village head's voice was so excited it almost flew into the sky. Xingfu Village was truly about to become happy. The redevelopment and relocation project of Xingfu Village is officially starting. From today on, anyone newly registered in the village will not be included in the compensation or resettlement plan. Houses and their attachments may not be newly built, rebuilt, or expanded. No new fruit trees or other changes to the land are allowed. This time, the relocation office came well prepared. Zhang Zheng held up the notice while Director Jiang read it aloud and posted it. The whole process was recorded on video. The trouble in Baijia village had caused the newly formed relocation office quite a bit of trouble. Afterward, they reviewed every step carefully, determined to close all possible loopholes. They even applied for cameras to record everything from start to finish. Good thing we planted early, we can get a few hundred more yuan. Oh no, I just finished half the brickwork in my yard. The villagers were dizzy with excitement over the sudden good fortune, but they still couldn't help calculating how to get a little more money for themselves. Ahem, ahem. The village head glared at them. Enough. Quiet down. Could they be any louder? Their abacus beads were practically clattering right into the relocation team's ears. This time, the compensation for demolition can be chosen as either a replacement house or monetary payment. In addition, there will be temporary housing subsidies, moving allowances, and household equipment relocation fees. As for the land, compensation will be given according to the regulations, including land acquisition fees and crop compensation. All around, people kept hearing the word fee, fee, fee. Whether they fully understood or not, once they did the math, it all meant money, money, money. Su Ran was overjoyed, feeling as if money were raining down all around her. Su Jianhua laughed so hard he looked a little tipsy, tightly holding his wife's hand. Ha ha ha, ah ha ha. Aunt Zhang laughed so hard that her jaw slipped out of place. What happened? Take her to the clinic quickly, said the village chief, then slapped his forehead. Wait, isn't Dr. Chen right here? Please help her right away. No, wait. Aunt Zhang waved her hands. She wanted to hear all about the money first. The village chief rubbed his head, but in his excitement, he used too much force. His thick black hair suddenly came loose and fell right at Director Zhang's feet. Director Jiang couldn't help but shiver. Su Ran's eyes widened in shock. The village chief's head was completely bald, and shiny.
Sorry about that.
Please go on, the village chief said awkwardly, quickly picking up his wig and hiding it behind his back, not wanting to say another word. His long-kept secret was now out in the open. Laughter filled the air. It seems Chief Su has truly worked hard for the village's progress, Director Jiang said with admiration, noticing how different Xingfu village was from Baijia village. The village chief smiled shyly, understanding the meaning behind the words. Chief, under your leadership, Xingfu village has grown so well. Your hair loss is a mark of your dedication, Su Jianhua said sincerely. We'll each buy you a wig, so you can wear a new one every month. The chief's touched expression instantly disappeared. Director Jiang straightened his face and said, if anyone has questions, please ask now. If not, we'll sign the demolition agreements this afternoon and start the measurements and registration. Since time is tight, please inform the villagers who are away to return as soon as possible. It was the first demolition for the village, so many people had questions. After all, asking more doesn't cost a thing. Maybe we can get a bit more. Niu Tsuehua's smile almost reached the back of her head. She forced a kind expression onto her face. Xiao Ran, did you understand what all those fees mean? Su Ran nodded. I remembered everything. Good. Oh dear, I didn't bring my horn today, otherwise I'd really want to blow a few notes. People from Happiness Village hurried back on bicycles, motorcycles, and vans. Everyone was filled with excitement mixed with a bit of anxiety. Is it really going to be demolished? Can it really happen? How much money will we get? By the time they reached the village square, the demolition office staff had already left. The detailed meeting would be held in the afternoon, when everyone was present. The crowd still hadn't dispersed. Some people pressed their faces close to the notice, reading every word carefully. Of course, even after reading, most didn't really understand it. Their minds were full of one thing. Some were counting on their fingers, trying to figure out how much money their family could get. Others were already planning to buy a big house in the city and become city folks. Uncle Su Jianghua and second Uncle Su Jianxi gathered their families and went to find Niu Tsuehua. Seeing the excitement all around the village, Niu Tsuehua waved her hand. Come on, let's talk at home. In the old Su family courtyard living room. Oh my, even the steps are included. Goodness, does my doghouse count too? Luckily I didn't tear down the pigsty yet, or we'd have lost nearly 100 yuan. Su Ran added, these are written in the notice, but there will probably be other subsidies not mentioned yet. Uncle Su Jianghua turned the walnut in his hand with a grin. We're in luck. Our generation and the next are really catching a good time. Aunt Li Ping smiled, so wide her eyes nearly disappeared. Ha, and the baby our eldest daughter-in-law is expecting. What perfect timing. Their family really had a lot. 2 homestead plots, 1 4-story house where the couple and their daughter lived, and another 2-story house for their eldest son and his wife. They also had nearly 20 acres of land growing vegetables and grains to supply their small restaurant. Second Uncle Su Jianxi and his wife Xiao Fengjin wanted to rush home, hug their 3 property certificates, and take another look at their houses and land. Life was getting better and better. With 2 sons, they no longer had to worry about housing in the future. Niu Tsuehua's face was almost frozen from smiling so much. When the old man was still alive, he decided that 1 child would stay and 1 would move out. The villagers laughed, saying the couple didn't know how to raise children or manage a household. But distance can make relationships better. After dividing the family, the brothers became more united and worked harder to earn money for their own homes. Otherwise, people are naturally selfish. If one family has more and another has less, it's easy for once close siblings to grow apart after marriage and children, turning from family into mere relatives. The demolition of Xingfu village officially began. Several tables and chairs were set up on the stage in the village square, where the demolition office staff and village leaders sat. Everyone from the village came, chatting noisily as they took their seats. Village Chief Su, are we ready to start? Director Zhang asked anxiously, eager to begin right away. The village chief looked around, counting the people, then raised the microphone. Everyone, take a look around. Are your neighbors and relatives all here? They're all here. Let's start. Not a single family missing. Su Ran stood on tiptoe, looking around for her childhood friend, Suyu. Suyu was the only one registered in her household and was studying at a university in Shanghai. As soon as Su Ran heard about the demolition, she called to tell her. Suyu waved from the crowd to show she was there. Worried that something might go wrong, she had spent her hard-earned savings from part-time jobs to fly back home, just in case someone tried to take advantage of the situation. Seeing her, Su Ran felt relieved, her eyes shining like stars as she looked toward the stage. Residents of Xingfu Village, the village chief announced, "I now declare the demolition officially started. I'll repeat once more, any new buildings or new plantings made after this point will not be included in the compensation. After the measurements are done, you'll receive registration forms and compensation agreements. Once you confirm and sign, bring them to us for stamping. If you have any questions, you can consult Lawyer Qin," Director Jiang said, introducing the lawyer. "Next, please sign the demolition consent form. Measurements will be done in the order of signing." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. It was the first demolition they had ever experienced. No one wanted to be the first to step forward. What if waiting turned out to be better? Su Jianhua, however, was tempted. "Oh, one more thing," Director Jiang added. "There's a bonus for those who submit their compensation agreements early. 10,000 yuan for the first 10 families and 5,000 for the rest." Su Jianhua quickly raised his hand. "My family will go first." After shouting proudly, he glanced at his wife and daughter. Lin Nanxing and Su Ran gave him a thumbs up. Su Jianhua signed his name, followed by the 3 Su families, the village head, Accountant Zhou, Su Yu and Zhuang Rou. People tend to follow others, so the rest soon signed as well. Old Lady Su frowned deeply and muttered, so impatient, as if rushing to be reborn. The people around pretended not to hear her. "If you're not in a hurry, then don't go up to sign." The first stop for the relocation was Su Ran's home. Su Jianhua took out his keys and turned to the crowd with a polite smile. "There are too many people today, so we won't invite everyone inside." "Oh, we just want to see how the measurements are done, so we'll have an idea." Niu Tsuehua snorted, put her hands on her hips, and said, "If you want to know, check the notice. All the numbers are there." The third one opened the door. "You go in. Your eldest and second brothers, and I will stay outside." The relocation team and the village officials entered the yard. It was a 3-story house with a spacious yard, paved with cement, and flowers planted around the house. On both sides stood pomegranate, persimmon, and osmanthus trees. Under the grape trellis were 3 lounge chairs. A small pavilion stood to one side, with a stone table and 4 round stone stools beneath it. Zhang Zheng, holding the registration form, looked around with admiration. This courtyard was really nice, and being part of the relocation was even better. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanxing presented their documents. After verifying the household information, one person read out the numbers while the surveyors measured, and Zhang Zheng recorded the data. The house has 3 floors, plus the yard, totaling 420 square meters. The measurements match the records. The house is brick and concrete, tiled, and well-decorated. The level of decoration affects the compensation. Since this was their main home, Su Jianhua had visited the building materials market several times, comparing prices and choosing only quality materials. Home appliances include a television and a semi-automatic washing machine. There's a 400 yuan moving allowance. After finishing inside, they moved to the yard. Cement ground, 3 steps, an 18-year-old pomegranate tree, 22-year-old persimmon and osmanthus trees, all recorded as over 20 years old. The Su family nodded throughout, agreeing to everything. The measurements went smoothly and quickly. The relocation team appreciated Su Jianhua's straightforward attitude. The first household went well, a good start. At this pace, they could probably finish 2 or 3 more today. Director Jiang smiled and said, "Shall we continue to the fields?"
Suzy An Hu Sa Mai Akwadi Li.
No rush to go to the fields. Director Jiang immediately became alert. What did that mean? Su Jianhua took out 2 property certificates. The land is a bit far, but our other 2 houses are nearby. Why don't we measure those first? 3 people, 3 houses. Director Jiang finally relaxed. The group headed to the next house for measurement. The house and land that belonged to Grandma Su Ran had been transferred to Lin Nanqing before she passed away. The first floor was nicely decorated, and the 2 floors behind were simply built. The total house area was about 210 square meters, with a large yard of 150 square meters. The third piece of land was bought together by Grandma and the couple after they decided to have only one child. The new house was unfinished, with a total area of 300 square meters. As they recorded everything, the list grew longer and longer. Although Director Jiang was surprised, he had seen a lot in his time. He joked, "So, are we going to the fields next or somewhere else?" Su Jianhua chuckled and pulled out 2 more documents. "How about we go to the fish pond or the orchard first?" The 5-acre orchard was full of fruit trees, cherries, apples, peaches, pears, and apricots, all in their best fruiting years. Director Jiang couldn't help but admire the family's good fortune. Not only did they grow valuable cherries, but most of the trees were over 10 years old and full of fruit. "So, different fruit trees have different values," Village Chief Su sighed. "Yes," someone explained. "It depends on the type, age, and condition of the trees. Cherries get more subsidies than pears, and 20-year-old trees get more than 10-year-old ones." Why did they have so many kinds of fruit trees? Because everyone in the family liked different fruits. They planted a bit of everything, and picking fruit each year was like a treasure hunt. The family shared what they wanted and sold the rest for extra income. The Su family also loved fish, so Su Jianhua built a small 3-acre fish pond. They raised carp, crucian carp, and grass carp for their own use, clearly marked as non-commercial farming. By the time the measurements were done, it was almost dark. The relocation office hadn't expected to spend the whole afternoon on just one family. Zhang Zheng handed Su Jianhua the registration form and a blank compensation agreement. 2 copies, one for you, one for us. If you have no objections, please sign here, then fill out the agreement. Pay attention to the housing exchange standards and compensation methods listed. Su Jianhua looked it over and hesitated. "We don't need compensation for the fruit trees in our yard.
We'd like to move them ourselves."
The persimmon and osmanthus trees in the yard were planted after he got married and started his own family. Beneath them were 2 jars of homemade wine marked with his daughter's tiny handprints. The pomegranate tree was planted when their daughter was 4. The 3 of them dug the soil, placed the sapling, filled the hole, and watered it together. Director Jiang knew the Su family didn't care much about the small compensation, so he said without hesitation, "Xiaozhang, change the fruit trees on the form to relocation compensation." This time, Su Jianhua signed the papers quickly and decisively. Su Ran's eyes curved like crescent moons as she smiled. Those 3 trees had grown up with her, and she couldn't bear to part with them. Su Jianhua shook hands with each member of the relocation team, repeatedly saying, "Thank you for your hard work." The relocation office would long remember this family. Later, Su Jianhua, Lin Nanqing, and Su Ran sat together with the registration forms spread out on the table. Taking a deep breath, Su Jianhua gently wiped the rosewood abacus left by Su Ran's grandmother. "All right, let's check the numbers again. Once we're done, we'll fill out the agreement." Lin Nanqing read the figures, Su Jianhua moved the abacus beads, and Su Ran wrote down the sums. The total area was 1,800 square meters. They would exchange it for 6 120 square meter apartments and 6 80 square meter ones, with the remaining area converted into cash. The 3 of them discussed it carefully. With more and more people moving into the capital, both commercial and affordable housing were entering the market this year. It was clear that real estate would remain valuable for the next 20 or 30 years. However, their resettlement housing was located in the development zone, outside the Third Ring Road. If the exchange rate hadn't been so favorable, they would have preferred to buy a place closer in. Still, 12 apartments, what a lucky number. After finishing the housing calculations and filling out part of the compensation agreement, they began to calculate the cash amount. By the end, Su Jianhua stared at the abacus, almost doubting his eyes. Had his hand moved on its own? Had he forgotten how to use an abacus? Su Ran, 2 began to doubt her math.
Wait.
Did we add an extra digit? Lin Nanqing waved a hand in front of them. Hey, come back to your senses. What's the total? Su Jianhua, still dazed, read the number slowly, pausing at every zero. 17,420,000. Su Ran jumped up. It matches. 17,420,000. 17.42 million. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing had seen numbers in the hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands, but 17 million? That was beyond imagination. They were thrilled, excited, and a little lost all at once. Su Ran looked at her father, then her mother, and grinned. Let me make it even more exciting. Dragging the pen across the paper, muttering as she calculated, if our family's total income is about 1,000 yuan a month, then to earn 17.42 million, it would take 17,420 months, about 1,451 years. But if we only count 50 years of work, that means our family would need to earn 1,000 yuan every single day. Ha ha ha. Honey, we're rich. We're rich. Su Jianhua burst out laughing and hugged Lin Nanqing tightly. Hearing 17.42 million still felt unreal, but imagining earning 1,000 yuan a day made the idea of wealth suddenly feel real. After filling out the form in pencil and checking it carefully, they signed the agreement neatly with a pen. The three of them lay on deck chairs in the yard, watching the stars twinkle, feeling a deep sense of peace. Every part of their bodies felt relaxed and comfortable. This kind of ease was different from before, as if their minds were finally free. Su Ran swung her legs and sang softly, hee hee, I don't want to work, I just want to rest. Su Jianhua tapped the armrest and said, no problem. Once the money comes in, we'll buy more houses. From now on, our main job will be collecting rent. Lin Nanqing added, our first goal is to fill a cookie tin with property deeds. If we have extra money, we'll keep buying more. We'll be the happiest landlords ever. After measuring the homes of Uncle Su and Second Uncle Su, as well as the old Su family courtyard, the relocation office gained a new understanding of Xingfu village: few people, many houses. Indeed, having fewer children and raising them well leads to a happy life. Niu Tsuehua walked proudly, leading the Su family to hand in their signed documents. Just as she was feeling pleased, voices came from under a nearby tree, deliberately loud. Look at her acting all proud. Her daughter's probably run off somewhere with some man. That family's youngest only has one daughter. If she ends up like her aunt, finishing school, and then running off, it'll be a disaster. Old Lady Su laughed harshly. Watch your mouth. Niu Tsuehua shouted, rushing over. She grabbed Old Lady Su's hair and slapped her twice. No one was allowed to insult her daughter. She would defend her no matter what. The Su family quickly surrounded them. The younger sister and aunt were the pride of the whole family. They didn't know exactly where she had gone after graduation, but they were sure she hadn't run away with anyone. Son Andy, someone said sharply, I heard your son's been having some problems, yet you still have time to gossip here. Su Jianhua sneered at Aunt Sun, whose eyes were darting around nervously. You. What nonsense are you talking about? My son is perfectly fine. Aunt Sun jumped up in anger. I only heard it from Grandma Su. I have something to do, I'll go now. She was spreading rumors, but what Su Jianhua said was the truth. Niu Tsuehua's hands trembled slightly after hitting her, and she glared fiercely at Old Lady Su. Old Lady Su had been rolling on the ground, pretending to be hurt to get some money, but suddenly shivered, got up, and ran away as fast as she could. Niu Tsuehua shouted, If I ever hear anyone spreading lies about my daughter again, I'll smash their pots and make a mess at their door every day. Let's see who dares to talk nonsense then.
Right. Do it.
Anyway, we've got nothing better to do. Wherever she goes, we'll follow. Old Lady Su ran even faster and accidentally tripped over a stone, falling flat on her face. Niu Tsuehua felt much better when she got home. After all, her life was different now. She was a rich woman. No need to stay angry, just let it out and move on. Life is truly good when you have money. Looking at her big family gathered in the living room, she thought of her clever and beautiful daughter, who had always been as lovely as a flower, and she fell silent for a moment. After graduating from a university in Beijing, Su Aojuan had sent home a few letters and some money over the years. Although the return addresses were always different, at least there was some contact, so the family didn't worry too much. Later, all contact was lost. Her household registration was moved, and rumors spread that the Su family's beloved youngest daughter had run away with a man. But the Su family firmly believed that their hardworking and studious Aojuan would never do such a thing. Niu Tsuehua took a deep breath, quickly adjusted her mood, and spoke with renewed energy. Meeting. This is the Su family's first official family meeting. 13 people squeezed around a big round table, smiles on every face. Niu Tsuehua looked around, trying to hide the grin tugging at her lips. The demolition is great news for our family. We've got money now. You're all happy, and I've been so excited I couldn't sleep for days. As the saying goes, it's hard to earn money, but even harder to keep it. I don't care how you divide or spend your share. That's your own household's business. But you must save some for the future. Having your own money is better than relying on anyone else. And one more thing, no gambling. If anyone dares to gamble, I'll break their legs myself. She swept her sharp gaze across the table. Everyone quickly nodded and sat up straight, promising to behave. Niu Tsuehua brought up the main topic. All 3 families and your sister contributed money for the house. The compensation and the house will be divided into 5 parts, 1 for each of us. The land belongs to your father and me. This time, I'll be a little biased. The money will be split between me and Xiaojun. She didn't know how her daughter's job was going, whether she was married, or if she had children. All she could do was leave her some money. If life went well, it would be a nice bonus. If not,
No, there would be no if.
May the Buddha bless her. May the great Lord bless her. May Marx bless her too. With both faith and reason on her side, Niu Tsuehua believed everything would be fine. Uncle Su immediately said, Mom, we don't want the money. We already have more than enough. Keep the old house for you and my little sister. Auntie followed, Mom, we still need your guidance. How could we take your money? Second uncle and second aunt both said quickly, No, we don't want it. Su Jianhua grinned. Old lady, didn't you always say a good son should support his own family after marriage? Why are you being so generous now? Keep the money for yourself. None of us are short of it. Seeing that her children were sincere, Niu Tsuehua's already happy heart bubbled with joy. She almost wanted to grab a loudspeaker and sing out loud. A peaceful family brings prosperity. While other families fought over money, hers didn't want a thing. They simply cared about her and her younger sister. When the short meeting ended, Uncle Su and Su Jianhua started cooking, second uncle helped, and the younger ones and the women laughed and chatted about how they would spend their money. With such a good start, the demolition process went smoothly. The office in charge was lenient where it could be. A small kitchen extension or a few trees could still count for compensation. A few families whose houses didn't meet the highest compensation standard tried to make trouble, but village chief Su firmly talked to each of them. Anyone who dared to block the village's progress was seen as an enemy of everyone. After more than half a month, the measurements were done and the first 10 families to sign the agreement received their payments. Su Ran and her parents stared at the 2 bank books on the table without blinking. One contained compensation for the house, fruit trees, and renovations, a total of 17.42 million yuan. The other held a demolition bonus of 20,000 yuan. Su Ran wiped her hands with a tissue and gently picked up the bankbook. Dad, Mom, I think I can smell the scent of money. Su Jianhua took a deep breath. He could smell it too. It was wonderful. Lin Nanqing smiled softly at the 2 of them, amused by their excitement. Surrounded by thoughts of money, Su Ran managed to stay clear-headed. Mom, Dad, I just thought of something. All our money is in one bank. The bank knows exactly how much we have, and it's all in one place.
I'm a bit worried about that.
Su Jianhua, who was always quick to think, gasped.
You're right.
Didn't the news recently report someone finding their money missing when they tried to withdraw it? No, we can't put all our eggs in one basket. That incident had caused quite a stir. Even though it was later found that the person's child had taken the money, people's trust in banks had already been shaken. Let's go to the city today and split the money among a few banks, Lin Nanqing decided firmly. We can also find an agent to look for houses. The land has already been measured, and demolition could happen any day now. Good idea, Su Jianhua agreed, without hesitation. Let's call Mom and remind her too. The so-called agent was actually a broker. They had been working in the capital for years, building connections and helping buyers and sellers make deals, earning commissions from both sides. After the call, Su Jianhua glanced at his wife, hesitated and said softly, "Let's save some money for Mom. The house has her name on it. She's been abroad for 10 years now, and we don't really know how she's doing." The mom he referred to as Su Ran's grandmother, Fu Shiyun. She was gentle and graceful, yet strong-willed. Once she decided on something, she would see it through. 10 years ago, when private travel abroad had just become possible, Grandma Fu ignored her daughter's worries. She simply said she had something important to do, packed her bags, and flew overseas. Over the years, only a few letters had arrived, each from a different country. In them, she said she was safe, told them not to reply or look for her, and promised to return once her business was done. Lin Nanqing had a feeling her mother was searching for someone. Fu Shiyun always wore a locket that could be opened. Inside was a photo of a young man in a long robe, delicate and refined, with noble features. Lin Nanqing understood that her mother was her own person. She had raised her, watched her marry and have a child, and deserved to live for herself. But reason was one thing, and emotion another. The world outside still felt unfamiliar, and after more than 20 years of relying on each other, how could Lin Nanqing not worry? "Let's save 1 million for Mom," she said, "and put a few houses under her name. Another 1 million will go under our daughter's name. From now on, no matter if we buy a house or start a small business, we won't touch this 2 million, Lin Nanqing said after thinking for a moment. Saving money was the safest kind of investment. Su Jianhua secretly watched his wife and felt relieved. In the past, whenever Grandma Fu was mentioned, she would lose focus, but now she seemed much better. "Mom, we could go abroad too. We can visit the countries Grandma mentioned in her letters one by one. Maybe we'll even meet her." Lin Nanqing was tempted. The cost of plane tickets, just a few tens of thousands, was no longer a burden for their family. The Su family of 3 happily decided to travel abroad the following year. Su Ran rested her face in her hands and sighed. "The interest we earn each year is enough for a few trips, isn't it?" Second Uncle Su drove his tricycle to take Su Jianhua and his family to town. The bus was crowded and rattled as if it might fall apart. Su Ran felt dizzy and sick. When they reached the county, Su Jianhua hired a red Xiaoli taxi. "Driver, please drop us off at a car dealership near Wangfujing." Seeing how uncomfortable his daughter looked, Su Jianhua decided they should buy a car first. Now that they had money, life should be as comfortable as possible. The driver was quite talkative. "Buying a car, huh? Life's getting better. There are more cars on the road every day. The sooner you buy, the sooner you enjoy it." "That's right. Can you tell us what kinds of cars are good?" "I only know Santana and minivans." "Look, that white Jetta up ahead costs about 150,000 or 160,000 yuan. People who just started making money usually buy a Santana or a Jetta." "Oh, that bright red Volvo is rare, and that Alto looks great too." The driver chatted nonstop, but his driving was steady. Su Ran not only stopped feeling sick but even joined in the conversation about what kind of car the family should buy. It seemed promotion sickness was rather selective. When they arrived near Wangfujing, there were cars everywhere: Toyota Crowns with built-in refrigerators, Volgas with air conditioning and sound systems, Mercedes-Benz and Audis. In those days, if you caught the right opportunity, you could make money fast, especially those families who had been wealthy for generations. A car wasn't just for convenience, it was also a symbol of status. Of course, the Su family didn't know much about cars. To them, all of these vehicles looked grand and impressive. By noon, there was only one customer in the dealership, a man wearing a thick gold chain around his neck and a large gold watch on his wrist. All the salespeople surrounded him, talking over each other as they introduced different car models. When someone came in, the sales team leader told the new employee, Wang Yan, to greet them. Wang Yan turned her head and glanced at the family. Their clothes were plain, with no visible brand names. A car costs at least tens of thousands of yuan, she thought. They must have just come in to look around and brag later. Unwillingly, she moved slowly. The big spender customer hadn't made a decision yet, and she was young and attractive. Maybe that deal could still be hers. Go quickly, don't keep the customers waiting. Su Jianhua couldn't hide his excitement as he looked at the white Santana. No matter how old a man is, he always dreams of owning a car. Years ago, for work convenience, the factory had paid for them to get driver's licenses. But the only car available there was an old one that often broke down, yet it was still considered the factory's treasure. Lin Nanqing asked, "Can we try sitting in it?" Wang Yan frowned and walked over with a sour face. "No, this car costs over 100,000 yuan. If you damage it, can you afford to pay?" Su Ran pointed to the businessman who was test driving another car and asked, "Then why can he try it?" Wang Yan panicked, wanting to hurry over to that customer, and said impatiently, "He's buying a car. Of course he can test it. You should be glad we even let you come in to take a look." Su Ran frowned. "What? Your store only lets people look but not buy. And what's with that attitude?" Wang Yan raised her voice. "Can you even afford it? A car isn't just a few hundred or a few thousand yuan." Li and I, a senior salesperson, had come over to see how the new employee was doing and whether she needed help. But she didn't expect to hear her mocking customers. She quickly pulled Wang Yan aside and bent slightly to apologize. "I'm so sorry. To make up for this, I'll try to get you a discount on the car you like. May I ask what price range you're considering? Do you have a model in mind?" Wang Yan, who was related to the store manager, snorted and walked away in her high heels. The Su family ignored her and continued looking at cars and trying out seats as Li and I gently introduced the models. "What price ranges do the cars come in?" "The Santana you just looked at costs 180,000 yuan and the Jetta is 150,000 yuan. We can offer a 10% discount. Imported cars start at around 400,000 to 500,000 yuan, with a maximum discount of 10,000 yuan. That's enough to buy a house of over 100 square meters." Su Jianhua discussed with Lin Nanqing, "How about buying a Santana? Once you both learn to drive, we can get a more expensive one."
No need for that.
"Once I learn, a regular car will be fine," Su Ran said, knowing her own limits. Li and I listened, her eyes showing surprise. From their conversation, it was clear that this family could easily afford 2 cars. "Let's look around more. Ms. Li, could you show us some models in the 400,000 to 500,000 range? The Toyota Crown, Mercedes-Benz, and basic Audi models are all around 500,000 yuan. They come with air conditioning, a sound system, and spring-supported seats for extra comfort," Li and I said, trying to stay calm. The Su family quickly took a liking to a black Mercedes. The car gave off a quiet and steady impression. Noticing their interest, Li and I explained carefully, "This is one of our showroom's most popular cars. It has strong power, a stable chassis, and is easy to drive. Perfect for you or your family. We'll take this one. Let's place the order. Please, all 3 of you, come to the VIP room," Li and I said cheerfully. She had just landed a big sale and would earn a 0.5% commission. Wang Yan watched as they entered the VIP room, something only luxury car buyers experienced. She clenched her teeth in frustration. Li and I brought in 3 cups of tea and some snacks. The manager came over with the paperwork and gifts, smiling warmly. "Mr. and Mrs. Su, I heard about what happened earlier. Please accept our apologies. We've decided to deduct 3 months of Wang Yan's salary as a penalty. The total price for this car is 490,000 yuan, including all fees, with a 10,000 yuan discount. We'll also give you a new Zhongheng Technology VCD player as a gift. Will you be paying by cash, bank transfer, or check?" They signed and paid without hesitation. Out of their 1.744 million yuan, 480,000 was gone in an instant. The manager's smile was as bright as a flower. Customers like this were the best. Here are your keys. Please relax and enjoy lunch while we handle the registration at the vehicle office. For the first time, the Su family experienced the ease that came with wealth. Everything was taken care of for them. Su Ran ate a piece of watermelon and let out a long, contented sigh. In the afternoon, after the car's license plate was installed, the Su family of 3 drove away under the warm farewell of the manager and Lianai. Beside them, Wang Yan complained, "If they're so rich, why don't they dress better? That deal should have been mine. The whole store might as well be yours. If it weren't for Lianai, we'd have lost a big customer. And if word spreads in their circle, we'd all be in trouble." The manager was so angry, he almost wanted to fire her. How wealthy people dress is their own choice. There are news stories about people in the South buying several houses while wearing simple clothes. Judging others by appearance is outdated. The Su family didn't care what happened afterward. Su Jianhua tapped the keyboard and softly hummed along with the music playing from the speakers. It was hot outside, but the cool air from the car's air conditioner brought comfort to everyone inside. Manager Song's luck had turned for the better. His career was soaring. Most residents of Xingfu village had accounts at the agricultural bank, so when the relocation compensation came in, large sums of money were deposited there. In less than half a year, the bank had far exceeded its targets and ranked among the best. Manager Song leaned back in his chair, sipping tea slowly, imagining his bright future with a promotion and a raise. Suddenly, there was a rapid knock on the door. "Come in," he said lazily, lifting his eyelids. "Xiao Wang, don't panic. Nothing is that serious." "Yes, manager." Xiao Wang took a deep breath and slowed down his speech. "Manager, a customer wants to transfer 1 million to another bank account." Seeing the manager still sitting calmly, Xiao Wang thought, that's what real leadership looks like. Always composed. "Xiao Wang, help me up. I've been sitting too long, my legs are numb." Manager Song rushed to the VIP room as if his seat were on fire. He straightened his tie, put on a warm smile, and opened the door. "Dear valued customers, hello. I'm Song Jihua, the manager of this bank. Whether it's deposits or investments, you can always come to me for sincere service. I heard you want to transfer your money out. Is there something we didn't do well?" At that moment, Su Ran was quietly calculating the interest rates of different banks. A savings account offered about 3% interest. On 16.96 million yuan, that would be over 500,000 yuan a year. A 1-year fixed deposit at 10% would earn 1.7 million yuan in interest. Su Jianhua had thought transferring money would be simple, but unexpectedly, they were invited in again. "No, we just want to know what it feels like to have money in every bank." Su Jianhua didn't say that they were actually worried about putting all their money in one place, afraid something might go wrong. Manager Song stopped himself from saying what he wanted to say. What a rare hobby, he thought. He quickly changed his tone. "Please wait a moment. We'll handle it right away. We hope that when you earn even more, you'll choose our bank first." Then he took out 5 100 yuan shopping vouchers. "Here's a small gift from us, 500 yuan in department store vouchers. Could you please leave your contact information? We send gifts on holidays." Taking the vouchers, Su Jianhua laughed cheerfully. "Thanks for the good wishes. When I have more money, I'll save it here." For large transfers, the bank had a special VIP room. The Su family of 3 only needed to enter their passwords and sign when required. As planned, they opened one account each at the Industrial and Commercial Bank, Construction Bank, Bank of China, and Communications Bank, depositing 2 million yuan in each as a current account. The remaining money went into 3 agricultural bank accounts, 2 with 1 million yuan each in 3-year fixed deposits, and the last with 6.96 million yuan in a current account. This was all part of their plan to buy a house soon. After all, real estate felt more secure than cash. As soon as the Su family left, Manager Song hurriedly called out, "Quick, quick! Get the rice, flour, oil, and shopping vouchers ready. We're heading to Happiness Village to deliver gifts." He had been careless. A big opportunity only counts when it's truly yours. At that moment, The Su family arrived at a small, unremarkable shop in the busy Dashilan area. A simple cloth banner hung at the door, with the word money written on it. This was the place of Master Qian, one of the 3 top brokers in the city. His surname was Qian and he loved money, but he valued honesty even more. Every deal he handled as a middleman was known for fairness, though his commission was high. Both buyers and sellers trusted him. Su Jianhua had heard about him from a friend. If you wanted a good house, you needed a reliable broker. Master Qian, have you eaten? We're looking for a suitable house. In the city, have you eaten? Was just another way of saying hello. Are you buying or renting? A courtyard house or an apartment? Master Qian asked, holding a Motorola phone in one hand and flipping through a notebook with the other.
Buying.
We'd like to see some villas or courtyard houses in good locations. If there are large apartments, we'd like to look at those too. The family planned to buy a house with a yard so they could move their fruit trees there. Delhi, I do have a few nice houses here. I've already made appointments with others for today and tomorrow. According to the rules, they'll see them first. You can come the day after tomorrow, and we'll look at the houses then. After finishing their errands, they headed straight to the mall. The streets and shopping centers were full of stylish, energetic young people. The girls wore trendy tops, short skirts, and high heels. The boys wore colorful shirts and jeans, with fashionable haircuts, sunglasses, and cheerful smiles. At first, the Su family of 3 hesitated a little, checking price tags and wondering if they really needed the items. But once they started shopping, they couldn't stop. Expensive or not, useful or not, if they liked it, they bought it. At the Motorola store, the best and lightest phones cost over 10,000 each. They bought 3 and paid with a card. Clothes, from dresses to pants, summer to autumn styles, cotton to silk, they bought them all. Silk bedding sets, 888 each, they bought 3. Shoes, sneakers, leather shoes, canvas shoes, high heels, 4 or 5 pairs. Skincare products bought. They went from floor to floor, shopping happily. The more they bought, the happier they felt. They hadn't realized there were so many good things waiting for them to enjoy. They went back to the car twice to drop things off. The trunk was packed full, almost overflowing. They planned to buy a higher refrigerator, an automatic washing machine, and a Medea air conditioner. Lin Nanxing said, "We'll be moving within a month. It's better to buy these after we move." Still excited from shopping, father and daughter reluctantly stopped. Spending money was addictive. Su Jianhua remembered the big gold chains he saw when buying the car and waved his hand. Next stop, the gold shop. There were beautiful gold pendants, necklaces, bracelets, bangles, and rings, all shining brightly. They looked at every counter, tried on what they liked, and bought what looked good. Lin Nanxing chose a simple gold set with a bamboo design. Su Jianhua picked solid gold bangles for his wife, daughter, and mother. Thick, heavy, and elegant. Su Ran chose a gold bead bracelet with a black woven cord and a jade safety charm. They also bought 3 heavy gold pendants, each weighing over 100 grams. The shop assistant couldn't stop smiling. At checkout, the total weight was 603 grams, priced at 98 yuan per gram, costing just under 60,000 yuan. As the clerk packed the items, he proudly said, "Our store is a branch opened by a big boss from Hong Kong. We guarantee pure gold, and our designs are the newest in the city. The wives and daughters of Hong Kong's wealthy families all wear these." He didn't know that what was actually popular in Hong Kong circles were colored diamonds, jade, and emeralds. Few ladies wore full sets of gold jewelry when going out. But that didn't stop him from boasting. He spoke without much thought, but someone was listening carefully. Su Ran became very interested in Hong Kong. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanxing also wanted to visit the famous, wealthy international city. Hong Kong became the first stop on their family trip. The 3 of them had a wonderful time. Before it got dark, they bought some food and drinks and headed home. As the car entered the village, Su Ran saw 2 familiar figures walking quickly by the roadside, each pulling a large suitcase. Su Ran rolled down the window and shouted, "Xiao Noa." Su Jianhua hit the brakes, and the car slowly stopped. Su Ran jumped out, ran over, and hugged her thinner cousin tightly. I knew you'd come back. I'm back. They said it at the same time. Chungnua smiled proudly and pointed at the two big suitcases. Look, I not only brought myself back but also what my mom deserves. Su Jianhua gave her a thumbs up and helped load the suitcases into the back seat. Su ran and Lin Nanqing walked with Chungnua toward her home. Auntie, sis, that woman had a baby boy. The Chung family finally got the grandson they've been waiting for, Chungnua said casually. She had already cried, argued, and felt all the anger she could. If someone truly cares about you, they'll comfort you the moment you feel hurt. If they don't, no matter how upset you are, they'll ignore it, or even think you're being dramatic. So Chungnua no longer cared about her father's affection. When my parents first divorced, he thought he could make it up to me by sending money all the time. If he sent it, I took it. If he didn't, I still asked. My mom saved it all. The other woman was scared. Every extra bit he gave me meant less for her son. After her son was born, she started whispering things to my dad, and he began to find me more and more annoying. The power of pillow talk was strong. Her son cried and got sick, all because his sister scared and bullied him. Seeing familiar relatives, Chungnua couldn't help but pour out her feelings. Fine, since she said I bullied her son. I gave her two choices. Either pay me 100,000 yuan at once and make my mom the guardian, or take good care of their precious little heir. But I was just scaring her. I wouldn't really do anything foolish. Chungnua held her aunt and cousin's arms. They're scared now. Anyway, since they have a son, they don't care about my custody anymore.
Chungnua was lying.
In truth, she hated the woman who hurt her mother and that man so much that she wished she could make them pay. But she still had her mother to take care of. She had to live well and make something of herself. Lin Nanqing gently patted her head. Su Ran held her cousin's hand, her eyes firm. In the future, we'll buy their company and drive them all out. No one knew if her father and that woman would stay in the capital. Wasn't that woman always claiming it was true love? Before leaving, Chungnua made sure to spread the word. She had someone make posters telling the touching love story of that woman and her father, printed hundreds of copies, and spread them around her home and his company. She even sent a big banner to the man with cheerful music playing that said, "No matter how many there are, I'll be the groom every year." She didn't stay to see the commotion. When Chungnua reached her grandmother's house, she stopped at the gate. Her mother was in the yard, looking at her gently. Su Ran gave her a little push. Chungnua smiled shyly at her cousin and aunt, then ran into her mother's arms. Su Jianhua had already sent her luggage home. The next morning, Niu Tsuehua came bustling in. You bought a car? She walked around it twice, full of curiosity. Many people on the road were talking about the luxury car Su Jianhua had driven home the night before. Some were jealous and told her to stop wasting money now that she had some. Niu Tsuehua rolled her eyes. People always worried about things that weren't their business. Looking at the shiny car in the sunlight, she felt a little tempted. An idea popped into her mind. Mom, want to take a ride? Su Jianhua was still excited about the car. Maybe another day, Niu Tsuehua said, her eyes still fixed on the car. The road at the village entrance is packed. News about the demolition of Happy Village spread quickly. People started setting up stalls at the village entrance, selling food, pearl jewelry, clothes, offering fortune-telling, and various other things. The villagers, with nothing to do, suddenly became rich. Thinking about how they used to be unable to afford things, their enthusiasm for shopping was sparked by the small market that formed. Spending a few dozen yuan felt like a splash of water. Spending a few hundred yuan was a small matter. People rushing to do business had already fought over territory several times. Village Chief Su was worried about trouble, so he formed a patrol team and gave a daily subsidy of 50 yuan. Strict rules were set. Only outside the village could business be conducted, and anyone selling inside or fighting was not allowed. This kept things stable. Niu Tsuehua was happily saying, "Oh, Xiao Noa is really capable. No wonder she's from the Lao Su family." They decided to give Xiao Min 2 million yuan and 2 houses. The mother and daughter will live well, Su Ran was also happy for her cousin. Having money makes life easier and allows you to face things more calmly. Of course, the family of the second grandma, with 2 sons and a daughter, couldn't split everything equally. Now, the 2 elders tried their best to give more, wanting to help but also considering their sons and daughters-in-law. After all, the family worked together to build their life. Recently, there have been many arguments in the village over inheritance, but nothing serious or confrontational yet. Let's go, let's go. Let's also go to the market and join the fun. Dear villagers of Happy Village, to thank our new and old customers, Xion Home Textiles has brought our shopping TV over. Look at these silk sheets and duvet covers. Number $9.99, number $6.66, just $99 to take home. Clothing sale. Big discounts. Originally hundreds of yuan, now only 88. Don't miss out. South Sea pearls, white pearls, pearl powder, black pearls. Wealthy people love them. Only 30 strands left. Don't miss your chance. Wenzhou shoe factory has closed. The boss ran off with his sister-in-law. Genuine leather shoes. Just pay and take them. At the village entrance, various stalls showed their skills, with loudspeakers shouting loudly. Villagers of Happy Village hurriedly bought silk, then plunged their heads into the pearl stalls. Those who grabbed the best deals felt like they had found a treasure. Those who missed out hurried to pay a deposit. Su Ran looked at the pearls and thought they looked like plastic necklaces sold in fancy stores. The identical pearls are so rare, yet there are many on this stall. Are they all for charity? Lin Nanxing. Silk isn't right either. Clothes are just for style, and after a couple of washes, they fall apart. Lin Nanxing attended night school to learn fashion design. She has sold some design sketches and bought various fabrics to make her own clothes. You can tell the quality of fabric at a glance. Su Ran is confused. Selling fake goods at high prices. Aren't they deceiving our villagers? Isn't anyone going to stop them? Su Jianhua. Village leaders have held meetings to remind everyone, but it doesn't help much. The village chief also said that getting a little tricked makes you more cautious. When a big scam happens, your mind will react faster. Spending money on shopping is always better than gambling. Besides, if you teach someone how to do something once, they'll learn. If you just tell them, they won't remember. Niu Cuehua was about to walk toward the pearl stall but changed direction and calmly headed to the food stall on the other side. The sour and spicy cold noodles, the fragrant fried skewers, and the rich aroma of braised dishes. The adults and children in Happiness Village are drooling with hunger. Su Ran is holding fried rice cakes in one hand and cold noodles in the other. She watches with a steady gaze as waves of smiling people run past her. From that direction, a voice calls out, "Red ginseng capsules, bring back your youth." Men will feel stronger. Women will glow with beauty. After 2 days of eating and drinking, she arranges the clothes, shoes, and gold she bought, then takes the heavy gold bracelet and gold medal to Niu Cuehua. Niu Cuehua puts away the medal, puts on the gold bracelet, and smiles happily as she admires herself. Why are these big gold items so attractive? When I was young, my husband praised me for being beautiful, and I was the most charming in the village. But he hadn't seen me wear gold jewelry. That was truly captivating. At this moment, Su Ran is also mesmerized by her own beauty in the mirror. She wears a pink spaghetti strap dress, loosely tied with a pearl necklace around her waist and a piece jade pendant. She looks at herself, slightly chubby, with a clear, glowing face, delicate features, big bright eyes like a deer, blinking innocently. She adds gold bangles and a thin gold bracelet. Now she looks like a wealthy lady. You can only say Su Ran is very self-loving. Xiao Ran, ready to go to the city to look at houses. Today is the day she has arranged with Qian Sanyi to view properties. Su Jianhua contacted his older brother and Qian Sanyi in advance, arranging to meet at the shop and then go together to the house location. Throughout the trip, Su Ran did not feel carsick at all. Instead, he felt his mouth was very dry and wanted to eat some snacks. Qian San held a large mobile phone in one hand, with his arm around a notebook, and held a small teapot in the other hand, sitting in the front passenger seat and giving directions. Go straight, Turn left at the second intersection, and then at number 116 Shixiang Lane. As you said, once you enter a medium-sized courtyard, the location is good. I currently have 4 or 5 Sihiyun courtyards. We'll look at each one. The road was narrow and the car couldn't go in, so they had to stop by the side. A group of children playing on the street gathered around. A big luxury car appeared on the TV. Be careful, be careful. Don't fall, someone shouted. While speaking, they slowly opened the door and got out. They headed toward number 116. There was dirty water splashed on the roadside. The hot weather dried it, leaving black stains that emitted a bad smell. When they arrived, the old, dilapidated gate was wide open. The landlady was in the yard, directing people to carry things out, even eager to remove some roof tiles. So, when Su Ran and his family entered, they saw a yard that had been thoroughly cleaned out. The trees had been dug up, vegetables pulled out, and the soil was scattered everywhere. The house was emptied, with doors and windows removed, leaving a few open, breezy rooms. Qian San's relaxed expression suddenly changed. I say, Sister Wang, what are you doing? Are you selling the house? This rundown yard looked completely different from when he visited before. It felt like his reputation and livelihood were being destroyed. A chubby woman, presumably Aunt Wang, walked over twisting her waist. Sell?
Of course I sell.
I've been tidying up hard. She looked at Sue's family and said, the house is nice, good wood, good bricks, good neighbors. If it weren't for wanting to live in a big building, to see my grandson, I wouldn't want to sell. Just as she finished speaking, loud arguing came from the neighboring yard. Divorce. We can't live like this anymore. Divorce. Whoever doesn't divorce is a turtle or a bastard.
Bang. Clang.
You hit me, I hit you. Hee hee, couples fight, but it's love. Aunt Wang continued selling the house without blushing. Qian San held back his anger. Why are you tearing down the door and digging up the yard when you're packing up the house? Aunt Wang glanced around nervously and hesitated, saying, the door was installed by my family at our own expense.
It needs to stay.
Check the yard. Whether we grow vegetables or flowers, it's convenient. She spoke more confidently as she went on. Su Ran thought she had seen many oddities before, but in just a few days, more strange things kept appearing. Lin Nanqing shook his head, and Su Jianhua immediately understood the signal. Third master, what do you think? Don't leave yet. I can just install another door. He looked at 3 more houses. One house was nice, but the owner was asking for too much money and refused to sell unless they paid more on the spot. Another house wasn't suitable. The third one was a bit of a dilemma, interested in buying but still looking around. Su Jianhua asked, do any of these houses close to the Environmental Monitoring Center? Lin Nanqing replied, price is not a problem. Third Master Qian thought for a moment, put his big phone in his pocket, and took out a notebook to check. This place is newly built, right? The location is really good. It meets all our requirements. The closest one is about 4 or 5 kilometers away, near the Forbidden City in the Guiyuan Alley area. The price is double what we saw before. Both Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing thought it was worth a look. The alley, paved with gray bricks and green tiles, was filled with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting soft shadows on the stones, full of life. Walking through the alley, smelling the faint scent of roses and hearing occasional bird calls, Su Ran felt peaceful, like waking up on a lazy morning from childhood. Cars parked along the street showed that the residents had some wealth. The Su family with a car could blend in naturally without attracting much attention. The clattering of bicycles passing through the alley added a lively, everyday feel. Without even seeing the yard, the Su family was already satisfied with the surroundings. Third Master Qian's sharp eyes caught the details. He took a sip of tea, feeling confident that this deal was almost certain. They turned 2 corners and reached number 168, a courtyard with 2 small stone lions at the gate. Third Master Qian took out his keys. The owner is planning to go abroad, and is busy. Let's go inside to take a look. If we like it, I'll contact them. Entering through the southeast gate, the first thing they saw was a mountain-shaped screen wall. Walking around, they found a courtyard with a 100-year-old locust tree, its branches lush and full of leaves, giving off a refreshing vibe. In the southwest corner of the yard, a wisteria was in full bloom like a floral tent. Beneath the tree, there was a stone table and chairs. The main house faces north, with 2 side rooms on each side and 3 rooms on each east and west wing. The house is quite large, and the small courtyard covers over 300 square meters. It is one of the front houses in the traditional courtyard layout. Entering through the main door, the living room has a few round chairs made of yellow pear wood. The rest of the furniture in the bedroom has been moved out. Mr. Qian leads the way to the east side room. Surprisingly, it has a toilet and a wash basin. Su Jianhua knows that in traditional courtyards, toilets are either built in the corner or you have to go to the public toilet on the street. In summer, it's okay, but in winter, you have to bundle up in a coat and run outside. How do you like the house? It's pretty good, right? Mr. Qian says, holding the best house in the courtyard. This alley is said to be home to important people. Their family arranged connections and spent money to improve the water and sewage system for the whole street. They even built toilets and showers inside. Wealthy families follow this example, he explains. Su Ran thinks this legendary important person is really kind. Thanks to you, happiness lasts all year. Lin Nanxing shows her liking for the house in her eyes. Seeing this, Su Jianhua immediately wants to pay and take the house. But he holds back, thinking to wait and see. He wants to check out the East Wing room, where his daughter will live in the future. Since Su Jianhua and Lin Nanxing have a good relationship, it's more convenient for their daughter to live in the East Wing. The East Wing has a small living room and a large bedroom with a bright small window. Su Ran says, the small room can be a study. I'll put my books there and the desk by the window. Su Ran reads a mix of history notes, martial arts novels, and romance stories. The other room can be a guest room, she adds. Su Jianhua is very satisfied. Third master, give me a price for this house. The owner asks 1.2 million. If we buy it, I won't take any commission. Just give the family 5,000 yuan, he replies. Su Jianhua knows the rules. If he wants to negotiate, he should talk directly to the owner. Mr. Qian is just the middleman. This price might seem high to others. No matter how close the location is, it's still just a simple house in the village. You can build anywhere. You can buy 300 or 400 square meter apartments for over $1 million. But for Su's family, this house has the familiar charm of a happy village courtyard. Su Jianhua also heard that the prices of courtyards in Beijing are rising fast this year. It's comfortable to live in, and it can also be a good investment. He looks at his wife and daughter, waiting for their opinion. Lin Nanxing nods. Third master, contact the seller. Qian San responded happily, picked up his big phone and dialed. However, he was hung up on twice. Su Ran nervously looked over, praying that they would successfully buy a house that suited their needs. After a while, Qian San's phone rang. Hello, there's a buyer interested in buying a house. Can you two come over? After he finished speaking, there was no response on the other end, only faint sounds of arguing. Not going abroad. Staying with family, no ambition. Third master, Lao Fong and I are working on our paperwork to go abroad. It'll take some time. If the other party is willing to buy, tell them they must pay in full at once. We'll meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. Qian Sanny told them to discuss it among themselves and handed the big phone to Su Jianhua. Su Jianhua said, 120,000 isn't small money. We need to gather enough to pay all at once. Do you think we can get a better price? The other side spoke quickly, with a hoarse voice after shouting, minimum 115,000, no less. If you agree, we'll exchange the house and payment tomorrow morning, paying everything at once. Su Jianhua replied, okay. He returned the phone to Qian Sanyi, who looked hesitant and asked, why is the seller in such a hurry? Is there any problem with the house? The couple just wants to leave for abroad quickly to make big money. They're in a rush to sell their ancestral property because any delay would hold them back, Qian Sanyi said with a hint of sarcasm and disdain. If the couple wants to go abroad, let them. The woman keeps talking about how good life abroad is, how she can't do this or that at home, eager to leave and never come back. The man is hesitant but secretly thinks that abroad is good, and he can easily make money doing whatever he wants. Let them try. Although he's never been abroad, he understands this logic. Su Jianhua sighed in relief. At least the house was fine. After resolving this big matter, it was already noon. Su Jianhua invited Qian Sanni to eat. Qian San refused to go to a fancy restaurant and instead directed them to a small, simple eatery. The four of them ordered 2 large and 2 small bowls of fried sauce noodles, for plates of offal, a plate of fried pork and fried sausage, along with a platter of desserts, sticky rice rolls, sweet potato balls, pea jelly, and osmanthus cakes. Su Ran poured spicy chili oil into sesame paste, added some cilantro, and stirred. He picked up a piece of tripe, dipped it in the sesame paste, and took a bite. It was crispy and tender. The 3 members of the Su family ate happily and contentedly. Su Jianhua smiled cheerfully. Third master, you have a wide range of knowledge. I want to get a good deal. Are there any treasure restaurants worth visiting? Qian Sanni smiled and nodded at him. There are many. I've almost tried all the small and large restaurants, private kitchens, even Western restaurants and fast food places. Great. If you like me, I'll have you make a list to take away later. Su Jianhua clasped his fists in thanks, secretly thinking he shouldn't get this information for nothing. When paying the referral fee, he would add an extra 1,000 yuan. Qian Sanni said, the courtyard house is decided to buy. Are you still looking at other houses? Yes. Our family also has several people wanting to buy homes. Lin Nanqing thought about what his mother, Fu Xiuyun, once said, buy more property when you have money, buy land and houses. The villa is outside the North 3rd Ring Road. You need to register before entering. The car drove along the road, with lush trees on both sides. The villas are spaced apart, ensuring privacy. When the gate opened, the view was a small pond and fancy sculptures, with a 3-story villa. Inside, the living room was decorated in a popular European style, grand and shiny. A hanging crystal chandelier reflected colorful light. The wallpaper was shiny gold with embossed patterns. It gave the impression that the owner was very rich. Looking at the layout, the 3 members of the Su family asked about the price. It was over 1 million yuan again. Another villa nearby was also just listed for sale. It had a similar layout but was decorated in a warmer style. Then they went to Jinjiafu community near the villa. Qian San contacted the sales manager and led the viewing. He followed with his hands behind his back. On the way, the sales manager explained, our community is a high-end project by Zhongheng Real Estate. It's a school district property with complete facilities nearby, hospitals, shopping malls, parks. I heard a new subway line will pass through here. Zhongheng Real Estate has gained fame in recent years. They bought the land at the lowest price and became well known in the real estate circle. They focus on luxury homes and commercial residential buildings, paying special attention to landscaping and surrounding amenities. So, any community under Zhongheng Group sells well. The front 5 rows of the community are 100 square meter 3-bedroom apartments, and the back ones are 170 square meters, all fully decorated. In the back area, there was 1 apartment per floor. When they entered, the large floor-to-ceiling windows caught the eye, with sunlight pouring into the living room. Su Ren already imagined herself lazily lying in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, basking in the sun. The house has 4 rooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing looked and whispered, the house is really nice, not far from the courtyard. We don't have to buy it. We can ask Mom and my brother if they want it. The sales manager said, our community charges 3,800 per square meter, and the total for 170 square meters is 646,000 yuan. If relatives buy together, we can offer a group discount, paying 9/10 of the price. Good environment is one reason, but the main point is that it's a school district house. As their daughter grows up and maybe gets married and has children someday, this house could be one of her many dowries. Of course, if she doesn't want to marry, that's okay too. Owning more houses provides security over time. Lin Nanqing said, we've decided on this house. Can we pay after we go back and bring our family to see it? The sales manager replied, you need to pay a 5,000 yuan deposit and sign a pre-purchase agreement. That way, we won't show the house to anyone else. Lin Nanqing agreed quickly. Qian Sanyi was surprised. Was the decision to buy already made? It seemed he hadn't been around wealthy people much lately. They weren't used to such quick and decisive spending. Ring, ring, ring. Qian Sanyi stopped his thoughts and answered the phone. Hello, Boss Wu. Where are you making money these days?
What?
Selling a street near the train station quickly? The sooner, the better? Okay, I'll. The radar of Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing was instantly triggered by the words, selling a street. They felt an inexplicable urge to go see it. Su Jianhua winked at Qian Sanyi and pointed at the phone. Qian Sanyi immediately widened his eyes and made a gesture to go.
Su Jianhua not dead.
I happen to have a buyer. We'll drive over now, about 20 minutes. Su Jianhua paid the deposit and Su Ran signed her name on the agreement. The group headed to the commercial street near the train station. At the entrance of the commercial street, a short middle-aged man in a wrinkled suit held a leather bag, wiping sweat and pacing back and forth. The news about selling the street had spread. Some business friends wanted to buy. They probably knew he was in a hurry to sell, either offering a low price or paying cash, but not full payment. If he could wait, he wouldn't be selling his property. Sigh. In business, there are no friends. Many want to take advantage when things are hot. Seeing Qian Sanyi and his group approaching, his eyes lit up, and he hurried to greet them. Boss Wu, what is this? Boss Wu forced a smile and explained through clenched teeth, I don't want you to laugh, but I can't keep my toy factory running, but I can't give up. I started with a small factory of 3 or 4 people, and now it's a big factory with hundreds. I've put half my life into it. I just want to try one last time. Recently, Qian Sanyi heard rumors that Boss Wu, the toy king, was struggling in business, but he didn't expect it to be close to bankruptcy now. This is Mr. Su and his family. Boss Wu is showing you around the street you're thinking of selling. Boss Wu said, come on this way, please. This street has a row of shops, 12 in total. Not many shops, but they are quite large. It's near the train station, so business is good. The first shop at the street corner sells toys. At first glance, there's no one inside except the staff. Business. Good? Boss Wu took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Boss Wu awkwardly said, this shop isn't rented out. I use it to sell goods from the factory. Keep walking forward, look ahead, business is good. Qian Ran quickly glanced inside. The shop had outdated items like rusty frogs, pull-along bikes, and plastic figurines. It seemed clear why the toy factory was struggling. Su Jianhua also looked thoughtful. Having good judgment is very important to run a successful factory. They walked past a few more shops, noodle shops, bun shops, and pickled food shops, with only a few people around. Lin Nanqing noticed some shops were 1 story, others 2 stories. She asked, Boss Wu, did you build these shops? Boss Wu nodded in surprise, yes. Back then, this area was just wasteland. I had some money and wanted to build a big house. The land was cheap, so I bought a large piece. Who knew the train station would be planned here? I received a big subsidy and kept a small 3-acre plot. I thought, with the train station busy with people coming and going, business would be good, so I built the street. The area was still somewhat deserted, with only distant factories and old alleys. It hadn't developed much because of the train station. Su Jianhua asked, Boss Wu, does the price include the land as well? Boss Wu replied, yes. If you want to buy the shops and the land, it's 3 million yuan. Boss Wu felt nervous. 3 million was his bottom line. He couldn't accept less. Su Jianhua let out a sharp sound. A few days ago, he wouldn't even hesitate to spend 30 yuan, let alone 300 yuan. Su Ran suddenly realized that even 10 million yuan is not easy to spend. Lin Nanqing walked along the street, stopping now and then, looking at the old alleys and houses in the distance. A thought flashed through her mind, but it disappeared before she could catch it. Su Jianhua thought that managing a shop was better than renting out a house. Renting a house has high turnover and requires constant attention to tenants, while renting a shop is more stable. Boss Wu looked at them without turning away, holding onto some hope. Boss Su, the shop tenants sign contracts yearly. Most of them will expire next month. Should we renew or vacate the shops? Su Jianhua calculated that buying this street and the courtyard cost over 4 million yuan. The Su family, 3 people, moved a little farther away to discuss. Su Ran said, I think we should buy. The train station is nearby and transportation is good. Maybe there will be development here soon. It won't stay empty forever. Lin Nanqing thought of the demolition in Xingfu village. Yes, this is at least in the third ring area. Our place is more developed than here, and this is a large area. Su Jianhua finished the discussion, raising his eyebrows. Let's take a gamble and buy it. Boss Wu took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat again. Su Jianhua smiled and said, Boss Wu, we're buying. Let's check the documents first and sign the contract. Yes, we're buying. Boss Wu excitedly shook Su Jianhua's hand a few times. At this moment, he was thinking about how the toy factory might be saved, so he didn't bother to reply further. Master Sen pulled him aside. Boss Wu, first verify the property certificates, then transfer the money, sign the contract, and go to the housing authority to register. Right, I almost forgot. Thanks to San Yi, Boss Wu led them into the first shop, took out 12 large red property certificates and land proof from his leather bag. The Su family checked carefully and found everything in order. Su Jianhua handed over a card, called the bank in front of Boss Wu, and confirmed that there was indeed 1 million yuan in the account. This is 1 million yuan. We can note it in the contract. After completing the transfer at the housing authority, we'll transfer the remaining 2 million yuan to you. Boss Wu agreed, and Lin Nanqing signed and pressed her fingerprint. At this moment, a car stopped at the street corner. A man in a gray suit got out. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked sharp and clever. He was walking while making a phone call. I have arrived at the street near the train station. Don't worry, there was no news of the sale before I came. I will update you soon on the latest progress. Just after hanging up, I saw Mr. Wu, the land seller, surrounded by a few people. I felt something was wrong and quickly moved forward. Before I got close, I heard Mr. Wu loudly say, Mr. Su, Mr. San Yi, I'm hosting tonight. Let's have a few drinks. Mr. Su was about to refuse. I stepped forward with a slight smile and asked cautiously, Hello, Mr. Wu. I am Song Zhang from Zhongheng Real Estate. We heard your street might be for sale. Is now a good time to take a look? The secretary of Zhongheng Real Estate, Song Zhang? Mr. Wu and Mr. San Yu were very excited. The Su family also remembered the news they heard at Jingwei residence. What makes this street so attractive that a famous real estate company from Beijing is interested? Mr. Wu secretly thought it was a pity. If only he could sell later and sell to Zhongheng Real Estate, that would be perfect. The business world was buzzing about this company. It had a strong background and was involved in many fields. If they could connect, it might bring some good luck. After a sigh, Mr. Wu put on a sincere smile and said respectfully, Hello, Mr.
Song.
I've heard of you. It's an honor. I'm proud that Zhongheng is interested in my street. Sorry, but the street has already been sold. Sorry I didn't share the news earlier, so you didn't waste your trip. Mr. Wu deliberately didn't mention Mr. Su's name. Noticing Mr. Wu's intentions, I didn't mind. I adjusted my glasses and said casually, No problem. It's a good chance to meet you, Mr. Wu. Then I looked naturally at Mr. Su and asked, I heard Mr. Wu mention Mr. Su. What kind of business are you in? I handed my business card to both Mr. Wu and Mr. Su. The card was simple, with Song Zhang, secretary to the general manager of Zhongheng Real Estate, and a phone number. Mr. Wu also handed over his card with both hands. It seemed that Mr. Su behind me was secretly curious and trying to find out about Mr. Su in a roundabout way. Mr. Su took the card and pretended to be shy, saying, Hello, Mr. Song. I'm Su Jianhua. I'm currently at home and not doing any business. I don't have a card. Seeing that Mr. Su was somewhat guarded, I smiled gently and said, You're busy then. I'll take my leave now. Hope we meet again someday. A group watched Song Zhang leave. Song Zhang got into the car, started the engine, and drove off. He took a different road, turned off the engine, and made a call. President Su, I'm sorry. By the time I arrived, the shopping street had already been sold. A cool voice responded from the other end. Is the buyer someone we know? Did he find out about this in advance? Song Zhang replied, He's a stranger. I tested him, and I think he doesn't know. I'll investigate further. After Song Zhang left, Boss Wu patted his chest and took a deep breath. He felt bolder than ever, even refusing to work with Zhongheng Real Estate. Su Jianhua realized Boss Wu was a trustworthy person. He could have broken the agreement but chose to keep his promise. Boss Wu said, "Old brother Su, you can call me that. I was a bit bold, so just call me Wu. I didn't introduce you to President Song at first, because I was worried they might cause you trouble. Zhongheng is growing fast and rumors are flying everywhere," Su Jianhua said. "Old brother Wu, I understand. The biggest gain this time is meeting you. If you need a brother in the future, just call me." After finishing the paperwork at the Housing Bureau, they transferred the remaining 2 million and paid Mr. Qian a 10,000 yuan broker fee. Around 5 p.m., the Su family headed back to the village, planning to meet Boss Wu again once they moved to the city. The car drove into the old Su family courtyard. Loud, cheerful trumpet music came from inside. "Grandma, what's the good news?" Su Ran smiled as she pushed the door open. Niu Tsuehua happily put down the trumpet. Su Jianhua carried a big bag of bananas, lychees, and grapes, while Lin Nanqing followed with 2 layers of cream cakes. "Your graduation and assignment to a public office is a big happy event for our family," Niu Tsuehua said happily. The granddaughter had a stable job, and the little grandson, Su Huayan, just learned he was assigned to the Museum of Natural History. No matter how much they earned, Niu Tsuehua thought it was respectable to work for the government. "Brother, you're impressive," Su Ran, half a year younger than Su Huayan, said. They grew up like twins and were very close. Su Huayan lazily held a history book and leaned on the sofa, saying slowly, "They say the pay is low, and they don't want to go. I like it, and it's not far from your workplace." Su Jianhua patted him and said, "Good boy, you're on time. We just booked a courtyard nearby, and you can come stay anytime. Third brother, the house is settled. Why didn't you buy an apartment?" In Niu Tsuehua's mind, wealthy people all live in apartments. The courtyard near the Forbidden City was once for royalty and high officials in ancient times. "Third brother has good taste. Nanqing, how much is it? Let me see if we can buy a place nearby for little Lin." When it comes to buying a house, the whole family gets excited. Since we had money, everyone couldn't decide whether to buy a house or what kind to get. We wanted to hear Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing's opinions, but unexpectedly, they bought a house in the city. "We must buy a house quickly. The Su family's rule: follow smart, insightful people. Even if you can't eat meat, you can still enjoy some soup." Su Jianhua said, "Once you enter the small courtyard, it's not for high officials, but the environment is really good. It costs 1.15 million. 1.15 million. Niu Tsuehua's heart ached as she covered her chest. "Our houses at the Imperial City Core decorated with gold trim now." When second Uncle Su and his wife heard this, they felt disappointed. They decided to just buy an apartment. Old Uncle Su didn't have that idea at all. A courtyard or a small village house is no different. How can it compare to an elevator apartment? Niu Tsuehua's pain eased, and she secretly felt pleased. The old Su family had moved into the city in one step, into the Imperial City Core. "Third brother, hold on tight and buy it. The village chief is notifying everyone to move out in half a month, and they will start demolishing the houses." Suddenly mentioning the demolition made everyone feel uneasy. Su Ran shook the promotional flyer for Jingyue residence in his hand, placing one hand on his waist. "Don't miss out if you're passing by. Near the third ring, 100 or 170 square meter well-furnished school district houses, priced at 280,000 or 646,000 yuan. Everyone's eyes lit up. Lin Nanqing added, "We've chosen a place today. Mom and brother-in-law will look at the houses to see if they like them before deciding. If we buy together, we get a 10% discount." The Su family was excited. They couldn't wait to buy and move in immediately. While eating and drinking, they agreed that tomorrow morning, Niu Tsuehua would follow Su Jianhua and his family into the city by car, and the other 2 families would rent a van to go together. On the way home, Su Ran remembered his good friend Su Yu and said, "Dad, Mom, you go home first. I'll go see Su Yu. We'll take you there. Call me before you go home, and I'll pick you up," Su Jianhua said. The village has been chaotic lately, and he was worried about his daughter walking home alone at night. At Suyu's house, Su Ran knocked on the door. I am Su Ran. With her high ponytail, tall stature, and long legs, Su put down her stick, took a big step to the door, and unlocked the double-locked door. They hugged each other excitedly. Since starting college, Su had rarely come back home. The two of them had only met 3 times in the past few years. Inside, the house was empty, with just a table and 2 chairs in the living room. Suyu explained, the relocation money has been transferred to my account. Our home didn't have much to begin with. Today, I sorted out some things, planning to leave directly for Shanghai after seeing you. She took a deep breath and hugged Su Ran. Thanks to your call, with this money, I feel a lot less anxious. I can finally breathe easier. Because she had to support herself, she worked multiple jobs while studying, staying very tense. Although it wasn't much compared to others in the village, this small amount of money gave her a huge sense of security. When Suyu was in middle school, her parents divorced. They quickly remarried and had children, neither wanting their daughter or to spend money on her. At that time, she was called Suyu with yu meaning extra in her parents' words. After being tossed around like a ball between the 2 families, she ran back to Happy Village. Su Ran brought her home. Uncle Su cooked delicious food, Aunt Lin made her clothes, and Grandma Fu taught her how to grow up and protect her interests. With the help of Grandma Fu and the village chief, she moved into her own house, changed her name to Suyu, and registered the yard in her name, receiving a family support payment of 300 yuan. Since then, those 2 former spouses disappeared from Suyu's life. While working, Suyu once saw them happily playing with their child, full of love. The child was spoiled, the adults gently comforted, and happiness was almost too bright to bear. Suyu shook her head hard, telling herself that such happiness and the unpleasant things should stay far away. After a moment of hesitation, Su Ran asked, "So, are you going back to Beijing?" Without hesitation, Suyu replied firmly, "Of course. I plan to apply for graduate studies at Peking University to continue researching computers. Choosing Shanghai for college was because she wasn't strong enough inside and wanted to see the world." After a few years away, her heart had become tough and unbreakable. Nothing could easily touch her feelings now. Even if those 2 families appeared in front of her, she could walk past without even lifting her eyes. Su Ran patted her chest to calm herself, and the 2 of them could still often be together in the future. The house will be torn down soon. Do you have any ideas? Su smiled and said, I want to buy a house closer to the school. It would be even better if it's not far from you. Hee, the neighborhood we looked at today meets your needs. The house hunting group added 1 more person. Meanwhile, at home, Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing had not sat down yet. Little sister, we're here. Zhuang Ro called out as she hurriedly entered the house. Big sister, brother-in-law, please sit down. Su Jianhua brought in freshly washed fruit. Zhuang Ro sat down confidently, and her elegant brother-in-law sat beside her, handing her 3 beautifully packaged boxes. Zhuang Ro took the boxes and placed them next to Lin Nanqing. Look, I picked out 2 gold bracelets for you and Xiao Ran. Don't think I have bad taste. Third brother, your brother-in-law chose a gold necklace for you. Zhuang Ro was grateful for the reminder from Lin Nanqing and his wife. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought of building another house in the village. Lin Nanqing saw Zhuang Ro's determined expression. He opened the box to reveal 2 custom engraved gold bracelets. Sister, I like them very much. Xiao Ran will definitely like the gift from her big aunt. Brother-in-law has good taste. Su Jianhua thanked her brother-in-law. Zhuang Ro was even happier. She asked, Little sister, I heard Aunt Suehua say you've been house hunting these days. Our family wants to buy a house with you. Close neighbors are better than distant relatives. Since we're sisters, we should be close neighbors. Her brother-in-law was not very talkative but listened carefully and nodded in agreement. The house hunting group added 3 more people. Niu Suehua was so excited she couldn't sleep all night. In the morning, driven by the desire to be the first in the village to visit the royal city courtyard, she got up with difficulty. She kissed her gold bracelet beside her pillow, reluctant to part with it, and locked it in her small jewelry box. This box was made for her by her husband when he was alive. Inside were a silver bracelet, a gold ring, and a pair of silver lily flower earrings. Now, it also contained gold bracelets and a gold medal given by her son and daughter-in-law. Nyo Tsuehwa changed into her old but clean clothes and styled her hair into a bun. Before leaving, she thought for a moment and then returned to put on her silver bracelet, full of determination, and headed to her third son's house. Su Jianhua looked at Nyo Tsuehua in surprise. "Mom, you've changed into your best clothes. Why aren't you wearing the gold bracelet?" Cao Tsuehua gave him a dismissive look. "Money shouldn't be shown off. At this time, we need to be low-key. If the landlord sees we have money, they might raise the rent right away." She lowered her voice and asked Su Ran, "Sweetheart, am I smart?" Su Ran nodded. "Yes, Grandma. I was able to get into college because of Grandma's intelligence." Cao Tsuehua smiled happily at her words. The family dressed simply and set out. When they reached the courtyard gate, Cao Tsuehua directed the driver to take the car to another street. Su Jianhua followed her instructions. Old man Qian arrived early and saw Cao Tsuehua's outfit, smiling. Having an elder at home is like having a treasure. They walked around the house, and thinking of the nearby Forbidden City, Cao Tsuehua was no longer the loud-mouthed woman she used to be. Now, she was calm and composed. People should stay calm. When the agreed time passed, the landlord and his wife didn't arrive. Old man Qian was about to call them. Suddenly, a woman with big wavy hair, carrying a bag on her arm, walked in with a click of high heels. "Hello. Good morning," she said in a slightly loud voice. "Sorry for being late. I got busy preparing to go abroad and lost track of time." She held her head high and glanced sideways at the people in the yard. Next to her, a man gently pulled her and said politely, "My partner is speaking English because we are preparing to go abroad and are learning foreign languages. She's greeting everyone. Late means she's late." She looked a little proud as she said this. Hearing the couple's accented speech, Cao Tsuehua sneered inwardly. She kept her mouth shut to save face. She was not the show-off type. Going abroad was popular, especially after her mother-in-law did it. Cao Tsuehua also wanted to keep up with the trend, practicing a lot of English with her radio. Old man Qian suppressed his disdain and introduced the buyers and sellers. "Mr. Fong and Mrs. Fong, this is the Su family of 4. According to yesterday's agreement, if there are no objections, we will complete the transaction today." Mrs. Fong raised her eyebrows and looked them over carefully, asking suspiciously, "Can you pay the 1.15 million all at once?" "I don't have time for jokes." Su Jianhua forced a smile. "We don't have time for jokes either. To save everyone's time, let's complete the deal now." With old man Qian as a witness, they went to the housing authority to change the property ownership and paid the full amount at once. Mrs. Tai, in a rush to leave, probably felt more confident after receiving the money and couldn't help showing off. "Although it's a bit late to say this now, I think you should save up and sell the house to go abroad someday. Overseas, there are plenty of chances to make money, wearing fashionable clothes, eating beef, and drinking red wine. Here at home, the clothes, food, and everything else, tisk tsk." Su Ran was about to retort. Nyo Tsuehua snorted and stepped forward. She was quite bold. Her mother was no longer calm. Today she wanted to show her how sharp her eyes were. "Who is your ancestor?" Nyo Tsuehua said, switching between English and Chinese. "Why are you just tsking about our country? We've raised you, fed you, and clothed you, and you don't even know your own family name. Just because we dress simply doesn't mean we're not luxurious. This is called low-key luxury. Wealthy people are into this style now. Some people might cry because they can't keep up. Understand?" After a long speech, Nyo Tsuehua felt confident. Su Ran followed up. "Is it all about money abroad? Maybe when you come back, the money you earn won't even buy a small yard in the city." Su Ran was just speaking casually. Who would have thought that 20 years later, they would return with 5 million yuan, only able to buy a 100 square meter house in the suburbs. Their faces looked grim. They quickly left, muttering, "Ungrateful." Qian Sanyi burst out laughing and gave Nyo Tsuehua a thumbs up. "Big sister, you're the best." Su Jianhua praised her with a string of compliments, and Lin Nanqing truly admired her spirit. "Mom, you're a real role model for our family," Nyo Tsuehua said happily. learning is good. Even insulting people becomes more refined. After insulting, I feel refreshed. Su Jianhua asked Qian Sanyi to find someone to repair and clean the house, planning to move in with new furniture in about half a month. Qian Sanyi accepted the job, left with his hands behind his back, having enjoyed enough food for a year these days. Meanwhile, the Su family drove to Jingwei residence. On the way, Niu Tsuehua touched the seat and asked, "Xiao Ran, when will you learn to drive?" "Is it hard?" Su Ran, being her little sweetheart, immediately understood her meaning. "Mom, after we move, my mom and I will sign up to learn." "Let's do it together." Lin Nanqing saw her mother-in-law watching the new car without blinking and guessed she might want to learn to drive. "Mom, it's not hard. Let Jianhua teach us in the village first." Niu Tsuehua nodded happily. At the entrance of Jingwei residence, a bus was parked. When the Su family of 4 entered, they were surprised to see a lively scene. The place was bustling with people eating and drinking happily. Village Chief Su, Accountant Zhou, is also here. Su Ran looked around and recognized many familiar faces. The group included Uncle Su's family of 4, second Uncle Su's family of 4, Sanzi Zhuang's family of 3, Yusu, the whole village chief's family, the elderly couple of Accountant Zhou, and a few old friends from Niu Tsuehua's Happy Village art troupe. "Leader, we can't leave you," they said. "Leader, the art troupe still needs to keep going," they added. Niu Tsuehua's face was glowing with happiness. She waved her hand confidently. "Who said the art troupe is stopping? After we finish moving, we'll start taking orders again. Our troupe will settle in the city and grow stronger." The sales manager looked at Niu Tsuehua with admiration. Some people just don't like to show off. Look at this ordinary-looking old lady. She's actually the leader of the art troupe. Su Jianhua, Village Chief Su, and Accountant Zhou greeted everyone. "Third brother, we're lucky to have you. It saves us the trouble of choosing houses," said Village Chief Su, adjusting his new, stylish wig. Accountant Zhou lowered his voice. "We have a lot of people. We might be able to get a better group discount. Watch me." He was a pro at saving money. When Accountant Zhou spoke, even though he didn't use all his strength, the sales manager agreed to a 14% discount on 100 square meter units and a 12% discount on 170 square meter units. 4 households of the Su family, Zhuang's family, and Accountant Zhou each bought a flat. Some wanted to live higher up, others on the first or second floor. In the end, they also bought 2 120 square meter houses together. The sales manager's daily sales matched what he usually made in half a year. He held his camera excitedly. "Come on, everyone, let me take a photo to remember this moment." Under the camera's lens, the branch of Happy Village in Jingwei residence was officially established. Suddenly, Village Chief Su's phone rang loudly. "Village Chief, come back quickly. There's a fight in the village. Accountant Zhou, I'm sorry for betraying your trust." The village committee's door was broken. "Hey, don't hit people with a stool. The money from the demolition was all received, and my sister-in-law's family also benefited. But the 3 of us sisters felt forgotten. I couldn't sit still anymore. I took my husband and called my 2 younger sisters and brothers-in-law to rush home. To my surprise, my parents didn't want to share any of the money with us. My sister-in-law was wearing gold jewelry, and she was nibbling sunflower seeds with her little finger raised, not even lifting her eyelids, and said, 3 brothers-in-law, if you can't support the family, just say so. We still have plenty of food and clothes at home. We'll pack them up for you later." She then chuckled like a hen, clucking, "What are you talking about?" The 3 grown men felt embarrassed and couldn't sit still. The eldest, Su Zhaodi, shouted at Grandma Su, "Mom, why aren't you giving us a single penny? Back then, you said there was no money to build the house," crying and making a fuss, forcing us 3 sisters to pay. "If we didn't give money, you said you would push us to the brink of death. Fine, the money is out now. Later, when you complained that the village was expanding and you didn't want to join in, you came to us begging for money. If we didn't give, you threatened to hang around our door, making the children ashamed to go out. We paid for this house ourselves. The second sister, Su Pandai, and the third, Su Lady, one honest, one timid, depended entirely on their older sister. Now, standing on either side of her, facing their mother, younger brother, and their smoking father. Money, 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 raising you all without asking for a single cent. The money for building the house is your filial duty. This house belongs to us, and your younger brother. Go back to your own home. Grandma Sue was furious. These 3 spoiled girls refused to take money from home, but kept asking for it. Sure enough, daughters are just debt collectors. Sue Zhaoti's eyes turned red. Raising us? I was cooking when I was 5 or 6. I didn't finish elementary school before I was busy with farm work. I was beaten just for taking an extra bite. After giving birth to the 3rd, you wanted to abandon her. It was my second sister, and I who brought her back. If it weren't for your greed for the bride price from other families, you would have thrown all 3 of us away. When we got married, or rather, when we were sold, you sent us out in torn clothes, one person with 2 ragged outfits. Stop talking nonsense. Every family goes through the same. You have brothers, so you have a family to support you. Otherwise, who would stand up for you? Old Mr. Sue, who cared about reputation, puffed on his pipe and stopped his eldest daughter from continuing. Sue Zhaoti, after enduring over 40 years of grievances, finally burst out. When I was 16, you wanted to sell me to a blind old man for a bag of grain. If I hadn't run away and jumped into the river and was saved by De Zhuang's father, I would now be a water ghost. Sue Zhaoti took the initiative to go out and do her best to marry off her 2 younger sisters far away. When old lady Sue heard this, she jumped up excitedly. You're living so well now. You wicked girl. In debt. Without you, I would have 4 sons and could get more land. Get out of here. All of you. Useless money-losing burdens. Sue Pandai looked at her younger brother, who had grown up on her back. Sue the 4th rolled his eyes. Why are you looking at me? I'm just a poor relative. I'm busy playing cards. I don't have any money. He pushed away Sue Pandai, who was standing at the door. Sue Pandai lowered her head, stayed silent for a moment, then turned around and grabbed a big broom, shouting with all her strength at her ungrateful brother. I'll beat you to death. Sue Zhaoti helped her second sister stop him. Sue Lady said nothing, picked up a stick, and started smashing pots in the kitchen. Old Lady Sue yelled loudly. This is too much. You good for nothing. Sue's sister-in-law shouted. They're hitting people. Someone come quick. Villagers, holding bowls and eating watermelon, ran over to watch the fight, trying to persuade them to stop. Inside, everyone thought old lady Sue's family was rotten except for her daughter, and they wanted her to be beaten hard. A group of people who had gone out to buy a house just happened to see the fight. 3 sons-in-law and Sue the 4th, along with 2 nephews, were fighting fiercely. Sue Zhaoti held back old lady Sue, who was rolling on the ground. Sue Pandai and Sue Lady, along with their sister-in-law and niece, were pulling hair and scratching faces. In the yard, a broken large iron pot was rolling around. Villagers were talking loudly to the village chief about how old lady Sue was cheating her daughter out of money. Village chief Sue took a deep breath. He didn't want to get involved in this messy family matter. Where's old man Sue? Hiding in the kitchen smoking, village chief Sue shouted. Stop it. Stop. If you keep fighting, I'll call the police. Zhou, the accountant, brought some young men and fierce older women from the village to break up the fight. Of course, during the chaos, someone accidentally let go of the girl's hands, but that had nothing to do with them. The 3 sisters from the Sue family had bruises on their faces. After venting their anger, they felt better and stood aside with their husbands. Old lady Sue cursed loudly. Percent and village chief Sue shouted. Shut up. Old man Sue, come out. Old man Sue, hunched over with drooping eyelids, came out of the kitchen muttering. Getting old, can't manage anything anymore. Nyo Tsuehua whispered to Sue Ran. The worst person in the Sue family is him. He's hiding behind and doing all the bad things. Mayor Sue looked at him and asked, what do you plan to do about this? The children are back, and we need to give an explanation. Old Sue hesitated and stammered. Old Madam Sue cried loudly. The money is ours. These ungrateful people come to take our money, just because we're alive. We can't go on like this. May heaven strike down those who are wicked. 4th son Sue, with swollen eyes, shouted. Village chief, please drive these bandits away. Humph. The three brothers-in-law raised their fists and waved them. The three sisters of the Su family felt cold inside. Village Chief Su, annoyed, pulled off a few fake hairs. The money was in old Su's hands, and he couldn't decide whether to give it to the children or not. The three daughters paid for building the house. Before Village Chief Su finished speaking, old Madam Su jumped out again. They didn't pay for the house. We used all the money earned by my son. From where Su Jian was standing, he saw old Su poke old Madam Su with a cigarette holder. Did your son earn that money from gambling? Someone in the crowd sneered. As for fourth son Su, a useless person who only eats, drinks, and gambles, he couldn't carry anything or do any work. He had rarely left the ground. When he was young, he relied on his sister, as a teenager, on his parents, as a young man, on his wife, and in middle age, on his children. Su Zhaodi said, "You're causing trouble at our village entrance, forcing me to give you money. The villagers can testify, when I do. Return the money to us, or I will sue you. Go ahead and sue. If you dare to hit me, I'll knock myself out, and everyone will see that you're trying to force your mother to death over money." "That's heartless," old Su said. "Your household registration has already been moved away. The family belongings have nothing to do with you. If you have any shame, leave quickly. Don't bother us in the future." Village Chief Su couldn't interfere. Because his daughter was married out, whether to give money or not depended entirely on the parents. Su Zhaodi pulled her two sisters aside to discuss. The three of them decided to give up the money and cut ties completely. "Village chief, elders, uncles, aunts, please witness this. We don't want the money anymore. Let it be future filial piety. But from now on, we have nothing to do with their old age, sickness, or death. Let's cut off this family relationship. Cut it off. Cut it off." Fourth son Su was eager to have fewer poor relatives. Everyone in the Su family agreed, wrote a family separation letter, and signed their fingerprints. Old Madam Su's eyes flashed with hatred as she said bitterly, "You should have been strangled at birth." The three sisters of the Su family decided to see it as paying for half a lifetime of peace. People around sighed in pity. The first lively event has ended, but there are still two more lively disputes at the village committee. Today, the villagers of Happiness Village are like foxes in a melon patch, enjoying one exciting piece after another. The fighting between Zhang Lihong and Su Jun, a married couple, has just been separated. Zhang Lihong straightened her clothes, panting from exhaustion. "The money is ours. Hand over the passbook." Zhang Lihong didn't expect that the usually honest Su Jun would play a trick. He secretly used his ID to open a new passbook for himself. The demolition agreement was supposed to include Zhang Lihong's account, but he took advantage of the distraction at home to fill in his own new account. Zhang Lihong was overwhelmed by sudden wealth and didn't pay attention to which passbook the money was in. Su Jun held the money and bought a luxury car and a big phone, gathering a group of people to show off, leaving his wife and children aside. Zhang Lihong was furious, demanding her money and passbook, but he refused stubbornly. Su Jun kept his distance, saying, "You shrew, do you think I care about spending money? If the money is in your hands, can you just spend it freely?" Zhang Lihong, fearing poverty, came from a poor family where her older brother didn't smile at her younger brother, and everyone was struggling to get by, not knowing what it feels like to be full. She had to carefully manage her family's expenses to support her big family, and only after selling vegetables did their situation improve. But she was used to being stingy, so even after earning money, she only wanted to save it. Her anger flared again, and she rushed at Su Jun, scratching and pinching him. "Bastard. What do you want to do?" "Enough is enough." Su Jun dodged around her, saying, "Who doesn't want a good life? I just want to keep the money. Isn't it normal for men to manage the finances?" A group of people, including Su Ran, entered the village committee yard. A stainless steel cup was thrown out from inside the house, spinning at the feet of Zhou Kuaiji. "Who damaged public property? Fine them." Zhou Kuaiji, feeling distressed, picked up the cup and wiped it. A small dent was visible on the side. "Take it home and wash it," village head Su said. "Let's talk. What's all this about? Why are you all fighting at the village committee?" Zhang Lihong said. "Su Jun, hand over the passbook." Our 2 children are in school, and we need money for their education and marriage. If he keeps the money, he'll ruin the family sooner or later. A well-known kind woman in the village, Gao Man, muttered loudly enough for everyone to hear. Men handle outside work, women handle inside chores. If the men are managing the money, we can worry less. They're just spending it for the family, someone echoed. That's right, it's Gao Man talking. No wonder Li Min has no second thoughts. Such a good wife is hard to find, even with a lantern. It's not just for the family. The outside home is also a home, after all. Someone saw through this. Really? Gao Man turned to ask Lin Nanxing. She was hoping Lin Nanxing would cooperate with her. Lin Nanxing. A few days ago, Su Jianhua was still in bed with his wife, Gao Man, and her husband, Su Limin. He had seen Su Limin walking closely with a woman several times, but that woman was not Gao Man. Thinking of the women in the village, Lin Nanxing gently hinted, it's best for women to keep some money in hand. Having your own money is better than always asking for it. Gao Man smiled happily, showing pride. Oh, our man gives me money willingly, so he worries I might run out. He spends money and then complains to me, so annoying. The Su family of 3 had complicated feelings. People around seemed to think her words were fine, but some felt a bit sick to their stomach. Did she eat something bad? Zhang Lihong spat and didn't have time to argue with Gao Man's talkative mind. Village chief, judge for yourself. Su Jun's family is so poor that even mice don't steal from them. I only got some extra money after I married in. Now all the money is in his hands. If he refuses to give money for food and fun, even if we divorce, I should at least get half of it. Village Chief Su wanted to smash a cup at him. He thought Su Jun was crazy with money. Su Jun, do you want to give up your wife and kids? Want a divorce to live freely? Fine, I'll be a witness. Let's go. Why are you just standing there? I don't want a divorce. Su Jun didn't want to leave his wife. His wife's family handled everything well. If they divorced, she'd just spend his money and make him work. Not divorcing? Living a good life, but you have to make a big scene to be honest. Hurry up and give your wife the money. Once the money is gone, there's nowhere to cry. Su Jun hesitated, and the accountant, Zhang Lihong, signaled him. She suppressed her anger. I wasn't always stingy. I was just poor. From now on, we should save where we can and spend where we should. Every month I'll give you money to buy drinks. I, Zhang Lihong, speak with honesty. Wife, I was wrong. Here's the bank book, you hold it. Su Jun happily followed her home to find the bank book. Village Chief Su is tired and waved to everyone to go back to their own homes. Village Chief Su, Uncle Su, please stand up for us sisters. Su Danny and Su Ernie pulled their brother Su Bo forcefully toward them. Everyone's footsteps turned back to the village committee. Su Bo, Su Jianhua frowned in confusion. His good friend was a kind and gentle person, always giving things to his parents or sister. How did it come to this? Village head Su laughed angrily. Stop crying. Tell me, what happened this time? Village head, my parents are confused. They actually left most of the money to Su Bo, my sister, and I didn't get even half. Danny, Ernie, your parents have been good to you. They even shared money with you. Ask others, many daughters have nothing. Exactly. I have to say, once a girl gets married, she's like water spilled out. She's given to others. You don't understand anything. Su Danny pulled her brother and pushed him hard. He's not my brother. Not at all. Really? No way. Oh my goodness. The crowd erupted in shock. Danny, stop talking nonsense. If he's not your brother, then who is he? Old Sue's hands trembled. Come on, let's go home. Ernie sneered. Who is he to be my brother? Didn't you bring him here? Just to carry on the family line. Her last words were said with gritted teeth. Su Bo was panicked and worried. He felt like he was about to lose his family. Big sister, second sister, the money belongs to our parents and you. I'm a grown man. I can earn my own money. Let's go home, let's go. Su Danny looked at her brother, who grew up with her. She thought about how she was tall and he was short, then about the money. Finally, she made up her mind. Don't call me sister. This isn't your home. Our parents raised you to take care of you. Now that you know you're not their biological son, can you still be filial? Ernie added more weight. If he runs off with the money, you'll cry, but have nowhere to go. Without him, we have each other. Think about it. Old Sue hesitated and struggled internally. Tears welled up in Sue Bo's eyes. Mom, whether or not I'm your biological son, you raised me. I will be a good son and take care of you. Old Sue turned away, feeling old and powerless. Old Sue also looked scared. He lowered his head and whispered, Subo, go ahead. We raised you to marry and be happy. We've done our part. From now on, just forget about us. Subo stood there in shock. His wife, Chow Hong, ran over and loudly complained, You say you are fair to Subo, and he is fair to you too. Starting as an apprentice in the factory when I was just a teenager, I earned every penny to be filial to you. I married me, and we bought food and drinks for the family, saving money to build a new house. When you were sick, we both went to the hospital. What have your two good daughters done besides coming back during festivals to help move things to their in-laws' house? Don't worry, I say this not for money. We don't want money. We are grateful for how you raised him, but we need to clear things up so you won't go around saying Subo owes you anything anymore. Subo is a very filial child. I remember old Mr. Su proudly showing off his son from door to door. I told you Subo has big eyes and thick eyebrows, much more handsome than their family. Turns out he was adopted. Chow Hong wanted to say more, but Subo shook his head and said, I'll handle this. His wife's life with him was not easy, and he couldn't keep hiding behind her. He bowed to Village Chief Su and said, Village Chief, please be a witness and help us write a letter of disownment, explaining everything clearly. Village Chief Su thought, just write it, just change the names. Old Su pressed his thumbprint, feeling empty inside. Subo paused for a moment and pressed his thumbprint too. His childhood home was lost when he was 40, but he still had his own small family. Su Jianhua didn't say much to comfort him, just patted his shoulder. If you need anything, just call me. On the way home, Niu Tsuehua reminded him, in the next few days, buy the things needed for the new house quickly. Pack what you need to take and move out soon. I see the village getting more and more chaotic. The Su family of 3 left early in the morning and returned late at night. They went to the mall to buy 2 sets of the leftover air conditioner, double-door refrigerator, and fully automatic washing machine, and delivered them to the courtyard and the apartment building. They bought furniture in 2 different styles, traditional Chinese style with custom redwood furniture for the courtyard, and a popular European style for the modern apartment, which included tables and sofas. They gradually added various small items, such as cups, rugs, lamps, vases, and bedding, with 3 different sets of dishes. Every time they went to the mall, they found something missing or thought something was good to bring home. They kept shopping. While shopping, Su Ran went to the station to see off Suyu. The pomegranate, persimmon, and osmanthus trees in the yard were transplanted to the courtyard, and 2 jars of homemade wine were buried under the trees. Most of the items the family planned to move were already packed. Some heavy furniture was sold to a nearby second-hand shop, and the rest was thrown away quickly and cleanly. Su Ran's clothes, small blankets, and her childhood toy dog named Duo Duo filled 2 boxes. Her books filled 3 boxes. While tidying her desk, Su Ran found a thick notebook from her overflowing drawer. The cover read The Villainess Becomes Empress. She felt embarrassed about the title of her college novel. She had been overwhelmed by experiments in college, and in frustration, she wrote wild stories. But when she opened the notebook and started reading, she became immersed in the story, unable to stop. In the story, the heroine enters the palace to avenge her family. Because of her stunning beauty, both men and women love her passionately. The most exciting part is when she is about to get revenge. Su Ran remembered she had been busy with experiments and graduated, so she left the story unfinished. She put the notebook into her bag, planning to find time to finish the ending. She checked everything that needed to be taken and, with her parents, went downstairs to throw away the unwanted clutter from the yard. Hey, you're all home today, said Old Man Liu and Old Lady Liu, peeking in from outside as the front door was open. Just about to throw some things away. Uncle Liu, Aunt Liu, come in if you have something to say, Su Jianhua looked at the elderly couple, suspecting they had taken a liking to the pile of stuff. Old Mr. Liu and old Mrs. Liu are the most frugal people in the village, or rather, in the entire 10-mile area.
How stingy are they?
Their clothes are so patched that they could be senior members of a beggar's guild. With only a few less worn patches, they take turns wearing their clothes. They buy a little meat, enough to last a month or two. Before cooking, they only see a few tiny pieces of meat in the pan, which they cook briefly, sometimes saving the leftovers for the next meal. Whenever they go out, they never return empty-handed. They even dig through field mouse holes to find grains. Their house is full of miscellaneous items they've collected. They sell repaired items for money, and if something is too broken, they use it themselves. They often laugh happily holding their money bags. Old Mr. Liu says with a familiar tone, "These things are meant to be thrown away. Come on, just give them to me." "Wife, push the cart." Old Mrs. Liu quickly pushes out a makeshift unicycle cart. Su Jianhua laughs. "Sir, you're still busy even when you're about to move. Where are you moving to?" Old Mr. Liu grins and says, "I found a house nearby. When they tear down the old one, I'll pay and move in." He is already separated from his children, each with their own money. He thinks that living in the city is expensive and buying a house would only last 20 or 30 years, which isn't worth it. Instead, he prefers to save and invest his money. He ties the items on the cart with a piece of rope, happily pushing it home, with old Mrs. Liu carrying a bunch of things behind him. Although Su Ran has seen this before, he is still amazed by their careful planning. How rich would they be if they lived like this? The couple silently watches their money grow, not saying a word. Su Jianhua locks the door, and the three of them go to Su's old house to help Niu Tsuehua pack her belongings. Niu Tsuehua keeps packing and packing. She insists on taking everything. The kitchen knife is still handy, the clothes are still good, and the furniture was made by her husband when he was alive, so she can't throw them away. Their bags and boxes are packed full. Su Jianhua picks up the pots, bowls, and utensils. "Mom, I've used this set since I was little. It's time to replace it. Look, this pot has a dent, and the bowls have chips." Niu Tsuehua glares at him. "You don't need me to use it. We can't be poor from eating or wearing. We won't be poor forever. Besides these, I want to take the table, chairs, and bed too." Su Jianhua wants to say more, but Lin Nanxing gently pinches his waist, making him close his mouth. Lin Nanxing knew that his mother-in-law's reluctance was not just about losing things. She was also hesitant about leaving traces of her life with her husband. Niu Tsuehua was too lazy to pay attention to him. She called Su Ran upstairs. "Little Ran, I didn't dare move the books in your aunt's room. She treasures her precious books so much. I'm afraid if I move them, she won't find them when she comes back. Come and see how to pack them." Su Jianhua realized that Niu Tsuehua was not mentioning it aloud, but she was still thinking about her father. She smiled at her and pulled Lin Nanxing to go upstairs together. Su Anjuan's room remained just as it was. Niu Tsuehua cleaned it every week and aired it out, as if her little daughter would soon appear with a bright smile. Books, textbooks, miscellaneous books, and physics reference books were neatly arranged on the shelves. Su Ran pulled out a book, and a yellowed piece of paper fell out. She picked it up and looked at it. It had drawings and words on it. A lively little figure with short hair was crying, and above its head, it said, "School is so annoying. I don't want to go. I want to earn money to buy your favorite books and snacks." Another smiling, cute, long-haired little figure wrote briefly, "Lu Chen, dear homework." Su Jianhua leaned over to look. "Lu Chen? I remember him. He was thin and small, about 10 or so, always following your little aunt like a little shadow." Niu Tsuehua thought for a moment, her expression distant. "He and your sister got into the same university. I made some spicy sauce and he ate a lot of it. Later, I heard he suddenly dropped out. Your sister was focused on studying and never mentioned him again." Looking at the paper, Su Ran imagined her aunt seriously doing her homework, but still drawing little pictures to respond to the person bothering her. Tears welled up in Niu Tsuehua's eyes. She sniffed, trying not to cry, because tears would bring bad luck. She wanted to smile, to stay cheerful. so good luck would come naturally. Before anyone could comfort her, she forced her tears back and gently touched the long-haired little figure in the drawing. Come on, keep packing the books. Get everything ready for tomorrow's move. The night before moving, Nyo Tsuehua was talking to a photo of her old husband. She said, Juzi, our house is going to be torn down. I never thought Tsuehua, would grow old and have to move to the city. Hey, if you're still alive, I hope you hear me. If I didn't call you Su Aiju and you'd be upset. Time to move. During festivals, don't forget your way home. Old man, my daughter is like you. I have a rough idea of what she's doing, but I still worry about her. Please protect your daughter, keep her safe and healthy, and let her come home happily. In her dream, Nyo Tsuehua returned to her youth. Her husband was in the army, and she was attending a literacy class behind him. She was an active woman, full of energy every day. On the day of the move, the weather was very good, with a few breezes blowing now and then. Uncle Su brought 2 big trucks to help with the move. People from the village and Su family came to help load things onto the trucks. After so many years living in this village, I really hate to see you move away. It will be hard to meet again in the future. Afterward, you won't hear Aunt Nyo's horn anymore. When I hear the horn, I go to work in the fields. Nyo Tsuehua replied, if you want to see us, just set a meeting place. It's not hard. In the future, there won't be land for you to farm. But if you want to hear the horn, our art troupe is still around. Maybe one day, you'll see me on TV. Some people looked jealous and said, Aunt Nyo, after you buy a house, do you still have a lot of money left? Will you live a rich life without worries? Don't talk nonsense. Tsuehua didn't know much about moderation, but she knew that the more someone boasted, the more likely they were to get scolded. Our family has several children who aren't married yet. We're saving for a house, so we don't have much money. If I had money, I'd still go out to work at my age. When the topic of marriage and children came up, everyone's conversation shifted. After packing everything, others gradually left, leaving only the Su family. Nyo Tsuehua looked at the empty house from the yard. Su Jianhua took out his Canon camera and suggested taking a family photo at the old Su house. Su Jianhua had a habit of keeping a diary. At first, he wrote about his relationship and marriage, then started a small growth diary for his daughter. He had wanted to save money to buy a camera for a long time so he could take photos of his wife, daughter, and family moments. But his wallet didn't support it. That day, when he saw the real estate agent take out a camera, he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten his most desired item. We went back to the shopping mall, and the 3 of us headed straight to the camera counter, lost among brands like Minolta, Nikon, and Fuji. With the salesperson's help, we happily spent 3,000 yuan to buy a Canon camera that was just released in March. Since getting the camera, the 3 of us have been taking pictures all over the house and have already used up a roll of film. Su Jianhua called out to Zhou, who was about to leave. Uncle Zhou, help us take a photo. Since it was Zhou's first time using a camera, and maybe because he was thinking hard, he quickly got the hang of it with Su Jianhua's guidance. Come closer, get ready, smile, cheese. Click. The whole family was smiling happily in front of the old house. Zhou found some fun in taking photos. This little gadget was quite interesting. He decided not to bother Su Jianhua with his worries and thought about developing a new hobby. When they arrived at Jingyue residence, Nyo Tsuehua first slipped a coin under the doormat, then held some mugwort water and swept around the house, reciting lucky words she learned. Today is a good day. The host is moving into a new home. All the good spirits come to bless, wishing happiness and long life. The rice jar, filled with rice, was brought inside first. Auntie quickly placed a red envelope under the jar. Nyo Tsuehua chose this simple decorated house on purpose. Even back then, the wooden furniture arranged nicely looked quite charming. Su Jianhua sent 2 drivers downstairs, each with a red envelope and 2 packs of cigarettes. Nyo Tsuehua was very pleased. Compared to your fancy decorated homes, this one isn't much different, and it's 10,000 yuan cheaper. The others nodded, saying, old hands are better. Su Jianhua's phone rang. He answered and confirmed the address and resident. Yes, our order has arrived. Let them come in. Old Su looked at the time and nodded with satisfaction. Niu Tsuehua and her daughters-in-law were busy arranging things and didn't notice this. Ding dong.
The doorbell rang.
She wondered who it was. When she opened the door, a series of appliances, big TV, refrigerator, air conditioner, washing machine, and DVD player, were carried in by the delivery staff. Old Sue explained, "Mom, we three families are being filial to you." Niu Tsuehua felt as happy as if she had eaten honey, smiling non-stop. "All right, I've now stepped into a fully electric household. Today I'm so happy, I'll show you how to make 4 happiness meatballs. Mom, I'll make braised fish," Su Jianhua said, voluntarily helping in the kitchen. Grandma was busy making dumplings, using dough prepared earlier, while Su Ran, her older cousin Su Xian, and her younger brother Su Huayan went downstairs to buy drinks. After eating warm rice, the next day was moving day for Su Jianhua. A few days ago, the courtyard was cleaned, and the Su family's 3 members had lived there permanently. They finished the moving process, and Uncle Su and second Uncle Su came to look around. It was their first time visiting. The front and side doors of the main house and the wing rooms were planted with roses. The yard was quiet and peaceful, and somewhere from another courtyard, bird songs could be heard. Su Da's eldest son, Su Huichuan, said to his wife, Yao Qing, "It's nice to have a yard. Little Bao can run around more when he's a bit older. I'll work harder to earn money, and we'll get a big house." Su Huichuan was corrected that the word should be villa, but he was used to pronouncing unfamiliar words incorrectly.
Yao Qing was happy about that.
A villa was a big house, and she supported him wholeheartedly. "Good. Husband, it's up to you." Second auntie smiled and leaned toward her sister-in-law. "Sister-in-law, the young couple are doing well. I just hope Huai Jing gets married soon so I can hold a grandson." Grandma smiled warmly. "They're happy, and that makes me happy too. No need to rush. One day, Huai Jing will bring home a daughter-in-law for you." Laughing, Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing carried a traditional Chinese box and called for Su Ran to come out. "Big sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, take some snacks to the neighbors, go ahead." Su Ran knocked on the door of the neighbor on the left, but there was no response. "Who are you looking for?" An elderly woman with her hair in a low bun, wearing a navy blue jacket and black cloth pants, came out holding her bag. Lin Nanqing smiled and approached, pointing to her own door. "Hello, Grandma. We're new neighbors who just moved in today." He handed over some snacks. "This is a small gift for meeting you." The elderly woman took them, her expression gentle. "Thank you. I'll accept them. It's good luck." She also pulled out a handkerchief embroidered with pomegranate flowers and handed it over. "This is a new embroidered handkerchief I made. Congratulations on your new home. Don't mind it. By the way, the house you knocked on earlier belongs to Director Xia. He's out of town these days." Lin Nanqing happily accepted it. It was a piece of Su embroidery, a traditional needlework. "Thank you for the gift. I like it very much." The elderly woman smiled, waved her hand, and walked down the alley. Lin Nanqing kept looking at the handkerchief, admiring it repeatedly. Su Jianhua saw this and said nothing. It has been a week since they moved into the courtyard house, and the Su family is happily settling into their new home. During the day, they sleep until they wake up naturally. They choose a restaurant from the list given by Grandpa Qian, and Century-Old Noodle Shop, a small hidden restaurant in an alley, Sophie's Western-Style Bakery, or Dottie Western Restaurant. After eating, they stroll along the street, visiting interesting shops. Lin Nanqing even finds a vintage Qing Dynasty-style cheongsam. They might also go for a walk or paddle boats in the park. In the evening, they brew a pot of tea, wash some fruit, and Su Ran focuses on writing her novel. Su Jianhua arranges his brushes and paints, while Lin Nanqing occasionally gets new ideas while looking at the cheongsam designs. After finishing a painting, Su Jianhua calls his wife and daughter over to admire it. Su Ran looks at the painting, which she can't quite tell what flower it is, and nervously compliments it. Lin Nanqing calmly and naturally praises the painting from different angles, while Su Jianhua still thinks he's done a great job. Su Ran, feeling overwhelmed by their praise, secretly thinks her own painting isn't even half as good. If they want honest opinions, She and her father should tell Lin Nanqing that their painting skills are about the same. No need to laugh at each other. During these days of eating and playing, Uncle Su and second uncle have also moved into their new homes. That afternoon, Mr. Wu from the toy factory calls and invites Su Jianhua to dinner that evening. Under the shade of a tree, Su Ran lies on a lounge chair, holding a fruit basket, eating and gently rocking. Suddenly, she hears faint sounds of a door opening and closing nearby. She sits up, wondering if the neighbor has returned. She goes to the main room to find Lin Nanqing. "Mom, it seems that Director Xie from next door is back." Lin Nanqing says, "We have some new pastries we bought. We can go visit him later." She considers that the neighbor just returned and might need some time to rest and adjust. An hour later, Lin Nanqing and Su Ran knock on the neighbor's door. The door opens, revealing a man in his 40s or 50s. He has a tall, slender build, calm eyes and features, and wears a shirt and trousers. Under the sunlight, his shirt seems to shimmer with tiny sparkles, giving him a scholarly air. Su Ran feels like she's met someone very intelligent, inspiring her to learn from him. "I am Xie Daoyan. May I ask who you are?" "Hello, Director Xie. I am Lin Nanqing. This is my daughter, Su Ran. Our family just moved next door. We brought some snacks to give to you." Xie Daoyan reached out and took the item with a fragrant sandalwood bracelet, recalling that recently someone from next door had been coming and going. It turned out to be the new neighbors, a family of 3. "Congratulations on your new home." As soon as Xie Daoyan finished speaking, a voice from the backyard suddenly echoed, reciting principles of mechanics, elasticity, examples of precise mechanical design. He looked back and saw that, sure enough, the parrot in the cage under the tree was blinking its bright eyes and overly active at the door, hopping around excitedly. He helplessly explained, "That's my parrot. It learned a few book titles from me. When it hears outsiders, it can't help but show off." This parrot, named it Songming, was a colorful bird that would stop talking only when it saw handsome or beautiful things. Most of the time, it kept its beak shut. It saw Su Ran and Lin Nanqing and couldn't help but show off. Su Ran was very surprised and felt a deep respect. The parrots at the director's house were not ordinary parrots. They knew a lot of knowledge. Everyone in the director's family must be able to recite backwards. After parting from Xie Daoyan, Su Ran returned home and couldn't help but say, "Mom, do you think Director Xie spends his days either reciting or reading? His parrot can even recite a couple of lines. When will Dad come back? He's studied mechanics on his own, but I wonder if he's read those books." After dinner, Su Jianhua and Boss Wu strengthened their friendship and went to buy a durian at the fruit shop to head home. "I'm back. Dad, let me tell you, hey, durian." The foodie's attention was easily diverted. Su Jianhua took out the durian meat, leaving the shell for tomorrow's chicken soup. While eating the soft, sweet, fragrant durian, Lin Nanqing said, "Today, Director Xie came back. Xiao Ran and I brought some snacks over. Does he seem easy to get along with?" Su Ran said seriously, "Dad, I think Director Xie is around 40 or 50. He looks friendly, but radiates a wise aura that commands respect. His parrot can recite entire books." Su Jianhua was surprised and doubted his ears. "Recite books, principles of mechanics, elasticity, examples of precise mechanical design," Su Ran repeated. Su Jianhua was first shocked. "All those are mechanical books. Some are rare editions. I've heard of them, but some I've never even seen." He also felt a bit puzzled. Why did this person sound so familiar? Xie is his surname. He knows about machinery and seems very smart, but his age doesn't match his appearance. However, the person from back then lived freely and casually. He took good care of himself, so his looks and age are understandable. Su Jianhua looked at Lin Nanqing and asked, "Why does this person look like old Xie?" Lin Nanqing nodded. "He's still wearing a bracelet. You mentioned that when you first met old Xie, he gave you some agarwood beads, but you didn't want them." Su Ran was full of questions. Who is this person that his parents mentioned? Old Xie played an important role in Su Jianhua's life for over 40 years. He was both a teacher and a friend, but neither of them knew each other's real names. Because of the special circumstances at that time, Only Lin Nanqing knew about him. Even his favorite daughter didn't know. Their last meeting was 20 years ago. Su Jianhua recalled, "When I was a teenager, I saved someone. He wanted to give me his agarwood beads, but I didn't accept them, thinking I was doing a good deed. A few years later, I was on a business trip, and we met again. He asked me to call him Old Xie, so I used the name Su-san. He was dressed in old clothes and seemed to be in a tough situation, but he was in good spirits. I secretly sent him some food and clothes, but I didn't send a letter." Su Jianhua realized he remembered this story so clearly. "I sent things for about 3 or 4 years. Old Xie's situation improved a lot. His family found him and they often sent him things. Every time we met, he taught me about machinery and gave me 2 books. Until 20 years ago, before he left a farewell letter and a piece of jade for me." Lin Nanqing added, "Xiao Erwan, that jade pendant you have was a gift from your father's friend." Su Erwan said, "I thought it was a family heirloom, kept hidden and only taken out when I had free time." "Dad, do you want to meet Director Xie?" Su Jianhua hesitated. "Tomorrow." That night, as they went to bed, Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing talked about Old Xie. "He appears to be a gentleman on the outside, but deep down, he's proud and looks down on fools. When I follow him and he gives me a glance, I immediately know I've made a mistake." But Su Jianhua still hoped that Xie Daoyan was the same Old Xie. Su Jianhua woke up around 6 in the morning, unable to sleep. Lin Nanqing was still asleep. He carefully slid out of bed, put on his pajamas, and quietly opened the door to go out and change. Standing in the yard, Su Jianhua stretched lazily, listening carefully to the sounds from the neighbor's house. It was past 7 o'clock. It was past 8 o'clock. Xie Daoyan's house was very quiet. Su Jianhua muttered to himself, wondering what time the director usually arrived at work, or if the director didn't need to come in regularly. He thought, never mind, since they are neighbors they will meet sooner or later. He decided to go out and buy some food. He opened the door, and Xie Daoyan, dressed in a gray sports outfit, strolled leisurely from the alley. They happened to make eye contact. 20 years had passed, but Old Xie's appearance seemed to have been favored by time. His hair was still black, and his presence was more calm and relaxed than before. Meanwhile, the energetic young Su-san hadn't changed much either, looking more steady. "Old Xie, long time no see," Su Jianhua said with a bright smile. Xie Daoyan smiled back, with fine lines appearing at the corners of his eyes. "Su-san, this is the 3rd time we've met again." Actually, Xie Daoyan had someone look for Su-san later, but there was little information, so they couldn't find him. "Ha ha ha, from now on, we'll see each other every day. My house is right next to yours. Director Xie, let me introduce myself. I'm Su Jianhua, the 3rd child in my family." Xie Daoyan also chuckled happily, feeling even better. "My name is Xie Daoyan. You can call me Uncle Xie. I've already retired, so I'm not a director anymore. Then just call me Su-san," Su Jianhua said with some surprise. "You don't look like someone who's over 60. You look about my age." Xie Daoyan shook his head with a gentle smile. "I'm over 60 now. I should enjoy life more. One of these days, I'll teach you some health tips." He glanced at his watch. "The school asked me to do something today, and I can't change the meeting time. Tonight, I'll book a small restaurant, and we can have a good chat. It's also to celebrate your family's move to a new home. All right, you go ahead and do your work." Su Jianhua felt so happy, he was practically floating. After quickly buying fried dough sticks and buns, he returned home and shared the details of his morning encounter with Xie Daoyan over breakfast. Su Erwan asked curiously, "Is Director Xie really over 60? Niu Tsuehua was also over 60, but compared to Director Xie, the two didn't seem to be the same age." Su Jianhua said, "It's in the novel that people from big families have inherited health secrets. Old Xie has such a dignified presence. He clearly isn't an ordinary person. Later, we should keep in touch. Maybe buy a formal gift to meet him." Lin Nanqing saw that Su Jianhua couldn't hide his happiness. Lao Xie played the role of a good teacher and friend in his life. "After we finish eating, let's go for a walk at the friendship store." Before heading to the friendship store, Su Jianhua exchanged some foreign exchange vouchers with Grandpa San. They went straight to the antique and cultural relics area, which had items from the Qing dynasty and later periods that had been appraised. Since Xie Daoyan was good at writing with a brush, Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing discussed giving him an inkstone. He didn't know much about inkstones, but he believed that the most expensive one was the best. They chose the most expensive inkstone, priced at 4,000 yuan. They still had many foreign exchange vouchers left, so the three of them also picked out 2 pink vases and a jewelry box with gold filigree and embedded gemstones. The vases were placed in the main room, and the jewelry box was for Su Ran. Lin Nanqing already had a wooden jewelry box given by Su Ran's grandmother. Back home, Su Ran put on her gold bracelet, jade pendant, and peace symbol one by one into the jewelry box. She stared at the box, lost in thought, occasionally giggling softly. In the evening, there was a knock at the door. Xie Daoyan, dressed in a light gray silk tang suit, carried 2 wooden boxes and entered, with Su Jianhua following behind. Lin Nanqing invited Xie Daoyan into the living room and addressed him as, "Uncle Xie, please come in." Su Ran greeted him, "Hello, Grandpa Xie," and then took out the new cups she had prepared. "Hello, everyone. No need to pour water. I'll bring the things over, and then we can go to eat," Xie Daoyan said, stopping Su Ran from pouring water, and handed them different boxes. "This is a set of jadeite dragon and phoenix tiles. One for each of you," he said, opening the box. The tiles inside were bright and vivid green. "This is a string of agarwood beads, a gift for Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, you can pick it up and smell it. It has a nice scent," Xie Daoyan explained. Su Ran picked up the smooth, oily beads and gently smelled them. "Cool and sweet, and then it smells like wood, calm and steady. Yes, it's a type of agarwood. Its fragrance lasts a long time. You can wear it and enjoy the scent," he said. Lin Nanqing looked at Su Jianhua. These gifts were very expensive. Su Jianhua said, "Uncle Xie." Xie Daoyan waved his hand. "Just take them. You've saved me more than once. Are we that distant? All right, put them away and let's go." Su Jianhua turned and picked up the inkstone. "This is a small gift we prepared." Xie Daoyan took the item and said, "It feels smooth and delicate with icy patterns. This is an old inkstone from a famous kiln, very valuable for collection." This gift touched Xie Daoyan's heart. Besides loving calligraphy, he also enjoys collecting inkstones and ancient ink. When he got home, Xie Daoyan placed the inkstone in his study. His parrot, De Ming, flew onto his shoulder. Read. Xie Daoyan gently put him back in his cage and added water. "Wait for me, and we'll read together later." De Ming deliberately brushed his wing against Xie Daoyan's shoulder as he returned to his cage. Xie Daoyan's car stopped outside. The Su family was waiting by the car. Su Jianhua said, "Let me drive." Xie Daoyan replied, "The restaurant is hard to find. I'll drive there and you can drive back." The car wound through narrow streets and arrived in front of a traditional courtyard. A staff member at the gate took Xie Daoyan's keys to park the car. Xie Daoyan said to another person, "Old place, listen to Songju." The other person seemed to recognize him and said, "Mr. Xie, please come in." Inside, after passing through a decorative wall, a stone-paved path lined with blooming flowers led to several small courtyards, each with a different name. The old-fashioned lanterns added charm. Su Ranjin thought, "I've seen a lot, but this is a restaurant?" They arrived at Tingsongju. The walls were decorated with elegant calligraphy, and blue and white vases sat in the corners. Just as they sat down, a woman in a cheongsam brought in a teapot, smiling. "Mr. Xie, what a coincidence. We just received some new ingredients. Would you like 6 dishes, 1 soup, and a dessert?" After the owner left, Xie Daoyan explained, this private restaurant's ancestors were imperial chefs. Many old gourmets know about it, but it's hard to make reservations. From now on, you can mention my name when you come. He only makes 9 tables a day. The menu changes with the seasons and ingredients they receive. No ordering whatever they cook, you try it. You'll see how good it is. The Su family was surprised. Could a restaurant really operate like this? If reservations are hard, why does the staff seem so familiar with Xie Daoyan? And why is it always the same place? What is Xie Daoyan's true identity? Su Jianhua was very relaxed. No matter what Xie Daoyun's identity was, he didn't care about the status or benefits it might bring. He believed they could still interact normally. Xie Daoyun noticed that although the Su family was curious about his background, he didn't press them. He sighed, thinking that Su Jianhua was still the same as in the past, kind-hearted and sincere. Xie Daoyun first explained, "The owner of this shop used to know me. He is not only good at cooking but also skilled in business. Limited reservations have made him very popular, and it's hard to get a table, which has made his shop even more famous." The Su family of three seemed to understand something. This was their first time learning about business secrets. Xie Daoyun leaned back in his chair, slowly playing with a fragrant sandalwood bracelet, relaxed and casually sharing his experiences over the years. "When I left suddenly back then, I wasn't sure if things would change again, so I only left you a letter. I returned to work at Shanghai University, and my family's inheritance was returned to us. Life seemed to go back to how it was before. After waiting 2 years, I tried to find you through others, but I couldn't. Later, when I was in a monastery for meditation, my master said we had a destined meeting." Xie Daoyun casually explained why he hadn't found the people who had helped him over the years. "Then I was transferred to Beijing University, where I stayed until retirement, the president of Beijing University." The Su family of three looked very respectful, sitting up straighter. Su Ran finally understood why seeing Xie Daoyun made her want to learn from him. Who wouldn't look at the university president and want to read a book? After finishing, Xie Daoyun picked up his teacup, took a sip, and asked, "And you? It looks like you've been doing well these years." The three of them looked energized, full of vitality, and their bright spirits made everyone feel more hopeful. Su Jianhua chuckled and poured more water into Xie Daoyun's teacup. "I used to work in procurement in the county. Since I learned a lot about machinery from you, I got promoted to manager. This past couple of years, the factory was a bit chaotic, so I voluntarily left my job. I wanted to start my own workshop, but then our village was demolished." His smile grew wider as he spoke. Xie Daoyun was infected by his happiness and couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, Xie Daoyun seemed to remember something and asked coldly, "Besides the few books I gave you, have you continued to study machinery?" Su Jianhua's smile froze slowly. Su Ran glanced at him. "Ah, a live skills assessment." She looked down, staring at her teacup. The pattern on the cup was so beautiful. She thought about buying a set for her study, to make writing stories feel more inspiring. Su Jianhua cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "I've read those books many times, and I can recite them. I've read other books too, but not many. Still, I learned the craft thoroughly from the master craftsman in the workshop. Thank you, Daoyun."
Take it easy.
"I was just asking casually. You really do have talent in this area. By the way, Nanxing, what are your plans for the future?" Lin Nanxing replied, "We're thinking of buying a house and land and renting them out to support our lives." Daoyun nodded. Suddenly becoming wealthy and thinking about property is already a good sign. But who can guarantee that real estate will always be popular? In 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years, who knows? He advised, now is a good time to get into real estate, whether buying houses or building and selling them. He also added, Taoist teachings say that heaven's way is to reduce excess and fill in shortages. That means doing business involves risks, so it's best to diversify. When one area faces trouble, others can help. Daoyun stopped there. The Su family three looked thoughtful. It was this advice that helped the Su family step into the path of wealth. Daoyun then said, "Of course, life is also about enjoying it fully and living freely." At that moment, dishes were brought to the table. Stir-fried yellow croaker, 3-style stir-fry, braised pork, yellow bud leaf with ham, 8-treasure tofu, chongqing fried eggs, chicken soup brewed all afternoon with medicinal herbs for warmth, plus a red sugar sesame pancake and a plate of chicken bean cake. "Please enjoy." The waiter finished the menu clearly and left. Daoyun first used the shared chopsticks to serve Su Ran a piece of braised pork. "Go ahead, try it." Their braised pork uses black pig meat, with just the right amount of fat and lean meat. The meal was so delicious that it almost swallowed his tongue. Perfect saltiness, fragrant, tender, and crispy. No wonder the table was hard to get. Having gone through so much, Dao Yun had long since abandoned the old rule of not speaking while eating in youth. He ate while chatting with the Su family. Su Jianhua was cheerful, Lin Nanqing was knowledgeable, Su Ran was lively, and Dao Yun found himself eating more than before. He hadn't enjoyed such a lively, warm meal in a long time. After about 70% full, Dao Yun stopped eating, sipped his tea, and smiled as he watched Su Jianhua and Su Ran continue eating. Lin Nanqing also didn't eat much that night. Lin Nanqing refilled Dao Yun's tea. Dao Yun felt that Lin Nanqing looked kind and familiar, like someone from his youth. But the surname didn't match, and that person was far away in Hong Kong, with a successful family. Given his personality, how could his child marry into an ordinary family in Beijing? In this vast world, there are always people who look alike. Xie Daoyun shook her head and put this matter aside. Su Jianhua went out halfway to pay, but was told that Xie Daoyun's meals here are on credit, settled once every quarter. He then pocketed his wallet and went back, and Xie Daoyun smiled knowingly. After dinner, the four of them left the small courtyard. Xie Daoyun said, "Xiao Ran, if you have the address of your workplace, I suggest you go and ask about your employment status. I'm worried someone might be watching if there are any changes at the company. I'll go tomorrow." Su Ran had already planned to do so. If there was no news from the company, she would go directly. At this moment, a close family of 3 came out of the front yard. The couple stood very close, and their son happily walked beside the man. "Dad, this restaurant is really good. When I get my salary, I'll treat you all." Hearing the familiar voice, Su Ran's eyes widened. When she looked, wasn't that Wang Hao who took her job at the school? Wasn't his father already gone? Could it be his stepfather? Hao, be careful outside. "Call me uncle. What if someone hears?" the woman said nervously as she looked around. Su Ran took a few steps back into the shadows. The woman only saw a family a little behind them, not someone she knew, and she relaxed. "Why be afraid? My son calls me Dad, even outside. I'm already at this level. Our family doesn't need to flatter her anymore. Even if she finds out, can she still divorce me?" the man said proudly. But he was a bit uneasy inside. He didn't want a divorce. His current status was supposedly earned by himself, but really, it still depended on his father-in-law's family. The man just reached the light and was seen from the side. Su Ran's eyes widened. Wasn't that Wang Lei, the school office director and Wang Hao's uncle? Who is Xie Daoyun? He has seen many people and experienced many things. He casually said, "There are 2 possibilities. 1, he feels sorry for his nephew and wants him to call him Dad. 2, his sister-in-law is not really his sister-in-law, and his nephew is not really his nephew." There's no need to say more. Just by looking at how close Wang Lei is with the woman nearby, the second possibility seems more likely. Su Ran said, since Wang Hao got into school, he hasn't studied much. He always scores the lowest on exams, but he doesn't care. He says his uncle will arrange things for him after graduation. At this moment, something flickered in Xie Daoyun's eyes. If things can be arranged after graduation, what about before enrollment? Xie Daoyun isn't usually meddlesome, but the Su family, 3 people, had already become part of his circle. He asked, "Su-sen, do you need my help with this?" Su Jianhua replied, "Uncle Xie, we'll handle it ourselves first. You're here to support us. Our main plan is to save our strongest moves for the end." Xie Daoyun chuckled softly. They arrived at the place and agreed to have lunch at the Su family tomorrow noon. Xie Daoyun took the car keys and went home. The Su family watched him go inside before they entered the yard. In the living room, Su Jianhua looked at the time. It was past 9. He hesitated and said, "I'll call Xiao Wu and ask about Wang Hao. A while ago, I asked him to find out about Wang Hao, but there's been no news." Xiao Wu was one of Su Jianhua's good friends. He was well connected on the street, especially when it came to gossip about the old lady and her daughter-in-law, or the sister-in-law and brother-in-law's affairs. There's nothing he doesn't know. Su Jianhua dialed a public phone near Xiao Wu's house. "Hello, please help me find Wang Wu." "Xiao Wu, someone's looking for you," came a loud shout almost breaking the throat. Coming. Who is it?" "Hello, Xiao Wu, it's me, Su Jianhua. Brother Su, Wang Wu looked over, noticing the person counting and sorting nearby, and the auntie listening with her ears perked up. He waved his hand and covered the phone. No gossip, just business. When no one was around, he continued, Brother Su, you're probably asking about that family, right? That man from that family is well known for loving his wife and daughter. He goes to work and then comes straight home. I managed to get inside the old lady's building downstairs. They said they often see the man buy gifts and bring them home. He cooks and does housework well, but he's the typical husband and father figure. He's also filial to his parents and loves his nephew. But his parents are quite ordinary. They argue when they visit. His sister-in-law is very understanding and kind. She's a good woman. By the way, I heard he came from a poor mountain area because he married a woman from a powerful family. His whole family was brought out together. Everyone says this man is a good person, but no one knows much else. Brother, do you want to keep asking? Su Jianhua thought for a moment and told Xiao Wu, let's meet at our usual place at 9 tomorrow morning. We'll talk then after we meet. Su Ran frowned and said, this guy is really good at pretending. No one knows his connection to Wang Hao. Lin Nanqing felt this man was like a leech, draining his wife's family to support his own. He's been holding back for too long. Today's pride looks like he's announcing his victory, Su Jianhua said, since no one in the city knows. What about his hometown? There are still people who remember them. I'll send Xiao with some money to check it out. The next morning, Su Jianhua gave Xiao Wu 2,000 yuan and told him to bring back any proof he could find. Xiao Wu patted his chest and promised to handle it. Su Jianhua then drove to the market, bought lamb chops and beef tendons, and saw some fresh shrimp, so he bought a few pounds. On the way home, he passed by the park and saw an elderly neighbor sitting on a small stool under a tree, running a little stall. He parked the car and went over. Sure enough, she was selling embroidered handkerchiefs. Hello, feel free to look. I embroidered all of these myself. 2 yuan each, Granny Tang said, still new to selling and quickly explaining herself. Oh, Jianhua, right? Granny Tang recognized him when he got close.
Hello, Mom.
I'd like to look, Su Jianhua said, choosing 2 and paying. Granny Tang didn't take the money, and they exchanged a few words. Su Jianhua pressed the money into her hand and said, please take it, ma'am.
I'd like to ask you to make a qipao.
I'll prepare the fabric and measurements for you. Okay, I'll be here in the morning and at home in the afternoon. Granny Tang smiled kindly, her eyes showing understanding. Su Jianhua hurried back home, clutching the handkerchiefs because he still needed to cook lunch. Meanwhile, Lin Nanqing and Su Ran were in the kitchen washing vegetables, preparing ingredients. Both mother and daughter were about the same cooking skill, mainly good at making noodles. Lin Nanqing also knew how to make desserts. Next door, Xia Daoyun practiced Bajuanjin twice early in the morning, with a parrot in the background saying, shake your head and wag your tail to calm your fire, calm your fire. After finishing, the parrot flew into the house, waiting for Xia Daoyun to turn on the TV for it. Xia Daoyun tuned the TV to the Hulu Brothers cartoon and brought coffee to the study. He found an album with photos of himself and his late wife, pictures of his daughter when she was young, a family photo of 3, a photo of his grandson, and further back, photos of him with friends from his youth. One photo showed a handsome young man with features similar to Lin Nanqing. In front of him stood a woman in a Republic-era school uniform, smiling gently at the camera. He was momentarily lost in thought, then put the album into a safe and washed his coffee cup. He took the tea and Jinhua ham sent by others to Su Jianhua's house for dinner. The small courtyard at the Su family was filled with the rich aroma of food. Xia Daoyun relaxed on a bamboo chair under a tree in the yard, while Su Ran placed the prepared tea on a small table outside. Dinner's ready, Su Jianhua called out, sticking his head out. Let's eat in the yard today. Sounds good, Xia Daoyun said, ready to get up and help serve the dishes. Grandpa Xia, just sit and relax. I'll serve, Su Ran said as she went into the kitchen. The dishes included poached lamb chops, steamed shrimp with vermicelli, hearty meat stew, tofu with scallions, stir-fried lettuce, and stir-fried bok choy, with rice as the main staple. Su-san, your cooking skills are really good, Xia Daoyun said as he took a bite, impressed by the aroma and taste. Of course. A good man today should be able to handle both the social and the kitchen, Su Jianhua said, confidently sharing his experience as a husband and father. Lin Nanqing looked at him with a smile, and Su Jianhua raised an eyebrow. Xie Daya noticed that whenever he was with the Su family, he smiled much more often. Uncle Xie, if you don't want to cook, just come to our house to eat, or I can bring food to you, Lin Nanqing gently suggested, noticing that Xie Daoyan seemed to live alone. Ha ha, then I'll often come over for a meal.
No worries.
We hired someone to clean and cook at home. She's visiting her hometown now but will be back soon. Those years taught Xie Daoyan how to do chores and cook, but he wouldn't neglect himself when he had the chance. My daughter married into a well-connected family. The couple is busy with work, and our grandson is grown up and has his own career. I enjoy my own life peacefully. Xie Daoyan explained her current situation briefly, saying, if any of you have questions or need help, just come and find me. Don't think I'm bothering you. Whether it's business advice or anything else, I often ask for your guidance. I'll cover your meals, Su Jianhua said confidently.
Ah, come anytime.
I have many books at home, including reference books and travel notes. If you three like, you can borrow and read them. Xie Daoyan truly admired the positive spirit of the Su family. Her admiration was a rare and valuable quality. The Su family also felt lucky. Xie Daoyan's knowledge, perspective, and attitude towards life influenced them in many ways. After dinner, Xie Daoyan went home for a rest. Before taking a nap, Su Jianhua suddenly remembered about learning to drive. While our daughter hasn't gone to work yet, let's sign up for driving lessons, Lin Nanqing said. Ask Mom if she's free, and we can sign up together. Mom's not busy. She'll definitely be watching Desire again, Su Jianhua said casually, leaning on the sofa and dialing the landline. Ding ding. Su Ran took out her phone and called Grandma. The first call went unanswered. Su Jianhua frowned, thinking about calling his older brother's family to ask. On the second try, it rang twice and connected. Hello, Xiao Ran. A noisy voice came from the other end, with Niu Tsuehua shouting loudly. Grandma, where are you? I'm with some people from our village, busy outside, she replied. Grandma, my mom and I want to learn to drive. Let's do it together. Xiao Ran, you guys start first. I'll sign up later, she said, as if someone was calling her name. Xiao Ran, I have to hang up now. Seeing the call end, Su Ran looked up at her parents. Su Jianhua stood up, frowning deeply. Mrs. Niu Tsuehua doesn't seem right. She's usually eager to try new things, but now she's not learning to drive. She's busy, but busy doing what? The news of an elderly person being scammed flooded Su Jianhua's mind. Lin Nanqing couldn't hide her worry. Let's go directly to Jingyue residence. They drove towards Jingyue residence. From afar, Su Jianhua saw Niu Tsuehua, village chief Su, and accountant Zhou wearing sun hats walking home in the neighborhood, and he relaxed a little. As they approached, Su Jianhua rolled down the car window. Mrs. Tsuehua, what are Uncle Su and Uncle Zhou doing? Cao Tsuehua was about to gesture when she was startled by a sound from nearby. Little third, Su Jianhua squinted, feeling a bit guilty. Su Tsunzhang, no, Su Aigua, no longer serves as village head. He knew that not explaining would only worry the children. We're going to learn to drive. As for what kind of vehicle they were learning to drive, they would talk about it once they learned. Cao Tsuehua confidently said, by the time you finish learning to drive, the yellow flowers will have withered. Our third and Aunt Chi will go together to sign up for driving lessons, but her tone lowered several degrees when she mentioned learning to drive. Su Jianhua didn't fully relax yet. Cao Tsuehua was definitely hiding something from them. Oh well, a mother is naturally attached to her children. When she wants to say something, she will. Lin Nanqing didn't suspect that her mother-in-law had been deceived. She thought the problem might be with the car they were learning to drive. Cao Tsuehua saw they weren't asking further and perked up. Let's go home. This morning, I made good noodles and stuffed chive and egg dumplings. Su Aigua and Zhou Limin each went back to their own homes with their arms behind their backs. Su Jianhua accompanied Lin Nanqing and Su Ran to practice and learn driving, but he was also busy, always staying in touch with Xiao Wu. Things didn't go smoothly at first. After all, The Wang family had moved away over 10 years ago, and many people didn't remember them. The Wang family had left completely, leaving no contact information. Su Jianhua told him not to worry and to make friends with the young people in the village. Xiao was very familiar. He spent money on food and drinks, told jokes, and soon got along like brothers. He even went home with them for meals. Our village has a talented scholar, Xiao Wu casually said. He's been good at studying since he was young. He took exams and got out, then brought his parents to the city. An old man looked at the distant mountains with cloudy eyes, puffed on his pipe, reminiscing and sighing. We also have one in our mountains, and he's truly a talented scholar. He studies well, looks good, and got into the best university in the country. After graduation, he brought his parents, wife, and children to live with him. Really, he got married at home while still in college? Why didn't he find a girl from the city? In stories, it's said that the top scholar is chosen by a princess and rises instantly. If I were that good at studying, you've thought about it a lot, huh? The old man chuckled, excited, and mysteriously said, actually, it doesn't affect his ability to marry in the city. The first one was arranged for him by his older brother, and the child is considered his brother's descendant. Little Five's pupils dilated. Marrying his older brother? The child is his brother's descendant? You could say he's uneducated, but you can't say he can't hear. Why doesn't he understand? The old man saw his shocked expression, took a puff of his pipe, and the smoke blurred his features. Young one. In plays, there are not only top scholars marrying, but also families with multiple sons sharing the household. Sharing the household? Are they crazy? Su Jianhua's voice almost broke. He couldn't have imagined that this was the real truth. Yes, I'm stunned too, Little Five said with a sad heart, wiping his face. Grandpa told me that Wang Lei's older brother died in high school trying to save him. His parents, worried that the family line wouldn't continue, arranged a marriage for him when he got into college. Wang Lei married her, but they only had a banquet and no official marriage certificate. The wife is considered part of the family. What's even more ridiculous is that the woman's side also thought it was fine and happily married into the family. In the mountains, they said the one who married first was the main wife, especially since within 2 years, the woman gave birth to a big, healthy boy, and they lived happily. As he spoke, Little Five shivered, and his words became coarse. May blessings protect him. Once dirty words leave his mouth, they don't stay in his heart. Later, Wang Lei married a city official's daughter, and the whole family moved into the city, living a good life. Su Jianhua, who had lived over 40 years, was truly shocked. Such outrageous and shameless things. Little Five, have you packed everything? Don't worry, I've checked with several households, and they all say the same. Good, I'll wait for you to come back. Su Jianhua, a father himself, cared not just because of that, but because he was a dad. He wanted to make sure this disgusting family was exposed. He didn't even want his wife and daughter to hear about it, but he forced himself to tell her anyway. They're so shameless, truly a nest of villains. Su Rant's eyes widened with anger, fists clenched. Lin Nanxing almost felt sick to her stomach. This man was deceiving his wife and supporting that whole family. He deserved to be struck by lightning. Send the evidence to his wife first so she knows the truth, Lin Nanxing suggested. She is a mother and a woman. As women, she felt sorry for the woman kept in the dark. At night, Su Jianhua took out his daughter's growth record book and carefully wrote, "Before marriage, it is very important to investigate the person's past relationships and understand their family background. Be very cautious and remember this." At this moment, Wang Lei's wife, Lu Qi, was feeling upset. Lu Qi was living a happy and perfect life in the eyes of others. She married her handsome and talented university classmate Wang Lei right after graduation. Her husband stayed at school, while she worked at a TV station. Not long after they married, she became pregnant and gave birth to a daughter. When their daughter was young, the whole family lived at her mother's house. Those were truly happy times. She thought they would live peacefully and happily like that forever. When did things start to change? It was when her in-laws moved to the city and interfered in their small family. It was because of their old-fashioned, ignorant, selfish, and greedy habits, not caring about hygiene and naturally taking her belongings to give to her sister-in-law and younger sister. She didn't mind small things like that, until her in-laws took off her daughter's gold bracelet to give to their eldest grandson. That was the last straw, and she lost her temper. Her daughter was her bottom line. Fortunately, her husband and sister-in-law supported her. Her husband rented another house for them to move out. Her sister-in-law, feeling embarrassed, apologized when she saw her. Although they lived farther apart, her in-laws occasionally caused trouble. Luckily, her sister-in-law was reasonable and often came to help her out. Because of this, she was willing to be close to her sister-in-law, helped her find a job, and cared about her nephew. Seeing her sister-in-law so young and widowed, Lucci felt sorry for her. She wanted to introduce her to someone, but her sister-in-law firmly refused, saying she wanted to stay loyal to the Wang family. Lucci didn't understand but respected her decision. Maybe her sister-in-law still had feelings for her older brother Wang Lei. This time, her daughter complained to her. Wang Lei's grandparents said that all our belongings belong to their grandson Wang Lei in the future. Since I got married, I am now an outsider, and the things are not my concern. Wang Wenwen couldn't stand her grandparents. Since they said her daughter was worthless, they no longer called her grandparents behind her back. Lucci understood her daughter's feelings of injustice. She had clearly told the Wang family that all their property belonged to their daughter and was not part of the Wang family's assets. But those two old people kept forgetting, and after she warned them, they disappeared for a while. Soon, they started causing trouble again. She sighed and looked at Wang Lei. Wenwen, please try to understand them. Your grandparents have old-fashioned ideas that have lasted a lifetime. They only talk for fun. Is Dad foolish? He works hard to build the family business, but doesn't give my precious daughter to my nephew. Wang Lei looks gentle and sincere. They often say girls shouldn't study much, that studying is useless, and complain that I am not as good as Wang Hao. As I approach the college entrance exam, they influence my studies. I want to tell Grandma and Grandpa about this. Every time, they advise me to be patient and endure. Wang Wenwen wonders why Dad doesn't just cut off their hopes. If it continues, they will never change. Grandma and Grandpa. Wang Lei feels heavy-hearted. Both of them use their influence to pressure him. 1-1. Focus on studying. Mom promises this is the last time. Go back to your room and study, Lucci says seriously as her daughter storms into the house. Husband, we can't go on like this. The school teachers have contacted me about our daughter's distraction in class. If they don't change, we will send them back to their hometown and hire someone to take care of them, Lucci says. Wang Lei's smile stiffens. He hides his feelings and sits beside Lucci, wrapping his arm around her. His voice is gentle. Honey, I love our daughter just like you. Don't worry, I will handle this. Su Jianhua takes Su Ran and Lin Nanxing to learn driving today. He isn't waiting there. He drives to Ruofuxiang fabric shop and buys 2 kinds of silk, light green and light lotus root color. He takes the fabric home to find neighbor Granny Tang. Madam, here are 2 sizes. Use the first size for the light green and the second for the light lotus root. Sorry to trouble you. May I carry the fabric inside? Su Jianhua handed her a piece of paper. Come in, come in. Granny Tang invites him into the yard. After placing the fabric, she takes out a yellowed book. Choose embroidery patterns. They are all old designs. If you have new ideas, feel free to say. Su Jianhua shares his ideas. Before leaving, he says, Madam, your embroidery skills are excellent, and your work is delicate. If you really want to sell, you can try the friendship store or tourist spots. Foreigners like this kind of embroidery and will pay good prices. What Su Jianhua doesn't mention is that in the park this morning, most people were elderly. They are used to frugality and don't see the value in embroidered handkerchiefs, nor would they spend money on them. Granny Tang's eye wrinkles are deep, but when she smiles, she looks bright and kind. Jianhua, thank you. I just want to find something to do. Once I finish making the clothes, I will try selling them. You don't need to rush.
Take your time.
All right, you don't need to see me off. It's okay. I just want to go out for a walk. Old Lady Tang stood at the door, watching Su Jianhua drive away, then turned back inside to tidy up. In the afternoon, Su Jianhua received a call from Xiao Wu, who was already at the airport. Su Jianhua told him the home address and asked him to come directly. Sue Ran patiently finished writing the ending of her novel, where the heroine becomes a noble consort and rules from behind the curtains. Although she had a computer, her first book was still handwritten, ending at over 100,000 words. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Xiao Wu, carrying a bag, hurried in. After washing his face, Su Jianhua handed him a cold bottle of soda. Xiao Wu drank it quickly and sighed in relief. I made it through. He pulled out several voice recorders from his bag and placed them on the table. That's all the recordings, 3 copies prepared. I was so nervous staying there I couldn't sit still, so I came back quickly. Xiao Wu, thank you for your hard work. Go home and rest. I'll handle the rest. Third brother, tell me if you hear any news. Xiao Wu loved gossip but also hoped that bad people would get their comeuppance. Okay, I'll take you home and then go to the post office. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing discussed and gave Xiao Wu 600 yuan. Xiao Wu didn't refuse. Third brother, if you need me again, just call. Lu Qi just entered her office. The secretary handed her some documents and a letter from the reception room. Lu Qi suspiciously took the letter, which was addressed to Lu Qi. Who could have sent her this letter? She wasn't a reporter or a host, just the director of the program department. She tore open the envelope. Inside was a voice recorder and a piece of paper with a phone number. Could it be her husband, Wang Lei? Today was their 20th wedding anniversary, but the phone number looked unfamiliar. A sweet feeling rose in Lu Qi's heart as she turned on the recorder. We also have a family in the mountains, a true star of literature. He took his parents, wife, and children away. Wow, he got married at home while still in college. Why not find a girl from the city? And he has a family with 2 wives and 2 houses. Brother Wang Lei passed away. To honor his memory, he had to marry another wife. The wife is also a sister-in-law and a wife. The children are nephews and also sons, haha. Lei is not only good at studying, but also lucky. I heard he married a daughter of a high official right after graduation. TSK, 2 wives. The recorder kept playing, but Lu Qi couldn't focus on it. Carrying 2 houses. My wife is my sister-in-law. The child is my son. 2 wives. These words, one after another, repeatedly echoed in her mind and heart, hitting her like a hammer. Lu Qi stood up dazed, took 2 sips of cold water, and felt the chills seep into her chest. She tried hard to clear her mind. Could this be a prank? Is someone upset with her or with her husband? But she couldn't help recalling the details of her husband's interactions with that woman, how carefully he took care of his nephew, and how the woman smiled sweetly, saying she was guarding something for the Wang family. Guarding what exactly? 2 conflicting voices fought in her mind, one saying, "Impossible, Wang Lei isn't like that," and the other insisting, "It's true, sister-in-law is his wife." Her trembling hand reached for the landline phone, wanting to call her older brother for help. Halfway through dialing, she put down the receiver, thinking she should see the person who sent the message first, then tell her family, just in case it was a prank. She dialed the number on the paper. Hello? The voice on the other end was unfamiliar. I'm Lu Qi. I received something. Who are you, and what do you want? Where did you get this? Su Jianhua said. I'm Su Jianhua, a parent of Wang Hao. Su Jianhua handed the phone to Lin Nanqing, who said gently, Hello, Ms. Lu. We mean no harm. The reason we're contacting you is that Wang Hao took away my daughter's opportunity to stay at school. As parents, we want to know what tricks he's using, but Lin Nanqing's calm tone reassured Lu Qi. She tightly gripped her recording pen and said coolly, Let's meet. There's a coffee shop near our workplace. I'll wait for you there. Lu Qi looked out the window at the busy people, her expression vacant. At that moment, a couple, appearing to be in their 30s, approached the coffee shop. Lin Nanqing recognized Lu Qi from her clothing and sat down with Su Jianhua. Lu Qi asked directly, Where did you get the recording? Su Jianhua explained how he learned the truth from his child's graduation and work assignment, and how he heard about Wang Lei from 3 people, piecing everything together. Lu Qi believed most of it. She took a deep breath and said, Thank you for telling me. I will handle this. Please keep it a secret for now. After saying that, she took some money from her bag, placed it on the table, and left. Su Jianhua picked up his coffee and took a sip, barely swallowing it. Before she got married, didn't her family go to visit the groom's family to learn more? About. Su Jianhua stopped himself from criticizing further. He usually didn't speak badly about others in public. Lin Nanxing liked the smoothness of a latte. Wang Lei is so clever, he could have found a reason to stop her from going. Yeah, we agreed to visit his family to hear both sides. But you were so confused, believing whatever he said, and even brought the whole family out to meet her. Old Lu pounded his cane, regretful that he didn't insist on investigating more, and angry at how malicious that family was. At first, old Lu didn't support this marriage. Wang Lei seemed ambitious, and if he hadn't gained power, it wouldn't matter. But once he did, old Lu worried his daughter might suffer. However, Lu Qi was determined to marry him, no matter what. Dad, it's no use talking about this now. I've already sent people to investigate. When he comes back, he can leave again. Lu's eldest brother looked sharp and serious. Little sister, don't be soft-hearted. Lu Qi sat weakly on the sofa. Soft-hearted? I feel like I have no heart left. Within a week, Lu's family found evidence and quickly took strong action against Wang Lei's entire family. The investigation revealed that Wang Lei not only used Lu's influence to manipulate students into staying at school, but also arranged for Wang Hao to take someone else's place in college. This person is truly rotten to the core. Wang Lei received a call saying his sister and sister-in-law had been dismissed. Old Wang told him to come quickly to handle it. He hurried to Wang's house and saw the women with tears in their eyes. Anger rose in his chest. Did the people at his workplace not respect him? Did they not care about Lu's reputation? Before he could find out what was happening, Lu's brother and the police arrived. Wang Lei, marriage fraud, embezzlement, bribery, and manipulating college admissions. There's solid evidence. Come with us. You're mistaken. Brother, maybe someone who doesn't like us is trying to frame me, Wang Lei said nervously. Lu's brother played a recording and threw the evidence at him.
Wang Lei froze, stand.
His body went weak, and he knelt on the ground. He couldn't believe it. In just a few days, his life had turned upside down. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he begged, "Brother, save me. Marrying that woman was forced on me by my family. I did it to leave a future for my brother.
I didn't want this.
I only love Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, my daughter, where are you? I can't leave. If I go, my family will be gone. What if you get bullied?" Big brother Lu looked down on Wang Lei's tearful act and said impatiently, "Humph, don't worry. It will be over soon. After you get divorced, my little sister will remarry. They will live happily." No, no, no. Wang Lei was handcuffed and led out by the police, struggling desperately. Old Lady Wang and Old Man Wang tried to stop them fiercely. "Dear brother-in-law, you're mistaken. It was us who forced him to marry the eldest daughter-in-law. She's from the Wang family, and there was no scam marriage. They pulled the daughter-in-law over, while Wang Hao was so scared when the police arrived that he went stiff. He had planned to continue following Wang Lei's successful path, get a good job, and marry a well-off wife. Now, everything was ruined. Completely. Let the court decide if it was a scam marriage," Big Brother Lu said, not wanting to stay with the Wang family's bunch of troublemakers even for a second. He left the house, turned around with a grim face, and said, "Get out of this house. Don't go looking for Xiaoqi and Lei, or you might not be able to handle the consequences." Su Ran and Lin Nanxing, under Su Jianhua's extra training, got their driving licenses when news came from the Wang family. Wang Lei and Lu Qi divorced, and they were sentenced to 10 years for multiple crimes. Wang Hao's school registration was cancelled, and the Wang family left Beijing in disgrace. The school staff involved with Wang Lei were dismissed and sentenced to 3 years. Dealing with social scum made Su Ran feel very happy. At that moment, the school counselor called, saying the school decided to accept Su Ran as an experimental assistant. While enjoying the air conditioning and applying cucumber slices to her face to stay hydrated, Su Ran refused without hesitation. Forget it, she no longer wanted to dedicate her youth to chemistry. Going back to school to slack off wouldn't look good in the eyes of her juniors, teachers, or herself. The counselor tried to persuade her a few times, but seeing her firm refusal, he gave up. After hanging up, Su Ran continued eating the watermelon balls that Su Jianhua had cut out, quickly forgetting about the matter. Su Jianhua suggested, Uncle Xie said he'll go to Guangzhou in a few days for work. Let's follow him and then go to Hong Kong for a few days. Sounds good. I've wanted to visit Hong Kong for a long time, Su Ran responded enthusiastically. Lin Nanqing said, tomorrow, we'll get the travel permits for Hong Kong and Macau and exchange money before we leave. This trip to Hong Kong definitely needs some shopping. The Su family plans to travel lightly, carrying only a small bag with clothes and documents. They will buy anything else they need once they arrive in Hong Kong. Su Ran goes out to mail some manuscripts. After comparing, she realizes that the main trend in novels now is romantic love stories and tales of martial arts and revenge. Her own stories might be hard to get published or featured in magazines. Su Ran feels optimistic. If it works, great. If not, she'll try again. She has several new ideas she wants to write about once she returns from Hong Kong. While Lin Nanqing sorts her jewelry, Su Jianhua brings back a beautiful qipao that Grandma Tang made for his wife. With a little dramatic flair, Su Jianhua carries the dress into the room and unfolds it in front of Lin Nanqing. Qipao. Lin Nanqing looks at the light green dress embroidered with bamboo leaves and feels happy. She stands up excited. She touches the embroidered bamboo leaves. It's Su embroidery. Su Jianhua remembers how much she liked Su embroidery that day. He says, it looks great. When did Grandma Tang make this for you? While you were learning to drive. Grandma Tang finished this one first. The one for my daughter will have to wait until we return from Hong Kong. Try it on and see if it fits. I've already washed it. Lin Nanqing gently glances at him. When she changes into the dress, it fits perfectly. The outfit highlights her simple elegance. Su Jianhua stares at her lovingly, his eyes showing 20 years of unchanged love. Lin Nanqing looks back at him, feeling her heart soften completely. The room is filled with a sweet, happy atmosphere. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Su Ran enters the house first, calling out for her parents. Lin Nanqing comes out wearing the qipao. Trying on clothes, she says. Su Jianhua follows behind, looking a bit sad as he glances at the ceiling. Su Ran circles around her mom, leaning on her soft, fragrant shoulder. Wow, what a beautiful mom. It's mine. Mom, this suits you so well. Your taste is perfect, Su Ran says happily. Su Jianhua can't help but show off a little. Don't forget who has good taste. He always tries not to let his daughter down. When we get back, your dress will be ready too. Su Ran is used to this. She knows her dad loves her, but her mom is always his first choice. The plane lands in Guang City. A wave of humid heat hits them. Su Ran knew that the south was humid, but she didn't expect it to be so wet. Xie Daoyan, dressed in a beige silk tang suit and cloth shoes, looked calm and unaffected, as if he was used to the weather in Guangzhou. Let's go. Someone is here to pick us up. As they stepped outside, they saw a person holding a sign that read, Pick up Mr. Xie. Xie Daoyan walked over. Hello, I am Xie Daoyan. Hello, Mr. Xie. I am Generalized Driver here to pick you up. Just call me Xiao Wang. The car is outside. Please follow me. Come on, let me carry your luggage. Xiao Wang cheerfully reached out to take Su Jianhua's luggage, who was holding Xie Daoyan's bag. No need, I can carry it myself, Su Jianhua said, not trusting anyone else with Xie Daoyan's belongings. A Toyota Alphard stopped at the exit. Xiao Wang opened the door and invited Xie Daoyan and the others to get in. After closing the door, he quickly moved to the front passenger seat. The air conditioning inside was just right, cool enough after coming from outside, making it comfortable rather than uncomfortable. Xiao Wang turned around, smiling gently, and said, Mr. Xie, we've booked the White Swan Hotel, as you usually prefer, with 2 presidential suites. Is that okay? Xie Daoyan nodded and asked, Have you made lunch reservations? Xiao Wang replied, Yes, at Hongtu Mansion, which you like. General Lai mentioned you might have new friends joining you, so I also booked Yutong's Spring Warm and the Western Restaurant. You can tell me which one you'd like to go to, just give your name. Xie Daoyan said, Thank you for your trouble. Let's go to Hongtu Mansion. He then told Su's family, When you come to Guangzhou, you should try the local specialties. This restaurant is lively and full of local flavor, where you can enjoy authentic Cantonese breakfast. The Su family thought they would need to take a taxi and find a hotel after arriving. Su Jianhua had even prepared a plan in advance to save Xia Daoyan from worrying. But they were surprised by the grand scene. Whether it was the luxurious extended car or Xiao Wang, sent by General Ai, they once again saw Xia Daoyan's impressive influence. Arriving at the hotel, their view of hotels was completely refreshed. They saw a spacious lobby with a Bishan waterfall, flowing water, and a small pond with a few koi swimming around. There was a rockery labeled Hometown Water, with a small pavilion on top, surrounded by flowers, grass, and trees, making it feel like walking into a traditional Chinese garden. The lobby had a huge crystal chandelier, and in the corners, there were Lingnan-style bonsai plants. Su Ran thought, is this the difference between hotels in the south and the north? Suddenly, the hotel's gold badge told her. No, that's not it. Xiao Wang kindly suggested. Many first-time visitors like to take some photos here. I brought my camera. If you need help, I can assist. No, thank you. Su Ran even doubted whether Xiao Wang could develop photos. Xiao Wang. Taking photos, developing pictures, recording videos, burning discs, all easy tasks. As long as you ask, if I can't do it, it's my problem. I am a professional. Xiao Wang quickly arranged the check-in. 2 rooms on the 26th floor. I'll take you up. Xia Daoyan looked at Su Ran and Lin Nanqing, who were interested in the paintings on the wall. These are Cantonese-style ceramic murals and lacquer paintings. There's also a wooden screen in another area. Su Ran and her father both liked painting. Lin Nanqing's mind flashed with clothing design ideas when he saw the artwork. Hearing Xiao Wang, Xia Daoyan softly said, "No trouble for you.
Go rest.
Call you when we leave." Xiao Wang handed the room cards and IDs to Su Jianhua. No problem. I live on the 9th floor. If you need anything, just call me. Su Jianhua pulled Xiao Wang aside, wanting to pay for the 2 rooms, each costing 3,000 yuan a day. Xiao Wang smiled kindly. The room charges are already billed to Mr. Lai. You don't need to pay again. Su Jianhua hesitated but didn't argue further. Taking the elevator upstairs, Xia Daoyan casually said, Lai Ren manages some of my business in the south. He's not an outsider, so you can rest assured about your stay and meals. Su Ran thought, is this the kind of strength that comes from doing business wherever you are? Su Jianhua, who was lying down, suddenly felt motivated to get up and work hard. He wanted to provide a good life for his wife and daughter on his own. Lin Nanqing thought about bringing gifts back from Hong Kong for Xia Daoyan. He knew he shouldn't take others' kindness for granted. Over time, taking and giving must go hand in hand to keep a relationship lasting. After settling in, they went to the restaurant for dinner. Xia Daoyan ordered several dishes and handed the menu to Su Ran. Order what you like. More so everyone can try. Xiao Ran, after you finish, you and your friend can order too. Double-skinned milk and tiger-skin chicken claws, Su Ran told the waiter. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing each ordered 2 dishes. The food was served very quickly. Shrimp dumplings, barbecued pork buns, plain boiled chicken, tiger-skin chicken feet, money stomach, steamed ribs, steamed siumai, congee, double-skin milk, and mango pomelo sago were all brought out and arranged on a big table, filling the air with delicious smells. We had been hungry all morning. After eating until we were half full, we started chatting and eating at the same time. Xia Daoyan said, Su-san, I see you are quite familiar with Guangzhou. Su Jianhua smiled shyly and said, I've been there a few times. That's how I saved up enough money. Su Jianhua had been on business trips to Guangzhou several times. He never left empty-handed. He would go to Gaudi Street to buy electronic watches wholesale and sell them later, making a few hundred yuan each trip. He also brought clothes for his family. With his good eye for fashion, Lin Nanqing and Su Ran's clothes were very popular. Many people asked where they bought them, hoping he could help bring some back. When he went again, he bought jeans, t-shirts, and shirts in bulk by size. He would set up a stall and in 2 or 3 days, all the stock would be sold out. Because of this, Lin Nanqing worked as an accountant in a factory for a few years before selling her job and opening a clothing store. Su Ran still remembered how she looked forward to the fancy skirts, shiny little leather shoes, and three-layer mechanical pencil cases Su Jianhua brought back from the south. Xie Daoyan sighed. Only people with quick minds can seize opportunities when they appear. Without savings, even property development can only bring a small fortune. Xie Daoyan said, "Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the company. You can go shopping around. I have a few friends inviting us to lunch. Let's go together. If you learn a little about what they do, it won't be a wasted trip." Xie Daoyan knew that thanks to Su Jianhua, he had managed to survive that tough time and now enjoy good days. Su Jianhua said he had learned enough from him and didn't owe anyone anything. But to Xie Daoyan, that was far from enough. After this meeting, Xie Daoyan decided to slowly introduce Su's family to his circle. Some people in his circle are very rich, some are even richer now, and some made their own fortune. They are sharp and quick, always catching the next big opportunity. Seeing more ways to make money, building connections and resources, the Su family could start from property development and move upward. Otherwise, getting rich from property demolition would only be temporary. Once the money was spent, it would be gone. The next morning, Xie Daoyan left after drinking a cup of coffee. Su Jianhua, Lin Nanxing, and Su Ran happily ate rice rolls and wonton noodles, then went to Shamian Island and the park to walk and take pictures. After receiving a call from Xie Daoyan, the three of them took a taxi back to the hotel and went out for dinner together. The car gradually left the city and headed toward the countryside until they reached the foot of the mountain. At this time, 3 cars were parked in the parking lot at the foot of the mountain. "Let's go. The restaurant is halfway up the mountain," Xie Daoyan said, leading the way up the hill. Su Ran found it strange climbing a mountain before eating. At the halfway point, a few 3-story small buildings appeared in front of him. Xie Daoyan explained, "This mountain is owned by some friends of mine. They raise free-range chickens, geese, and sheep, and grow various vegetables. They built these houses for gatherings or to relax." Someone at the door seemed to see them and shouted into the yard, "Boss Xie is here. Dinner is ready." When they met, Xie Daoyan introduced his friends and added, "This is Su Jianhua, his wife Lin Nanxing, and their daughter Su Ran. They are my family." Most of Xie Daoyan's close friends knew about Su Jianhua. Years ago, Xie Daoyan asked them to find him because he had saved his life. The people looked to be in their 40s or 50s. Some wore flip-flops and tank tops, others wore satin tang suits, and there was an elegant aunt in a cheongsam. The Su family greeted them confidently. Su Ran, with her sweet smile and pure demeanor, quickly won the elders' hearts. "Such a lucky girl," they said. "A girl with bright eyes and a cheerful smile. She looks very fortunate." Su Ran sweet-talked the grandmothers, making them happy. Mrs. Huang liked her more and more, wishing she could take her home. "Hey!" A Xian stopped standing at the door. "Your seafood is about to go into the pot." Liang Xian, holding 2 red plastic bags, walked awkwardly next to Su Ran. His dark face showed a shy blush. "Hello, my name is Liang Xian." He deeply regretted it now. Summer swimming had tanned him dark, almost like coal. Standing next to the bright, glowing Su Ran, he looked so dark that he reflected light. His grandfather burst out laughing loudly. A Xian, always climbing high and low. "You can't find him at night without lights." Liang Xian hurriedly looked at his grandfather, thinking, "Grandpa, please stop. Your grandson's happiness is about to be spoiled by your words." Su Ran greeted him. "Hello, I am Su Ran." Liang Xian grinned, showing his big white teeth, and held up the 2 plastic bags. "Su Ran, I brought fish maw and bird's nest for you. I'll send them to the kitchen so you can make desserts." After saying that, he ran to the kitchen like a flying bird and then ran back just as quickly. Su Jianhua looked at him several times. "Little boy, what are you doing?" He strolled over a few steps and listened. "Ashwan, you should call Sister Xiao Ran," Mrs. Liang corrected. "We're about the same age, just call me by my name." Liang Xian didn't want to call her sister. He's a grown man now. Mrs. Liang smiled helplessly. "You're 16 in high school, and Sister Xiao Ran is 22. She's a graduate from Beijing City University. Isn't it polite to call her sister?" Liang Xian hesitated. "Sister Xiao Ran looks only 18, Su Jianhua, such a smooth talker at a young age." Ha. His grandfather, who always loved to stir trouble, laughed again. Sister Xiao Ran studies very well. Maybe you can ask her how to improve your grades. Su Jianhua added. Ashwan, have you finished your summer homework? Sister Xiao Ran used to finish her homework before the holiday started. Before Su Ran could say anything, Liang Xian's teenage heart was shattered. The small episode quickly passed, and Liang Xian was bouncing around again, showing his big white teeth as he told Su Ran about delicious food and fun places in Guangzhou. The dishes were ready, and everyone called everyone to the table to eat. Old Xia, since you're coming, we brought the best abalone and sea cucumber from the storage. Ah Xing, Xiao Ran, try this. We invited Master Xiao from the restaurant to cook. He makes really tasty food. At the dinner table, they talked about demolition. My old house was just torn down 2 buildings. Don't mention it. It just got demolished. I thought since we have a big family, we could buy some land and build a new building so everyone can live happily together. A 6-story building was just finished, but before we could decorate it, it was torn down again. Su Ran, painless second demolition. After talking about demolition, the conversation shifted to stocks, real estate, opening chain fast food restaurants, factories earning foreign exchange, buying mines, and collecting old items. Among their words, making money seemed as easy as eating and drinking. Indeed, at the right time, as long as you work hard, it's easy to become a little rich. Especially since they are wealthy and have good connections. The Su family listened carefully, their minds racing with ideas. That night, back at the hotel, Xia Daoyun handed Su Jianhua a business card. Tomorrow, I won't be able to see you off. This is a friend of mine in Hong Kong. If you need anything, you can contact him. Su Jianhua took it and sincerely thanked him. Thank you, Uncle Xia, thank you. He didn't finish speaking before Xia Daoyun waved his hand to stop him. When I say I treat you as family, I mean it. No need for formalities. After saying that, he turned back to his room, playing with his prayer beads. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing decided to treat Xia Daoyun like a caring family member, just like Xiao Cuihua. The Su family passed the test and took a double-decker bus to the Central Hotel. On the way, tall buildings lined the street. Large posters of fashionable women hung on shopping mall walls. People walking by were dressed stylishly. It was a busy, prosperous scene. Buy newspapers. Hong Kong's biggest shopping mall introduces international brands. Wow. Mysterious wealthy person spends millions to buy diamonds. What's the story? Red carpet concert. Tickets required for entry. The Su family was attracted by the biggest shopping mall and bought a few newspapers to take back to the hotel. After checking in and entering their room, Su Jianhua opened a newspaper. Harbor City is the largest shopping and leisure hub in the city, with a strong lineup of brands and a wide variety of products. Times Square and Causeway Bay recently reopened grandly, with over 300 stores opening, promising a new shopping trend on Hong Kong Island. Su Ran glanced at the back of the newspaper, which read, Hong Kong Gossip. The Xiao family head's whereabouts are mysterious. He continued reading. The gossip column said that since Xiao Xing took over the family business, he rarely appeared in public outside business events. He kept away from celebrities and socialites. Reporters had been watching for 3 years but found no big news, so they gave up and left the gossip scene. There were also stories about a mysterious wealthy person spending millions at an auction to buy pink diamonds for his daughter's birthday, and about Miss Su frequently visiting the mansion of the Mo family's 3rd young master, sparking rumors of a budding romance. Su Ran enjoyed reading these stories. They found the Hong Kong tabloids as interesting as novels. After resting well, the 3 of them went to a jewelry and jade store recommended by Mrs. Huang. It was said that these shops were old, dating back to the Qing dynasty, and had reopened in Hong Kong. The gold was $9.99 pure gold, with many styles. The jade shop's owner owned a mine. They kept the best stones to make jewelry. At the gold store, Su Ran chose a bracelet with an abacus design. The beads were delicate and could be moved. He also picked a compass-shaped gold pendant. The owner said they could customize designs. Many families ordered wedding jewelry there, but it took some time to make. Lin Nanqing was excited. She wanted to order a complete set for her daughter, including a phoenix hairpin, hairpins, bracelets, bangles, earrings, and rings. Since giving birth to their daughter, Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing have been quietly saving things for her. After the demolition money came in, Su Jianhua was even more determined to collect 99 valuable items to give their daughter confidence in choosing her future life. They bought a single flat and a set of gold jewelry. Lin Nanqing asked the shop owner, "I want to order a set, but we are here just for a trip, so we might not have enough time." The owner thought for a moment, then turned around and brought out several red jewelry boxes from under the counter. "We have a few ready-made sets. Take a look and see if you like any." Lin Nanqing called. Su ran over to choose. Su Ran didn't think much and assumed Lin Nanqing was undecided about these sets, so he happily came over to pick. At checkout, besides the gold jewelry set, they also chose some lightweight gold ingots, gold beans, and zodiac pendants as gifts to take home. At the jade shop, Su Ran saw many strings of jade beads made from fatty jade, green, purple, and pink jade, with red strings being the most common. Many people were browsing and choosing. "Is this a popular fashion in Hong Kong?" The shop assistant smiled and said, "Shaoxing-style bracelets. Feel free to pick." Shaoxing is the youngest boss in Hong Kong, wealthy and powerful, but without a wife. Many socialites and celebrities want to have some connection with him. Even if not as a wife, they could be lovers. But he doesn't like socializing much, and after gaining power, he rarely appears at social events. There are many rumors in the upper circles. He often wears red string with jade beads, which quickly became popular all over Hong Kong. Everyone started buying similar styles, saying they were Shaoxing style. Su Jianhua felt that these bracelets looked familiar. Thinking back, his younger sister Su Aojuan had one too. When she was young, she wore a red string with a peach-shaped pendant and later replaced it with jade beads collected by her grandfather. "My sister had a string like that over 20 years ago. If she came to Hong Kong, she could easily fit into the fashion scene," Su Jianhua casually said. "Then let's buy a string for Auntie. When she comes back, we'll give it to her. Buy one for yourself and your sister too." "Wife, let's look at some jade bangles." Su Jianhua didn't want his wife to get a Shaoxing-style bracelet. They picked a few pieces, then went back to the hotel to put down their bags and headed to a tea restaurant for dinner. They had watched many Hong Kong dramas and had long been curious about the scenes with silk stockings, milk tea, French toast, instant noodles, and pineapple buns. After taking a sip of the milk tea, smooth and rich, Su Ran said, "It's delicious. It's richer than the milk we make at home." Lin Nanqing carefully tastes and says, "When I get home, I'll try making that." The tender, pudding-like egg tarts, sweet pineapple buns, and flowing centered French toast all suit Su Ran and Su Jianhua's love for sweets. But Lin Nanqing prefers scrambled eggs and Hainan chicken rice. After eating and drinking enough, the Su family heads to their destination, Harbor City. Inside, many well-dressed women and men in suits are shopping. They are browsing foreign brands they haven't heard of, like Dior, Gucci, Chanel, Nike, and luxury watches such as Omega, Vacheron Constantin, and Piaget. The prices are high, but since they're here, Lin Nanqing and Su Ran each buy a classic Chanel bag, and they also pick out a wallet for Su Jianhua. Lin Nanqing notices an Omega poster outside and goes in first. "Hello, may I ask which style of watch you are looking for?" "I want to choose one for my elderly family member." He has good taste. Lin Nanqing doesn't know much about watches, but in Guangzhou, a friend of Xie Daoyan told him that a good watch can be worn and also kept as a collection, just like jewelry. The shop assistant smiles. "Hello, ma'am. Our Speedmaster series has a vintage design, popular with traditional customers. The new Seamaster series has a grand appearance. Both have leather straps and metal bracelet options." As she speaks, she takes different watches from the counter with gloved hands. Su Jianhua immediately likes the silver dial and silver bracelet Speedmaster, which matches Xie Daoyun's elegant style. Of course, the price is fitting too, 45,000 Hong Kong dollars. Lin Nanqing chooses a Seamaster 300 with a blue dial and silver bracelet for Su Jianhua, costing 32,000 Hong Kong dollars. Su Jianhua feels a bit reluctant, but then thinks, money is meant to be spent, and he doesn't buy things every day. He makes up his mind and buys it. The three of them pay and are about to leave when a group of young women, followed by bodyguards carrying large shopping bags, approaches. One of the leading girls is chatting happily with someone nearby. When she looks up and faces the Su family, she smiles. The other girls excitedly come over to say hello, lucky to meet the most favored young lady of the Mo family. But she looks very plain today. "Hello, Auntie," they say. "Long time no see." At this moment, the leading girl, Mo Sinny, looks upset and uncertain. A girl quietly stops her and says, "Don't call her that. She's not the Mo family's young lady. This girl is good friends with Mo Sinny and often sees Mo's younger sister." A woman who seems to come from nowhere looks very much like Mo's younger sister at first glance, but upon closer look, there are differences. Especially since the younger sister loves luxury and always wears jewelry. Mo Sinny's lips tighten into a straight line as she stares intently at Lin Nanqing. Lin Nanqing frowns. Suddenly, a few people call her Auntie, and another girl glares at her, which feels strange. Mo Sinny snaps back to her senses. She almost fell for it. This woman, who appeared out of nowhere and isn't recognized by her grandfather, is deliberately showing up in front of her. Does she think that Mo Sinny will get angry or cause trouble, so she can then return to Mo's family and force her grandfather to accept her as his daughter? Mo Sinny looks at her with disdain and snorts. She is clever. Her trick has been seen through. She won't get angry. She will just pretend she didn't see her. Let's go. I still need to pick up the diamond crown made for my aunt. Next time, don't mistake people. My aunt looks better than her. Mo Sinny tells the girl beside her and leads the way. When she passes by Lin Nanqing, she lowers her voice and says, "Stop using tricks. It won't work. You can't get into the Mo family's door." Then she lifts her chin and walks away, her back showing pride. Su Jianhua is angry and surprised. This person is acting in a play that's gone wrong. What's she so crazy about? He remembers his mother-in-law saying that Lin Nanqing's father passed away before she was born. Hearing Mo Sinny's parting words, Su Ran laughs. She's so strange, with a vivid imagination. Who would want to enter their house? Lin Nanqing is amused by the father and daughter. All right. Maybe she really mistook us. Let's keep shopping. Lin Nanqing doesn't take it seriously. In this big world, it's common for strangers to look alike. At certain times, two similar people might pass by each other by chance, then go on with their lives. Over the next few days, the Su family went shopping at a snack street, trying curry fish balls, egg waffles, and beef waffle. They ate roast goose at Young Ki restaurant. They visited Victoria Harbor to see the night view, bought the latest DVDs and novels, and attended a concert at the sports arena. Soon, they were returning to Beijing. The family went to Times Square for more shopping. Coincidentally, as Su Jianhua just got out of a taxi, he saw two familiar figures walking ahead. Su Jianhua feels a deep sadness inside. Is it still possible to turn back now? Jianhua, you came to Hong Kong without saying a word. We brothers could have come together, Su Limin said, looking around at the busy city. He just saw Su Jianhua get out of the car and quickly walked over. Behind him, Gao Man kept asking, "Nanqing? Did you come alone? Don't do anything to hurt Nanqing. Who's in the car? Let me see." She looked inside the car through the window. Su Ran smiled and said, "Hello, Aunt Gao." Lin Nanqing greeted her and got out of the car. Gao Man stayed calm and stood up. She held Su Limin's arm and showed off her diamond ring and bracelet, patting her chest. "Haha, I knew that third brother Su and my Limin are both honest people." Su Jianhua thought that calling him and Su Limin honest was just another way of insulting them. Su Limin laughed happily and patted Gao Man's hand. It's natural for a man to love his wife and kids. His eyes drifted to the side, and his face looked uncomfortable as he quickly pulled his arm away. He then acted like a big brother and told Su Jianhua, "If you have money, you should spend it on your wife and kids. Buy clothes, jewelry, and bags. Whether your wife is happy outside reflects on our reputation." Su Limin was the most caring father figure Su Jianhua had ever seen. Without a few words of advice, he wouldn't seem genuine. Gao Man noticed that Lin Nanqing didn't react to her diamonds. They were so big and shiny, but he didn't seem to notice. Could he not recognize diamonds? She followed her husband's words and held her hand in front of Lin Nanqing, smiling proudly. My Limin bought this diamond. We didn't buy it when we got married, but now he's giving it to me. It cost several 10,000 yuan. If he doesn't let me buy it, I just buy it myself. Nanqing, let third brother buy you a diamond ring too. Lin Nanqing knew Gao Man well. Her last comment didn't matter. She was just showing off her diamonds. He politely said, the diamonds look nice, but they didn't seem very big. Maybe around 1 carat? If Lin Nanqing guessed the weight, it was because Su Jianhua saw the slogan, Diamond Love Lasts Forever, and bought her a set of diamond jewelry. She saw diamonds ranging from 0.5 to 5 carats, in round, square, and princess cuts. Su Limin looked around several more times. Su Ran followed his gaze and saw a woman nearby wearing a red dress, with straight black hair, a red headband, and a pure look. She was pregnant and standing there, occasionally making eye contact with Su Limin. Su Ran's mind was full of questions. Who is she? Gao Man still wanted to invite the Su family to go shopping together, but Su Limin seemed in a hurry to leave. Let's go another day. You need to pick up the gold jewelry, and after that, we'll leave early tomorrow. Jianhua, you guys keep shopping. Gao Man looked touched. I trust you completely with my matters. Sorry, Nanqing. When I get back, I'll come find you to hang out. The two of them left in a taxi, and the girl immediately got into another taxi, heading in a different direction. Su Ran thought she was overthinking. Who would bring a third person along while shopping with their wife? While shopping, she heard someone mention that the Lego Super Race car set at Toys R Us was out, and that they wanted to buy it. Does Hong Kong even have a special toy city? Jianhua and Nanqing's eyes lit up. While shopping, Lin Nanqing was also noting down the popular fashion trends in the city, learning about clothing cuts and designs. Putting away her small notebook of ideas, Lin Nanqing looked at the father and daughter who looked alike and smiled. Let's go see the toy city in Hong Kong. Jianhua, who loved tinkering with toys when he was young, especially enjoyed buying and making toys for his daughter. He had small cars that moved when pulled, and little ducks that flapped their wings. Now, he still kept 2 big boxes of toys in the collection room. The family was amazed by Toys R Us. There was a dedicated inflatable castle, Barbie doll shop, model car shop, plush toy store, and many children running around. There was also a Lego store that both kids and adults loved. Jianhua said, Brother Wu should really come here to learn. Not only can he do a toy business for kids, but he could also do one for adults. If a place like this opened in Beijing, he'd make a lot of money. Thinking about it, Jianhua stroked his chin, seeming to have some ideas. Dad, look at this Lego Space series. The blueprints alone are over 100 pages, Su Ran said, quickly grabbing a set because she saw it was the most popular area. Jianhua and Su Ran, like mice falling into a rice jar, looked at the city series and the castle series, both seeming very good. Mom, which one do you think looks better? Su Ran asked Lin Nanqing. She looked up and widened her eyes. She quickly tugged at Jianhua, signaling her parents to look toward the entrance. Is that Su Limin? If it were just Su Limin, Su Ran wouldn't be so surprised. But he was holding a woman close. She wasn't Gao Man. It was the woman in the red dress she had just seen. Su Limin smiled gently, occasionally touching the woman's pregnant belly. Su Jianhua's eyes shifted as he pulled Lin Nanqing and Su Ran into the crowd, slowly approaching Su Limin. Su Limin's mind was full of affection for the delicate woman beside him. He smiled and comforted her, saying, Bring a toy back for our son. Everything here is high quality. Don't worry, I won't treat you and your daughter badly. The house and car are ready. When the time comes, I'll bring your mom here and I'll hire a nanny for you. Just focus on giving me a healthy baby boy. The woman responded with trust to her voice. I believe you'll be good to me and our son. I have no official status with you because I love you and trust you. Otherwise, with my education, I could find a good job and live well. She hesitated and added, but I'm afraid. I'm worried that Sister Man will find out and kick me out of the house. After all, our relationship is unfair to her. Why are you afraid of her? All the money is mine. I say one thing, and she won't dare do the opposite. As for the house, once you have the baby, it will be in your name. You don't need to worry anymore, sweetheart. The Su family sat nearby, eating their snack seriously, when suddenly they were startled by a greasy voice calling, "Baby," which made them shiver. After Xu Limin kissed the woman, Su Jianhua quickly covered Lin Nanqing and Su Ran's eyes with his hand. He was a bit slow and forgot to close his eyes, so his ears and eyes both suffered a surprise attack. The two of them moved forward, affectionately close, like sticky candies. Su Jianhua struggled to speak. Whenever Su Limin comes to Hong Kong, he always brings her along. Gao Man still believes Su Limin is an honest man. Truly honest. He even knows to bring different people to different places. Su Ran looked confused. That woman is also at Times Square. Dad, think about it. Uncle Limin was talking to you and looking to the side. He was watching that woman. Don't you remember? Or was it that outfit? She was there too? I didn't even look at her. Su Jianhua and his wife were outside, focused only on each other and the people around them. They didn't notice what the woman was wearing. He suddenly realized, I knew it. He was glancing around. I thought something was wrong with his eyes. No, Su Limin must have a problem. How could he do this in front of Gao Man? He still overestimated Su Limin's bottom line. No, he didn't have one at all. Su Jianhua couldn't help but shiver again. Lin Nanqing remembered Gao Man's proud face, acting as if her husband only loved her. She shook her head. No one can wake someone pretending to sleep. In Jing City, at dusk, the Su family, with 3 suitcases almost bursting, arrived home. They opened the windows and turned on the fans, then all collapsed onto the sofa. Su Ran felt a deep sense of laziness inside and sighed comfortably. No matter how nice outside is, home is still the best. Lin Nanqing closed his eyes, feeling sleepy. Only Su Jianhua, full of energy, sat for a while before resting. He first boiled some water, cleaned the cups, then opened the windows in his 2 rooms and Su Ran's room to let in fresh air. He also borrowed 3 tomatoes from Aunt Tang next door and made a simple tomato and egg noodle soup in the kitchen. Although the instant noodles from Gangcheng are tasty, he still preferred the taste of home. Quickly, Su Jianhua brought the noodles into the house. Lin Nanqing served the dishes. Su Ran picked up chopsticks and then grabbed 3 bottles of Hongbao Lai peanut sauce. After eating and drinking enough, they didn't bother tidying up the suitcases or changing the bed sheets. Su Ran rolled twice on his 2-meter-wide bed. Just as his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the 3 of them woke up almost at 10 o'clock. It was a Sunday. Su Jianhua called Niu Tsuehua and his 2 brothers to ask if they were at home and to bring the gifts they brought back from Hong Kong. Uncle Su and second uncle called to arrange a lunch at a newly opened restaurant near the community to gather. Niu Tsuehua simply said she was busy and not at home, then hung up. Su Jianhua put down his phone, exchanged looks with Lin Nanqing, and said, Mrs. Niu has come to the city, but she's busy again. No way. Today we must find out what's going on with her. When they arrived at Jinghua Mansion, the entire Su family gathered at Uncle Su's house. After distributing the gifts, each man, regardless of age, received a wallet and a tie. Each woman got a set of skincare products and a gold pendant. The eldest sister-in-law and second sister also received a red string with a jade bead. The Su family was very close. Before the city's redevelopment, whenever they went out, they would bring back gifts, usually local specialties or presents for the children. Su Jianhua looked at his older brother and then at his second brother, suddenly asking, Where did Mom go? Uncle Su paused while cracking walnuts, and second uncle responded softly. Third brother, we don't really know how to explain. When Mom comes back, you'll find out. Aunt Su hesitated but finally said, Third brother, Nanqing, we've advised her, but she won't listen to us. My second aunt is straightforward and honest. She always speaks her mind. This time, she hesitated and said, Mom looks young and healthy, but her age is still there. We're worried. Niu Tsuehua, Comrade Niu, did something quite big. Could she really be? No, it can't be. Did she find us a stepfather? A grandfather for Xiao Ran and the others? Su Jianhua softly asked, testing. Uncle Su slapped him on the back. Nonsense. If I get bored, I'll give you a good shake. No, it's just that you all are hesitating and hiding things. That's why I think like this, Su Jianhua said, feeling wronged and about to speak. Grandma is back. Let's go downstairs and wait. Second brother Su Huijing looked out the window and saw Niu Tsuehua returning, so he reported it in time. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing hurried downstairs first. The others followed. Second sister Su Xian and Su Ran whispered that they didn't really want to work at the department store anymore.
Things were messy there now.
Little brother Su Huainan walked slowly. His wife, Yao Qing, was 7 months pregnant and walking quickly. Big brother Su Huichuan, tall and broad, looked like a mother hen protecting her chicks, worriedly saying, "Slow down, slow down." Downstairs, a sturdy truck roared loudly and sped past. Behind it, 2 motorcycles, one on each side, acted like bodyguards. The truck bed carried a person holding various musical instruments. The truck stopped with a squeak. The rider kicked the ground, jumped off smoothly, and her coat flared with her movement. She adjusted her bike, took off her sunglasses, and looked up. It was Su Jianhua's mother, Lin Nanqing's mother-in-law, and Su Ran's grandma. It was also Lady Niu Tsuehua. She wore a white shirt under her trench coat, tucked into her ankle-length jeans, and wore chunky-heeled sandals. "Grandma, you're so cool. Like a Hong Kong martial arts star." Su Ran, who hadn't seen Niu Tsuehua for over a week, exclaimed, "Grandma has changed so much." Su Jianhua looked at Niu Tsuehua, then at the truck, then at her again. "Wow, your stylish steps are catching up with your son." Lin Nanqing suddenly realized that Niu Tsuehua was learning to ride a motorcycle. She was afraid they might stop her, so she kept it a secret. Niu Tsuehua spun around to show off, patted the truck, and couldn't hide her smile. "Hee low profile, haha. Hey, Niu Tsuehua is a flower in the village, but now she's in the city. She's just as impressive. You're still Grandma Niu." The people in the truck bed are staunch supporters of Niu Tsuehua, including Eru player Auntie Chi Hong from the Happiness Village Arts Troupe. Su Jianhua leans back and looks behind him. The person on the motorcycle is former village chief Su Aigua and accountant Zhou Limin. They are dressed like Niu Tsuehua. Trench coats, shirts, jeans, and leather shoes. Even in the hot weather, they don't seem to mind the heat. Su Aigua's scalp is shiny and bright. Chi Hong stands silently beside Niu Tsuehua. Su Aigua takes a wig from his pocket, adjusts it, and puts it on. Zhou Limin habitually makes a gesture, as if moving beads on an abacus. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing are quite relaxed about it. It's just riding a motorcycle. If Niu Tsuehua likes it, just enjoy. Although Niu Tsuehua doesn't have much education, she always tries to respect her children's choices in life. Since that's the case, as the children grow up and she gets older, she shouldn't boss them around or criticize their lives in the name of being a good mother. Su Jianhua: "Mom, you're looking younger and younger. You look just like my sister." Chi Auntie: "You're full of energy." "Oh, Uncle Su, Uncle Zhou, in Shanghai there's Phage, and in Beijing there are you too. If you were actors, you'd definitely be famous." Uncle Su and Uncle Zhou clenched their fists, feeling proud. That's a real compliment. Niu Tsuehua's heart swelled with happiness from these words. Look at them, just starting to step into new work, and they already have that feeling. Su Aigua and Zhou Limin used to feel a bit shy, dressing like young men in front of acquaintances. Now, after living with Niu Tsuehua, they don't care about appearances. They're just happy. At this age, happiness is the most important thing. Niu Tsuehua quickly said, "Old Su, Old Zhou, Old Chi, we have no work this afternoon, so we're taking a half-day break. Tomorrow morning, there's a wedding, and we're short of hands. Let's gather some people from the arts troupe. This afternoon we'll go perform, just the 4 of us." After giving instructions, the 3 of them took their tools, greeted the Su family, and went their separate ways. Looking at her children, Niu Tsuehua raised an eyebrow. "We're not going to a hotel for dinner." "Come on, I've made money, so I'll treat you." "Mom, why are we going to perform?" "Mom, is it fun?" Su Ran and Su Xian surrounded Niu Tsuehua, one on each side. Niu Tsuehua smiled mysteriously. I'm doing something very important in life now. What's the most important thing in life? Isn't it birth and death? They all need to be celebrated in a grand, lively way. We're still doing our traditional work, singing, playing instruments, and entertaining to keep the crowd lively. Nyo Tsuehua originally thought that after moving to the city, people might not need street performers like in the countryside, and her side income would dry up. But to her surprise, the city's business is even busier than in the countryside. If your family hires performers, then my family will too. Everyone has some extra money now and spends little. Weddings, childbirths, birthdays, funerals, one after another. The group Nyo Tsuehua has now is bigger than the one in Happy Village. In a private room at a restaurant, after ordering food, Nyo Tsuehua calls the waiter. Bring a case of snow beer, a big bottle of Coca-Cola, and some orange juice from Huiyuan. Then she sits confidently and continues. Now, we accidentally got into the entertainment industry. What kind of entertainment? What industry? Everyone looks at each other, confused. Uncle Sue and second Uncle Sue only see Nyo Tsuehua riding her motorcycle busy with work, and they advise her not to ride, but she dismisses their concerns. Who would have thought that even her mother is involved in the entertainment world? A few days ago, I attended a funeral. That's when a famous director saw our talent and potential. He asked us to do music for a TV show and maybe even appear on screen to say a few lines. Nyo Tsuehua recalls that day. At the funeral, the Eru played sorrowful tunes and the Swona sounded like crying. The whole atmosphere was so emotional that you couldn't help but cry or shed tears. When it was over, Nyo Tsuehua took the money and was about to leave. A man with curly hair, eyes red from crying, approached her. Before he could say anything, the host saw how sad he looked and gave him a big hug, sniffling. Big brother, the old man is gone. I'm so sad and upset. The curly-haired man tried to speak, but broke free. He thought, you have a father alive and well, yet you're not sad. Now that he's gone, you're rushing to fight for the inheritance? He was there to attend the funeral of his cousin's father-in-law, who was about to be buried. After paying respects, he wanted to leave. But as the music played, his artistic instincts were triggered. Tears flowed uncontrollably, and he stopped in his tracks. He was preparing for a show with many musical scenes. That's the kind of music he wanted. The curly-haired man approached Nyo Tsuehua and the others sincerely and asked, Hello, I am Director Li Qi from the Hopefuls. Would you like to compose music for my TV series? Nyo Tsuehua clapped her hands excitedly. Go ahead. Of course, I want to go where the money can be earned. Su Aigua and Zhou Limin had something to say but held back, knowing they couldn't question the boss's decision in front of the clients. Nyo Tsuehua quickly learned to ride a motorcycle and had experience leading performances, so she naturally became the leader of the new team. Director Li Qi looked around and immediately saw that Nyo Tsuehua was the one in charge. He politely handed her a business card. Come to the suburban film studio base outside Beijing in a week. We can discuss payment when we meet. Is there a way to contact you? Nyo Tsuehua looked at the card more closely. It said Dawaxing Company, Director Li Qi, with a phone number. That was pretty good. She decided to print a bunch of cards herself, showing her professionalism. Nyo Tsuehua gave a string of numbers. This is my mobile number. Just contact me there. Li Qi was a bit surprised. People in this line of work make good money, and everyone uses big phones now. He thought about switching careers but pushed the idea away. After hearing Nyo Tsuehua, Su Jianhua asked the same question as Su Aigua. Mom, aren't you worried about meeting scammers? Nyo Tsuehua replied, Why would scammers target a group of old folks? We're just here to make money, not to give it away. As long as they don't steal our money, everything else is fine. Plus, we have Uncle Sue and Uncle Zhou. One's a clever fox, the other's sharp as a tack. If someone is really a scammer, who's fooling whom? Back in the day in the army, with her sharp eyes and quick tongue, she could easily fool bad guys, earning her the nickname Sister Tsuehua in the underworld. Nyo Tsuehua's new job made her glow with confidence. The Su family supported her but planned to check out the company privately to make sure they weren't being scammed and that everyone was genuinely happy. Dinner was served, and they talked about village matters over the meal. Old lady Sue and old man Sue gave all their money to their son, not a penny left. They're proud, saying their son is capable of earning money, and it's all because they had a son. Humph, there are no long-term winners at the gambling table. Old Sue is quite shrewd. He kept the money and had his grandson change his surname to Sue. The main inheritance is now with the surname Sue. The eldest and second sons are fighting fiercely. Subo lost his job and rents a place in the city. The couple sells buns and dumplings on the street. Tough, but hopeful. That day at the hospital, I saw Su Limin. He was with a woman going into the maternity ward. Hearing this, the word, baby, seemed to echo in the ears of Su Jianhua, Lin Nanqing, and Su Ran. They all stopped eating at the same time. Su Jianhua held back his nausea as he took Su Limin, his wife, and the mistress to Hong Kong. The mistress watched as they shopped, leaving Gao Man and the mistress to quickly buy toys for the baby in her belly and tell her story. Sister-in-law Su's gentle face changed color. Su Limin is really no good. He works outside, and Gao Man has been taking care of the old and young at home. Now he's forgotten everything. Niu Tsuehua's sharp eyes looked at each man in the Su family and said seriously, "You all just listen. If anyone does such a thing, humph, just get out with your pants down. I'll treat you like a daughter. And also, stay away from Su Limin." All the men in the family promised they wouldn't. After dinner, they returned to Niu Tsuehua's house, which was clean and fresh inside. Niu Tsuehua looked at the skincare products and small gold Buddha brought back from Hong Kong, smiling happily. "Oh, this gift really touches my heart. I like it. I will take good care of my face, just in case I get a chance to be on TV." Niu Tsuehua always liked what her children bought her. She not only liked it in her heart but also expressed it openly. She couldn't stand those kids buying things and bringing them home, even though she needed and liked them. Instead, she would criticize them for spending money carelessly and say she didn't like it. Indeed, you are parents, but don't always criticize your children and don't control the family's money so tightly. When your children happily buy things to show respect and you pour cold water on them without a word, will they still buy in the future? Will they think carefully before buying? Lin Nanqing said, "Mom, this one was recommended by the shop assistant. Try it and see if it's good. If it is, we'll keep using this brand." Su Ran put the small gold Buddha necklace strung with red string on Niu Tsuehua. Niu Tsuehua looked at herself in the mirror left and right and said, the gold looks really nice." Su Jianhua's phone rang. He answered, "Hello. Mr. Su, I'm old Zhang from the noodle shop. Hey, do you have time? Our lease is about to expire. We want to renew the lease. Are you free to come over today?" The voice on the phone was honest and sincere. There was a rustling sound on the other end, as if someone was talking. Old Zhang continued, "Oh, all of our shops want to renew, you know."
Suzy and Hufrawen.
All of them want to renew? Last time, 2 of them said they wouldn't rent anymore because their business was bad. And do they have such a good relationship? Old Zhang is here to renew the lease for all of them. Okay, I'll come over later. Su Jianhua always feels something is wrong. Su Jianhua drives with Lin Nanqing to the shopping street, dropping Su Ran at the post office entrance on the way. At the shopping street, Old Zhang's noodle shop. A sign saying, "Closed for business," hangs at the door. All the shop tenants are here. Some people walk around excitedly, some look nervous, and others talk loudly and enthusiastically. Sign a 3 or 5-year contract. Make sure to sign and stamp. Yes, if they break the contract, they should pay double. Double might be too little? Maybe a big penalty. It shouldn't be more than that. If they raise the rent, that's fine. The more rent we pay, the better. Stop talking, here they come. Everyone, keep your expressions calm. Someone watching from the window shouts. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing enter, seeing everything inside clearly. They exchange a look. Su Jianhua chuckles. "Boss Zhang, is today your gathering day?" Everyone's closed. Old Zhang forces a smile. "Ah, yes, we're just gathering. Boss Su, our business has been great lately. Everyone's tired, and since they want to renew the lease, they're taking this chance to relax," a sharp-looking man nearby adds. "Congratulations, business is good and making big money." Su Jianhua doesn't mention the lease renewal. Lin Nanqing glances at the sharp man. The tenant says they want to renew, Because business is so good? She's not experienced as a landlord, but she's been a tenant before. This is unusual. Old Zhang can't help but urge, what about renewing the lease? We really want to stay for a few more years. Su Jianhua looks at Old Zhang and quickly agrees. All right. Old Zhang excitedly rubs his hands, his face flushing. The sharp man says, then let's sign the contract. By the way, Boss Su, since we run a small business and have regular customers, we hope to keep this going long term. Just in case. No, I mean just in case you suddenly decide not to rent to us anymore then. He speaks vaguely but his eyes show scheming. Compensate us. Double the amount. Someone can't hold back and says directly, isn't that enough? Su Jianhua narrows his eyes. These people are after compensation for breaking the lease. But why would he want to break the lease without reason? That doesn't make sense. A clever man muttered angrily, then smiled to smooth things over. Boss Su, we don't mean anything else. We'll pay the rent in full at once. If you cause us to leave early, we hope to be compensated double for the remaining rent. Su Jianhua suspected these people were treating him like a fool. Asking for double compensation for the remaining rent was clearly suspicious. Lin Nanxing quietly observed. They seemed too eager and overly confident. Something must have happened recently on the business street. Or maybe they knew some news he didn't. He had been out all week and hadn't had time to read the newspapers. Everyone, renewing the lease and signing a new contract, plus the compensation, can't be done quickly. I need to hire a lawyer to draft the contract. It will take a few days. Anyway, everyone still has about half a month left on their current lease, Su Jianhua said slowly. Can't we sign today? The clever man noticed Su Jianhua looked relaxed and probably didn't realize someone had been here. Boss Su, we hope to sign soon. We really want to renew the lease. Watching Su Jianhua and Lin Nanxing leave, someone was angry. Why not sign today? If Boss Su finds out, the deal will slip away. I told you not to come. Old Zhang, and I can handle it. If everyone keeps hanging around and gets impatient, what if Boss Su notices something's wrong? What if you sign the contract yourselves? We agreed to make some money together. The clever man said nothing, got up, and returned to his restaurant. He thought it might be best to contact Boss Su quickly and sign the contract. Sign the contract? Double compensation? Dream on, Su Jianhua muttered while driving. Am I some fool with so much money I don't know how to spend? Sitting in the passenger seat, Lin Nanxing looked out the window at the passing alleys. Maybe because of the heat, the usually lively alley entrances were very quiet today. It's strange that all these people want to renew their leases for several years. It seems they knew we might take back the property early. Why would we take it back if it's rented out well? Unless this street no longer belongs to us, Lin Nanxing guessed. Not ours anymore. Su Jianhua's heart suddenly raced. Could the god of wealth be watching their sincere love and requests again? With hope and excitement, Su Jianhua drove to a newsstand. Hello, please give me the daily and evening newspapers from the past 2 weeks. The newsstand owner was flipping through newspapers and chatting casually. Sir, I'll try my best to find it for you. But some newspapers are only sold for a couple of days, so I might not have it now. Sure enough, 2 newspapers with consecutive dates were missing. Su Jianhua paid and visited 3 more newsstands before finally finding the newspapers from those 2 days. In the evening, he brought home the newspapers along with some preserved vegetables, beef jerky, and dried noodles. Su Ran, dressed in a cotton dress, was sitting at her desk, deeply immersed in her new book project. She had received replies from several publishers. Most were thank yous for her submissions and hopes for future cooperation. One letter suggested she revise her story to focus more on the emotional struggle of revenge, rather than just talking about power and status, which they said was not popular in the market. The letter invited her to submit again if she was interested in making changes. Su Ran carefully kept the letter, thought for a moment, and decided not to change anything. She figured she could wait until she had more money to buy a magazine company, which published all kinds of stories, allowing her work to flourish. Hearing the door open, Su Ran peeked out the window. Mom and Dad are back. They renewed the lease on the business street. Su Jianhua waved his hand. No, don't mention it. It's a mess, those people. He added, don't worry about what they think. No more lease renewal. After learning what had happened, Su Ran was first angry, then excited. No way. Are we really going to tear down the shop just after buying it for less than a month? Lin Nanqing suggested, let's go through the newspapers, look for useful information, recent meetings, speeches, what areas are being developed. Lin Nanqing was very good at analyzing information, finding what was useful for himself. They examined each issue, each page, reading every piece of news, not missing even the advertisements in the middle. But there was no information related to the business street nearby. Lin Nanqing pondered deeply, while Su Jianhua kept searching through the newspapers. Su Ran stared at her newspaper, and a piece of news caught her eye. She looked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Mom, Dad, look. It says they want to build a tech park landmark in a convenient transportation area. Su Ran pointed at the newspaper with her slender finger and read aloud. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing leaned in to look. Oh my gosh, Su Jianhua exclaimed, using the catchphrase of Anai Tsuehua. Our business street is going to be torn down to make way for a tech park. Lin Nanqing calmly finished reading and analyzed. It might also be about building a landmark. The commercial street is not far from the station. You can see it as soon as you leave. The land isn't very big, but it's perfect for building a landmark. Su Jianhua happily looked at his wife, thinking, such a smart wife is mine. Lin Nanqing continued. The newspaper only mentioned building in a convenient location, but didn't specify where. However, those people seem confident, which means there are buyers coming. Absolutely, Su Jianhua agreed. Buyers don't know if the shops are bought or rented, so they'll come to ask. Once they do, those people will find out about the street sale. Su Ran was lying on the sofa, feeling that tonight's flower scent was especially nice, and the birds were singing so clearly. Don't worry about whether they buy or not. When these shops' leases end, we won't rent to them anymore. I'll go there again tomorrow and tell each shop personally, Su Jianhua said. I'd rather deal with some trouble than let them keep renting. Most of the shops are food places. Who knows if they might do something bad for money? Dad, they have many people. Let's take a few with us. Don't worry. You and your mom stay at home and wait for me. After I finish, we'll go eat KFC. The next day, Su Jianhua and a few others went to the commercial street. He headed straight to the small supermarket run by Mingming Nan, explaining his purpose.
What?
They won't let us renew. They want us to move out. Mingming Nan was anxious. Boss Su, you can't do this. I'll renew my lease for 3 years. No, just 1 year. Su Jianhua didn't speak, just looked at him with deep eyes. Seeing Su Jianhua's piercing gaze and the several big men behind him, Mingming Nan secretly cursed. It would have been better if he had signed the deal yesterday. Old Zhang and others hurried in, shocked to hear Su Jianhua was asking them to move out when their lease ended. Boss Su, my business is doing so well. If you kick me out, will you compensate for the loss? Yeah, I won't leave. Their hopes shattered. Some people, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed forward to shout at Su Jianhua. 2 big men behind Su Jianhua stepped forward to block them. What are you doing? Stop. The person shrank back in fear. Su Jianhua chuckled, annoyed. If these people hadn't come to threaten him, he might have given them a few months' rent as compensation.
But now? Dream on.
You all know what you're doing. If I have to say it, it won't look good. After the lease ends, I'll give you 1 more month to find a new place and move out, Su Jianhua said firmly. He then softened his tone and said, if you move quickly, there's no problem with the house. Not only will I return your deposit, but I'll also pay you for the extra days of the last month, calculated based on how many days are left. The clever man was the first to agree. The others looked at each other, then sheepishly left. Originally, they thought about waiting for the landlord not to know someone wanted to buy the street, signing a contract to make more money. It seemed faster than struggling to run a business. Now, they hurried to find a place to move out, hoping to get more money in the end. The clever man looked at the big men again and smiled at Su Jianhua, saying, Congratulations, Boss Su, on making a big fortune. Su Jianhua nodded politely with a smile. After leaving the door and reaching the street corner, Xiao Wu muttered, his face is crooked and his eyes are shifty, all calculating. Brothers, please follow me for a quick trip, Su Jianhua said gratefully, handing each of them 20 yuan. Everyone was happy. They earned 20 yuan just for this quick trip, which was faster than unloading goods. Suddenly, a car stopped by the roadside. A middle-aged man with a big gold chain and a big belly got out. A man hurried over, bowing and pointing at Su Jianhua, saying, "Boss, this is the owner of this street." The middle-aged man smiled broadly and said, "Hello, I am Hu Tian, the boss of Anshin Real Estate. I have a business to discuss with you. Let's find a restaurant." Su Jianhua realized the first buyer had arrived. He replied, "Hello, boss Hu. If we're talking business, let's go to a tea house." They sat down in the tea house. Boss Hu got straight to the point. "Boss Su, I'll offer 3 million yuan to buy this street. What do you think?" He didn't look pleased. Su Jianhua forced a smile and said, "Sorry, Boss Hu, I make good rent from this street. Besides, life is okay, and I have no plans to sell my property for now." Boss Hu said, "Brother Su, here's the thing. How much did you pay for this street?" "I'll add 20,000 more. Money is better than leaving the property idle." Su Jianhua smiled, picked up his tea, and said, "Drink tea, drink tea. I'll go back and discuss your suggestion with my family." Boss Hu left his business card, and then left. Next, several groups of people came to Su Jianhua's table, offering from 4 million to 5 million yuan, more than double the original offer. Su Jianhua was tempted. It didn't matter who he sold to, he wanted to sell to the highest bidder. Thinking this over, Su Jianhua took 3 business cards and left the tea house. "Boss Su," a voice called out from ahead, stopping Su Jianhua. Looking up, I saw Song Zhang, the secretary to the general manager of Zhongheng Real Estate. He smiled gently and said, "Mr. Su, I wonder if I might invite you to have a simple meal together." Su Jianhua remembered what Brother Wu had mentioned about Zhongheng Real Estate's large business and rapid growth. They had also set their sights on this street. "It's not surprising," Lin Nanqing said. "Having the street will give us more confidence to develop a landmark project." Su Jianhua leaned back lazily on the sofa, recalling the lunch earlier. Song Zhang truly belongs to a big company. His words are smooth and sincere. His high offer almost made Su Jianhua want to sell the street immediately. 6 million yuan, 6 million. Su Jianhua was energized when talking about money. 6 million, Su Ran said. Just for that small 3-acre piece of land, buying the street for a landmark project, the profit probably won't cover it. They're probably not after money. They might even lose some to get this. Whoever takes on this project will get implicit government support, making everyone trust them, Lin Nanqing explained. This is more effective than advertising in newspapers, Su Jianhua silently noted. Doing business really is a big lesson. By the way, I suspect the nearby land has already been sold. This morning, I went there and found no one under the trees at some alley entrances, Su Jianhua said. Lin Nanqing replied, "Let's go check tomorrow." Song Zhang also received the news and hurried over today. The company initially wanted to buy this small piece of land just to fill in the gaps. Zhongheng Real Estate spent nearly 100 million yuan to buy the 200,000 square meters of land, leaving only the commercial street gap. Filling it would make everything complete. It was originally meant to be a finishing touch, but reliable sources said they planned to build a landmark near the train station. Getting the commercial street was a must. Even the land that wasn't very valuable before has increased in price. Song Zhang reported what happened in the general manager's office. Su Yixing signed several documents smoothly, then put down his Parker pen, capped it, looked up, and said calmly, "Clear the schedule for tomorrow morning. Let's go take a look." The Su family trio arrived at an alley near the commercial street. The alley had become much quieter in over half a month, with small grasses growing on the stone-paved road. The small grocery at the entrance was still open. An elderly man was fanning himself, and the sound of a theatrical box was loud and clear. Su Jianhua. Sir, I want to ask you something." "What did you say?" "Speak louder." "I want to ask you something." The old man slowly points to his ear and waves his hand. "Sir, I want to buy some Xiangshan cigarettes." The old man skillfully takes out cigarettes from the counter. 1 yuan 20. Su Jianhua smiles and pushes 2 yuan forward. "Sir, we are here to find my cousin. Last year, he lent us 1,000 yuan for business. We made some money this year, and want to pay him back. Why is no one home? The old man raises his eyelids and looks at Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing, who are dressed well, as if they have recently become wealthy. He says, "Your brother might not care about that 1,000 yuan. The area is about to be torn down. Everyone has received money and moved away, leaving only a few old folks close to death." While Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing are asking around, Su Ran walks along the alley, smelling the scent of roses. "No, you can't take this money. Give it to me. I can turn things around quickly."
Please.
"Grandma, let go." You're biting me." "Damn, Grandma." The sounds from the quiet alley are faint and unclear. Su Ran is some distance away. He is very alert and senses something is wrong. He quickly walks toward the sound. Before he reaches the place, Su Ran sees a house with its door wide open. A blonde-haired young man has one leg out of the door, while the other leg is still inside, being pulled by an old person inside. The young man angrily raises his fist high at the old person. No one can stop him. He needs the money to turn his luck around at the gambling table. Otherwise, the debts. He doesn't have time to run. Su Ran takes off one of his sneakers and throws it with all his strength. The first shoe misses slightly. It flies in a parabola, brushing past the blonde-haired young man's back. He feels a sudden chill behind him. His hair stands on end, but remembering the debts from the gambling table, he steels himself and raises his fist. The second shoe hits him squarely on the head, knocking his face to one side. "Who's there?" Turning around, he sees Su Ran, and his eyes light up. "Oh, hello, beautiful. Want to play with me? You're so rough, I like that." He pushes aside the old person and walks over, rubbing his hands. Su-yi narrowly avoided a falling shoe from above. Turning into another alley, he saw a disturbing scene, a greasy, yellow-haired man approaching a weak young woman. The woman clenched her fists tightly, seeming unsure of how to react out of fear. He frowned, gently moved his wrist, and prepared to act. Suddenly, quickly, smack, smack, Su Ran blinked not at all. She instinctively slapped the yellow-haired man twice and then elbowed him, causing him to cry out in pain and bend over. Using a skilled hold, Su Ran forcefully pushed him to the ground. "Do you like it?" Su Ran, trained in self-defense, focused on grappling techniques. "Be honest." Sui glanced at Su Ran, then helped the elderly woman who had fallen to her feet. He signaled to Song Zhang, who had just finished making a call, to take over the yellow-haired man. Song Zhang looked at the greasy man with respect. He thought a hero was saving a damsel, but it turned out to be Lin Dayu fiercely fighting a troublemaker. He softly and politely said, "Leave it to me. I'll handle him." Song Zhang firmly held the troublemaker's wrist, and Su Ran loosened her grip. The troublemaker wailed, "Let me go." "I didn't do anything." Su Ran stood up, barefoot on the ground. She looked at her hand with slight disgust, picked up one shoe from the ground, and put it on. She looked around, wondering where the other shoe had gone. Su-yi, usually quiet, helped the elderly woman to her feet and stood nearby, watching Su Ran put on her shoes. A tall and short figure approached. "Are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital?" "Don't worry, your grandson and you. The police will arrive soon." Both spoke at the same time. Su Ran said, "Ms. Niu Tsuehua can only handle one troublemaker at a time." The elderly woman held her cloth bag, shook her head, and her voice was hoarse. "Thank you, kind girl.
I'm Fine.
I don't have the luck to have such a good granddaughter. I only have a troublesome grandson." Looking at the troublemaker on the ground, she cried, "He keeps changing. I won't gamble anymore." "I believe you. All the family money has been spent by him. This is my last savings. Are you trying to push Grandma to death? I will get it back. The money will be mine sooner or later. Why not give it to me now?" The troublemaker struggled and shouted loudly. "Be honest." Song Zhang increased his grip. The elderly woman cried and muttered, "I can't control it anymore. Let the police take him away. Maybe he'll get some proper education." Su Ran softly comforted her, her clear voice carrying a soothing power. Su-yi curled his fingers, looked down, and accidentally saw Su Ran's fair foot on the gray ground. He looked away and left the alley where he had come from. Song Jiang understood that President Su was busy and didn't have time to wait for the police. It was enough to leave him there. Usually, President Su was cold and distant, so it surprised everyone that he helped someone and helped an elderly lady. Suddenly, gentle footsteps sounded. Song Jiang thought, President Su, I am here for you, but he still wants to leave together. Wait, what is President Su holding? Your shoes. Su-yi bent down, his long, slender fingers with clear joints placed Su-ran's other shoe beside her foot, then stood up. Thank you, Su-ran said gratefully, putting on her other shoe. A clean handkerchief was handed over without any change in tone. You can wipe your hands. Su-ran's long eyelashes fluttered as she slowly reached out to take it. Thanks, you're really kind. Oh my, your daughter has met a handsome and kind person. Song Jiang watched everything, his eyes wide with surprise, trying to keep his face calm while thinking about his salary and bonuses. Was President Su startled by a flying shoe from the sky? Is he reflecting on whether he has done 3 good deeds every day? He was tired from holding people down, but he didn't mind doing one more good deed. Daughter, wow, Secretary Song, are you catching a bad guy? Su Jianhua took a phone call and delayed his time. He came through the alley to find his daughter, not expecting to see the gentle and refined Song Jiang and this side of him. Lin Nanqing glanced at Su-yi, who stood expressionless beside his daughter, then looked over Su-ran's entire body. No wounds, clean and tidy. Song Jiang quickly explained what he saw to Su Jianhua, not taking credit but highlighting Su-ran's brave stance. Su-ran raised her face and added that she threw one of the 2 shoes, showing she had a talent for throwing like a shot put. Seeing her proud look, Su-yi seemed to be waiting for praise from her parents. Daughter, you're amazing. My daughter is really impressive. Throwing shoes with such cleverness is just like me, Su Jianhua praised without hesitation. Su-yi took a step to the side when Lin Nanqing stood between him and Su-ran. Watching Su Jianhua praise Su-ran, the father and daughter both smiled brightly. A flicker of surprise and understanding crossed his eyes. It turns out, not all fathers only criticize and rebuke. Don't criticize. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing never speak badly about children in public. Some people are modest when others praise their children, saying, oh, they're not that great, just a bit mischievous. Others might scold their children harshly regardless of right or wrong. But Su Jianhua always says, yes, my daughter is amazing, and Lin Nanqing always looks at Su-ran with pride. Growing up in such an environment, Su-ran is confident and cheerful. In this situation, Su-ran wasn't reckless. She risked herself to help others. She carefully observed that the blonde boy's voice was shaky, and he looked very weak, like a sick chicken. She pressed down on his hand to hold him. Most importantly, Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing were nearby. Su Jianhua said, Secretary Song, come, switch hands. I'll hold him. As soon as he finished speaking, the police arrived. After understanding what happened, they took away the crying and shouting blonde boy. Su-yi instructed Song Jiang to take the elderly lady to the hospital for a checkup. He nodded to the 3 members of the Su family and left. Su Jianhua looked at Secretary Song and asked, Secretary Song, who is this? That's our general manager. Mr. Su, if you're interested in that street, you can contact me. I need to take the elderly lady to the hospital first. Facing the relatively unfamiliar Su Jianhua, Secretary Song was cautious and didn't mention Su-yi's name. The Su family is one of the most influential in Beijing, and many want to connect with them but have no way. A couple of years ago, there was a funny incident. A small businessman boasted about having a good relationship with Su-yi and claimed he used questionable methods to make some deals. After the truth was uncovered, Su-yi decisively dealt with him. His company went bankrupt and he was imprisoned. Since then, no one has dared to act under Su-yi's name. Zhongheng Real Estate's general manager has the same calm aura as Uncle Xie, just like an air conditioner. Always cool to look at, Su Jianhua said with admiration. Dad, he seems cold, but he's actually a good person. I remember he initially thought the blonde boy was bullying me and wanted to help. When he came over, I acted first. He turned around, helped the elderly lady up, and then, Su Ran paused, feeling it wasn't necessary to mention how the person helped her pick up her shoes or gave her a tissue. He probably meant well. Then what? Su Jianhua asked. Nothing much. Just that Secretary Song is taking the elderly lady to the hospital, right? Su Ran said naturally. Lin Nanqing turned to look at her from the front passenger seat and praised, "Daughter, you did well today." Then he softly said, "But I think you should be more careful about safety. Helping others starts with protecting yourself first. After throwing your shoes, you should call someone to help. We don't know if the other person has a weapon." Su Ran listened obediently and nodded repeatedly. Su Jianhua sat up straight and focused on driving. Song Zhang took the elderly lady to the hospital for a checkup and found someone to watch over her. They returned to the company to report to Su Yi. Su Yi stood by the office window and said in a serious voice, "The relocation funds have been transferred and notices have been sent to residents to move out. Do you remember what Manager Li said last time?" Manager Li, behind him, glanced at Song Zhang, who responded with a small smile. Manager Li was sweating under the air conditioning and whispered, "Yes, I remember. Last time, I reported that all residents had moved out." Sui looked at him coldly. "This is the last time. You can go now." Song Zhang asked for instructions. "Should I continue to contact the business street on Mr. Su's side?" "Yes, keep in touch. The plan to bid for the landmark should proceed simultaneously." Song Zhang replied, "Understood. Secretary Song, I was just about to contact you. When would be a good time for you to sign the contract for that street?" On the way back, the Su family had already discussed that they would sell the commercial street to Zhongheng Real Estate. Zhongheng Real Estate probably already bought the surrounding land. Otherwise, the general manager and secretary wouldn't be wandering around there out of boredom. They agreed to meet tomorrow to sign the contract. Su Jianhua hung up and took a deep breath. "It's still better to buy land and houses to make money." Lin Nanqing nodded. "Let's go out to celebrate tomorrow." Su Ran happily jumped back to her room to change into a cotton dress. She still felt comfortable wearing such clothes at home. A beige silk handkerchief floated down, almost falling to the ground. Su Ran quickly caught it, looked at her hand, then at the handkerchief. She wondered how she had brought back the handkerchief she borrowed. Having met many fabrics through Lin Nanqing, she knew this handkerchief felt expensive. What should she do with it? Su Ran hesitated for a moment, decided to wash it clean, and put it away for now. She focused on writing her new novel. At dinner, Su Jianhua mentioned that Su Huijing was investigating a Dahua company. The company was legitimate, with a few familiar actors coming and going. Mom said she doesn't have clothes like an artist's, so she asked me to go shopping with her to buy a few. "Let's invite Mom to go shopping together," Lin Nanqing happily told Niu Tsuehua. At different stages of life, being able to find a career you like and can do is a kind of luck and happiness. Niu Tsuehua is very happy right now. She wipes the old man's photo, hums a cheerful tune and mumbles, "Old man, you wouldn't believe it. I, Tsuehua, have entered the entertainment industry. Look down from above and see who's in charge of this. Talk to him and bless me to become famous in the city. Of course, it would be even better if I became famous nationwide. If only my daughter could see me on TV. I can't see her, but at least she can see that her mom is doing well. Bless our family to keep making money without any side effects." Not only does she pray for her husband's blessing, but Niu Tsuehua also takes out a philosophy book and sincerely recites some words for good luck. Then she quickly cleans the house, throwing away things that are not needed. Niu Tsuehua always believes that a clean house with fewer clutter can bring better fortune. The cooperation went well, and the money has been transferred to the account, Song Zhang said politely to Lin Nanqing. When Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing came to sign the contract, Song Zhang found out that the owner of the commercial street was Lin Nanqing. Su Jianhua and the bank confirmed the money had arrived, and he nodded with a calm smile at Song Zhang. He has seen more money before, so 6 million yuan. Wow, so much money. Song Zhang left, and Su Jianhua excitedly picked up Lin Nanqing in a tea house private room and spun her around. Sold for 6 million. Bought for 3 million. That means a profit of 3 million. Half a month, 3 million. He couldn't stay calm at all. Lin Nanqing smiled warmly, patted him, and gently set him down. By the way, we still need to look at the shop to keep its value. Buying land is also an option, building a shopping mall and renting out all the shops to earn money. Su Jianhua felt himself getting carried away, constantly talking about buying shops and land. Lin Nanqing said, "There are many new residential areas now, and we could also build a vegetable market and rent out the stalls." As soon as the money arrived, both of them imagined collecting rent from every household. They were so happy with their plans. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing drank tea and snacked, almost forgetting they had to go to Jingwei residence to pick up Su Ran and Niu Tsuehua for shopping. Meanwhile, Su Ran and Niu Tsuehua were busy watching the lively scene. Niu Tsuehua rode her sturdy cart to buy food and drinks with Su Ran. Su Ran's hair was blown by the wind. She felt the breeze and held a cold soda in her hand, smiling happily for no particular reason. Niu Tsuehua was even more excited. She twisted the accelerator and sped up. The rough-looking car passed by the two people walking slowly. "Hey, isn't that Tsuehua?" A strange, sarcastic voice called out. Seeing the car didn't stop, she raised her voice. "Niu Tsuehua, Niu Tsuehua,
Stop the car."
I'm Wang Hohat." Niu Tsuehua braked, rolled her eyes. She wondered how this old-fashioned woman ended up in this neighborhood. Wang Hohat, Su Limin's mother, hurried over, carrying several bags that swung as she moved. No, it's not you. When did you learn to ride a motorcycle?" she panted. Wang Hohat caught her breath, frowned, and looked at Niu Tsuehua, who was wearing ripped jeans. "Tsuehua, motorcycles are for men. Women should just sit in cars. And your pants are torn, yet you still wear them out. I told your 3 sons, money is good, but respect is more important." Niu Tsuehua forced a smile. "I've seen women with bound feet, but never with bound heads. Now, they promote gender equality. Are you against that?" Wang Hohat glanced sideways. "I didn't say that. Plus, these ripped jeans are the latest fashion in the city. Sigh, Su Limin and Gao Man really aren't keeping up with trends." She deliberately said this to be annoying. Everyone in Xingfu village knew that Wang Hohat often wore her modest, heavy, and dark-colored clothes, thinking she was virtuous. A woman behind her, walking along, called softly, "Mom." Niu Tsuehua looked closely and saw she was pregnant. Could she be the woman Su Limin took to Hong Kong? Wang Hohat brushed her hair back, a delicate gold bracelet on her wrist. "Today, I'm enjoying the company of my young daughter-in-law. She took me to get my hair done, to eat, and even bought me gold." Niu Tsuehua pretended to be curious. "When did you have this younger son? You've kept it a secret. No one in our village has heard about him. His wife has already come out to meet us. Why not bring the son along?" Wang Hohat's face turned pale and red, and she hesitated. "Stop joking. I only have Li Min as my son. This is his family." She puffed up her chest proudly. "And he's a college graduate. Smart and respectful. Much better than Gao Man." In Wang Hohat's view, having a mistress is not shameful for her son. It shows that her son is capable and women are willing to follow him without titles or status. In the TV drama, wealthy men often have multiple wives and concubines, and they all respect the old lady. Wang Hohat straightened her posture and said sharply, "Bai Qing, what are you standing there for? Call someone. Call Aunt Niu." Recently, Wang Hohat has enjoyed acting like an old lady. She listens obediently to Bai Qing, who serves her tea, water, and even washes her feet. Bai Qing is pregnant with her grandson. Gao Man, who is useless, stopped having children after 1 son and 1 daughter. Bai Qing respectfully said, "Aunt Niu, good. These 2 women act so dramatically, it's almost like a show." Wang Hohat feels proud. She thinks, "Aunt Niu Tsuehua is strong, but is your daughter-in-law that obedient? Does anyone serve you like this?" They are all women, and Wang Hohat has been jealous of Niu Tsuehua ever since she moved to Xingfu village. When Niu Tsuehua was pregnant, she did light work at home and was urged to go to the fields. Niu Tsuehua was able to sit through her postpartum period, but she started working just 2 days after giving birth. Niu Tsuehua has 3 sons and 1 daughter, while Wang Hohat only has 1 son and 2 daughters. Seeing Niu Tsuehua's good life and her good husband, Wang Hohat's eyes filled with tears. When Nyotsuewa's husband passed away, she secretly felt happy. When her daughter ran away, she loudly celebrated, wanting everyone to know. Wang Hohat became more and more happy, but suddenly a shadow darted over. Nyotsuehua quickly moved back to Su Ran's side. The shadow lunged at Bai Qing and slapped her hard. "I'll kill you, little brat, you vixen." Bai Qing was slapped, her face swelling quickly. She clutched her stomach and cried out. "Gao man, what are you doing? What if you hurt my grandson?" Wang Hohat shouted angrily. Hearing about her grandson, Gao man went wild and ignored everything, hitting her and shouting, "If you're not with a man, you can't live. You little tramp, I'll beat you to death." Wang Hohat tried to stop her, but Bai Qing dodged and avoided the blows. People on the street saw the fight and came over, initially wanting to help the woman being hit. But when they heard it was about a mistress, they hesitated. The person blocking the crowd to protect the mistress was actually her mother-in-law. This family really has no manners. As a mother-in-law, you should just watch coldly, but you shouldn't side with the mistress. Men need to be strict. See? No matter how good you are to your father-in-law, it won't warm their hearts. "Stop." Su Limin hurried over, grabbed Gao Man, who struggled hard. "Stop making a scene. So many people are watching, isn't it embarrassing?" "What am I embarrassing about? She's the one who flirts with other people's husbands, shameless." "Enough." Su Limin's face darkened, especially when he saw Bai Qing looking at him with tears in her eyes, begging for help. At this moment, Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing arrived. They easily found Nyotsuehua and Su Ran hiding in the shade, enjoying the lively feast. Su Jianhua lowered his voice. "Gao man probably can't hold back this time." Nyotsuehua pouted and shook her head. "See for yourself." Su Limin noticed many familiar faces among the onlookers. He had just moved here and didn't want to keep losing face. He forced himself to ignore the nausea, put an arm around Gao man and softly said, "Shao man, my heart only belongs to you and the baby. You're my wife and everything else is just for fun. I usually do business outside and bring women along. I can't let you go to such places. You understand my difficulties." Gao man's struggling lessened. Su Limin sincerely added, "She's pregnant. We'll have a handsome baby, and when she's born, she'll come to you and call you mom." Bai Qing looked down, her long hair covering her eyes. Su Limin gave Wang Guifang a look. Wang Guifang patted her leg. "Man, you're the eldest daughter-in-law. No one can surpass you. In my heart, you're the only daughter-in-law of our family." After some singing and acting, Gao man's anger slowly faded. In ancient times, our family's Shuai was the legitimate heir, and everything belonged to him. "Even if that child is born, he won't have anything," Su Limin whispered. Gao man raised her head, looking down at Bai Qing with a high and proud gaze. "All right, if there's nothing urgent, don't come out randomly. Just give birth to the child and then leave." Gao man raised an eyebrow, feeling pleased. She enjoyed the feeling of her husband saying he only loved her in front of the mistress. "You all are just playing around, but she is Su Limin's wife, the daughter-in-law of the Su family. Everyone disperse now." "It was just a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Su Limin awkwardly smiled and led his people home. The onlookers eagerly came to watch the drama and then left, as if they had swallowed a fly. Did they reconcile with the mistress? Su Jianhua looked helplessly at Gao man, who was proudly walking away with Su Limin's arm. "It's okay to be empty-headed, but don't let your brain turn to water." Nyotsuehua said, "Looks like Wang Guifang has also moved here. Things are about to get lively." Lin Nanqing helped Nyotsuehua pick out skirts, suits, casual wear, and sturdy high-heeled leather shoes. The Su family bought some new clothes for the season. Su Ran tries all styles. Lin Nanqing prefers simple cuts, and Su Jianhua likes comfortable clothes. Nyotsuehua and Su Jianhua become more energetic as they shop. They try on clothes they like, and if it looks good, they buy it. Su Ran gets tired from trying on clothes, but the others still have plenty of energy. Seeing a Cheongsam shop, Nyotsuehua happily goes in but doesn't buy anything, saying it doesn't fit and it's not pretty. Lin Nanqing says, "Mom, what kind do you want? I can make one for you at home." Nyo Tsuehua waves her hand and smiles. I'm too impatient for Cheongsams. I was thinking of buying one for you to wear, because it looks nice. Lin Nanqing smiles gently. Nyo Tsuehua is straightforward and doesn't say sweet words, but she always pays attention to her children's preferences with a mother's care. Makeup shop? Let's go. My blush and lipstick need updating, Nyo Tsuehua says confidently as she walks in. They see different shades of lipstick, including purple, eyebrow pencils, foundation, eyeshadow, and perfume. Nyo Tsuehua opens the door to a new world. They buy everything they like. Nyo Tsuehua excitedly places orders, giving each woman in the family a set. The cashier's smile almost overflows, and they even give Su Jianhua a bottle of men's facial cleanser. Before they realize it, the afternoon has passed. It's time for dinner. They pack the shopping bags into the trunk, and the four of them go to Pizza Hut. After waiting in line for half an hour, they finally get in. They order a Supreme Deluxe Pizza, a Seafood Deluxe Pizza, 2 servings of tomato meat sauce pasta, and some fried foods. It's Nyo Tsuehua's first time at Pizza Hut. She looks around curiously. Pizza is just a thin bread with vegetables on top, and the pasta looks like yellow noodles. But she doesn't say anything. She wants to taste what Western food is like. The freshly made pizza is served. She picks up a slice, and the melted cheese gives off a milky aroma. She takes a bite and widens her eyes. It's delicious. Su Ran, Su Jianhua, and Lin Nanqing have eaten here twice before. They love the rich cheesy flavor, so this place is on their regular list. But every time they come, they have to wait in a long line. Once, they couldn't eat here because the restaurant was hosting a wedding. After eating, she went outside and was hit by a wave of heat. Su Ran heard the horn. Baskin-Robbins ice cream, 31 days a month, a new flavor every day. She chuckled, and Su Jianhua immediately understood what she meant. For people each got an ice cream. Nyo Tsuehua took a bite of her chocolate ice cream, sighed happily, and felt very comfortable. Since the renovation, life has become more enjoyable. Who would have thought she could enjoy Western food and use makeup? At this moment, Su Ran's phone rang. She answered. Hello, counselor? No one answered at home? Yes, we haven't been home much lately. About starting work, she had been so busy eating and playing that she forgot she was supposed to be a staff member. Oh, okay. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, number 156 East Gate Street. After hanging up, Su Ran looked lost. I am actually going to start working. That's a good thing. Nyo Tsuehua clapped her hands and made a decision. Work is serious business. The next morning at 8:30, Su Ran brought her documents to the office. There were 2 signs hanging at the entrance. From outside, it looked like a small 5-story building. 2 buses were parked in the yard, and many trees made the place look peaceful. She was very happy with the work environment. What do you do? An old man from the guardhouse asked. Hello, I am new at the Environmental Monitoring Center. I am here to report today, Su Ran said, showing him her stamped registration form. The old man looked at her documents, then turned to open the door. Go inside. Su Ran walked straight toward the small building. Hey, you're going the wrong way, the old man called out. Confused, Su Ran turned back. The sign at the door says Environmental Monitoring Center. The old man pointed to the left, where a row of trees partially hid a building shadow. Look, your unit is over there. Su Ran thanked him and walked over. In front of her was a shabby 2-story building. One office window was missing, and in front of the building were 3 old-fashioned flying pigeon bicycles. She looked at the new small building on the other side, then at this one, and swallowed hard. Inside, it was very quiet. The first floor had various testing rooms. Su Ran went upstairs. Wow, a new person is here. A cheerful voice exclaimed. A middle-aged woman with curly hair came out of the office. She grabbed Su Ran's arm. Su Ran, right? My name is Yang Ying. I work in HR and finance at our center. Come on, I'll take you to meet the director. The director's office was simply decorated. A cabinet, a desk, 2 chairs, and a leather sofa covered with cloth. The director wore a military green short-sleeved shirt, looked serious, sat upright, and had a commanding presence. As soon as Su Ran entered, he stood up and spoke loudly. Hello, Su Ran. Hello, Director. Sit down. My name is Yenjun. Welcome to the Environmental Monitoring Center. There are 6 of us now, including you. Our work is straightforward. We mainly serve other units by testing samples and providing reports. Yonging, please help Su Ran with his onboarding. We'll have a short meeting later. The meeting was quick and to the point. Yonging sat on the sofa, but quickly got up again. She was not used to the new boss's fast-paced work style. If her previous boss had spoken, the opening remarks would have taken 10 minutes. Su Ran also stood up. Director, I'll go handle the paperwork first. Yonging hurriedly reached for the cloth on the sofa, but she tripped and fell. Su Ran reached out to help her. Yonging picked up the cloth, muttering as she spread it out. Are we running a recycling center? All the old and broken stuff gets sent here. Look at this sofa. It's peeling so badly. As she moved, Su Ran saw that half of the sofa's leather had already come off. Yonging finished spreading the cloth and led Su Ran out, talking as they walked. This is temporary. Haha, our new unit hasn't bought furniture yet. Everything was moved from the bureau's warehouse. Don't turn around and leave just yet. Initially, there were over 10 people in the unit. Gradually, some left due to connections, others went into business, and some retired due to illness. Now only a few remain. Another new person was supposed to come, but decided not to. Su Ran smiled. We're saving money. I think our unit is very good. She truly believed that. With few people, less work, and close to home, what more could she want? Ha ha ha, I'll handle your paperwork. There will be a meeting soon to introduce everyone and assign tasks. We are a subordinate unit within the Bureau. Good things might come our way, and maybe in the future, we will be merged back. Hearing this, Yonging looked into Su Ran's clear, mountain spring-like eyes, and her voice unconsciously became a little softer. But then, Yonging remembered the recent good news, straightened her back, and skillfully painted a rosy picture. Now all systems are working on learning and surpassing, and we are required to master computer skills. The Bureau has allocated us a computer quota. Don't worry about our old work cars. We have computers. Su Ran's good impression of this unit kept growing. After registering for the job, filling out basic information, and getting a meal ticket, her internship salary was 315 yuan per month, with a 1-year internship period. Yonging said, you sign and collect your salary on the 15th of each month. Once you become a full employee, you'll earn over 400 yuan each month, enough for your own food and drinks. Su Ran decided to go to the bank to open a card, specifically for saving her salary. Hee. Yonging took Su Ran to a large office. The ceiling fan was creaking as it spun. There were 8 desks spread out, 2 near the door facing 2 big windows from the middle and 2 at the back against the wall. Someone was sitting near the window inside. When they heard someone enter, he didn't move, focused on what he was writing. Yonging greeted him. Lu Gong, a new colleague, is here. The tall, burly worker stood up, blocking the window. He was backlit, with a fierce look, thick eyebrows furrowed, as if disturbed and ready to pick up a stick to hit someone. Although she knew that workers are generally good people, since they had only been colleagues for a little over a month, Yonging couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. This is our center's chief worker, Lu Yuan, she introduced to Su Ran, then added, the new colleague is also a university student from Beijing City University, Su Ran. Su Ran was not afraid. She believed that a person's character isn't judged by appearance, and she shouldn't have biases just because of looks. She politely greeted, hello, Lu Gong. Lu Yuan's sharp face showed a nervous expression, and he awkwardly said, hello. He then stammered, Welcome. Yonging said, Lu Gong, you're busy. We won't bother you. By the way, the director said that when Director Meng and the others return, we will hold a meeting. Hearing the first part, Lu Yuan relaxed, but when he heard about the meeting, he seemed a little uneasy again. Yonging looked around and said to Su Ran, bring the 4 of us into this office. I'll sit against the wall. 2 of you by the window. You can choose where to sit. Just put your things down. On such a hot day, the heat waves kept coming through the window. Su Ran chose the spot by the window without hesitation. The other places in the room weren't cooler, and at least by the window, her eyes could rest, and she could look outside. Su-ran just placed her notebook and materials on the table, which wobbled a little. She looked down and saw that one of the table legs was broken. Yang awkwardly smiled and quickly folded a piece of cardboard, then skillfully wedged it under the leg to support the table. She shook the table, which still wobbled a bit. She took out more pieces of used paper, folded them, and stuffed them under the leg. This time, when she shook the table, it didn't wobble anymore. Yang patted the table and forced a friendly smile, saying, "Okay, it's steady now." Su-ran ignored the issue and was about to move the stool to clean up the space. But as she moved the stool, it collapsed. Yang almost broke down herself. The organization was so poor that she felt they didn't even need a finance or HR department. Su-ran understood why so many people had left the organization. She tried to comfort Yang, saying, "Sister Yang, once we buy the sturdiest stools and the best tables, it will be better." "Yes, Xiaoran. We're just temporarily short of money. Don't worry, our salaries are still being paid normally," Yang said, trying to stay positive. Lu Yuan easily lifted a stool, hammered and pressed it until it was sturdy, then silently placed it in front of Su-ran's desk. He then picked up the scattered stools and went to repair them quietly. Su-ran sincerely thanked him, saying, "Lu Gong, thank you." Lu Yuan shook his head. Yang remembered when they first moved in, how Lu Yuan fixed the door that kept falling off, the window that wouldn't close, and the fan that wouldn't turn. Since then, Lu Yuan had been on a repair mission. After tidying up, Su-ran felt more at ease and sat quietly, studying the rules and the organization's procedures. Yang was working on a new payroll. After a while, footsteps sounded at the door, and a girl in sportswear came in. Su-ran stood up and looked up. She recognized the girl with fox-like eyes and charming looks. Su-ran was the top student in the chemistry college, and the girl was the top student in the biology college. Both of them look good, and are good students. Many people at school suspect they are very close friends. Su-ran dismisses the rumors. Is there no friendship among girls besides jealousy? Can't they just appreciate each other? The two are closely in the lab, researching products like anti-hair loss shampoo, lipstick, and skincare. Yimin Hui. Su-ran feels a bit surprised but shows no expression. Near graduation, Yimin Hui talked about her future plans. After graduating, she wants to work at a cosmetics factory, learn the company's processes, and then start her own business. She has never hidden that her family is wealthy. She studies biology out of interest. She sees herself as a tech-savvy businesswoman. She also promised that if their products sold well, she would share the profits with Su-ran. But now, how did she end up working here? Yimin Hui remains calm and smiles lightly. Su-ran, from now on, we are colleagues. When she saw the new person's name, she thought it was a coincidence, but then she saw the school. She left school early due to family issues after submitting her thesis and doesn't know what happened with her graduation placement. Oh, you know each other? That makes sense. Both are students from Beijing University. Yang didn't expect that two university students from Beijing University would come to the center, and what's more, they both stayed. Everyone's here. Let's have a quick meeting. Yanjin dares to step in confidently. He is followed by a tall, thin, middle-aged man with glasses, looking gentle and scholarly. Yanjun gets straight to the point. Today's meeting is to welcome new colleague Su-ran. Su-ran stands up confidently and introduces herself. Hello everyone, my name is Su-ran. I graduated from Beijing University with a degree in chemistry. I'm very happy to join our team. Yanjun introduces. This is Deputy Director Meng Shuwen, mainly responsible for external relations and coordinating with other departments. The man who just entered nods at Su-ran with a friendly smile, looking very kind. Hello. Yang handles finance and HR. Lu Yuan is in charge of business, testing, and reports. Xiao Yi and Xiao Su, see how we can promote our unit. For external work, we take turns in groups. Old Meng, do you have anything to add? Meng Shuwen adjusts his glasses. We handle various tests. Since our funding for the new year depends on this work, please be mindful of how we communicate with other departments. What are the proper ways and methods? Su-ran understands that everyone is polite and courteous. But then Meng Shuwen demonstrates what real proper ways and methods are through his actions. Ring, ring, ring. The only phone in the office rings. Meng Shuwen happens to be sitting nearby and casually answers, "Hello. Is that you, Director Zheng?" At first, Meng Shuwen sits relaxed and speaks politely. "Director Zheng, are you joking?" At that time, there was a plan to give us a computer. He gradually straightens up, smiling more broadly, but his eyes seem to spark with fire. He laughs angrily. "Zhenghua, does the bureau need it? Then we don't. Don't give me nonsense. I tell you, this computer was assigned by the leaders." The other side says something, and Meng Shuwen responds sarcastically. "Are we unworthy?" "Who are you?" "The big manager of the bureau? We have to look at your face, and the leaders have to listen to you. Whatever you say, who gets the computer, that's who uses it." "Meng Shuwen, you're talking nonsense. Getting anxious, huh?" "I tell you, this computer has to be ours." Meng Shuwen shouts, then hangs up and curses. "Son of a thief." Everyone in the room stares in shock at his outburst. Meng Shuwen clears his throat, his face calm and steady. "See? Don't cause trouble, but don't be afraid of trouble either. Whoever tries to bully us, just deal with them." Su Ran's eyes sparkle with amusement. "Huh, this is the right place." Meng Shuwen looks at Yanjun and says, "Director, these people in the office are trying to bully us. Not just office supplies, but about the computers. They even said we can't use them, and they're going to use them for the bureau first." Is this how things are done? He feels a bit nervous. They've only been working together for a little over a month. He heard Yanjun is a retired soldier. Would he dislike him? Yanjun frowns seriously and says, "You did the right thing. Being polite doesn't mean we have to be bullied all the time." He picks up the phone and calls, "Hello, Director. I'm Yanjun. I'd like to ask you about something. I heard the bureau needs computers more than we do. Should we wait and let the bureau use them first?" "Okay, we'll study hard. Don't worry." After finishing the call efficiently, Yanjun says, "Meeting over. Pack up the desks and prepare to place the computers." Meng Shuwen smiles slightly. At noon, 6 people went to the cafeteria for lunch. The newcomers' first meal was to be neat and orderly. Seeing someone they knew from the bureau, Yang cheerfully approached and said, "You know, the 2 newcomers we brought are both students from Beijing University." The person opposite didn't say anything. While the 6 people were waiting in line for food, news spread quickly through the cafeteria that another student from Beijing University had not yet escaped detection at the testing center. Su Ran ordered sweet and sour pork ribs, a dish of stir-fried eggplant, and a steamed bun. One bite reminded him of the familiar taste of the cafeteria. After eating, everyone returned to their tasks in an orderly manner. At the entrance, someone angrily stared at Meng Shuwen, pointing at him and questioning, "Meng Shuwen, you're so petty. You even told the director about such a small computer issue." Meng Shuwen smiled and pressed down his finger, saying, "Lower your voice. Is this something to be proud of?" Zhenghua was about to get angry. He originally thought the testing center didn't have much work, so giving them a computer was a waste. He suggested they use it at the bureau, and if they needed it once or twice, they could come to the bureau. Why did the director need to know? Thinking about how the director called him over to criticize his overstepping, his face turned red. "Meng Shuwen, calm down. I know you're working for the public good and have no personal motives. Go ahead and eat," Meng Shuwen said with a fake comforting tone. Zhenghua snorted coldly and turned away. No one paid him any attention, and they returned to their offices. In the afternoon, Yimin Hui and Lu Gong tested the samples collected in the morning. Su Ran held his notebook, learning and taking notes at the same time. Yang Ying picked up her bag. "Time to go home. Let's go out to eat after work tomorrow if you're free." "Sure, sure," Su Ran agreed happily. At the Su family courtyard, there were piles of motors, stirring blades, and switches around Su Jianhua. He was holding a mechanical engineering book and working. Lin Nanqing hung up Su Min's phone and came over to stand beside him, saying, "Xiaomin moved to Jingwei residence. Second aunt is now focused on making her remarry, but she isn't interested." Su Jianhua, using his toes, guessed what second aunt was trying to arrange for Su Min. Is it someone from a poor family, telling people they have money from the relocation? It's like boiling a sheep and calling the wolf to come eat. Lin Nanqing nodded. Su Jianhua pressed the machine with his hand, constantly saying, "Good days are passing by, yet I have to go work hard for others." Is it true that heaven has assigned her the task of getting married? Su Jianhua was annoyed by phrases like, "Once you marry me, you'll be at ease," and "My task is done." Living just for that non-existent task. Does completing it earn you extra years from heaven? Dad, Mom, I'm back. Su Ran's cheerful voice came before she even entered the house. Lin Nanqing felt confident. Her daughter was doing well at work. "That's great, I like it," Su Ran said, eating homemade fruit ice cream, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, and happily sharing her day's events. "Your friend is here too?" "Yes, Yimin Hui, the top student from the biology college I mentioned before. She studies biochemistry. We've planned to have dinner together tomorrow afternoon." Su Jianhua grew more pleased. Besides work, good relationships are very important at the office. The more people, the more trouble, and that makes work less enjoyable. Lin Nanqing took out a red velvet box and gently smiled. "A small gift for your first day at work. Open it and see if you like it." Su Ren opened the box to find a gold bracelet made of pearl flowers, with 4 petals and a pink pearl in the center shining softly. She put it on, stretched out her hand to show, and leaned on Lin Nanqing's shoulder. "It's so beautiful. Gold looks good, and my hand looks nice too," Su Jianhua proudly said. "Of course, my daughter is beautiful." He glanced at the time. "Let's go." To celebrate her starting work, we'll have some roasted lamb leg. It's specially marked on the menu by Mr. San, and it's delicious. Today, besides shopping, Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing also planned an early dinner. If her first day at work went smoothly, it would be a celebration. If not, eating something good would lift their spirits. The iron stand was brought to the table, holding a lamb leg glazed with honey, sizzling as it roasted, with a fragrant oil aroma filling the air. Su Jianhua sliced a piece for Lin Nanqing, then another for Su Ran, and finally placed some on his own plate. Biting into it, the outside was crispy, the inside tender, and the meat juicy, with no gamey smell, just a faint milky aroma. Even Lin Nanqing, who usually didn't eat much meat at night, ate 2 pieces. Taking a bite of meat and sipping sour plum juice, Su Ran sighed contentedly, feeling lazy and satisfied. The 3 of them ate over 3 jin, about 1.5 kilograms, and the leftovers were packed to take home, costing over 100 yuan. Walking slowly home, Su Jianhua's phone rang. Wu, the boss of the toy factory, confidently said, "Haha, Brother Su, I've brought back the production line. New toys will be on sale soon. I'll invite you all over then." Su Jianhua congratulated him and agreed to visit this Sunday. The alarm clock rang at 7 o'clock. Su Ren closed her eyes and struggled to sit up, then turned off the alarm and sank back into her soft pillow. They say that it's hard to go from luxury to simplicity. Used to waking up naturally, she couldn't be awakened by the alarm anymore. Feeling sleepy, Su Ran thought she could sleep for 5 more minutes, just 5. Xiao Ran, get up. It's already 7:30. Lin Nanqing knocked on her door.
Ah.
I fell asleep again. Quickly, Su Ran got up, dressed, washed up, and grabbed a bun and an egg to head out. Take it slow. It's only a few minutes to get there, Lin Nanqing called out worriedly. By 7:55, Su Ran was the first to arrive at the office. She patted her chest, feeling the relaxed atmosphere of her workplace again. In the morning, they studied testing instruments. In the afternoon, she and Yi Minhui taught everyone how to use the newly installed computers. Soon it was time to leave. Su Ran and Yi Minhui held hands as they went to the Western restaurant for dinner. This restaurant is a well-known Western eatery in Beijing. The environment is quiet, with plants separating the tables. Elegant crystal chandeliers hang above, and a vase with roses sits in the center. Su Ran and her friends arrived early and sat in a more secluded spot. Zhou Reng happened to see them come in. His charming eyes showed interest. "Isn't that Miss Yi from the Yi family?" The girl next to her looks well-behaved. Su Yi, who was facing away from the door, shot him a glance and sipped water. Zhou Reng was known for being talkative and careless. Seeing Su Yi's calm expression, he felt distressed. "If you keep being so pure and reserved, you'll turn into a monk." You should learn to enjoy the joys of love with me. Enjoying love once a month. Sue replied coldly. I only date that one person each month. That's called being charming. Being charming is romantic. Being indiscriminate is a sin. Zhou Rang leaned back on the sofa. He lowered his voice and whispered mysteriously. On a serious note, I heard that the eldest son of the Yi family's original wife has returned. The Yi family's wife is busy arranging her daughter's marriage, but rumor has it that Miss Yi isn't interested. There were some issues at home, so I moved out and found this job. Yi Minhui gave a vague explanation. The confident girl she once was is gone. She has no courage or energy to challenge anymore, so she just accepts it. Yi Minhui's face is calm. She has learned to let go of unhappy feelings. Su Ran, if you need help, just tell me. Working together is always better. Yi Minhui smiles softly, her eyes shining. And you? Su Ran sighs helplessly. I got cut off. This is a famous Western restaurant. Feel free to order anything you like, Lu Xian says casually as she walks with her colleagues. They sit down, and her gaze meets Su Ran's. Lu Xian walks over in high heels, swaying her hips. She raises an eyebrow. Oh, isn't that our top student? It probably costs you half a month's salary to have a meal here. Think about your parents farming in the countryside. Su Ran politely smiles. And isn't that our bottom student? Your meal money must be easy for you. Think about your uncle, who is a leader at the Chemistry Institute. Lu Xian suppresses her anger. She's just a failure. She doesn't bother with her. You're now employed, right? It must be easy. Unlike me, I just started and am busy with new projects and experiments, with no time to eat. Lu Xian pretends to complain, but her eyes show pride. Su Ran looks serious. Having you on the project team is a blessing. Lu Xian lifts her head high. Being top student, huh? Still, she had to bow to her. Su Ran adds, but you're busy with experiments, and your experiments keep failing. Zhou Reng laughs behind them. Yi Minhui glances sharply at her, as if saying something or nothing at all. Lu Xian stomps her foot, furious, and picks up a glass of water to splash. Su Ran quickly blocks the water with a plate and catches the water Yi Minhui hands her, splashing it back. Water flows down Lu Xian's face, dark eyebrows, pink blush, and white powder makeup smudged, making her look like a palette. People around look over. Lu Xian's colleagues stand up but hesitate to come closer. The restaurant manager walks over to comfort everyone and suggests they continue eating. Miss, are you okay? The manager offers tissues. Lu Xian brushes away the tissues and points at Su Ran. Manager, this person has no manners. You should kick her out. As a manager, especially of a Western restaurant frequented by wealthy customers, he had long mastered the skill of watching all directions and listening carefully. When Lu Xian raised her head and approached Su Ran's table, he noticed immediately. Her attitude didn't seem like catching up with old friends. It felt more like picking a fight. Moreover, it was Lu Xian who threw the water first. Does waiting for her to throw water count as being polite? The manager smiled slightly and said, Miss, sorry to bother you. Please speak softly. Our guests are all important, and there's no reason to chase them away. Someone shouting loudly is calling others rude, she retorted. This lady, you were the one who started saying rude things first. Zhou Rang peeked out from behind. Yes, she was the one who threw the water first. Others pointed and whispered. Lu Xian said, This restaurant is terrible. I'm not eating here anymore, and she angrily grabbed her bag and left in a hurry. Her colleague quickly followed her out. The manager said to Su Ran, Sorry for the disturbance. Su Ran smiled and replied, It's okay. The steak was very good. People's eyes occasionally looked over, but Su Ran sat calmly, continuing to eat and chat. The person who just went crazy is someone who works at the Chemistry Institute. And the second-to-last person, Wang Hao, was originally an assistant at the school. But then, Su Ran lowered her voice and told Yi Minhui the story about the two households. Yi Minhui said, This family is so hypocritical, it's disgusting. So, what's the benefit of marriage? Marrying high means spending a lot of money. Marrying low means suffering a lot. Her mother tried every way to marry into a wealthy family, pretending to be kind and generous in front of her husband's mistresses. Marrying low means enduring all kinds of hardships. After Su Yi and Zhou Rang finished their meal and passed by Su Ran's table, Su Yi paused slightly, but didn't show it, and continued walking outside. The manager respectfully saw them to the door. The driver brought the Rolls-Royce over. Getting into the car, Zhou Rang raised an eyebrow and said, "I thought she was a harmless flower, but she's actually a thorny rose." Su Yi crossed his legs and gently fiddled with the white agarwood bracelet on his wrist, casually saying, "So, thorny roses are beautiful, but you can't date one." Zhou Rang mostly talked about gentle, innocent types. Su Yi stopped his movements and, for some reason, felt relieved inside. "Brother, you're so young and already playing with wooden bracelets like my grandfather. You're almost an old scholar. Call me Grandpa." Su Yi lightly lifted his eyelids. Zhou held his breath and said, Okay, I won't say anything else. Hee hee ha, araha." Su Ran propped her face with her hands, smiling foolishly as she looked at the reply letter on the table. Although she had already received the magazine's reply yesterday and read it several times before bed, she woke up early on Saturday and couldn't help but read it again. "Hello, Yenwu. Your novel has been accepted and will soon be published for readers to enjoy. Details about payment and sample copies will be communicated to you later. Thank you for supporting our magazine." Su Ran happily stored the letter away, planning to surprise Su Jianhua and Lin Nanxing when she received the printed copies. "Xiao Ran, pack up. We're going to the restaurant," Su Jianhua called as he passed by her door. He looked next door. The door to Xia Daoyun's house was still locked. Lin Nanxing carried some fruit over, and Su Jianhua took it to put in the car. Lin Nanxing asked, "Has Uncle Xia not come back yet?" Su Jianhua envied and said, "Uncle Xia and some friends went into the mountains to play. They said they'll come back when it gets cooler." He looked at Lin Nanxing with hope in his eyes. "Let's go out and have fun in a few days." Heading south, they had traveled to a few places before, but always as a family of three. Now that his daughter was working and the family had money, they should take a trip for just the two of them. Lin Nanxing glanced at him sideways. "And the daughter?" "She moved to Jinghua residence. Our whole family is there, so no worries," he replied. Lin Nanxing suspected that his invitation for the whole family to live in this neighborhood was just an excuse to get away for a trip with just the two of them, and that Su Ran was being looked after. He didn't expose him, just nodded with a smile. The family arrived at the restaurant that Uncle Su had booked in advance. There were 13 people in the Su family. Before each gathering, they asked if there was a large private room available. As they approached the door of the private room, the cheerful laughter of Niu Tsuehua rang out. "Grandma, there's good news again." Su Ran sat between her second sister Su Xian and her younger brother Su Huan. Niu Tsuehua's face showed a hint of shyness. "Xiao Ran, Grandma is really acting in a drama. She's going to be on TV," Su Xian said excitedly. Su Ran's bright eyes sparkled with sincerity. "Grandma, you're going to be a big star. When that happens, many people will recognize you. Then I can say I'm the granddaughter of the famous star Niu Tsuehua when I go out." And Ai Tsuehua waved her hand and said, "I only played a small role in a few episodes, so it's nothing special. But Director Lee said I did well and recommended me to try out for other shows." And Ai Tsuehua proudly straightened her chest. She still felt proud because the director had praised her. She thought, getting into character quickly and showing emotion in my eyes, it's not that hard. All she needed to do was imagine herself as the character, cry when needed, smile when appropriate. She wasn't tired of acting yet. But Chi Hong, Su Aigua, and Zhou Li mean stiff. Wooden acting told her it was really difficult. Otherwise, why was only an Ai Tsuehua being recommended to other crews? Oh, old Chi always has no expression. Old Su can't loosen up, and old Zhou plays good guys but makes them seem like bad guys, and Ai Tsuehua thought. She decided they should practice more, maybe find a place to learn. As the leader of this makeshift troupe, she had to worry about these things. The Su family was full of chatter, praising Ai Tsuehua until she felt tipsy. It was as if she was about to go on stage and receive the Best Actress award. Uncle Su smiled happily like a Buddha and raised his cup, saying, Today we have three things to celebrate. First, Mom, the kid's grandmother, has successfully found a new career. Second, we celebrate Xiao and Xiao Ran starting their new jobs. Third, we plan to open a restaurant again. Big brother and sister-in-law, congratulations. Uncle and aunt will be there on opening day. All good news, let's have a toast. Some drank alcohol, others drank juice. Then, second Uncle Sue hesitated and said, Shuang Fong and I are still running a supermarket. Aunt Sue added, and we're opening a bookstore near the school, renting and selling books, that kind of thing. Then we should have another toast. And Ai Tsuehua looked at Su Jianhua. Su Jianhua looked innocent and said, Mom, what's wrong? You want to eat this dish? I'll pass it to you. And Ai Tsuehua thought, eat, eat, eat. She didn't bother asking more. Her third son had money now, so he probably wouldn't do nothing. No matter what, collecting rent brought in money, and they wouldn't go hungry. Pass it over, I want to eat. Talking about the newly employed Su Huainan and Su Ran. And Ai Tsuehua took a sip of beer and said proudly, Relax, I've already arranged good connections for you too. The background is very strong. The Su family looked at each other. When did the poor Su family have such powerful relatives? Su Jianhua tentatively asked, Old leader of your dad's unit. Lin Nanqing guessed there might be some connection that everyone could share. Thinking about what? Your dad retired many years ago. There's no connection. Niu Tsuehua directly revealed the answer. Buddha. Is there anyone more important than Buddha? This time I not only burned incense, but also donated money. You all should focus on making money. Su Huijing spat out the sip of water he had just taken. That was too big a deal. Su Xian took a bite of the pork knuckle, raised her head, and her silver earring swung. A hopeful light appeared on her bright face. Grandma, can Buddha bless me so I can also become a star? I wanna act. I don't want to work at the department store anymore. Why? You're doing well there, earning a salary every month. Why quit? Auntie didn't understand. The department store was a good job. In her eyes, as the family got richer, the children should also have something to do. Staying at home all day would make them lazy. Su Xian pouted. What's so good about it? A bunch of gossipers can't stand seeing others dress up. They just talk behind her back. Su Xian, who was pretty and worked as a sales clerk at the department store, kept her salary. She couldn't save money, so she often bought nice clothes and accessories, or spent on food and drinks. Back then, her clothes and jewelry weren't expensive. Others would only say a few cool remarks about her dressing up nicely. Since the family became richer, her clothes improved a lot. She wore different gold bracelets and necklaces. People said all sorts of things like, looking good means you're strong. Someone's paying for her, she's with a rich boss, or I saw her sitting in a Santana, she must be a big boss. These people didn't lower their voices and they kept winking and making faces at Su Xian. Su Xian couldn't stand it. She went up and started scolding them, nearly causing them to fall into the underground ancestors' reunion. That was hitting a nerve. But working at the department store was becoming less and less interesting. After Su Xian finished speaking, her uncle shouted, I'm quitting. I'm not doing this anymore. What kind of people are these? Their hearts are all dirty. Her older brother, Su Huichuan, coldly said, I'll go with you when you resign. Auntie, feeling distressed, said, You know, you suffered so much bullying but never told us. You'd rather quit than put up with that. Su Xian waved her hand and smiled foolishly. I haven't lost in a fight of words. Besides, I'm so good-looking. Let them be jealous. Su Xian shares the same calm attitude as Su Ran. You all say your piece. She hasn't done anything wrong. She can dress however she likes. Niu Tsuehua watched her granddaughter think deeply. An actress? Niu Tsuehua suddenly remembered that Director Li had been worried about finding a very beautiful character for the past few days. But this character isn't just about looks. She also has a clever and kind heart. In the story, she has a small role but is very important. She is like a guide for the heroine's growth. Niu Tsuehua is her real grandmother and has to say, besides studying, her granddaughter can do anything. She is always cheerful, dressing up and eating and drinking happily. But being smart should be something she can act out, right? She looked at Su Xian, who met her clear eyes. Nyo Tsuehua felt a little unsure. Can she really act smart? In the end, Nyo Tsuehua made the decision. Whether it's one sheep or a flock, she would go along with it. She decided to try her best. Su Xian was no longer interested in eating and was happier. She also asked Su Ran if they could go shopping together when they had free time. After we finish eating, let's go back to the village and climb the mountain, Su Jianhua suggested. Since going to Guangshi and experiencing mountain life, Su Jianhua has been thinking about their family's mountain land. Years ago, by chance, their father had 2 pieces of land and they had 4 children, 2 each. Let's go back. We haven't been home since we moved, and we don't even know if the house has been torn down. Su Huichuan went with his wife Yao Qing for a checkup, while the others drove 3 cars toward Xingfu village. When their car reached Huangjie village next to Xingfu village, they saw some familiar people gathered under a tree at the village entrance. What are you all doing here? The car slowed down, and Nyo Tsuehua rolled down the window to call out. Fat Aunt was munching sunflower seeds, chatting happily about village news, when she suddenly heard her idol, Aunt Nyo's voice. She turned around and saw it was really her. She hurried over, her body trembling with excitement. Aunt Nyo, I missed you so much. Nyo Tsuehua got out of the car, smiling with her big white teeth. I missed everyone too. Since moving to the city, there's been less lively fun to watch. Fat Aunt got excited. Let me tell you, a lot has happened recently. All the Su family members got out of the car and followed to a popular gossip spot, under an ancient tree. Oh, you don't know. Our village's people who haven't gone to the city are renting houses nearby. It's like a big show every day, Fat Aunt chattered excitedly. Some villagers in Happiness Village think that soon they will get their houses and prefer to save money rather than buy new ones. Aunt Peng farms on a hillside, growing vegetables and raising animals. She bought a house in the city, but rents a place in the village. Luckily, she rents a house. Otherwise, she would have missed out on many opportunities. Aunt Peng says, Do you remember Lu's eldest son?
Such a honest man.
His wife is very pretty. He found a young woman outside, and his wife caught him in bed with her family members and tied him up. She lowers her voice and whispers to Nyo Tsuehua, Lu's eldest was completely naked. Nothing much to see, just a little. She gestures with her hands to show a small size and sounds annoyed. People nearby can't hold back and say they keep talking about divorce. Honestly, it's too late now. Life is hard enough. TSK. But they stop talking because children are around. Otherwise, they might discuss more about who makes a better husband. A man without money or status can't find a good wife. Aunt Peng continues, he doesn't need to shout. His wife, no, Sun Jia, slapped him several times and took the money to divorce him. It must be at least 1,000,000 yuan. Oh, I don't know how many houses she got. Her son was influenced by Grandma Lu to think Sun Jia is not good, that she causes trouble. So Sun Jia just took her money and left. Su Ran hands Aunt Peng a bottle of water at the right time. She takes a sip and keeps talking. Old head Su's eldest and second daughters completely fell out. Each has a son who changed his surname to Su. But old head Su kept the money and didn't give it to them, just dangling a sweet deal. Big brother Tian, who was a small leader at school, was beaten into the hospital by his stepson. They say a wealthy and powerful young lady is interested in him. She loves him so much, she wants to marry him for the 3rd time. It's like a gift from heaven. Middle-aged men being loved by a young, rich, beautiful woman. Rumor has it that the young lady's family officials only eat Western food, like salmon. It's strange. How does a Chinese girl develop a foreign stomach? Oh, and Qin's son, the one with yellow hair, recently got a girlfriend. They even brought her home. To marry her, he plans to buy a house in the city. His girlfriend is quite impressive. She studied abroad. We've seen her too. She has a small face, big eyes, long hair, and a pointed chin that could plow the fields. A chubby woman, Aunt Zhang, opened her mouth wide and pressed her cheeks with her hands, squeezing out a round chin. Everyone listened eagerly, still wanting more. It was very interesting, truly fascinating. On the mountain road, passing through half-destroyed Happy Village, a big family looked around but didn't feel nostalgic about the past. Why feel sad? Is it because the food isn't tasty or because the house isn't comfortable? They drove past a large piece of wasteland owned by the Su family and a few other villagers. After about 10 more minutes, they reached the foot of the mountain. On the mountain path, plum blossoms, lilacs, and thorn bushes were blooming brightly, along with poplar and willow trees that were over 20 years old. They stopped and walked slowly. Niu Tsuehua and her aunt occasionally picked wild mulberries to give to Su Xian, Su Ran, and Su Huan. Look, there are also sour jujubes, Niu Tsuehua said, picking 2 yellow ones, wiping them and stuffing them into Su Jianhua's mouth. Su Jianhua squinted from the sour taste. It was really like tasting a mother's love. The mountain was not tall. After a short climb, they reached the top, where there was an open space. Uncle Su was excited. There's a place on the mountain. We can raise free-range chickens, get fresh eggs, and the chickens will be active every day. Their meat will be firm and tasty, perfect for making chicken soup. Then we can raise geese for winter, cooking them in a big pot, and sheep for summer barbecues. Just missing a pond to raise crabs and shrimps. I've had Yangtze Lake hairy crabs in the south, delicious, with rich roe and crab paste. Once you taste it, you won't stop. Su Jianhua looked around. These 2 hills, no, these small mounds, couldn't even support building houses.
People are quite strange.
When they had land to farm, they didn't think much of it.
But now that they have no land, they itch to grow something.
Niu Tsuehua felt the same. At first, they happily moved into a big house, a tall building. But after living there for a while, they realized having a small yard was better. They wanted to lie in the yard, plant some green onions, tomatoes, strawberries, pick them when hungry or thirsty. That was a lively life. Now, they lacked some things. Niu Tsuehua waved her hand confidently. We'll raise animals, grow crops. She also had a dream, to earn her own money and buy a big villa to live in. Everyone needs something to look forward to. Su Jianhua thought for a moment and said, we could try raising chickens with herbs, just for a family to eat. It's best if the 3rd child can handle it. All right, that's settled. Later, we'll find someone nearby to set up a net, build a chicken coop and a sheep pen, and find someone to take care of them, Uncle Su decided. We agreed to raise the animals together and share the harvest later. As for raising crabs, Uncle Su is thinking about renting a pond and land to raise fish and shrimp, which could also help in his restaurant. He asked the eldest to watch over it since he's almost a father now and often busy with work, so he can't always look after the children. It's better for him to stay home and work at the restaurant. Uncle Su promised, soon you'll be able to enjoy our own crabs. After returning home from the mountain, I was sweaty and sticky. The 3 of us took showers, then put on face masks and leaned on chairs. Su Jianhua bought special men's face masks in Hong Kong because he believes men should look good for their wives. Lin Nanqing is so beautiful that when she goes out, people often think she's Su Ran's older sister. If he doesn't take good care of himself, in 10 years, they might look like they are from different generations. While wearing the masks, Su Jianhua took out frozen chicken soup and small wontons from the fridge to cook. Add more vegetables to the soup, Lin Nanqing reminded him. Neither father nor daughter likes vegetables, but Su Jianhua manages the kitchen, so he tries not to put vegetables on the table unless necessary. He nodded and soon served 3 bowls of fragrant, thin-skinned wontons with shrimp and vegetables in the soup. After dinner, they laid bamboo mats on the stone floor in the main hall, and Su Jianhua took out a Lego set. Come on, let's build Lego. Su Ran looked at the thick instruction manual. Wow, so many pages. Over 100. Su Jianhua carefully opened the packages, saying, that's why it's so expensive. I wonder what kind of toys Wu Boss sells in a store. Lin Nanqing stopped a small rolling part, a tiny space helmet. We'll find out tomorrow when we go. The next day, Su Jianhua drove with Lin Nanqing and Su Ran to the department store. Wu Boss's toy shop was located on the 1st floor of the building. At the entrance, there were congratulatory flower baskets, including one Su Jianhua sent himself. A red carpet was laid out, with a red banner that read, "Congratulations on the grand opening of Xian Toy Store." Happy. Festive music played from the speakers. Ha 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 ha, Brother Su, sister-in-law, Xiao Ran, welcome, welcome, said Wu Boss, dressed in a new suit and slick-back hair, standing proudly at the door to greet friends and customers. Su Ran's gaze was attracted by Mr. Wu's shiny hair. It must have used a lot of hair gel. Flies passing by would slip on it. Su Jianhua said happily, "Congratulations. Business is booming and making lots of money." Mr. Wu clasped his hands together and replied, "Thank you. Let's all get rich. Please come in quickly. When the lucky time arrives, we will open." They chatted as they entered the shop. Su Ran stayed behind and noticed the English word, toy, on a sign. She wondered why the neighboring store under renovation also had toy in its name. She looked at it twice, then saw a person dressed in British-style clothes come out of the shop. The person walked and said, "The work will be finished in a week. The big boss has had a master check it. Don't miss the good day to open." He saw Su Ran wearing a jade bracelet and carrying a small bag, then smiled and said, "Ma'am, we are a toy store from Hong Kong. This is our first store opening in mainland China. We have many kinds of toys, very popular in Hong Kong. Please come next week." Su Ran nodded with a smile. She watched as the man's face changed when he was about to leave. He looked at Mr. Wu's shop with disdain and muttered, "Who still buys outdated toys?" Seeing Mr. Wu happily smiling as he entered the shop, Su Ran followed inside. The shop was arranged in sections, full of plush dolls, model cars, spinning tops, toy swords, toy guns, and toy phones. It looked colorful and diverse, but the toys had an old-fashioned style from the 1980s, bright colors and stiff plush toys. Most of these toys were common and could be bought anywhere in recent years. But now, in 1994, when trends change daily, this shop might only attract children if there were no other stores from Hong Kong nearby. Su Jianhua, who had come in to browse, already knew this. He noticed that the children brought by other shop owners showed little interest in these toys. Su Ran whispered, "Dad, that store next door looks like the toy shop we visited in Hong Kong. It's opening next week." Su Jianhua frowned slightly. He could only hope it wouldn't cause too much impact on Mr. Wu's shop or factory. At this moment, Mr. Wu looked at his watch, then clapped his hands. "Everyone, please move aside. The opening ceremony will start soon." At the entrance, drums and gongs sounded, and a lion dance leapt into the air. One more time, more and more people gathered. Boss Wu took a deep breath, cleared his throat, and said into the microphone, "Hello everyone, today Xian Toy Store officially opens." As soon as he finished speaking, Boss Wu pulled down the red cloth covering the signboard. Clap, clap. Su Ran clapped along with everyone. "To celebrate the opening, we're offering a 20% discount today. We have all kinds of toys. Welcome everyone to come and buy." "Mom, I want a toy gun. I want one. 20% off. Come on, let's go inside and take a look." People loved to join the crowd. A lot of people went in, and those behind wanted to see what was happening whether they bought anything or not. The store was full and crowded. Boss Wu smiled happily, knowing his factory was safe. He dreamed of buying land nearby to expand and grow bigger. As for the toy store opening next door, he didn't mind much. Shipping toys from Hong Kong was expensive, and even if people liked toys from Hong Kong, it didn't affect him much. Su Jianhua told Boss Wu that they would leave first. "Bro, sorry for the inconvenience. Please forgive us." Boss Wu patted Su Jianhua's shoulder and said politely, "Next time, I'll definitely invite your family for a meal." "Okay, you busy now?" Since they were already here, they decided to visit the mall and buy some things to take home. Miss Lin, a young woman with long, wavy brown hair, wearing a tight red dress and beige high heels, approached. She had fair skin and was wearing red lipstick. "Isn't this Sun Jia, who divorced Lu Laoda and left with over 100,000 yuan? In the past, Sun Jia had to work, take care of her children, do housework, and look after her parents-in-law. She often tied her hair in a simple low ponytail. She was worried all the time, looking worn out, like someone in her 40s, even though she was only 35 or 36. But now, her face looked rosy and healthy, much better than before. "Sun Jia." Lin Nanxing greeted her with a smile. "Auntie, hello.
Good.
Xiao Ran is getting more and more beautiful. Haha, you probably don't recognize me anymore, Sun Jia said with a bright, ringing laugh. It's hard to recognize you now, Lin Nanqing replied.
Ha.
Since I got divorced, I don't have to worry about anything. Now I just go shopping and get some beauty treatments. I feel happy every day, Sun Jia said happily. A cheerful young man carries a woman's bag on his shoulder, holding an ice cream in one hand and running over. A few strands of his sweat-dampened hair fall across his forehead. Here, the boy shows a big, bright smile, focusing his eyes on Sun Jia. His toned arm extends as he hands her an ice cream. Sun Jia takes it, smiling shyly and sweetly. The boy looks at Sun Jia's family with curiosity. Jia, who is this? He's my friend. You should go ahead and queue. I'll find you later, Sun Jia says, not intending to introduce their relationship. The boy quickly replies, Okay, I'll wait for you. He turns and runs away. Sun Jia glances at his youthful back and confidently says, He's my new boyfriend, a senior at the sports college. Being with him makes me feel young again. She doesn't care about others' teasing or pitying looks. People around her say she's crazy. She should find a man her age to marry, not date younger guys. They think that's what a proper person would do. Not marrying, just keeping the child close, so someone will be filial when she's old. But she doesn't care about that. She lives how she wants. That's so awesome, Su Ran blurted out. It's fine. Life is yours to live, and your happiness is what matters most, Lin Nanqing said calmly, without disdain or excitement. It was as if a woman divorced and dating a guy in her 20s was just normal. Indeed, in Lin Nanqing's view, men dating women 10 or 20 years younger is perfectly fine. Sun Jia suddenly felt a bit relieved inside. She had a sudden urge to talk. Everyone says I'm foolish, that he'll eventually take all my money. He's after money, I'm after looks. We're both just doing what we want. No one's cheating anyone. Besides, I won't marry him. I'm living well on my own, so why get into trouble again? I've realized something. Women being obedient and honest, what's the point? Why not tell men to behave well? In the end, women just get told they're good wives, good mothers, good daughters-in-law, and they feel happy. People live for others, not for themselves. Does others' opinion really matter that much? As long as you're fed and taken care of, you can live a long, good life. That's right. Women should take care of themselves, Su Jianhua responded first. Others' opinions are none of your business. Just ignore them, Lin Nanqing sincerely said. Sun Jia, congratulations on finding happiness. Sun Jia glanced at Su Jianhua, then looked at Lin Nanqing, whose eyes were still clear and peaceful. She used to long for such love and married life too. She shook her head, thinking it's okay now to enjoy a life of wealth, leisure, and a little puppy. If she gets bored of this type, maybe she can try a little puppy next time? Thank you, and I wish you all happiness too. Goodbye. Sun Jia flicked her hair and stepped into the mall in high heels. Su Jianhua secretly thought that only he could be the flower in his wife's garden. He would be even better to his wife, a little more attentive, and he also needed to watch his image to match his wife. Let's go eat KFC, then go shopping. Today, she brought home a ring with a jade egg design, a gold gourd pendant with diamonds, and several sets of summer clothes. It's another day without spending all her savings on interest. The next day, Su Ran arrived at her workplace exactly on time. According to the schedule, she wouldn't be cleaning or fetching water until the day after tomorrow. She took out some Longjing tea and jasmine green tea from her bag and placed them on the table, then poured the tea into a beautiful transparent glass. In just a few days, she quickly adapted to the atmosphere at work. Su Ran looked at the materials in her hand and wondered if her third sister, Su Xian, who wanted to leave her job, was now successfully acting in movies. Su Xian was not acting. Instead, she was sitting in Niu Tsuehua's sturdy cart, which was speeding up, a wave of heat hitting her face. Behind them, 3 motorcycles followed. A group of people rushed toward the drama academy. Niu Tsuehua thought to herself that acting shouldn't be done blindly. Just like when she learned aerobics or how to play the suona, she had to follow the teacher first. Practice makes perfect, and only then can it become her skill. Nyo Tsuehua asked around and found out that some teachers at the Drama Academy offered external classes for students, and the school supported it. The only problem was the high cost. Also, she had never heard of people her age going to learn acting. Nyo Tsuehua raised her head. These things weren't a problem. Let them be the first group to try. Honestly, she loved being the first when it came to learning new skills. She asked others for their opinions. All 5 raised their hands in agreement, and they decided to apprentice and learn. At the entrance of the Drama Academy, a group of young, beautiful men and women came and went. And Tsuehua stopped her car by the roadside, locked it, and hurriedly headed toward the main gate. The students around them looked on and whispered among themselves. She was dressed in well-fitted clothes and wearing sunglasses. The leader looked like a big boss, followed by what seemed to be bodyguards and a secretary. Could it be that the boss came to recruit students for an acting class? Are you here for something? Do you have an appointment? The security guard politely stopped them. And Tsuehua took off her sunglasses and smiled. Hello, we want to find teacher Wang Anhui. We're here to ask about enrolling outside students in the acting class. We don't have an appointment yet. The security guard frowned and looked them over. When he saw Su Xian, he suddenly understood. Her grandparents and relatives cared a lot about her development, so the whole family had come. No wonder. Her looks are among the best at the Drama Academy. Su Igwa stepped forward, took out a pack of cigarettes, and handed it to the guard. Brother, could you help us call Teacher Wang? We really want to learn. The cigarettes were paid for with company money. Since the 4 of them started sharing expenses, they put 100 or 2 into the communal fund each month for meals and other needs. This money was managed by Zhou Limin, who was careful with every penny, making sure it was spent wisely. The guards smiled happily. Okay, wait a moment. I'll ask. Hello, Teacher Wang. There's a girl at the gate who wants to see you. Her family is with her. Let them come to the office. The guard hung up and came out.
Come in.
Teacher Wang is on the 3rd floor of Paying Building, Office 302. He added, honestly, with your granddaughter's looks, if she keeps studying, she'll definitely become a big star. Su Xian's bright face lit up with a big smile. Being called a star. Haha, calling her a star is just another way of saying she's beautiful. Her smile made a few passing boys slow down and look back. That's a good wish. When my granddaughter becomes a star, I'll buy her a whole pack of cigarettes to thank you, and Tsuehua said cheerfully.
What?
You all want to learn? Teacher Wang Anhui looked surprised at the old and young people standing in the office.
Ah, yes.
Is that not okay? And Tsuehua thought she might have made a mistake. Would the teacher refuse to accept older students? Zhou Hong, expressionless, sincerely praised Tsuehua. Our leader is a great actress. She's performed in many plays, and even the director recommended her to other theater groups. In Xiao Hong's eyes, she always acts confidently and says what is right. Ever since Nyo Tsuehua, with the Women's Federation, miraculously rescued her from her abusive ex-husband's home, she has been determined to follow Nyo Tsuehua. Su Igwa said, we've all been in acting groups. Director Li Qi recommended teachers from our school. This time, we genuinely want to learn acting skills from you. Wang Anhui was even more surprised. At first, she thought they were wealthy parents concerned about their children's education, all coming together to send their kids to learn. But it turned out they all wanted to learn themselves. What she didn't expect was that these people had also been in acting groups. Other teachers in the office also gathered around. Wang Anhui calmed down and apologized, saying, sorry, I was too quick to judge. It wasn't just because the security guard told her that when she saw Su Xian, she naturally assumed she was a young girl coming for lessons. She continued, learning is fine. Our external enrollment class has no age limit. However, the tuition is charged per lesson. One lesson is an hour, and it costs 50 yuan per person. There are also one-on-one lessons, which cost 100 yuan per hour. Taking 2 lessons a day, an ordinary person's half-month salary would be gone. Nyo Tsuehua felt a bit distressed and did some quick calculations. 5 people, 1 lesson each, would cost 250 yuan. Zhou Limin habitually twirled his right hand. a habit from doing mental calculations. Teacher Wang, how do we pay? If all 5 of us sign up together, is there a discount? You can pay for 10 lessons up front, and we will refund or charge extra if needed. Wang Anhui thought for a moment. If 5 people pay for 10 lessons together, they can get a 10% discount. This extracurricular acting class was organized by Wang Anhui along with several teachers. After paying for the venue and props, the remaining tuition fees are split proportionally. Wang Anhui, who could give a discount to Niu Tsuehua and the others, was able to make the decision herself. Zhou Limin looked at Niu Tsuehua. Wang Anhui saw that Niu Tsuehua was the one in charge among them and kindly said, "I'll take you to see the classroom first." They walked past 2 or 3 classrooms. One had a dozen high school students, another had 4 or 5 young people. They entered an empty classroom, large and spacious, with a big mirror on the back wall and a few scattered chairs. Just now, one class was made up of non-professional actors improving their skills, and the other was students pursuing art. A typical class has 5 or 6 students, scheduled based on everyone's availability. After the lesson, students are given a short scene to perform. The script is provided in advance, and students should learn their lines thoroughly, but they don't have to play the character exactly as written. You can watch more TV shows to learn about different emotions, expressions, and gestures. Also, reading books like acting manuals or books about the charm of film actors can help. Reading books? Su Xian blinked her big eyes and looked resistant. She loves beauty, food, and fun, but she doesn't like studying. It's strange. She can fall asleep quickly when reading long texts, without her brain controlling it. The only things she can read easily are comic books and simple novels. Wang Anhui said, "Yes, reading is important. To go far and last long, knowledge is key. Understanding the characters and stories helps you act better." "Nah, we want to watch and learn," Niu Tsuehua said confidently. She cheerfully added, "Teacher Wang will pay the tuition." Zhou Limin reluctantly took out 2,500 yuan from his wallet, and his wallet looked less full. He thought to himself, "If I don't spend a little now, I won't get big rewards later." Paying for hobbies is like saving money. He slowly handed over the money. After signing the contract, Niu Tsuehua waved her hand. "Let's buy books, actors. Actor's Handbook, The Charm of Film Actors." Qiao Hong took out a small notebook and glanced at it. A group of 3 motorcycles and a small car sped toward the library, like a moving scene. At 5:30 p.m., everyone in the office immediately got up to leave. Su Ran picked up her bag and said goodbye, already outside the door. She had a phone call scheduled with a magazine editor that evening. When she got home before 6, it was quiet. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing weren't there. On the living room table were washed strawberries, grapes, and peaches. Su Ran quickly took a shower, changed into pajamas, and dialed a number. "Hello, this is Yen Wu. Hello, Teacher Yen. I'm Jiangwen, the editor responsible for your book." Jiangwen thought the author of this popular female lead novel was an experienced middle-aged person, but the voice on the phone was a pleasant young woman. "Just call me Yen Wu." "Okay, Yen Wu. I'm calling about your payment. Our magazine has 2 options. A flat rate is 20 yuan per 1,000 words. For 100,000 words, that's 2,000 yuan. Later, whether they sell more or less, it doesn't matter to you." Jiangwen paused. This was the choice most people made. Su Ran didn't speak, waiting for the second payment option. For a share, it's 10 yuan per 1,000 words, totaling 1,000 yuan, paid per book sold. If you sell 10,000 copies, you get 500 yuan. It depends on the sales. This is 1,000 yuan less than a fixed price. Plus, they're a new magazine, so selling 10,000 copies won't be easy. Especially since Yen Wu's book is quite controversial. It has little emotional content, and the male lead disappears at the end. In the current romance magazine market, I haven't seen a story where the female protagonist is the only focus.
What is popular now?
Is it stories where men and women fight fiercely, then end with a happy family reunion? Or is it her and the editor-in-chief insisting that this book is special and negotiating this condition? Even if it's not the best, it can still be featured prominently? Su Ran didn't hesitate. "I'll choose the second option. What if the magazine suddenly becomes a hit? Maybe one day, I can publish a book. Su Ran imagined this. Most importantly, keeping the book's copyright in her hands makes her feel more secure. Jiangwen tentatively asked, "Haven't you thought about it again?" "I've made up my mind. It's the second option." "Okay, I will send you 2 contracts and a sample issue later. After you sign, send one back." "Yenwu, I look forward to working with you. If you have new manuscripts, feel free to submit. Looking forward to working together. I will consider submitting my new book to you." Su Ran felt Jiang Wen's sincerity. As a newcomer, earning this much money was definitely thanks to her efforts behind the scenes. Suddenly, Su Ran, looking serious, jumped up, leaped onto the bed, and rolled around with a pillow.
Ah,
"My book is going to be published in a magazine, 1,000 yuan plus future royalties." She hadn't received the money yet, but she was already planning how to spend it. Through the window, she looked at the crabapple blossoms outside, feeling as happy as drinking a glass of sour plum lemon sparkling water, bubbles of joy rising. "Girl," Xiao Ran, "I have good news." "Ha ha." Su Jianhua, holding a bunch of food in both hands, entered the yard and burst into cheerful laughter. Su Ran responded, "Dad, Mom, I also have good news." Eager to go inside and cool off, Su Jianhua couldn't hold back his excitement. "Daughter, I have great news. You won't believe it when I tell you. Lu Xian's uncle is suspected of buying and selling public property. He was reported for taking bribes in procurement. The evidence is solid, and he won't get out for a few years. He's also been caught manipulating personnel at his workplace, and Lu Xian was fired just after starting." Su Jianhua felt as refreshed as if he'd just drunk a cold beer on a hot day. "If you really had skills, you could have gotten into the Chemical Institute easily. But you have no real talent, and I heard you even joined an important project team. What a troublemaker." "Ha ha ha. This is such good news." Su Ran crossed her arms and laughed loudly. "Today is a good day, full of happiness." A breeze blew, making the leaves of the old tree rustle. "We don't know who reported him. Maybe someone inside the company, or they wouldn't have provided clear evidence," Lin Nanqing guessed. She and Su Jianhua received news from Xiaowu. The evidence was submitted yesterday, and the person was taken away early today. The notice was posted on the bulletin board, explaining everything clearly. On February 18, 1990, received 1,000 yuan from a boss for selling equipment at a low price, claiming it was damaged. On May 9, 1992, received a box of Fu Rongwang cigarettes and a box of mitai, and bought poor-quality chemical lab supplies. On June 5, 1993, received a jade ring and 2 jade bracelets and manipulated the interview process to hire unqualified staff. Total bribes amounted to 32,633 yuan, causing the company a loss of nearly 100,000 yuan. The specific dates and amounts made the informer seem very credible. No matter who he is, he's a kind person. Thanks to this good-hearted person, Su Ran said with her hands pressed together. Thanks to this kind person, the summer feels cooler. Su Jianhua remembered what his daughter just said about good news. Daughter, what's your good news? Su Ran looked proud. My novel was accepted by a magazine. The basic payment is 1,000 yuan and I get 500 yuan for every 10,000 copies sold. Whose daughter is so talented? She's mine. Daughter, you're amazing. I'm also great. I have a daughter who's a writer. From now on, introduce me as writer Su Ran's dad, Su Jianhua. Haha. Su Jianhua excitedly paced back and forth with his hands on his hips. Lin Nanqing looked at Su Ran with admiration and love. Girl, you are amazing. You make your parents proud. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing never hesitated to praise their daughter. When she learned to dress herself, they praised her. When she learned to write, they praised her. When she scored perfect marks on her exams, they praised her even more. Su Ran grew up surrounded by love and encouragement. Because of this, she was very confident and loved herself. Su Ran was used to her parents' praise and accepted it happily. Girl, where's the magazine? I want to see it. Su Jianhua couldn't wait to visit each household and chat. The samples haven't been sent out yet. They'll arrive tomorrow and they'll go on sale the day after. Then I need to buy 100 copies. No, wife, do you think that's enough? Su Jianhua planned to give each relative a copy. Lin Nanxing counted the number of people. We should keep 10 copies as keepsakes, 10 for the family and probably 10 for Mom. That's enough. Mom and Dad, isn't that a bit much? I can only afford 5 yuan now. Su Jianhua waved his hand. Not too many, not too many. This is your first book. Let's go inside. I'll make you some ice bowls. Su Ran took several bags into the house. Ice bowls. Su Jianhua smiled mysteriously and brought out a small machine he had been tinkering with recently. He opened the lid, put in frozen milk bricks from the fridge, placed a large bowl underneath, and pressed a button. Buzz. Thin streams of milk ice flakes flowed out continuously, quickly filling the bowl with a fluffy, icy mountain. The air was filled with a rich, milky aroma. Su Ran took a deep breath of the sweet smell, looked at the ice bowl and the machine. Dad, you're a genius. Lin Nanxing was the first to realize Su Jianhua had this idea. He watched him learn step by step, reading and practicing as he built the machine. From manual spinning to electric, from large chunks of ice to fine, smooth snow, he kept improving. Su Jianhua had a natural talent for mechanics. He brought out a big bowl, poured in cheese, and divided the ice into 3 portions. Come on, time to add toppings. They added honey, crushed peanuts, raisins, hawthorn strips, coconut jelly, chopped mango, strawberries, cantaloupe, and pre-made taro balls. Su Ran put a little of everything except for the raisins. I don't know why, but she loves eating sour and sweet grapes, yet she doesn't like raisins because they are sticky. Su Ran scooped a spoonful into her mouth. One bite after another. Happy little fairy. Girl, what do you think about opening a shop selling this? Su Jianhua has been thinking about starting a small business these days. That will definitely sell well. After school or after work, people can come for a bowl. It's so hot now. Everyone wants a cool place to relax or meet up. Also, decorate the shop with fresh, simple styles and cute decorations. It will surely attract many couples. Maybe we can make a confession wall with sticky notes, where people can leave words they haven't said out loud. Su Ran's mind turned quickly, and ideas kept coming.
Su Jianhua not that then.
Suddenly, Su Ran remembered that ice bowls are seasonal. Once summer is over, Lin Nanxing said, then the shop can mainly sell fruit teas, floral teas, and milk teas. We can do this every year, just need to find the right proportions and then hire someone to help. The first time they made fruit tea was based on an old recipe brought by Fu Shiyun. It was tasty but not surprisingly delicious. After all, Fu Shiyun grew up in a wealthy family, was good at reading and writing, but cooking was just okay. Later, her family had a change of fortune, and she came to Xingfu village with her daughter. She slowly learned to do laundry, cook, clean, and grow vegetables. But her cooking was just cooked food. Niu Tsuehua couldn't stand it anymore and helped teach her. Even with the same steps, Niu Tsuehua was precise about salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, measured exactly. Precision was necessary. When she told her to use the right amount, she looked confused, not knowing how much to add. Even so, the dishes she made were still not as tasty as Niu Tsuehua's. One day, they started eating together regularly. Niu Tsuehua was impatient and careless, and her sewing was a mess. Fu Shiyun helped her make clothes and taught the children to read and write. They had very different personalities, but got along like sisters. Later, Lin Nanxing learned to cook, and her fruit tea was delicious. Eventually, someone else took over cooking. He always performs exceptionally well. Grandma's book also mentioned that ancient people boiled herbs, flowers, fruits, and tea leaves together. I saw the purple perilla drink in the dream of the Eastern capital. Su Ran recalled the book she read at the school library. Also, when making tea, they added butter, which is fermented milk. Emperor Qianlong loved milk tea, and they had special utensils for it. People say ancient life was simple, but wealthy families back then kept many recipes for food and drinks. So, our business will definitely be popular, Su Jianhua said confidently. Dad, if making the crushed ice machine yourself is too hard, finding someone to make it quickly would be better. Su Jianhua suddenly had this idea. He hadn't thought much about the details. He quickly thought, why not make the crushed ice machines ourselves? They're not complicated, and anyone who knows how can take one apart and make it. Since that's the case, let's seize the opportunity and produce a large batch. No. What if no one buys them? I'll find a few small factories to make different parts, then assemble them myself. We can start by opening a shop to sell ice bowls and see how it goes. If more people are interested, we can find a good factory to produce in larger quantities and make quick money, Lin Nanqing said. Call Sanyi in advance. Look for suitable shops near the university and shopping malls. It's best to buy one directly. Let's wait a couple of days and then go see. Su Ran focused on the main point. Go back? Where to? Lin Nanqing looked at Su Jianhua, signaling him to speak. Su Jianhua smiled with a hint of guilt. We're just going to visit Shanghai and the nearby areas. Su Ran carefully calculated the time. Last week was a long weekend, so this week is a short one. Only one day off. One trip is enough. His voice grew softer. No, you're planning to leave me alone and go out to play. As he spoke, Su Ran suddenly realized her parents knew she only had one day off this week and that they said they'd come back in a few days. That meant she wouldn't be going with them. Her bright eyes looked at her parents. They were the true lovers. She was just an accident. At this moment, Su Ran's frustration with work reached its peak. Work is just for earning money to survive, but she already had money. She should be living her life. Her relocation money had just arrived, and she was determined to be a laid-back person who didn't need to struggle. Now, I don't know how I gradually became more excited without realizing it. Thinking carefully, having more money, fewer problems, being close to home, friendly leaders, and good colleagues, sometimes hearing gossip from the neighboring unit, makes life easier. People also need social groups, so I will keep going. Su Ran quickly convinced herself again. Su Jianhua please Xiao, and Lin Nanqing smiled gently. Su Ran generously said, You all go ahead. I'll go after my holiday. It's still my daughter, so generous. Well, no choice, just go with the flow, Lin Nanqing reminded her. Pack a few sets of clothes and things you need. The day after tomorrow, we'll go to Jingyue residence to stay. While we're away, you can stay there. Su Ran immediately understood again. She realized it once more. She bought Jingyue residence and actively took the Su family to look at the house. All right, I'll go visit Grandma. The two went out for a trip and passed the bright road. Su Jianhua then took action again, calling Uncle Qian to find a shop. Besides interest, the family needs more income. What if the interest rate drops someday? Hello, I've asked Uncle San. Oh, brother, what's up? Buying another house. Uncle San was joking, but he didn't expect the Su family to want to buy this time. You guessed right. We want to buy a shop not too big in a busy area, near a university or shopping mall with a good environment. Universities and malls. The phone made a flipping sound. Old Su, honestly, shops in this area are very popular. Not just for buying, even renting is tough. Then, nearby big factories or companies are fine, as long as the environment is good. Look around a few places, and we can check out the suitable ones in a couple of days. All right, Old Su, leave it to me. Today, Boss Wu was at Uncle San's place handling some business. Hearing Su's voice, he stretched his neck and called out loudly, Brother, I'm Old Wu. Let's go out for a meal when you're free. No problem, Old Wu. I'll treat you to seafood, Su Jianhua replied promptly. Boss Wu continued asking about land near Uncle San's factory. He was thinking of expanding the factory to avoid supply shortages as business picked up. He was confident, as if he already saw toys from his factory leaving Beijing and selling all over the country. Su Jianhua never expected that Brother Wu, whose business had just recovered, would start buying land. He is now in the kitchen, planning to make a simple steamed bass fish, while Lin Nanqing adds sliced cucumber to the cold dish they bought. Su Ran mainly focuses on keeping company. Su Ran goes to work. Afraid of missing the mailman, Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing stay indoors all day. Ding ding ding, when they hear the bicycle bell, Su Jianhua jumps up and rushes outside. The mailman has just parked his bike. He takes letters from the two large canvas bags on the back of his bike, checks the address, and then looks up and asks, Yan Wu? Yes, that's me. Hello, please sign here. Thank you and sorry for the trouble. Su Jianhua signs his name, expresses thanks, and quickly runs back inside. Lin Nanqing takes the bag of mail and places it on the living room table, waiting for Su Ran to come back and open it. I'm back, Su Ran shouts as soon as he enters the yard. Girl, the sample has arrived. Even the usually calm Lin Nanqing can't sit still. Su Ran opens the letter, which contains 2 agreements and 2 magazines. The magazine cover features Su Ran's novel titled Evil Girl, written by Yenwoo. Inside the magazine, there's a poster. One shows the heroine in a red palace dress embroidered with dragons and phoenixes, with black cuffs and collar, wearing a phoenix crown, with a commanding gaze, set against a palace throne background. The other features the heroine with important male and female supporting characters. Su Ran is amazed, saying, "This is the heroine I love, capturing the essence perfectly." The magazine company asked for her opinion on the poster, and the result turned out so well. Su Jianhua plans to buy magazines tomorrow and collect all the posters. Are there posters of the emperor and the heroine together? The heroine is the main character. The others, including the emperor, are supporting roles. Su Ran's story features more than one favorite heroine, with different types of male supporting characters, all of equal importance. There's no single male lead. Su Jianhua suddenly realizes, yes, like in martial arts novels, sometimes only one male lead remains at the end. It's the same idea. Su Jianhua, with his many years of experience reading comics, picture books, and martial arts novels, said, "I guess these people are all enemies." Su Ran silently said nothing. "Daughter, are we right in our guess?" Su Ran smiled slyly. She didn't say whether their guesses were right or wrong. Wait for me." She went back to her room and brought out the original manuscript. Many magazines now clearly state their requirements. Send a copy, not the original. They worry about the original getting lost during mailing. Su Ran handed the manuscript to Lin Nanqing. "Mom, take a look. As for the enemies, some of your guesses are right, some are wrong." Before looking, Lin Nanqing made a cover for the manuscript and a sample magazine using a fresh green floral cloth. Jianhua placed this sample magazine in a small box in their room. When opened, the box contained Su Ran's birth certificate, footprints, health certificate, and awards from childhood to now, all neatly stacked. That evening, Jianhua and Lin Nanqing stayed up late reading the book. Early the next morning, Jianhua cheerfully went to the nearby fresh milk stand next to the neighborhood committee to pick up 3 bottles of fresh milk they had ordered, mentioning that he wouldn't be home recently and would continue delivering later. He brought back the fried dough sticks and 3 bowls of fresh milk with a layer of cream on top. Su Ran drank the rich, fragrant cream, feeling satisfied as she squinted her eyes. Who would have thought? The adopted daughter, who was initially jealous, turned out to be a good person. She was taken in after her family was destroyed, brought home by her mother's friend, and raised together with the heroine. She's sensitive, but really just envies the heroine for having parents. When she helps the heroine seek revenge and climbs to the top together, who says the supporting female character is bad? By the second part of the book, Jianhua and Lin Nanqing realized that the adopted daughter was a good person. This proved that Su Ran had hidden her emotions well earlier. Today is the official release day of the magazine. After breakfast, Jianhua and Lin Nanqing took a walk to send Su Ran to work, mainly to buy the magazine at the newsstand. The blue newsstand was about 2 or 3 meters wide, with large windows and shelves extending along the windowsill. The display window held today's newspapers and beautiful posters, with Su Ran's heroine poster prominently displayed in the center. On the shelves were rows of the latest magazines, one of which had the bold words, "Evil Woman Becomes Empress," by Yenwoo occupying half the cover. When the Su family arrived, several young women had already been attracted by the posters and the titles of the novels. Bad girl as the empress? How can the heroine be a bad girl? Look, the heroine is so confident. There's no one on the throne behind her. What about the male lead? Since she's the empress, the male lead must be the emperor. They were excited and picked up magazines. "Boss, can we choose the posters?" "Oh, this one here is randomly included inside." "How much for each?" "2 yuan. "It's worth it. Each one has a nice poster." They lived nearby, and since they weren't short of money, each bought one and tore off the plastic wrapping. Mine has the heroine and the emperor." "Hey, mine shows the heroine with another gentle young man holding a fan, dressed in embroidered bamboo clothes." That must be the second male character. Even before reading the content, just from the title and posters, the magazine became popular. Su Jianhua urged, "Let's go. It's almost 8 o'clock." Don't be late. He wanted to look around other newsstands and bookstores to see how well they were selling. Sue Ran was so excited she couldn't hide her happiness about her novel's popularity. Yesterday, she thought she was very calm. She was a mature adult now. At work, she kept smiling and laughing, which made Yangming look at her several times. The girls seemed to be daydreaming at work. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing visited a few more newsstands. Although there weren't many people now, it was clear that this magazine was selling well. Some stands couldn't even fill a row. After lunch, Su Jianhua couldn't hold back and went to check again. "Boss, do you have the magazine Bad Girl as the Empress? I'll take a few. It's sold out. Come early tomorrow or check other bookstores farther away. They might still have some." The boss explained while placing a sign in the window that read, "The magazine Bad Girl as the Empress is sold out. New stock arriving tomorrow." He was tired of answering. In the morning, only a few people bought it, but by noon, a crowd rushed in. They specifically asked for Bad Girl as the Empress. Soon, all the copies were sold out. Anyone who came later was told repeatedly that there was no stock and they should come tomorrow. His throat was hoarse from answering. Su Jianhua couldn't stop smiling. He said thank you and went to a farther newsstand. The boss looked at him with curiosity. This person was so happy even though they didn't get what they wanted. Su Jianhua drove around for a long time. Almost everything was sold out except for some less popular places. The young girl's romance magazine office. Subscription calls kept ringing. "Hello, yes. Evil Girl Becomes Empress is serialized in our young girl's romance magazine. When will the next issue come out? We are a weekly magazine and a new issue will be out next week. Would you like to subscribe? 6 months for 45 yuan, a year for 90 yuan. I want to subscribe for a year. Oh, and please include a poster." The person on the phone quickly wrote down the address, phone number, and name. The editor looked at the busy scene in the office, smiled stiffly, and shouted, "Print more copies. Print more. Print 5,000 more." With a determined look, he thought, "You have to be brave in life. We finally got a hit, so we need to be bold. No, print 100,000 copies. And the posters must be high quality. Promote heavily and collect 6 different posters for each issue." This was also an innovative activity at their magazine. Thanks to Yan Wu's suggestion, buy the magazine and get posters of the new serial novel. This gave them an advantage over other magazines. Attractive characters could catch everyone's eye. Fortunately, Yan Wu's novel title was good, and the content was well written. Otherwise, even with beautiful posters, people wouldn't subscribe continuously. "Xiaowen, Jiangwen, you must stay in touch with Yan Wu. If he has a new book, sign it first. Offer the highest pay." The highest pay was 30 yuan per 1,000 words, and for 10,000 copies, they could get a bonus of 1,000 yuan. This condition was usually only offered to authors who had published books before. Jiang Wen happily agreed. She had just joined the magazine, and Yan Wu was the first author she followed. It was very helpful for her future development. Of course, being close to the source meant she could see Yan Wu's new drafts first. "By the way, Jiang Wen, as a reward, your salary will be increased by 1 level," the editor announced before returning to the office. "Thank you, editor. Girl, all the magazines at the newsstand and bookstore are sold out. Not only sold out, but many people are subscribing too. The editor told me today set a new record." Ha ha. Su Ran received Jiang Wen's message, smiled, and her eyes sparkled like tiny diamonds. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing laughed together. "Let's go to a restaurant. A new barbecue place. 6 dishes of meat, along with mushrooms and enoki mushrooms, 1 cold noodle dish, and 1 rice bowl with hot spring egg, beef pieces, and seaweed." While waiting for the food, Su Jianhua, who was smiling happily at the door, noticed 2 people walking toward the front row in front of them. He looked down and made a familiar person mouth shape. Su Rand quickly glanced with his peripheral vision. A waiter led a man and a woman over. The man was the same person mentioned recently by Aunt Fat as the man who had a mistress, Mr. Tian. He looked handsome when he was young. Now he's about 50, wears glasses, and has a scholarly, elegant look. He firmly believed that the woman, who was nearly 20 years younger than him, was with him out of love and didn't care about their age difference. The woman wore a beige dress, had a pointed face, dark eyeliner, deep double eyelids that looked carved, and sat very close to Mr.
Tian.
They sat close together behind Su Ran. Here are our menus. You can see what you'd like to order. Darling, it's all for you, the woman said sweetly without even looking at the menu, complaining softly. If not, I wouldn't come to such a place. The smell of oil and smoke is terrible. When I was abroad, I only ate healthy, clean Western food. That's real quality of life. She spoke with many twists and turns, deliberately using an accent that sounded foreign. Mr. Tian felt both pained and proud, but kept his calm, manly appearance. See, isn't this love? To cater to his taste, Jiao Jiao even had to sacrifice herself. His ex-wife used to care only about her stepson and didn't have children. Before that, his first wife was just a match made through a blind date. Meeting Jiao Jiao, he finally understood the sweetness of love. He patted Jiao Jiao's hand gently and lowered his voice to comfort her. My dear, I know. I just want you to see what ordinary people's lives are like. Su Jianhua was drinking water and almost choked. Su Ran signaled Lin, Nanxing to look at the goosebumps on her arm. People who didn't know might think a royal family member was experiencing common folk life and experiencing the simple joys of ordinary people, like acting in a TV drama. The waiter. She secretly rolled her eyes as a hard-working worker. She smiled again and asked softly, May I take your order? Bring us your most expensive dishes. Excuse me, guest. We are a barbecue restaurant. How many plates of meat would you like to order? Old Tian impatiently opened the menu and pointed broadly. This, and this. All of them. Okay, please wait a moment. Turning around, the waiter frowned and took the order. The woman pouted her shiny lips. Sigh. My family keeps pressuring me to find a fiancé. You know, most of the people I meet are second-generation rich kids, but I just don't like them. Relying on parents is nothing special. At that educational meeting, you spoke so passionately. I was captivated. The last few words trailed off, getting quieter. Su Ran leaned back on the sofa, listening carefully. Speak louder. She can't hear. Old Tian got excited and said passionately, I understand everything. I can feel your feelings for me. Look, when Uncle and Auntie are free, I'll visit them and talk about our wedding date. The woman paused, her big, watery eyes looking at old Tian with worry. My parents won't agree. They will try all sorts of ways to stop us. I'm worried it might affect your career. Old Tian hesitated. The woman secretly watched his expression and suggested, How about we get the official papers first, then have a wedding? Once we have a child, my parents might accept us for the child's sake. Jiao Jiao, don't worry. I will organize a grand wedding for us, so everyone in the village can witness our happiness. I believe in you. The Su family trio shivered in unison. They haven't even started eating the barbecue, but they already feel greasy. Su Ran wondered, is this truly love to the point of obsession? The waiter brought grilled meat to old Tian and the others' table. The woman coquettishly said, Keep it away, keep it away. Today I'm wearing my fragrant milk dress. What if it gets dirty? Be careful. Old Tian scolded gently, then comforted her. Jiao Jiao, after dinner, I'll take you to the mall to buy 10 or 8 things. Oh, honey, you're so good to me. The waiter hurried away as if chased by a dog. The background music of this meal was old Tian enthusiastically talking about the development of education in the country. The woman kept exclaiming, You're so impressive. I really admire you. Wow. People who didn't know might think old Tian was a famous educator, not the deputy principal in charge of logistics at a local elementary school. It was truly eye-opening. On the way to Jingwei residence, Su Jianhua recalled the happy village before, but it didn't have as many true loves. Girl, this afternoon your mom and I came to tidy up the house, aired everything out, and dried the quilts. I also brought your things. Of course, Su Jianhua did more than just that. He carried 10 magazines to Uncle Su's house. As soon as he entered, he handed the magazines to Uncle Su. Big brother, sister-in-law. Good news. Xiao Ran's novel is published in a magazine. Guess which one? Uncle Su looked around and stopped his hand on a walnut. Trying to test me? Yenwu. Yenwu is just Su's character. Oh, our little Ran is really talented in both arts and sports. She's good at chemistry, and now she writes stories so well. Aunt Sue touched the magazine with her rough hand, smiling with squinted eyes. Let's book a restaurant this weekend. I'll treat everyone to celebrate. Sister-in-law, I and Nanqing will go out for a few days this week. Can you wait until we come back to celebrate? Su Jianhua joked. Aunt Sue patted his back and said annoyed. Go, go, go. You guys go have fun. We'll eat our own. All right. By the way, why isn't Mom at home? Mom took Xiaoxian out. She said she was going to buy books. She should be home tonight. Xiaoxian has been studying with her these days. Aunt Sue was surprised but found it strange. Her daughter used to refuse to read books when she was young, but now she's seriously studying. The same scene was happening at Uncle Sue's second house. In their hearts, Su Ran was considered a great scholar. When they reached the building downstairs, Su Jianhua looked up and saw that Suehua's house was lit. Let's go, tell your grandma the good news. Su Jianhua liked to show off a little, but only within the family. There was no need to spread it outside. What was Suehua doing? She was reading a book while holding a small Xinhua dictionary, marking the pronunciation of unfamiliar characters. Meanwhile, Xiaoxian sat there, drinking water, feeling hungry, and then needing to go to the bathroom. She had flipped through only a few pages, her face scrunched like a bitter melon. When she heard the knock on the door, her eyes lit up, and she quickly stood up to open it. Third uncle, third aunt, Xiao Ran. Xiaoxian made a funny face at Su Ran. Mom, Xiaoxian, grandma, sister. Xiaoxian saw the magazine in Su Jianhua's hand. Wow. It's a young girl's romance magazine. Third uncle, how do you have so many books? I haven't been able to buy any. Su Xian went to the bookstore and saw everyone buying that magazine. By the time it was her turn, it was already sold out. Here's one for you, Mom. The rest are for you. Niu Suehua asked confusedly, why are you giving me this? I haven't finished reading my entertainment manual yet. There's a novel written by Xiao Ran inside. If you don't want it, I'll take it. You should have told me earlier. Which one is it? Niu Suehua quickly grabbed the magazine, smiling happily. Evil woman becomes empress, hee. Su Ran felt a bit shy saying the title of the novel aloud. That's the name. That's what people are shouting about when they buy the magazine. Su Xian hugged Su Ran, feeling proud inside. My sister is so talented. With such an excellent sister, I am also proud. Niu Suehua was delighted and in a good mood. Wow, our family has a writer now. Now I have someone to chat with about stories. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing simply carried their bags and cameras, then flew to Shanghai. Su Ran started living alone. In the mornings, she would go to the breakfast shop for some food or bring a bread. In the evenings, she would either visit her grandma, her great-uncle, or her second great-uncle's house, or find a busy small shop to eat before heading home. Su Ran, go to the museum and deliver a testing report. Have the team leader of the Wood Group sign the acceptance form and bring it back. Director Meng instructed Su Ran to handle an external task. By the way, you can ride your bike through the alley. It's faster than taking the bus around, she added. Yang Ying, busy with her own work, reminded her, don't ride too fast, stay safe. Our company's car is quite old, making all sorts of noises. Got it, Su Ran replied. She packed the materials into her bag. Her voice still echoed inside the room as she prepared to go downstairs. With creaking sounds, Su Ran rode out of the office building. A gentle breeze brushed her hair. Passing through the alley with the begonias and roses, it was hot, but somehow, leaving work made her feel especially relaxed. When she reached the street, suddenly her bike chain slipped off. She quickly put her foot down, looking at her bike with a puzzled expression. It was no big problem. The chain had just come off. At that moment, a car behind slowed down. Su Yi was on his way home and saw Su Ran's chain had fallen. He wanted to stop and ask if she needed help but saw her quickly fixing the chain with a paper wrapper, then grinning and continuing to ride forward. Sunshine shone on her fair face, and her loose ponytail swung back and forth, giving her a lively and fresh look. Su Yi chuckled softly and started the car, ready to leave. But Su Ran had ridden just a few steps when the bike made a creaking sound and stopped again. She stopped the bike, and this time the chain was tangled together. Su Ran squatted down, gently pulled the chain, but it didn't move. She tried a little harder, but it was still tightly tangled. Taking a deep breath, she applied more force and finally broke the chain. She stared at the chain in her hand, stunned.
Sister Yang, I'm sorry.
I damaged one of the company's few valuable assets. Here, wash your hands first. A clean hand offered her a bottle of water with the cap unscrewed. Su Ran stood up. Isn't that the general manager of Secretary Song's company from not long ago? She still had a handkerchief she hadn't returned. She said, "Thank you," and was about to take it. "I'll hold it for you to wash." The hand holding the water retracted. If Song Zhong saw this, he would probably praise their general manager for doing a good deed. Su Ran held out both hands. The bottle was close to her hands, but still a little apart, and the water slowly poured out. After washing, Su Ran shook off the water droplets from her hands. In front of her appeared a blue handkerchief with a fresh, cool scent. "No need, thank you.
My hands are dry," she said.
Su Yi pointed at her face. "This handkerchief is new. I haven't used it. Wipe your face. There's something on your right cheek." Su Ran awkwardly smiled, took the handkerchief, and wiped her face. The handkerchief immediately turned black. She looked at the handkerchief. What should she do? Should she wipe again with another one? Su Yi squatted down to look at the bike chain. "It's worn out from age. If you want to ride, you need a new one." He stood up and pushed the bike. "There's no repair shop nearby. Where are you headed?" "If it's on the way, I can give you a ride. I'm going to the museum." "Is that on your way?" Su Ran asked straightforwardly. "On the way." "Get in," Su Yi said, opening the passenger door and then the trunk to put the bike inside. If the bike could talk, it would probably sigh. Who would have thought? Retirement and sitting in a Mercedes. What a shining moment in a career. They sat in silence inside the car, the air filled with a clean, fresh scent of cedar. "Thanks for today. When you have time, I'll treat you to a meal," she said. Su Ran politely asked. Anyway, she had helped him a little this time, which counts as a favor. This time is one, last time was half. Su Yi turned his face to look at her and introduced himself seriously. "Okay, my name is Su Yi, from Su and Gusu, Yi meaning peaceful. Phone number XXX. After saying that, he slowed down his speech and recited a string of numbers. Su Ran took out her phone book to write it down. "My name is Su Ran, with Su for the surname and Ran meaning rising." Phone. She tore a page from the phone book, wrote down the number, and placed it in the armrest box. Su Yi glanced down briefly. He had a very good memory, especially for numbers, and the number was already imprinted in his mind. "Just contact me when you're free. I'll treat you to a meal." Su Yi turned his head forward and raised his hand to lower the air conditioning. "Okay." The car drove slowly, and after 5 or 6 minutes, it stopped at the entrance of the museum. Su Yi got out of the car. "I'll see you off." Xiao Ran, Su Huayan called. He was originally carrying a bucket half filled with clay and a shovel, walking leisurely, not caring about passing cars. He was thinking about how many of the new porcelain fragments were from the same piece and whether new patterns or styles appeared. Just as he looked up, he saw Su Ran getting out of the car and a man pushing an old bicycle standing beside her. Su Huayan snapped out of his thoughts and quickened his pace to walk over. Of course, his quickening was just at a normal walking speed. Su Ran waved at him and thanked him again. "Mr. Su, thank you. You go ahead and busy yourself. My little brother is here." "Little brother, my bicycle chain broke. This Mr. Su helped me get here." "Thank you, Mr. Su." "Please take my bike," Su Huayan politely said, hanging the bucket on the handlebar and pushing the bike over. Hearing the words, "little brother," Su Yi's tense back relaxed a little. "All right, I'll go first." He started the car and drove away. Su Ran, holding her shovel and materials, followed Su Huayan as they strolled into the museum. Su Yi drove for a while, then turned at the intersection and headed back in the direction they came from. He wasn't lying. All roads were connected and convenient. Su Huayan asked, "Who was that just now?" just a kind person. I saw him helping out last time too, and he even helped call the police. My dad knows his secretary, Sue Ran said, honestly. Anyway, she hasn't had any romantic interests in the past 2 years. Now that her family is wealthy, she's busy spending money and having fun with her parents. Isn't that enough? Of course, if her parents went on another trip together, that would be different. Sue Hwain's slightly stirred nerves retracted. By the way, where did you go so early in the morning, and why did you bring soil? I dug it up from the mountain. My senior brother said the soil here is sticky, and I might use it later to restore some cultural relics. Sue Ran looked at him curiously. The younger brother has changed. He's now willing to climb mountains. In the past, Sue Hwain wouldn't climb mountains or go running. He didn't like any physical activity. He preferred to sit comfortably reading history books or sleep. There's good stuff on the mountain. Seeing the surprise in Sue Ran's eyes, Sue Hwain explained. He's obsessed with restoring damaged relics, slowly uncovering the mysteries of history. Naturally, he's willing to climb mountains, dig soil, and collect sap. Sue Ran noticed a handkerchief in her bag when she checked her inspection sheet. She didn't remember when she unconsciously put it in. Fine, it doesn't matter if there's one more. When she came out again, Sue Hwain's colleagues enthusiastically offered her apricots and plums. Just picked, very fresh. Eat some now. We have a spare bicycle chain to replace. I'll do it right away. After fixing the bike, Sue Ran carried a half-full basket of apricots back to her workplace. Yang came over. Wow, they've got a lot of apricots. Yes, the trees are full. Here, everyone share some. They're pretty sweet. After sharing the apricots, Sue Ran also told Yang about the bike chain. Yeah, these bikes are all ones that others didn't want. They should have been replaced a long time ago. Glad you're okay. The people at the museum are really nice. By the time she finished, it was time for lunch. Others went out on duty or went home. Sue Ran slipped away to a nearby mall to eat KFC. While eating, she saw a woman in a white dress with yellow hair walking past her, carrying her arm. Darling, I'm tired of fried chicken and burgers from abroad, with a familiar tone and voice and a familiar figure. But if you like it, I'll come with you. Wherever you go, I want to follow. Honey, you're so sweet. Try this and see if it tastes the same as what you had abroad. Huang Mao pinched the woman's cheek beside him, swinging his sunglasses proudly. So, what if he only finished elementary school? Now that he had money, he could still date a girlfriend who had studied overseas. Sue Ran took a sip of her cold cola, her ears perking up. Wasn't this the Qinwei that Aunt Pang mentioned? The one who was dating a student who had returned from abroad? From behind, the woman looked more and more familiar. Not just her figure and style, even her voice sounded like Jiao Jiao's. When she turned her head slightly, revealing her sharp chin, deep double eyelids, and bright red lips, the resemblance was even stronger. Sue Ran's big almond-shaped eyes were full of surprise. She sat near the pickup counter, eating fries while listening to their conversation. It's so nice to have met you again. That day when those troublemakers showed up, I was so scared. Thank goodness you were there. No big deal, Qinwei said proudly. People around here know my name. If they hadn't run off, I would have taught them a lesson. The woman covered her mouth and looked at him with admiration. Brother Qin, you're amazing. I'm so happy to be your girlfriend. My parents really want to thank you for helping me that day. No woman had ever praised Qinwei like that before, and the corners of his mouth lifted high. Hearing that her parents wanted to meet him, he felt a spark of excitement. Maybe he could use that chance to make their relationship official, or even set a wedding date. Parents, huh? People who call them that usually come from good families. His future wife's family must not be ordinary. All right, I'll visit your home in a few days. Wait. What's the word? Right, I'll pay a visit to your family. Qinwei stopped shaking his leg, touched the thick gold chain around his neck, and tried to look cultured. The woman gently flipped her hair, placed a finger on her chin, and nodded sweetly. Okay, that sounds good. When she turned around, her face was fully visible. Guoguo wasn't Jiao Jiao, but she looked almost exactly like her, like a copy with a few small changes. Could they be sisters? The two of them took their food and sat close together, feeding each other bites without caring about the people watching. Suran took a few more gulps of cola, feeling full from all the drama she had just witnessed. After passing by Boss Wu's toy store in the mall, she was handed a flyer. It said, "The toy store from Hong Kong City will open this Saturday. Our store has all the popular toys from Hong Kong City. Welcome to come in and shop. Free small gifts for every customer." The flyer was colorful, showing pictures of different toys. Printing one copy costs 5 yuan. This toy store is quite generous. Look, a toy store from Hong Kong City. Oh, this red remote-controlled car, my son will love it. This floppy-eared bunny plush toy is so cute. Not just kids, I can't wait to go inside and see. People on the street were talking about the flyer. Su Ran glanced at Boss Wu's shop. There were some people inside, but not many. Su Yi drove back to the courtyard, stopping near a few small buildings at the back. The courtyard is quiet and peaceful. Except during the new year when it gets busy, only the residents come and go. The Su family lives very quietly here. There are 4 people, the old man, the old lady, a little grandson, and Su Yi who visits sometimes. The older couple are often away on business trips, flying all over the country. The second couple are in the military, one is a guide, the other a doctor. They are busy and rarely home, making it hard for them to see each other. "Grandma, I'm back," Sui said as he changed his shoes at the door. The old lady came over and pointed upstairs, speaking softly. Grandpa went to the study after coming back from Chi's house. He looks upset. I don't know who made him angry. Grandma, I want to go upstairs and see. Sui knocked 3 times on the door. "Come in," a stern voice replied. "Grandpa, you called me back quickly. Did something happen?" Old Grandpa, dressed in a faded green military shirt, sat straight in his chair. His hair was white and his eyes sharp, showing his high status. Chi's family is complaining. One of their relatives working at the Chemical Institute was sent there by you. His voice was cold and direct. I found out he was selling government property cheaply. I checked and found he's a repeat offender, so I gathered evidence and reported it. Old Grandpa's mouth drooped, as if he didn't like to smile. Is that all? Sui looked at him and said, Yes. The old man snorted coldly, thinking, how could I not know that my grandson, who I raised with my own hands, is so eager and kind-hearted? From his understanding, his grandson would just find someone to hand over the evidence he accidentally touched, rather than gather all the evidence himself. It's almost as if he's feeding the evidence directly to those involved. But he didn't care about that. He only cared about the results. All these pests trying to steal from the country should be locked up. He fought hard in the past to ensure everyone could eat well, not so some people could indulge and become fat. Good job, he said dryly, then warned Sui, you can choose to walk your own path at home, but remember, don't reach into places you shouldn't. Otherwise, get out, and stay away from Chi's family. After old Chi stepped down, his mind became fuzzy. He protects both distant and close relatives.
Sick. Grandpa, understand. Sui replied.
All right, let's go down and eat. Sui followed his grandfather downstairs. His younger cousin, Su Chen, who was wearing a middle school uniform, was bouncing upstairs holding an English magazine. Walk carefully. The old man always taught to stand firm, sit still, and move gracefully, from his son to his grandson. Su Chan obediently straightened up, naturally holding the magazine behind him. Grandma called from the kitchen, Xiao Chen, put your book away. Study after dinner. Su Chen stepped aside first to make way for his grandfather and older brother. As Sui passed by, he gently patted him, slightly lowering his head, signaling that the cover of his English book was torn, revealing the word magazine. Su Chen's round eyes widened in surprise. He smiled apologetically, then quickly climbed upstairs with his magazine. Once in his room, he patted his chest, relieved. He almost got caught by Grandpa. He carefully took out his drawings from the drawer, satisfied as he looked at the poster and then at his sketches. After dinner, Sui received a call from Songjiang Mr. Su, Xiao Wang, assistant to Xiao Imo, CEO of Xiao Group in Hong Kong City, contacted me. Xiao has just arrived in Beijing and asked if you're available to meet. Songjiang didn't hear Sui speak and expressed his confusion, Although our two companies are about to cooperate on a big project, the other side seems a bit anxious. Arrange a meeting first, Su-yi replied. Later, Su-ran returned home after finishing her novel. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Nanxing and the others called. The first thing they said was, "Girl, we bought a house." "Did you buy 2 houses?" Su-ran asked in confusion, repeating herself. Isn't she going to Shanghai? Why did they buy 2 more houses? Of course, they never have enough houses. Yes, dear. We found a new neighborhood in Shanghai, just built recently. Now we have a place to stay when we come to visit. Su Jianhua moved closer to the phone, speaking casually, as if buying a house was as easy as buying a vegetable at the market. Mom and Dad, where exactly is this house in Pudong? Su-ran remembered that the most lively part of Shanghai was Puxi. Well, it's opposite Puxi. Su Jianhua paused. In Pudong. Pudong? Mom and Dad, how did you end up buying a house there? Even Su-ran had heard the saying, better a bed in Puxi than a house in Pudong. Puxi is lively with bright lights and nightlife, while across the river, Pudong feels like another world. Large fields and empty land, looking quite deserted. It's a long story, Su Jianhua said. After arriving in Shanghai, Su Jianhua and Lin Nanxing checked into a hotel near the Bund. They were relaxed, taking their time to explore. Every day, they strolled around, shopped, and ate. It was simply delightful. 2 words, very enjoyable. After leaving Paris Spring Department Store and cooling off with some ice cream from Lao De Chong, Su Jianhua casually said, it would be nice to own a house in Shanghai, where we could come and stay for a while now and then. Lin Nanxing had been feeling the fashionable streets of Shanghai these days. Everywhere you saw stylish clothes, cafes, and bakeries, giving off an international vibe. The clothes were trendy, and she could easily find something both pretty and comfortable just by wandering around. She casually suggested, why don't we look at houses in Shanghai? Thinking about it more carefully, Lin Nanxing considered that Shanghai was changing rapidly. Property prices were soaring. Buying a house there as an investment might be a good idea. From a closer perspective, it would be convenient for them to visit from Beijing in the future. Their family could easily find time to come and explore. Unintentionally, her words carried meaning for the listener. Nearby, a person dressed in wrinkled clothes, holding a bunch of flyers, brightened up. Hey, are you interested in buying a house? Newly built in a great location, very nice homes. This is my business card. I'm the sales manager for Haijing Garden Community. Oh, and here's a layout of our neighborhood. He enthusiastically handed over a flyer and kept talking about the properties. The location is very close to the river, and from the window, you can see the river view. The name is impressive, Lujiazui. Just hearing the name sounds grand, and it will definitely be a good choice in the future. Lujiazui? In the future? Where is this place? Lin Nanxing looked at the flyer. The community has apartments ranging from 90 to 230 square meters, and the interior pictures look nice. Old Jiang seemed like a rooster caught by fate, suddenly silent. Su Jianhua looked at him suspiciously. He was talking confidently, but when asked where it was, he went quiet. Maybe he was worried they were scammers from out of town. No need. We're just joking. We have no plans to buy a house. I'm not a scammer. The Sea View Garden Community is in Pudong. Our current prices are good. It's just over 2,000 yuan per square meter. At this price, you can't find such a good location in Puxi. Old Jiang spoke confidently, almost unable to hide his excitement. Pudong? I wouldn't want a house there even if someone gave it to me. Think about it, 2,000 yuan. Isn't that worth it? People passing by looked at old Jiang with disdain. Even scammers shouldn't be so arrogant. Of course it's worth it. Do you know the Oriental Pearl Tower? It's built in Pudong. The Pearl Tower is a future landmark of Shanghai. Buying a house now won't be a loss. Old Jiang kept talking enthusiastically, but the people around just looked at him with mockery. They weren't fools. Good houses wouldn't be so cheap. They'd be snatched up quickly. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanxing exchanged glances. How to say it? They were tempted. Old Jiang was perceptive. Maybe we should go see it. They passed through fields in Pudong, everywhere under construction. Banners read, changing every year, transforming in 3 years. The Lujiazui Sea View Garden Community Sales Office was very quiet. Not even a fly was around. Old Jiang led Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing inside. Others' eyes lit up. Finally, someone arrived. Look at this model of the house. Good lighting, spacious layout, designed by a professional. The community also has a forest garden. What's it called? It's good for health. Free oxygen bar, a sales assistant explained. Yes, the free oxygen bar, old Jiang said, holding the keys. Let's go see the real place. You see, we're already here. Walking inside the community, it felt different from outside. The flowers were carefully maintained, trees shaded the paths, and the environment was elegant. The 90-square-meter house has 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. 2 larger rooms face the sun and offer a distant view of the river. A slightly smaller room faces north, and afternoon sunlight can also come in. The 230-square-meter apartment is spacious and open. Large floor-to-ceiling windows provide a great view, with the river visible from every angle. It has 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms. The master bedroom includes a walk-in closet. Old Jiang discreetly observes Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing, then casually promotes, "If you buy now, you can enjoy a 5% discount." Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing are interested. They think the house might really become unaffordable at current prices in the future, just as old Jiang said. Su Jianhua whispers to Lin Nanqing, "Let's buy it. It's worth it." In the past, there were only a few city rings, and beyond the second ring was considered suburbs. Now, with more people, houses are being built further out. Just a few years ago, even the third ring was developed. Same in Shanghai. The prices in Puxi are rising fast. Can we ignore the half of Pudong that's still affordable? The Oriental Pearl Tower in Pudong is a sign, Lin Nanqing explains. If we buy, we should go for the bigger one. While they discuss, old Jiang quietly steps back, knowing that discussion leads to purchase. Lin Nanqing asks, if we buy 2 230-square-meter units, are there any discounts? Two units, 230, 230. Old Jiang hesitates but quickly recovers. Please wait a moment, I'll report to the manager right away. In less than a minute, old Jiang excitedly says, if you buy now, we'll give you a TV, washing machine, and refrigerator. Let's sign the contract. We want the unit we're looking at now and the one across the hall. Yes, okay. Old Jiang jogs to open the door, then rushes to press the elevator button. Please. They complete the contract, transfer the payment, stamp their fingerprints, and receive the keys, all in one smooth process. Old Jiang moves quickly, as if he stepped on a wind-powered wheel. After receiving the red property certificate, Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing realize they now own a home in Shanghai. Take care and welcome to visit again, they say as they walk away. Old Jiang waves vigorously. As soon as he turns back inside, the sales office phones start ringing one after another. Hello, Sea View Garden. Yes, I want to buy 2 units. 3 units of 100 square meters. Are there any units available? Yes, there are. The staff at the sales office exchange surprised looks, wondering if they are dreaming. Has someone finally recognized the value of this remote place? Old Jiang's face was almost breaking from smiling as he answered the phone. The manager's loud voice on the other end shouted, "Not selling anymore. Not selling. Prices are going up. Houses are going up. Those who buy later will have to pay more." Old Jiang looked at the phone, confused and shocked. How could the manager be so happy and crazy? Latest news. Foreign banks are all coming to Pudong. Do you know what this means? Houses will be easier to sell now. What happened afterward, Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing didn't know. They kept flipping through their property certificates in the hotel. They spent less money than on Jinghua Mansion but bought a bigger house. 43,000 for each one? Su Ran exclaimed. Yes, and they even gave us a TV, washing machine, and refrigerator. Su Ran, wearing pajamas, rolled around on the soft bed. Buying in Pudong is much better than Pudong West at this price. The family's biscuit box now has 2 more property certificates. Soon, they might have 10 or even 20. Mom and Dad, are you having a great time in Shanghai? I can tell without asking.
I'm jealous.
If only we had weekends off every week. When will you come back? Su Jianhua modestly said, It's okay. but his laughter couldn't be contained. Lin Nanqing said, "We still have a few days before we go back. Daughter, tomorrow is Sunday. Sleep in. Okay, Mom and Dad, rest early too." Going to bed early was impossible. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing headed to the city god temple to explore the night market. During these days in Shanghai, they enjoyed fresh ribs with rice cakes, delicious local dishes like braised eel in soy sauce, thin-skinned soup dumplings from Nanxiang, large pots of spring rolls, and plain boiled chicken from Shaoxing. The food was tasty but too sweet. Even Su Jianhua, who loved sweets, said, "It's a bit too sweet." They especially missed the savory taste of home. But their dislike of the sweetness didn't stop them from having fun exploring, so much so that they forgot to call their daughter every day. They also visited the Bun's International Architecture, Yuyuan Garden, and the theater. They took many photos at each place, running out of film and buying more on the spot. They found many fashionable shops on Huaihai Road. Every store they entered, they left with something: silk scarves, clothes for the family, embroidery, interesting ornaments. The hotel room was almost full of their shopping. Originally, I planned to buy 2 suitcases to pack all these things when I left. I found that 2 26-inch suitcases weren't enough, so I decided to ship everything instead. That way, I could relax and buy a few more items. I used to know that Shanghai has many good things. This time, I came with money, and it felt completely different. One day, I passed by Yong'an department store. Su Jianhua saw a Baijiu Prington box with snow cream on sale and smiled, saying, "Honey, do you remember? Before we got married, we came to Shanghai to buy a watch." "Yes, I remember. You bought me a Shanghai brand watch, a red dress, and some snow cream for my mom and others. You also bought a suit for your wedding." Lin Nanqing recalled that Su Jianhua was very kind to her when they were young. He saved money to buy her things. At that time, they didn't have much money. After buying her many things, Su Jianhua even wanted to use the remaining money to buy her a gold ring. To Lin Nanqing, love is mutual. It can't be one-sided. So, when they passed by a clothing store, Su Jianhua glanced at a suit. Lin Nanqing immediately pulled him inside to try on clothes and buy some. Su Jianhua said he didn't want to, but after trying on the suit, he couldn't hide his smile in front of Lin Nanqing. He still remembered the gold ring they didn't buy that day. This time, he insisted on buying more jewelry. Of course, Lin Nanqing wouldn't refuse shopping. She liked dressing up. After Su Ran was born, she took good care of her daughter, but also didn't forget to treat herself well. Her mother, Fu Xiuyun, opposed the idea that women should be virtuous, save money after having children, not spend recklessly, and take care of grandchildren. That's the perfect life for a woman. She believed that a woman should prioritize herself first, then her role as a wife and mother. So, even when raising Lin Nanqing alone, she lived happily, making clothes for herself, cooking delicious food for both of them, and picking flowers from the mountain to place in vases around the house. At an old jewelry shop on Nanjing Road, Lin Nanqing chose a set of large Australian white pearl jewelry, including earrings, rings, a bracelet, and a necklace. The pearls were full and emitted a soft, moonlight-like glow. Su Jianhua helped her put on the earrings and necklace. The glow made Lin Nanqing's gentle face look even softer. She appeared calm and noble, with a different style from wearing gold jewelry. Despite the differences, they later bought a bunch of simple, classic gold jewelry to take home. Su Jianhua couldn't take his eyes off her and kept saying one word, "Buy." I chose a small pearl necklace for Su Ran, and the bill for 2 sets was 8,100 yuan. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing strolled to the Bund. In front of the church, many people gathered. A couple dressed in a suit and wedding dress was taking wedding photos. Wow, they look so beautiful and stylish. Oh, back then, we didn't even have photos taken. Now that we're older, we don't bother anymore. My partner and I looked much better when we were young. People pointed and talked nearby, their envy clear in their eyes. Others just chatted, but Su Jianhua approached a young man organizing props and casually asked, "Can you take photos anytime?" "Where is your photo studio?" "Our new studio is at the east end of Nanjing Road. We can take photos anytime." Inside, We have scenes of old Shanghai, a foreign church, the outdoor bund, Shikumen alleys, and Fuxing Park. We have dresses, kipeos, wedding gowns, and Western-style clothes. Lin Nanqing finished her makeup, applied bright red lipstick, changed into a beautiful blue silk qipao, and wore pearl jewelry. The makeup artist pinned a jade hairpin with a flower into her hair. Su Jianhua wore a black suit with a bow tie and held a rose. The photographer directed them to sit and stand in front of a Republican-era set, with an antique vase holding a jade hairpin flower on a nearby table. Sir, look at me. Smile a little more. This is from the Republican era, so be more reserved, the photographer advised, noticing Lin Nanqing sitting there, while Su Jianhua grinned with big, white teeth. Lin Nanqing looked up at Su Jianhua, her smile shy but happy. Good, very good. Next, look at each other with deep affection. Perfect. They changed into wedding dresses and went outside to a European-style corridor, where sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating spots of light. A breeze blew, and Su Jianhua instinctively reached out to fix Lin Nanqing's hair. The photographer captured this moment. You can pick up your photos in 2 days. Wishing you happiness, the young shop assistant said happily. Lin Nanqing gently replied, Thank you for your wishes. I wish you happiness too. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing were satisfied with their wedding photos. Meanwhile, in Beijing, Niu Cuihua finished a wedding performance and was thinking about the big business of getting married. Since she moved to the city, Niu Cuihua had become very busy. She felt there was work everywhere and money to be made. She simply couldn't stop. The feeling of earning money is so exciting. This week, I spent a few days on different film sets. I couldn't play a speaking role, so I acted as a background extra. Since I was free anyway, I thought I might as well gain more experience before class and see how others perform so well. Nowadays, many young people want to act. The older ones are either experienced actors or teachers at school, and they are too proud to play background roles. Among the extras, most are inexperienced, and they are not as lively as Niu Cuihua and the others. Niu Cuihua played a small role as a maid for 2 or 3 episodes, along with Qi Hong and Zhou Limin to fill the cast. Su Aigua, with his many years of experience as a village chief, played a small leader in a rural drama. He had more lines than the others combined. Su Xian originally just tagged along as a minor maid, standing behind the female lead in simple clothes, but she outshined the main actress. In the end, she was not allowed to act anymore. She was so angry that she muttered on the side, "Humph, maybe I'll quit someday. Who are these people?
Not as pretty as me."
So frustrating. The assistant director led a group of people inside. The person at the front was dressed in black, with a slicked-back hairstyle and a tall build. He seemed to hear Su Xian's words and glanced sideways. The assistant director looked where he was looking. An extra, do you know her? Or should I call her over? The man shook his head and continued walking inside. He was there to check on the set of the show he invested in. Every penny he spent had to make money for him. After cursing, Su Xian's anger faded. She didn't stay mad all the time. Being angry makes her look ugly and harms her health. She happily changed clothes, grabbed some snacks, and went to find Niu Cuihua. Of course, Niu Cuihua and the others don't get to act every day. On Saturday, she had classes, and on Sunday, she even took a wedding performance job. The wedding was beautifully decorated. There was a huge rainbow arch at the entrance, a red carpet leading into the yard, and golden double happiness banners hanging on the walls every few steps, with red tassel balls in the middle. The new house was also decorated especially well. Compared to the one Niu Cuihua visited before, this one was definitely more upscale. Niu Cuihua praised the hosts, saying, "I've been to many weddings and yours is one of the best. Big sister, we put in a lot of effort. It's because the bride requested it. We visited many shops, based on pictures from a magazine that the bride's side gave us. It would be great if someone could handle the decorations properly. Even if it costs a bit more, we're willing to pay." Niu Cuihua's money-saving instinct was triggered, and her heart beat faster. "You're willing to spend more money?" "Of course. Getting married is a big event. A little extra spending is fine. Buying these flowers is tiring and costly. After the baby's full moon, we'll probably need to decorate again. Actually, I know a shop that offers wedding, full moon, and birthday banquet services, including decorations and music. You can tell them your needs, and they'll try to meet them. Nyo Tsuehua's mind turned quickly. She thought she could start this business herself. Although she didn't have a shop yet, she could start by attracting customers first. That's great. Do you have an address? Nyo Tsuehua said. If you need, just call me directly. Since we're friends, I can give you a 10% discount. The more Nyo Tsuehua thought about it, the more she believed this business was worth trying. Now that life is better, weddings are a big event in life. They should be grand. There will always be more weddings so the business can go on. Wow. Nyo Tsuehua's mind was so sharp. She really believed people need to learn and use their brains to be clever. Su Aigua and Zhou Limin were stunned. Where did this shop come from? Just open one and you'll have it. Nyo Tsuehua walked around with her suona, a traditional musical instrument. Her mind was full of ideas about starting a business. They both believed her. No matter how old they were, over 60, they saw it as a fun adventure. As they played along, they got more excited, thinking it could become a second career. At this age, starting a new business again? Nyo Tsuehua was truly impressive. Chi Hong looked at them calmly. The boss said there was a shop, so just open it. No need to be surprised. She thought to herself, this is why they can't be the top younger sibling. The boss's words are always right, and that's enough. Nyo Tsuehua felt a bit confused and didn't know where to start. She said, let's go home and have a quick meeting. Senior sister Nyo, invite Xiao Ran too. She's smart. Su Ran woke up from her nap and came to Nyo Tsuehua's house. Seeing the average age of 60, they were all eager to start a business, and she was impressed. Her parents wanted to open a shop, but now they were playing in Shanghai. Her grandma was eager to start right away, wanting the new shop to open immediately. Su Xian said, great. Grandma, I fully support you. Don't just say you support. Do you have any good ideas? Su Xian fell silent. She wasn't married and had only attended her older brother's wedding, so she didn't have any ideas. Nyo Tsuehua stood up, pushed over a small blackboard, and neatly wrote, open a shop, with chalk. Come on, everyone share your ideas. I'll start. First, everyone should participate. Those with money contribute money, those with strength contribute effort, and in the end, we share the profits. Our shop will be for decorating wedding venues and selling all kinds of wedding supplies. People can buy everything they need for their wedding in one go. We'll sell things like double happiness characters, banners, invitations, wedding candles, and other wedding-related items. We can also handle full moon celebrations, birthday banquets, music performances, and more. You all add your ideas too. I think we can also rent out clothes. Weddings are now popular with wedding dresses, and guests wear formal attire. We can buy a few sets and keep them in the shop. Chi Hongxin carefully observed the bride, noticing she was dressed beautifully and changed outfits twice. Good, next. Su Aigua hesitated for a moment. He didn't understand all this, but he forced himself to speak. I can go out to factories to buy supplies. We need a place to store the goods. I can keep the accounts. I'll handle the money coming in and going out, Zhou Limin quickly added. Nyo Tsuehua's gaze shifted to Su Xian. I can help choose styles and clothes. No way, we only have those few decorations for all kinds of occasions. Oh, and we can also stock jewelry, crystal, small pearls, gold-plated. Some people might want to buy or rent them along with their outfits. We can also offer makeup services. We should find a makeup artist in the shop to do hairstyling and make the bride look beautiful. Ideas kept coming to Su Xian, one after another. All right, write them down. Su Ran suggested, we can go to bookstores to find wedding magazines and organize a catalog of decoration ideas, sorted by price and quality. Customers can choose based on their budget. Also, makeup services besides doing the bride's makeup, some people need it for dating, job interviews, or matchmaking. It can bring an extra income. We can hire someone and give her a commission. Since our services are so comprehensive, we can register a company, like a wedding planning business, focusing on wedding supplies, venue decoration, and clothing rentals. Register a company? Nyo Tsuehua stammered. She could run a shop easily, but starting a big company was a dream she didn't dare to have. But women shouldn't say no. Niu Tsuehua hesitated for a moment, but decided, why not start a company? It's our first time doing this, so let's just go ahead and try. Then let's set up a company, she said excitedly. Everyone cheered up at the idea. Oh wow, we're actually starting a company. Who would have thought? I used to be a village accountant, and now I'm a company accountant. What should we name the company? Su Aigwa touched his new, more stylish wig and suggested, how about calling it Tsuehua Wedding Planning? It was Neo Jie's idea, and the name sounds festive. Su Ran repeated, Tsuehua Wedding Planning, Tsuehua Wedding Planning. Okay, it's simple but nice. Neo Tsuehua looked around and asked, is it okay to include my name? That's perfect. Chi Hong responded enthusiastically, supporting the idea. All right then, that's the name. First step done. What's next? Su Ran said, next, we need to find a shop and register for a business license. And we need to decide on how to share the ownership. We should set rules for how much each of us invests and what share we get. It's best to be clear from the start. Su Aigwa and Zhou Limin, experienced from working in the village committee, knew it was important to put the money details first. Even though they hadn't made money yet, they didn't want money issues to hurt their friendship. Just like when they played music together, whoever got the most work earned more, and the rest split the earnings evenly. Being clear about money doesn't mean they don't trust each other. It's about making sure everyone understands and can work together for a long time. I suggest Niu Jie should hold the biggest share. Xiao Xian and Xiao Ran, being young and having good ideas, can help us avoid mistakes, so they should be included. In the end, they decided. Niu Tsuehua would invest 50,000 yuan for a 35% share. Su Aigwa, Zhou Limin, and Chi Hong each put in 30,000 yuan for 15%. Su Ran and Su Xian each contributed 10,000 yuan and offered many good ideas, sharing 10%. They pooled 160,000 yuan first, and any extra money could be adjusted later. Good, Xiao Ran, note all this down. We should find a bigger shop, preferably in a busy area. People say good wine doesn't fear a deep alley, Niu Tsuehua said slowly, clarifying her plan. Grandma, I have someone to recommend. It's Qian Sanyi, the guy we met when looking at the courtyard house. He has many good properties, and if he can help us get the business license, that would be great. From what Su Ran knew, Qian Sanyi was very busy with many business ventures, and he even had 2 apprentices helping him. Niu Tsuehua clapped excitedly. That's excellent, that's excellent. Talking about this business license, I am completely clueless. Who isn't? My ancestors were all poor people. None of us ever did business. It was always others doing business with us. We discussed some details, and Su Ran quickly wrote down more than 10 pages. For now, we decided on this plan. And Ai Tsuehua couldn't wait any longer. She has this kind of personality. If something needs to be done, she wants to finish it quickly so she can feel at ease. She called Qian Sanyi. Hello, Qian Sanyi. This is Ai Tsuehua. Do you remember me? My son's family bought a courtyard house. There were 2 people pretending to be something they're not. Yes, I remember very well, sister. It left a deep impression. What can I do for you? And Ai Tsuehua's casual English remark back then surprised Qian Sanyi. He went home and started self-studying with a radio, thinking it might come in handy someday. Well, we want to find a slightly larger shop to open a store. Ideally in a busy area. Qian Sanyi was busy helping Su Jianhua find a shop, but another business came in. This year, doing business with Su's family alone was enough for him to make a good profit. Sister, are you planning to buy or rent the shop? And Ai Tsuehua looked at the people she might do business with. If we can rent, we'll rent. If there's a suitable one to buy, that's fine too. She thought, only if the land is hers can her roots grow deep. Sister, you want a bigger one, right? I have a few places in mind. When do you want to see them? Right now. I have time now. And Ai Tsuehua replied quickly. Okay, I'll wait for you at the shop. It's in Dazzlin, hanging a sign with the word Qian. You'll see it as soon as you enter. It was settled. And Ai Tsuehua called out to gather everyone downstairs in 10 minutes. After everyone left, and Ai Tsuehua picked up the phone again and called her second daughter-in-law, Xiaofeng. She didn't know yet how much money she could make from this business in the future. She called her 2 granddaughters because she wanted to give them more money and security. The more her family gave, the less outsiders would look down on them. Xiao Xian was from the oldest family, and Xiao Ran was from the third. But she didn't want to leave them out just because the second family didn't have a daughter. As a seasoned expert in keeping things steady, Ai Tsuehua thought about using her own money and asked her second daughter-in-law if she was willing to contribute financially to join in. She explained everything to Xiao Fong and finally asked for her opinion. Xiao Fong, if you want to join, you can also contribute 10,000. Xiao Fong was so touched that tears almost came to her eyes. To her, Niu Tsuehua is the best mother-in-law in the world, without equal. They had already divided the family early on, living a simple and happy life. She didn't interfere in their affairs, and good things always found their way to everyone. She wished her mother-in-law would come to live with them, so she could show her respect. Niu Tsuehua quickly refused, saying, "No, no, no. I don't want to live with you. Living together means different habits, and no one should always have to accommodate the other. Over time, there will be conflicts. It's much more comfortable now." She added, "Besides, I am busy with my work all day. I don't want to be troubled by family matters. Mom, we'll support your career financially, so you don't need to share the money," Xiao Fong said happily. Their house was now worth a lot after the relocation. They still ran a shop, and her sons all had jobs. Xiao Fong felt very satisfied. "Mom, Xiao Xian and Sister Xiao Ran are like my daughters. I'm happy to have them, since I don't have a daughter of my own," Xiao Fong said, a little jealous that she didn't have a daughter, but she wasn't envious of her mother-in-law earning money with them. Their family was able to get more money from the relocation, thanks to the clever advice from the third son and his wife about building a house. The eldest brother and his wife also lent money to open a bookstore back then. "Nah, that's not possible. Since that's the case, you don't need to contribute money. We're firm about this," her mother-in-law said. "All right, I'll listen to you, Mom. But, Mom, I don't have a daughter, but in a year or two, I'll be a grandma," Xiao Fong said excitedly. Niu Tsuehua guessed what she meant. Xiao and was always holding books, which meant Xiao Jing was involved.
Wow, really?
Xiao Jing probably has a girlfriend now, she thought. Recently, he had been fixing himself up before going out, and he had used up several bottles of gel. She asked him, but he denied it, saying he just met a girl from abroad who he got along with well. Niu Tsuehua said, all right. I'm ready to become a grandmother now." After hanging up the phone, Niu Tsuehua didn't think much more about it. She put on her sunglasses and went downstairs. She was busy all day, acting, studying, taking on jobs, so she didn't have time to share gossip with Su Ran. That's why she didn't know that besides Qin's son in Happiness Village, old Tian's eldest son also had a new girlfriend from abroad. Of course, now old Su's family suspected that Su Huijing might also have a foreign girlfriend. If Su Ran were here, she would immediately notice something was wrong when hearing the words, abroad. Now everyone is eager to go abroad. How many actually come back? When they do return, they all meet the men from Happiness Village and start talking about their partners. Is it just a coincidence? Niu Tsuehua goes downstairs, gets into her sturdy car, and takes Su Ran with her. Qi Hong rides her motorcycle with Su Xian, while Su Aigua and Zhou Limin each ride a motorcycle. Niu Tsuehua is focused on her new business, so she hasn't mentioned the rumor that Su Huijing might have a girlfriend. Once she is sure there is indeed a girlfriend she will bring home, everyone will know. Oh, whether the next generation has partners isn't important now. That's their parents' concern. She is busy making money. In the neighborhood, Su Limin's mother, Wang Hohot, his sister Su Xian, and his mistress Bai Qing walk closely together, like a family. Bai Qing says something that makes them all laugh happily. Meanwhile, Su Limin's real wife, Gao Man, doesn't know where she is. Wang Hohot feels proud, thinking even college students admire her. Does Niu Tsuehua get this kind of treatment? She blurts out, Qing, it would be so nice if you were my daughter-in-law. That Gao Man just knows how to annoy me. She's not educated, not good-looking, and all she does is cause trouble. I feel sorry for my son. Su Xian agrees, saying her sister-in-law buys clothes and jewelry for them, takes them to beauty salons, and says it's right to spend money on them. Unlike Gao Man, her brother gets her some gifts, but she doesn't feel happy about it. Bai Qing lowers her head and smiles shyly, touching her big belly. Oh, my dear grandson. Tsuehua, are you going out to work again? Wang Hohot sees Niu Tsuehua riding her bike. I tell you, at our age, we should enjoy life. Look at me, then look at you, tiring yourself every day. And Bai Qing. Before she finishes, Niu Tsuehua ignores her, riding past and leaving only a trail of exhaust behind.
Niu Triwa.
Wang Hohot loses her temper, stomping her feet. Niu Tsuehua mutters, Wang Hohot is like a potato, dull and funny. Her words are full of old-fashioned, futile ideas. Su Ran sits in the truck bed, her hair blown messy by the wind, feeling an unknown happiness inside. When she hears Niu Tsuehua's comment, she laughs out loud. The truck passed by the Sea View Hotel. Inside the private room, Sui accidentally glanced downstairs and saw Su Ran smiling brightly in the truck bed. His gaze followed the motorcycle as it drove away, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. President Su, Xiaowang was waiting for Su Yi's reply. Sorry, I was lost in thought for a moment. Su Yi turned his attention back to the dining table, picked up his tea, and raised his cup. Here's to our apology with tea. Xiaowang also raised his teacup, wearing a red string and jade bracelet on his wrist. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. The two companies are working together on a tech project. For this partnership, Xiaowang agreed to share some profits, aiming to shift the focus of the Xiao Group back to the mainland. Happy cooperation. Qian Sanyi looked at the motorcycle convoy, feeling envious. So cool. Looking at Niu Tsuehua, he thought this is what life is about. He approached and greeted Niu Tsuehua, saying, Big sister, you look younger than the last time I saw you. Haha, I have a good attitude. I still feel young. Life is just half over. Big sister, this is for you. Qian Sanyi gave a thumbs up. He took out a notebook and introduced the shops to Niu Tsuehua, and the others one by one. This one is on Taining Road, over 200 square meters for rent only, at least 3 years. This one is near Chongwenmen, over 100 square meters, rent paid annually. This one is a bit off Choingmen Street, 150 square meters for sale, around 500,000 yuan, but the price isn't fixed. There's also one near Dongzaimen, less than 100 square meters for rent or sale, cheaper than the previous one, around 300,000 yuan. Big sister, if any of these catch your eye, we can go see them in person. Niu Tsuehua thought all these places were good, great locations. She didn't hesitate. We have a car. Why don't we all go see them? Sure. Qian Sanyi put on his sunglasses, grabbed the notebook, and said, Let's go. Sitting behind Su Aigua on his motorcycle, Qian Sanyi directed the way. It's not bragging. He's been through every alley in the city, and his mind is like a living map. The shop on Taining Road is large, but it's surrounded by restaurants. Running a wedding planning business here seems to come with a lot of food smells. The shops on Choingmen Street are just the right size. They used to be clothing stores, facing the street with large glass windows inside, neat and bright, divided into 2 open rooms. No need for renovation. There are many clothing stores, jewelry shops, and some small companies nearby. Everyone was interested in this shop. Su Ran looked around and said, This room at the entrance can display wedding items, like decorative characters, ribbons, balloons, red envelopes, small objects for the traditional first birthday, and outfits for welcoming guests. Su Xian entered another room with large windows. This one can hold wedding dresses and be used for makeup. Su Ran suddenly remembered, besides wedding dresses, we can also rent professional attire. Many people need formal clothes for interviews, but for most recent graduates, one set is not cheap. Niu Tsuehua clenched her fists and looked around repeatedly. She confidently said, Third Master Qian. What's the lowest price for the shop? If the price is right, we'll take it. Wait a moment, I'll ask. Qian Sanyi went to another side to make a call. Su Aigua was thinking about where to buy good goods, while Zhou Min was calculating how much rent they would need to pay Niu Tsuehua. This was planned from the start. Buying the shop directly was easier, and whoever bought it would pay the rent. In the end, they negotiated the price down to 490,000 yuan. When Niu Tsuehua transferred the money, her heart was pounding, but holding the freshly issued property certificate made her feel different. This was her shop. At night, She planned to talk with Su Taiju at home, show off a little, and remind him to talk to the god of wealth more often. They contributed 10,000 yuan for the business registration and paid Nyo Tsuehua 6 months' rent, totaling 9,000 yuan, all from their pooled money. Now that they had the shop and the procedures were underway, they focused on renovation and stocking supplies. Everyone split up to visit factories for wedding supplies, buy clothes, hire makeup artists, and recruit staff. These were all things Su Xian was good at. Anyway, she had no acting roles because she was too beautiful, so she spent her days running around with the energetic Nyo Tsuehua. Even though they were busy, it didn't stop Nyo Tsuehua from calling her in the evening to study. She said that during the day, she did work that didn't require much thinking, but at night, she needed to switch to more brain work. Su Xian. Su Ran worked during the day, then bought various magazines after work. At night, she cut and organized wedding scene albums, so busy she seemed to forget something. By Friday, when Zhou Jianhua and Lin Nanxing returned to Beijing, Su Ran suddenly remembered. Oh, right, there were 2 people at home who didn't know that Grandma was about to start a company. Nyo Tsuehua's wedding planning company will open on Sunday. You're sincerely invited to the opening ceremony. Su Jianhua took some flyers and went out to play for 2 weeks. When he returned home, he was promoted to the 3rd son of Tsuehua Wedding Company. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanxing spent a week in Shanghai and then visited nearby cities. On Friday afternoon, they arrived in Beijing. As soon as they entered the house and put the local specialties in the living room, they saw some flyers on the table. Take a break. I'll drive to the post office to pick up the packages, Su Jianhua said, paying no attention to the flyers. He had bought too many things this time, packed into 3 big parcels, costing nearly 100 yuan in postage. Lin Nanxing wanted to take out the big white rabbit candies, butterfly pastries from Peace Hotel, almond bars from Harbin Food Factory, and sugar cakes, so Su Ran could see them when she got home. While placing the items, she said, "Wait a moment, let's go together later." She then noticed the bold words on the flyer. Tsuehua Wedding Company, she read aloud, word by word. What? Su Jianhua leaned over. After reading the entire flyer, he thought, Tsuehua probably isn't another Tsuehua, so how did this flyer end up in their house? It must be from their family. Su Jianhua admitted he was caught up in the moment. When Su Ran came home from work, she heard voices. Mom and Dad, you're back. You didn't tell me yesterday when you called. Yeah, we wanted to surprise you, but it turned out you surprised us instead. Ha, you know now. Grandma started a company. Today at work, I finally remembered what I forgot to tell you. Wow, Mom and Dad, you brought back so many delicious things. Tell us quickly, why did you suddenly start a company? Su Ran ate as she recounted everything that had happened over the past 2 weeks, without missing a detail. Oh, and the store's opening is on Sunday. Grandma said they will attend acting classes on Saturday. She also said that after the first class last week, they felt it was right and they can't take a day off. Don't ask, just be in awe. How many jobs are they juggling? Lin Nanxing gave Su Ran a set of pearl jewelry she bought. Su Ran happily wore the bracelet. The pearl bracelet matched well with her existing gold bangles. When Su Ran was little, her parents would always bring back gifts whenever they went out. No matter if they were expensive or not, it gave little Su Ran a sense of security. Her parents also kept her in their thoughts when they were away, and it became a habit. On Saturday, Su Jianhua and Lin Nanxing rested at home all day. They also made plans with Grandpa Qian to visit the shop next week. Early in the morning, the Su family gathered at Nyo Tsuehua's house. Nyo Tsuehua was wearing a bright red dress and asked Su Xian to help her with light makeup, including red lipstick. She took a deep breath, holding a suona in her left hand and a bag in her right, lifting her head confidently. Let's go. At Chaoyang Street, at Tsuehua's wedding company. A rainbow arch was set up at the entrance, with a red carpet in the middle. Flowers sent by the Su family, the Su Aigua family, the Zhou Limin family, and villagers from Happiness Village lined both sides. For this grand opening, Nyo Tsuehua specifically invited some people from Happiness Village. These were special guests, hidden sources of customers. When the villagers heard the news, they were surprised. Wow, Tsuehua has opened a company. No matter how far or near, Everyone wants to come see. So, passers-by saw a crowd gathering inside and outside the shop. Wedding company, decorating venues, wedding dresses, makeup. Wow, there are more and more ways to get married now. Look at that pure white wedding dress, so beautiful and new. When I got married, I reluctantly bought a red dress. I still remember what it looked like. I think the red dragon and phoenix wedding dress next to it is pretty. Bright red and very festive. My daughter is getting married here. Come in and take a look. Whether it's for a wedding, a full moon celebration, or a birthday banquet, we can meet your needs. During the first 3 days of opening, we offer a 10% discount. 2 staff members at the door greeted the guests. Suehua, this is incredible. You've become a big boss now. Your style is so impressive, we're a bit surprised. Oh, stop it. Just earning a living. Look at your face. You're so round now. Life is good. The village chief is here too. Your hair looks so real. Hey, isn't that Joe accounting? What have you been busy with lately? Villagers from Happiness Village hadn't seen each other in a long time. Everyone was chatting happily, making the atmosphere lively. Su Aigua and Zhou Limin jokingly approached, busy with their own things. You'll find out what soon. The auspicious time for the opening arrived. Niu Tsuehua, Chi Hong, Su Aigua, and Zhou Limin stood in a line at the door, in front of a red silk decorated with red flowers. Hey, this shop was opened together by all of them, someone from the village realized. Dear friends and relatives, fellow villagers, today we celebrate the grand opening of Tsuehua's wedding company. Under cheerful music, the 4 of them happily cut the red silk. Great! Congratulations! The applause was loud and enthusiastic. After the ceremony, Uncle Su and a few others invited the people from Happiness Village to go to a restaurant for a meal. Before leaving, old Tian approached and asked, Aunt Suehua, I'm about to get married. How much will it cost to hire you guys? Look at the catalog. Different backgrounds have different prices. We give residents of our village a 20% discount. Old Tian opened the first page, which showed a luxurious setup priced at 2,666 yuan. It was expensive, but really beautiful. As he flipped further, he felt that none of the other options matched his daughter Jiao Jiao's elegance. Auntie, I'll choose this one. It needs to be well decorated. My Jiao Jiao comes from a good family, and she's used to fine things. Also, in a couple of days, I'll bring my wife over to pick a wedding dress. Make sure to save the most expensive one for us. You need to pay a deposit first. The most expensive dress rents for 266 yuan per day, including the bride's makeup. The deposit is 100 yuan. Niu Tsuehua smiled, but inside she rolled her eyes. Her previous 2 wives didn't spend money like this. All right, Auntie. When the time comes, your whole family should come and join the celebration. Of course, everyone's invited. Qin Wei's mother also stepped forward. Auntie Tsuehua, and me too. My son Xiao Wei is also getting married soon. By the way, how much are the cheaper options? Our Xiao Wei's girlfriend is sensible and obedient. Although her family is well off, she said she wants to learn frugality from us. You see, saving money is good for everyone. There are all kinds of affordable options. Just pick one and register. Meanwhile, many people were asking about the shop and 5 tables were seated in the restaurant. Fat Aunt Jo was still surrounded by a group of people. Her gossip was always accurate and interesting. If she ran into Wang Xiaowu, they'd probably hit it off instantly. Lauda Lu and Sun Jia are about to get divorced, and he's already marrying his new wife. But everyone knows about his uselessness in the village. Fat Aunt Jo winked. Old Sue's wife fell and hurt her tailbone in the rain. Half her body is paralyzed. Her 2 daughters only took care of her for a few days before getting impatient. Now they want to call back Chao Hong to help, but that's just wishful thinking. She's busy selling breakfast to make a living. Why should she take care of them? Sue's son has been looking healthy lately. He says he met a big boss from Port City and has earned quite a bit.
And,
oh, I almost forgot to tell everyone. Our eldest daughter, Su Wenwen, is also getting married soon. Zhao Liqin, the eldest daughter-in-law of Su Aigua, chimed in proudly. She's handsome and a college student. One is impressive. She's a high school student dating a college student. How did they meet? The topic suddenly shifted to that. They met through a heroic rescue. Su Ran was originally talking with Su Xian and Su Huan about how Tian Lauda and Qin Wei's partners are similar. When she heard heroic rescue, she was speechless. Why does this sound so familiar? Zhao Liqin couldn't stop smiling. It's all fate. Wenwen and her friend went out to play and met some troublemakers. Luckily, Tang Hua came by and chased them away. By the way, Tang Hua is my son-in-law. He's a doctor. There were a lot of troublemakers, and he got a small injury on his arm. Wenwen felt bad and often went to visit him. Over time, they got together. Tang Hua's father is the hospital director, and his mother is a primary school principal. Their family is very well educated and refined. When they encountered troublemakers and chased them away, and then got together, with good family backgrounds, it follows that the same story could happen with boys and girls. Isn't that how Qin Wei met his girlfriend? Su Ran thought, no need to think about it. There's definitely a problem. Before the village was demolished, why didn't they see so many hero stories? But after the village got richer, everyone started appearing with similar stories, just with gender swapped. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanxing also realized something was off, but without solid evidence, they couldn't just accuse these people of being fake. Before Su Ran could say anything, she suddenly heard her name mentioned. Xiao Ran, do you have a boyfriend? I heard from Andy that you should find someone while you're young. Find someone from a good family, like Wenwen's partner. Zhao Liqin couldn't hide her pride and looked at everyone happily. Her daughter's education might not be as good as Su Ran's, but her daughter married well. Marrying into a good family is the right choice for women. Being well-educated isn't as important as marrying well. Having children completes a woman's life. Oh, and Su Xian, you're not young anymore in your 20s. You should pay more attention and find someone quickly. Otherwise, good guys will be taken. Auntie, don't worry. The yogurt in the supermarket is about to expire, so it's on sale. Our 1982 law fight isn't in a rush, Su Xian said with a bright smile, as sweet as honey. Zhao Liqin was stunned. She didn't understand what she meant, but she knew it wasn't good. Hey, I'm just trying to be kind. In a couple of years, no one will want you, Zhao Liqin said angrily. It's okay. My mom, my grandma, and everyone in my family support me. No need to worry. Zhao Liqin then turned to Su Ran. Little Ran, my woman has found a good partner. I don't worry about her future. You don't want your parents to worry either, right? Su Ran took a sip of cola and calmly said, It's fine. I'll have a pension, and the country will take care of me. My parents can rest easy. Su Jianhua smiled slightly. Sister-in-law Zhao, you don't need to worry about our family. My mom said that anyone who doesn't study hard or work hard and only focuses on men isn't a good granddaughter. Oh, sister-in-law Zhao, have you met Tang Hua's family? How do you know about their situation? What do you mean? Zhao Liqin's eyes widened. She was upset. Her daughter didn't have a good partner, and now she was spreading rumors about her future son-in-law. I'm not bragging. When Tang Hua proposed, he showed us his ID. The director's photo was clear. Our future in-laws are about to meet to discuss the wedding date. Who carries ID and photos around to prove themselves? Granny Peng muttered. Zhao Liqin used to look down on others, relying on her status as the village chief's daughter-in-law. She even almost took money from others to do favors. Luckily, Aigua noticed and beat up her eldest son, warning him that if he did it again, he and his wife would be kicked out or divorced. That kept Zhao Liqin in check. Zhao Liqin shot her a glance. When Niu Tsuehua and Aigua came in, she closed her mouth like a deflated balloon. Lin Nanxing was thoughtful. She guessed Aigua probably didn't know all this since he didn't live with the kids. Su Jianhua said, Eat first. Later, remind Uncle Su about this. Since Uncle Su was close to their family, it was important to mention this unusual situation. Su Ran was eating when her phone rang. It was Jiang when calling. She stepped to a quiet spot and answered. Hello, Yenwu, the magazine sold out again. Jiang Wen's excitement came through the phone. That's great. Su Ran's eyes lit up like they were filled with stars. Her heart was so happy. She almost jumped. The magazine printed more copies than last week, but it still wasn't enough. They printed twice more. The number of subscribers increased by 214% compared to before. Sue Ran put her hands on her hips. Her wallet was about to make some money again. Yenwu, if you have new books, please consider us. Your book mentions top-tier treatment, 30 yuan per 1,000 words, and 1,000 copies could earn a commission of 1,000. Before Sue Ran could speak, Jongwon felt nervous inside. Could it be? Did we arrive too late? Sue Ran was very happy with this offer, but her new book and the young girl's romance magazine didn't quite match. Maybe next time, we can work together on my next book. It's about a male protagonist practicing cultivation, which doesn't really fit the magazine style. Fits? Of course it fits, Jongwon hurriedly said, speaking faster. Actually, the magazine also has another line, serializing martial arts novels. It's just starting out, so sales aren't great. She felt a bit guilty as she said this. After all, martial arts novels are very popular, and some of the books even get adapted into TV shows. They're just trying to invest some money and test the waters. After speaking, Jongwon worried that Yenwu might not want to work with them anymore, since earning through sales commissions was unlikely. All right, I'll write again, and then give it to you, if you don't want to. Give it to me. Yes, I'll wait for you. Sue Ran hung up the phone, thinking she couldn't keep procrastinating. She needed to keep writing her novel. Tonight, she would organize her outline clearly. What are you doing? Su Huijing reached out and waved his hand in front of Sue Ran's eyes. He dreaming of making a fortune, Sue Ran giggled. All right, second brother is going to help you make a little money. Bring your third sister along. We're going to the mall to buy a gift for your future second sister-in-law. Just then, Su Xian came out and asked, do we get one too? Yes. After shopping, you two pick out a gift. I'll pay, Su Huijing said happily. He was about to marry his beloved, and he was in a great mood. Once your future second sister-in-law agrees, I'll treat you all to a meal. You can choose anything. Xiao Ran, remember, second brother said you can pick whatever you want. Remember well. Second brother must treat us to a big dinner. Inside Wangfujing shopping mall, Su Huijing carried a beautifully decorated jewelry box, which held a sparkling heart-shaped diamond necklace. Su Xian and Su Ran each had a small bracelet with tiny diamonds. The three of them happily walked out, laughing. Suddenly, someone walking toward them saw Su Ran smiling and froze in place. She is not her, nor does she resemble her. In this world, she is unique. People say that over time, even familiar faces and voices will gradually fade from memory. But Xiaowang is not like that. The image of the person in his heart, the way she smiles with the corners of her mouth lifting, the frown when she's angry, the clear eyes turning misty when she's sad, are all deeply etched in his mind, appearing again and again. He even forgets what he looked like when he was young, but he always remembers her. Someone in Port City rumors that he is gay because he avoids women who come close, and no woman has ever easily approached him. Some say he is asexual, only loving work, with no men or women around him. But that's because none of those people are her. He doesn't like men or women, he only likes her. Xiaowang strides forward confidently, with his bodyguard silently following behind. He chooses a violet jade and emerald gourd, an emperor topaz necklace, a Harry Winston ring, a Patek Philippe Nautilus watch, and buys magazines at the bookstore. He drives back to his villa with these items and a Lego puzzle. When he arrives home, he walks into a spacious room carrying his things. One side has a wardrobe filled with the latest fashionable clothes. He casually opens a jewelry box about 1.5 meters tall, only filled with one layer. He places his new jewelry inside. Looking around, the room contains luxury jewelry, collectible physics books, cute ornaments, all neatly organized, like waiting for someone to come home and see these gifts with joy. Over the years, Xiaowang has bought houses in various cities both at home and abroad. Some are Western-style houses, some are courtyard homes, and others are single-story villas. All these houses share one thing in common: a dedicated gift room. Wherever Xiaowang goes for business, he always buys special gifts. He doesn't care about the price. If he thinks the person has never seen it or will like it, he brings it back. He wants to make up for all the things he missed over the years with her. Looking at the time, Xiao Wang changes into sportswear and goes to the gym. After working out, sweat runs down his chiseled jawline, and his 8-pack abs are faintly visible. He looks at himself in the mirror, determined to wait for Su Aojuan to return in the best possible shape. After taking a shower, Xiao Wang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window and received a call from his aunt. Xiao Chun, happy birthday. Xiao Jingshu still preferred Xiao Wang's old name, Lu Chun. The character, Chun, is so nice. Unfortunately, her annoying older brother insisted on changing his name to Wang. Xiao Wang was lost in thought. Another year had passed.
Thank you, Aunt.
If you want to come back, I can arrange for someone to bring you here. Let's wait a bit longer. By the way, those old folks finally went in, but after you left, some others jumped in happily, meddling in the company's affairs with an old attitude. A hint of mockery flashed in Xiao Wang's eyes. They'll only be able to do this for a few days. This time, he came out to see who else was hiding in the company, so he could send them all to reunite with the old guy. All right, as long as you know what you're doing. I'm hanging up now. I'm busy, Xiao Jingshu said, and ended the call. She was indeed quite busy. The latest Nintendo game console had arrived, and she was busy battling in Super Mario. Xiao Wang looked at the moon in the sky, surrounded by a few twinkling stars, reminiscent of the clever, beautiful, and lively Su Aojuan from back then. Everyone liked her, including him at that time. Maybe because it was her birthday, he felt especially nostalgic for Su Aojuan and longed to see her immediately. Thinking of their past moments, a smile unconsciously appeared on Xiao Wang's face. Then he remembered they hadn't seen each other in 17 years, and his lips pressed into a straight line. He even darkly thought that if Su Aojuan could put him first and leave with him, they would surely be very happy. But that was just a wishful thought. He looked up at the moon. Even though I want to see you right now, I know your ideals, your pursuits, and your dreams. So I make a wish and pray that all you desire comes true, and your path is smooth. I am waiting for you, somewhere in a research institute in the Northwest. A continuous wave of cheers erupted. Success. We finally succeeded. Ha ha ha, we did it. After 5 years, you know how I've been through these 5 years. Team leader, your idea was correct. I can finally sleep peacefully. Staying up all night has aged me. When I go home, my little brat there might not even recognize me and just call me grandpa. That would be the end. Everyone was celebrating, so happy they hugged each other regardless of who was nearby. They laughed together, celebrating the success of the experiment. They also cried, mourning the hard work and dedication over the past 5 years. Su Aojuan's usually cold face also showed a smile. This was the first project she led. Among the joyful faces, someone approached her with a guilty apology. Leader Su, I'm sorry again. I was biased. In science, there's no gender. I shouldn't have thought you couldn't be a team leader just because you're a woman. Su Aojuan smiled slightly and shook her head gently, saying little. She proved her ability beyond prejudice, but some people still couldn't see women clearly. They wanted to erase women's progress just because of their gender. Today, she succeeded. It showed that women can do just as well as men. But men and women start from the same line. When men succeed, no one says women are less capable. If we could treat everyone as natural people, ignoring gender, that would truly mean no bias. She walked into the yard, where the lively noise faded away. Su Aojuan looked at the moon, its soft light covering her. The experiment was almost successful, bringing her closer to going home. When she was focused on her work, time flew by, and she didn't let herself dwell too much on missing her family. Now, she could think about her mother, her brother and sister-in-law, her nephews and nieces, and her lively big family. Looking at the bright stars, a figure flashed in her mind. How are you doing in Harbor City? Thinking back to her second year, Lu Chun had mysteriously said he had something important to tell her, but he didn't show up the next day. She worried something had happened. She went to Lu Chen's house, but the door was locked. Soon after, she received news that he had dropped out of school. Later, she got a call from Lu Chen. He said his biological father had taken him away, but he promised he would return and asked her to give him a chance. Eventually, she graduated early and, as an outstanding student, went with teachers and classmates to the Northwest. She stayed there for many years. She didn't know if Lu Chen had gone back or if he had already given up since they hadn't seen each other. Walking under the moonlight, Su Aojuan wondered what her mother, Ms. Niu Tsuehua, was doing today, watching TV or chatting under the big tree at the village entrance. Haha, Niu Tsuehua burst into a series of laughs. She was lying comfortably in a soft lounge chair. Whenever the massage therapist's hands touched her, she couldn't help but laugh. But after a while, she got used to it. Indeed, people adapt quickly from enduring hardship to enjoying comfort. "Ha-ha, it tickles so much," said Aunt Su Air, laughing along. Su Ran was lying comfortably, with the massage therapist applying gentle pressure to her shoulders and neck. Her cheerful laughter made her almost fall asleep. Jia Sun, dressed in a bright yellow sleeveless dress, walked in smiling.
Come, freshly squeezed orange juice.
"We have some at room temperature, and some with ice." "Jia Sun, you really know how to run a busy beauty salon." Aunt Su sat up after her massage, feeling light and relaxed, looking lazy. Su Xian adapted very well. She picked up a glass of chilled orange juice and took a big sip, then sighed happily. After running around these past few days, I finally feel relaxed. This massage bed is so comfortable." Niu Tsuehua felt her body less stiff. Though she was older, her energy was good, but she couldn't keep up with her busy daily schedule. This week, she had been cleaning the shop, visiting factories, recruiting workers, studying at night, and even attending classes on Saturday morning. It was like living 2 weeks' worth of life in just 1 week. This afternoon, Jia Sun invited them to experience the beauty salon. She had just stepped away from her newly opened wedding planning shop. "This is a place where everyone can relax. First, have some juice. Later, you'll enjoy some beauty treatments," said Jia Sun, who had started focusing on her own beauty and saw the potential in beauty and massage services. There are many wealthy people, and they enjoy all kinds of entertainment. It all depends on whether it can attract and keep them. As long as she can make them willing to spend money, her business will succeed. Her initial plan was to focus only on high-end services. She spent a lot of money decorating the salon, using only quality items. Flowers were placed in every corner to create a calm, peaceful atmosphere. Everyone who visited had a good experience. A faint fragrance filled the air. Niu Tsuehua felt grateful. It's great to have money. Having money means she can enjoy the things she missed out on when she was young. She felt like she was giving herself a good treat again. Grandma Su Air also came. For this trial opening, Jia Sun mainly invited Niu Tsuehua and her group of women, Grandma Su Air, Su Min, Chi Hong, and Zhuang Ro. Grandma Su held her cup and looked around. "Sun Jia, this sign saying no men allowed really hurts your business." Sun Jia chuckled softly. "Second aunt, this place is for women to relax. Here, everyone just needs to focus on feeling happy and comfortable. Men are not allowed in so everyone can feel safe." Grandma Su nodded twice, seeming to understand, but not fully. She didn't quite get why massages were needed here, or why it felt so free. She glanced at Niu Tsuehua, who looked excited. Since her older sister liked it, it must be a good place. "By the way, sister-in-law, what are the older brothers and the others doing back in the village?" Niu Tsuehua replied. They went back to raise chickens, ducks, geese, sheep, and fish." Uncle Su Da, Uncle Su Air, and Su Jianhua sat in the car driven by Su Huaichuan, with Su Huijing driving behind with Su Huai, and Su Huaiyan didn't want to come. He had to work tomorrow, and he just wanted to stay home and read peacefully. But Su Huijing didn't like seeing him stay home all the time, so he dragged him out to move around. Uncle Su Air said, "This time, let's order some chicks and lambs. Next time, we can put up fences on the mountain." Su Huaichuan's deep voice said, "Elder uncle, the fences are already up. Not long ago, I went to the mountain and found some people from Songjia village. It took 2 days to finish. I also found some workers, old Uncle Song and his wife, to watch over the mountain. Each gets 150 yuan a month. Good, Chuan. You're doing more, and more like your dad. You're showing your big brother style, praised Su Jianhua, making Uncle Su's hair look even neater. Uncle Su dreamed aloud, when everything's ready. In winter we'll have hot pot, and in summer, barbecues. Tender lamb in the pot, then dipped in sesame paste, that taste, we could run a pond for spicy fish, sour fish, grilled fish, steamed fish, boiled fish slices, and fish balls. Someone's stomach suddenly growled. Sun Jia said, "It's that time already." I almost forgot. She took out a few scented pattern booklets and handed them out. Our shop also has some health-boosting dishes, like peach gum with milk and snow pear soup. They're ready, so everyone can eat and choose what they want. The menu included vegetarian noodles, steamed dumplings, sandwiches, layered cakes, fruit salad, and yam and lily porridge. Sun Jia, you did such a good job. I feel so light. The shop played relaxing music, helping everyone forget their physical and mental tiredness. They ate and drank happily, praising everything. Just when they thought the experience was over, Sun Jia said, "Come on, let's change into special clothes and do a facial treatment." They lay down again, and the beautician pushed a small cart with bottles and jars inside. First, she washed their faces with a gentle cleanser, used warm towels to open the pores, applied a soft serum on the face, and finally put on a cool, refreshing mask. Grandma Su held her breath, thinking, "Oh my goodness, did ancient empresses live like this?" Zhuang Ro used to raise pigs and slaughter them, living a rough life. It was only after her brother-in-law reminded her to wash her face with water and apply some basic cream that she realized facial care could have so many steps. The beautician then used a jade roller to gently slide from her chin upward. Suddenly, Sun Jia's phone rang. "Hello, yes, I'm applying a mask now." "No, you don't need to come over." "Bye." "Sun Jia, are you dating someone?" Grandma Su got excited. No matter how she tried to persuade Su Min wouldn't look for anyone. She was in her 40s, her children grown, and felt lonely. She still needed a partner. "How old is he? What does he do? How did you meet?" "Yes, she's dating someone." Sun Jia hesitated about her boyfriend's age. It wasn't because she was shy or worried about being laughed at. She just wanted to be responsible for herself. She was worried about upsetting Niu Tsuehua and Grandma Su. Ignoring everything else, Grandma Su focused on her daughter's news. She looked at her eagerly, thinking, "See? She's already found someone after her divorce." Su Min hadn't said much. The pain from her divorce hadn't healed overnight. When her daughter came back and she had some money, her wounds had mostly closed. But the pain was still there. Her daughter was in high school, and Grandma Su always worried about her future. She kept nagging her to remarry. But Su Min had no such plans. She preferred her current life over marrying a stranger and working like a servant in someone else's house. She was firm in her decision. Niu Tsuehua tried to smooth things over, worried that the mask liquid might get in her mouth. She pouted and mumbled, all right. The kids are grown up now. You should relax a bit. Look at you, your wrinkles are more than mine." Grandma Su. Grandma Su's attention shifted. She reached out to touch her face. Does she really have that many wrinkles? More than her sister-in-law. She usually didn't pay much attention when looking in the mirror, but now she thought about it seriously. The beautician softly reminded her, "You have a face mask on. Don't worry. Regular beauty treatments can help tighten your skin and reduce wrinkles." "Oh, okay." Grandma Su made an shape with her mouth, careful not to let the liquid from the mask drip into her mouth. She realized that her sister-in-law was just helping her change the subject. "Sigh, that's just how it is. Worrying about children is natural. They are part of her own flesh and blood. When they're happy, she feels happy too." Grandma Su didn't ask further, and Sun Jia didn't continue talking. Actually, everyone was curious, especially after hearing Sun Jia on the phone earlier, her tone sweet but a little commanding. In the quiet environment, it was not intentional, but you could tell the other person was a young voice. But gossiping aside, Sun Jia didn't want to share more. Of course, the curious ones didn't include Lin Nanqing and Su Ran. They had already met Sun Jia's athletic boyfriend. Su Min relaxed her tense mind. It was good that everyone was fine with her not remarrying. Talking about lively village gossip, Grandma Su's aunt spoke excitedly. Hey, I just remembered. A few days ago, I saw Sue Xian walking with her lover in the neighborhood. Can you believe she did that even when her sister-in-law was pregnant? Not just walking together, they argued a lot. Gao Man couldn't stand Sue Xian often visiting her parents' house. Sue Xian is so strong-willed, she can't stand Gao Man showing off her better living conditions. Last time, Sue Xian's son wanted to ride the new car bought by her uncle. Gao Man scolded him, saying if he wanted to ride, he should ask his dad to buy one. If he couldn't afford it, he shouldn't ride. Sue Xian loudly argued with a megaphone, making the whole village hear. Sun Jia recalled, I also saw her shopping with a heavily pregnant woman. The woman paid for the things, saying it was right for Sue Xian's brother's sister to spend the money. It made Sue Xian's face tighten with anger. Grandma Sue's older sister-in-law had seen these two women too and spoke up. Sue Xian brought her to my house, asking where Yao Qing was giving birth. She said she wanted to take care of her sister-in-law during her postpartum period. I couldn't believe it. This family still hasn't divorced Gao Man. Gao Man's words are sharp, but Su Limin works hard outside to support the family. She takes care of the two elders, the children, and her sister-in-law's family, who only eat at home without helping with chores. Don't think she's just enjoying life at home. It's just as tiring and demanding as Su Limin's work outside. In the end, she was fooled by the mistress, who took their money to buy things and still acted like a good person. Gao Man, oh, she's so naive. She always thinks the whole family revolves around her, this hard-working daughter-in-law. Let's not talk about them anymore. Sigh, I wonder when our house will be finished. Yeah, even though there's a subsidy, it's less than 100 yuan a month, which isn't enough to cover rent. Everyone looks forward to the relocation housing from the demolition project. Each family has several units. Even Sun Jia and Su Min each have two three-room apartments of 90 square meters. After applying a face mask, rinsing with water, and putting on moisturizer, Niu Tsuehua looks at herself in the mirror and says, Wow, my face is whiter, and I think I look a bit thinner. She touches her face, which feels smooth. Su ran, naturally fair and tender. After a skincare session, her face looks more hydrated and bright, shining like pearls. Gently pressing her cheek, it feels bouncy and lively. Indeed, spending money on oneself and caring about physical and mental comfort is true happiness. Lin Nanqing quietly asks Sun Jia, how much does this set cost for everyone? Seeing Lin Nanqing want to pay, Sun Jia raises an eyebrow. Nanqing, are you trying to embarrass me? Look, every store opens with free samples. Plus, I have my own reasons for inviting you. If you like it, you'll shop here often. Don't worry, this time the money is well spent. Lin Nanqing smiles gently. Good, then we must come often. Regarding the prices, Su Ran tentatively asks, Aunt Sun, do you pay each time you come? Yes, isn't there another way? Sun Jia doesn't understand. Su Ran suggests, you could get a membership card, top it up, and each visit deducts from the balance. This way you get some cash back and keep customers loyal. Once you've added money, you're less likely to go elsewhere. Plus, to attract more members, you could offer 100 yuan recharge and get 10 yuan free, or 1,000 yuan recharge with 100 yuan free, or give a 10% discount on each purchase with a card. Of course, cards can be divided into different levels. Recharging 100 gives you a silver card, 1,000 gives you a gold card, and higher levels include diamond cards. The higher the level, the greater the discount you enjoy. Also, for members like gold and diamond card holders, during festivals or their birthdays, you can give small gifts to show that the beauty salon respects and values them. Sun Jia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Once these cards are issued, her business will definitely improve. Maybe even double. Xiao Ran, your idea is so good. I don't know how to thank you. Once the cards are ready, you'll be the first diamond member at Yueji Beauty Salon. Great. Then I'll come every week. I'd love to come every day. Jia, a young man at the door interrupted Sun Jia. He was wearing a tight sleeveless shirt, showing muscular arms, holding a bouquet of roses, and looking eagerly at Sun Jia inside. Everyone looked confused. Could this be Sun Jia's boyfriend? Others were shocked, but Lin Nanqing and Su Ran were surprised. Less than a month since they last met, and she already has a new boyfriend. This is my boyfriend, Qi Sheng. Sun Jia introduced. She might change again later, so she didn't explain much. Hello, I'm Qi Sheng, he said, handing roses to Sun Jia while she was still chatting. I have to go now. My friends invited me to play basketball at school tonight. Wow, he's so handsome and muscular, who wouldn't want to take a second look? They thought of heroes from TV shows like Gu Jing and Su Wenqiang, and their hearts beat faster.
Oni su xoa lao ne vào xin.
Sun Jia, I don't mean anything bad. I just wonder if you're planning to get married. His family is willing, Sun Jia smiled. We're not getting married, just talking. If he gets ugly or older, I'll just find someone else. Really? Just talking? And changing? Yes. My last one was about 23, just graduated. But after a month of work, he became greasy, and his muscles disappeared. I broke up. Men either have money or a good body. If not, what's the point of keeping them? It makes sense when you think about it. Marriage is mainly about sharing life. Sun Jia said that both things are essential. Missing either one isn't good. Niu Tsuehua sighed, saying that Grandma Su treats her son, who is over 30, like a child. She gives him 2 chicken legs when she cooks a chicken. Meanwhile, Sun Jia is no longer young. In the evening, the Su family returned to their courtyard. Su Ran held the property deeds. One showed Seaside Garden Community, Building 13, Unit 1, Apartment 601, owner Lin Nanqing, and the other was Seaside Garden Community, Building 13, Unit 1, Apartment 602, owner Su Ran. Haha, she now owns property in Shanghai. One in the north, one in the south. Doesn't that mean she owns property all over the country? Su Jianhua said, in Beijing we should find a good neighborhood and buy 1 or 2 buildings. We can be landlords. We haven't even experienced what that feels like yet, Lin Nanqing agreed. From the newspaper, it looks like many people are eager to buy houses. Even if the company gives out housing, as children grow up and get married, a house will be needed within 20 or 30 years. Su Ran said, the prices in Jingwei residence have risen to 4,000 yuan per square meter. When we bought, it was 3,800 yuan per square meter. That's not a discount. The price increased by 200 yuan per square meter. For 170 square meters, that's 34,000 yuan. 2 apartments would be worth 68,000 yuan. Earning that in just over a month, that's like making 68,000 yuan. What does that mean? In just over a month, she earned nearly 11 years' worth of her salary. Lin Nanqing and Su Jianhua also kept an eye on the newspaper, but the data there wasn't as clear as how much their own house had appreciated. Lin Nanqing thought to herself, buying a house is more profitable than putting money in the bank. Even if prices drop in the future, well-located properties will at least hold their value. Su Jianhua said confidently, prices won't drop in the next 10 or 20 years. Even if they do later, at the current purchase price, we're definitely making a profit. And a big one. The family was excited, but they knew they had to take things step by step, meals 1 bite at a time. For now, let's look at the shops. While it's hot, we should open the store quickly. Lin Nanqing stood up to get her bank card from the room. Tomorrow, she and Su Jianhua would go with Grandpa Qian to see the shops. Mom, you should put away the property deeds, Su Ran said, handing them over. Their important documents are kept with Lin Nanqing. Lin Nanqing took out a biscuit box from the cabinet. Inside, there were 2 red property books. She quietly placed them back and then added 2 more, making 4 in total. After chatting for a while, the family took a shower and prepared to go to bed. Su Ran went to her room first to think about the next direction of her novel. She wrote for a while, but soon felt sleepy. As expected, studying helps improve sleep. Su ran threw herself onto the bed, buried herself under a thin blanket, and fell into a deep sleep. Honestly, she has always slept very well since childhood. When she has a pillow, she can fall asleep in seconds. While others get nervous before exams and can't eat or sleep, she can eat and sleep well. She was sleeping soundly now. At the Su family, Sui sat at the table, lost in thought. As a child, he ran out of danger and saw a small figure before passing out. When he was in a mess, he called his parents for help. Looking at her now, grown up, she hadn't changed much since childhood, still kind and caring. He pulled himself out of his memories and called Song Zhang, asking him to buy some things and deliver them somewhere. Okay, I'll send them first thing tomorrow morning. Tonight, consider it your overtime work. Your salary will be increased by 1 level after this month-long business trip. Thank you, President Su. After hanging up, Song Jong noted in his secretary's diary, President Su has been doing more good deeds lately. My salary has increased again. I love my job. Then he willingly went to work overtime. Just joking, if the money is there, he can stay up all night. The next morning, Su Jianhua woke up early again. Before changing into sportswear, he looked down at his stomach. Not to mention abs, his muscles are almost gone, and the flesh on his arms feels soft when pinched. Can abs automatically stay forever? Su Jianhua used to do sporadic exercise. Last night, after hearing his wife talk about Sun Jia changing boyfriends, he instinctively touched his muscles. He couldn't remember eating or drinking much after work, nor running around much, so he gained weight. That's not acceptable. Su Jianhua felt a sense of crisis. His wife isn't someone who changes partners easily, but he knows he must be self-aware. After running, Su Jianhua bought fresh milk and breakfast. Su Ran looked at him. Dad, you actually went for a run? Of course, I love exercising. Su Jianhua raised his head. No, he actually doesn't love exercise. Lin Nanqing smiled but said nothing, surprised that Sun Jia changing boyfriends affected him so much. After breakfast, Su Jianhua drove Su Ran to work. He and Lin Nanqing went to see third Uncle Qian. When they arrived at the Dashilan area, a brand new light motorcycle was parked outside third Uncle Qian's place. Qian Sanyu was lying comfortably in a lounge chair, listening to the opera and swaying gently. When he sensed someone entering the door, he opened his eyes and stood up. Boss Su, Boss Lin, distinguished guests have arrived. San, you're joking. You said you found some suitable shops. Not just one, quite a few. You can choose from them. Qian Sanny took out his notebook, found the marked shops, and handed it over. Take a look. They included locations on Shiwayuan Road, Ershio Alley, Longan Building, Wangfujing, Jinyu Alley, and Shidon Street. Sanny, thank you for your trouble, Lin Nanqing said with gratitude. All these locations are prime spots. Qian Sanny smiled brightly. Hey, it's all part of the business. Which one catches your eye? Let's go see. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing exchanged glances. Sanny, let's start by looking at the ones closest. If the shop is really good, missing out would make us regret even waking up in the middle of the night. All right. Qian Sanny, being experienced, was ready for a big deal. He carried his property notebook, brought out a small purple clay teapot, and said, Let's go. In the car, Qian Sanny pointed the way and took a sip of tea. Boss Su, Boss Lin, Old Qian, haven't bowed to many people in my life. Niu Tsuehua and Sister Niu are the top ones. Your mother, Sister Niu, really has the style of a Qing dynasty noble lady. That's the truth. Qian Sanny gave a thumbs up. She can speak English, ride a motorcycle, and now she's opening a shop. If you don't learn English, you won't know how hard it is. It's almost like bird language. Same with motorcycles. Look at the one outside my door, bought recently. She's been learning for a few days but still can't get the hang of it. Ha ha ha, Sanny, I'll tell her all your praise when I get back. She'll definitely eat an extra bowl of rice. Qian Sanny was truly impressed. When they arrived at Xuefu Road, the car stopped under a shady tree nearby, close to several famous universities in Beijing. Qian Sanny led them across the street and turned into a snack street. On both sides of the street, there were various small restaurants, breakfast stalls, bookstores, and stationery shops. Many students were buying breakfast, and the place was lively. Before seeing the shop, Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing already felt excited. With this location, buying it wouldn't be a loss. After walking half the street and seeing no shops selling drinks, they felt the competition was low. They arrived in front of shop number 12, on Xuefu Road. Qian San lifted his chin. This is the place. We're here. He took out a bunch of keys, found number 58, and inserted the key into the lock. The door opened, revealing an empty space inside. The floor was concrete, and the walls were somewhat dark. The shop is neatly arranged, square-shaped, clean, and ready to use after a little tidying up. Mr. Qi, this shop used to be a bookstore. The owner wants to sell the building to move south for development. The bookstore owner couldn't gather enough money to move out. The shop is about 80 square meters, priced at 600,000 yuan. It's more expensive than their Jingwei residence. With a bit more money, they could buy 2 units in the seaside garden community. This price is well above the average for shops in this area. So, there are people interested in viewing, but no one wants to pay so much and end up overpaying. Lin Nanqing stood at the door, watching the flow of people, and asked, "Can we negotiate the price?" "Not a bit." The owner said he's not in a hurry to sell and prefers to wait for someone who truly values the place. No one is foolish. Shops and houses near universities are like golden hens that lay eggs. The landlord wants to sell and use the money to start a business. Making money from rent is slow, so lowering the price isn't likely. Su Jianhua walked around the shop, looking at the 80 square meters for 600,000 yuan. "Take your time thinking. I've cleared my schedule this week to help you look at places. Others are scheduled for next week." Lin Nanqing visualized the layout: a checkout counter, an operation table, and then some 2-person tables and 4-person tables arranged neatly. The shop is empty, so decorating it would be very easy. 60,000 yuan isn't impossible. Once they decide, they shouldn't hesitate. Hesitating might cause the owner to change his mind again. Lin Nanqing said to Su Jianhua, "Let's buy it." Su Jianhua figured it out. He shouldn't compare the shop's price to the house's price. He should just buy it. Honestly, Mr. Qi, with his years of experience as a broker, thought the house was expensive but worth it. That's why he brought Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing here. "I'll call the owner now and we'll settle this today." Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing waited for the landlord to arrive. Meanwhile, Su Ran was busy writing a report when she suddenly heard a noisy commotion downstairs. She looked out the window and saw a large truck loaded with bicycles, motorcycles, and air conditioners. Yang Ying came over and asked, "Could it be the unit bought these?" "For us." Yan Zhen entered and said, "Yang Ying, the company's assets are being updated. Someone anonymously donated 6 bicycles, 1 motorcycle, and 3 air conditioners to our unit." Yang Ying's eyes lit up with excitement. She said, "Great, great, great. I'll go down right away." She wondered how the bureau could buy new things for them. It turned out they were gifts from others. Bicycles, motorcycles, air conditioners. All these items are worth more than all their assets except for testing equipment. Yi Minhui looked at Su Ran, and Su Ran looked back at Yi Minhui. They both shook their heads. They weren't from their family. Yan Zhen and Meng Shuwen asked the truck driver, who said he was just delivering goods to the mall and didn't know who bought the items. Recently, this matter became a curiosity at their workplace and the bureau. Someone at the bureau even mocked, "No one would be that upset about your unit's poor condition, right?" Meng Shuwen's sharp eyes looked through his glasses at him. "Yes, we are frugal. Isn't that right? Your office probably isn't decorated lavishly." The other person hurriedly ran away. When Song Zhang called with many questions, he reported, "President Su, the items have been delivered to the Environmental Testing Center." "President Su, does our company have any dealings with the testing center?" Song Zhang wanted to find out. As the top secretary to President Su, failing to update his information promptly would be a mistake. If there was a partnership and President Su asked about it, he wouldn't be able to answer. That would be a big mistake in his job. Su Yi replied calmly, "No." "Okay," Song Zhang muttered to himself. Sending a motorcycle was fine, but why send a bicycle? Wouldn't it be better to send a car? Su Yi originally thought about sending 2 cars, but each unit has a limit on official vehicles, so he didn't want to cause trouble for their unit. The shop at number 12 College Road. The landlord hurried over and directly got to the point. 60,000 yuan, no less. "Did you bring the money? If everyone agrees, let's sign the contract and stamp it." "Mr. Su, transfer half of the money to Mr. Li first. Then we'll go to the housing authority to handle the transfer, and after that, pay the remaining amount." The process went quickly. Lin Nanqing and Mr. Li signed their names at the same time, while Su Jianhua transferred the money at a nearby bank. The landlord called the bank to confirm the money had arrived. Without delay, he turned and left. "Let's go." After completing the transfer, Lin Nanqing held a red book in his hand. Mr. Li had 600,000 yuan. He smiled and said, "Mr. Su, Mr. Lin, business is booming. Thank you, Boss Li." I wish you great success in the south. Boss Li and Su Jianhua each handed 5,000 yuan to Uncle Qian. Uncle Qian felt a bit guilty accepting Su Jianhua's money, but he had received it all in the morning. Sitting in the restaurant, Uncle Qian said he would pay for this meal. Third master, this is your due. We found this place quickly because you helped screen the options early on. You can't judge just by half a day, Lin Nanqing said softly. Uncle Qian shook his head. You guys, I've been in this business for so many years, and this is the first time someone says I take the agency fee for granted. Su Jianhua paid the bill and said, That's just to let you see for yourself. We'll need your help to find our next shop. All right, I'll show you all the good ones I have. Uncle Qian hummed happily. After lunch, they took Uncle Qian to a shop. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing went back to the courtyard for a nap, as the midday sun was very hot. They planned to go out again in the afternoon. This time, they wanted to see a place on Wangfujing Street, inside the Xianan shopping mall. On the way, Su Jianhua mentioned, Old Wu might not be in the shop. He's probably too busy lately, and hasn't contacted us. Uncle Qian sighed from the back seat. If he's not there, you'll see when you get there. He doesn't have time to go out. They parked at the department store parking lot and headed toward Xianan shopping mall. On the way, Su Jianhua saw the closed Xianan toy store. It closed just a few days after opening. Uncle Qian nodded toward the toy store next door. That one is still open, but it's struggling. Sigh. Boss Wu isn't even thinking about buying more land near the toy factory now. Whether the factory stays open or not is uncertain. This time, they didn't sell an entire street. They entered Xianan shopping mall through the side door. Inside, it was brightly lit with marble floors. Several empty shops had red signs saying, for lease, while others displayed shop signs or were filled with goods. Some people were also looking at shops for lease. Third master, are these shops for sale? Su Jianhua asked in disbelief. This newly built mall can be rented or bought. It's rare to find shops with independent property rights, Uncle Qian explained. Yes, that's why Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing were so surprised. In a mall, every inch of space is precious. Usually, shops are only for rent, so it's rare to see ones for sale. They exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. At first glance, it's clear that the remaining shops available for leasing are all in average locations, far from the mall entrance, and not very large. So that's why these empty shops are available, Grandpa Qian said thoughtfully. Good shops are already taken by owners. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing also understood. They entered a 30-square-meter empty shop with a small front and a deep interior. This layout isn't suitable for many types of businesses, but for a milk tea shop, it's enough. Customers can buy drinks and walk around comfortably. They went to another shop. When Su Jianhua and his group entered, two groups of people inside were talking as they left. Wow, such a small space and so expensive. How many clothes would I need to sell to earn back the cost of one shop? I'm not buying anymore. It's better to rent. Exactly. I sell things outside without even paying rent, and I make a profit. Bro, are you buying? We're not buying either. No one is buying.
Who do you think will buy this shop?
No buy, no buy. Just wait. If no one buys, it will just be rented out. The two groups kept talking louder and louder. One of them even warned Su Jianhua, brother, this shop is 58 square meters and costs 480,000 yuan. Isn't that just ripping people off? We're being honest. If you buy, you'll lose money. Su Jianhua just smiled and said nothing. Grandpa Qian sneered inwardly. After they left, Grandpa Qian sipped his tea and said, just watch. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing looked at several empty shops. The more they saw, the more determined they became. Some people might think these shops are in bad locations, but as long as they are in this mall and this area, the difference isn't big. Lin Nanqing looked around and said calmly, Grandpa, how many shops do you think we can buy at most? Grandpa Qian's eyes showed admiration and a smile. He was clever. He made a hand gesture. There are many people watching these shops. We can probably buy this many. Su Jianhua counted the money in his bank card. One with 1,000,000 yuan, another over 50,000. He wasn't sure if it was enough today. Grandpa Qian made a call and said, the mall manager will come soon.
He's a tricky old fox. Don't let him lead you astray.
Ha ha ha, Grandpa. It's been a while. What wind blew you here to see me? The manager Zhu from the shopping mall walked over with a big smile, quickly glancing at Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing. Their clothes were well-fitted. The woman wore pearl jewelry, and the man had a simple watch. They seemed to have some money, but not extremely wealthy. It looked like they might buy 1 or 2 shops. Manager Zhu, a few days ago I came to look at the shops and we had a little chat, said Su Jianhua.
Sorry about that.
I wish Third Master would come more often. By the way, who are these two? Let me introduce them, Boss Su and Boss Lin. Seeing more people entering the empty shop, Manager Zhu thought they were serious buyers, so he wanted to close the deal quickly. Manager Zhu, these two want to buy 5 shops. Once we decide which ones, we can pay and sign the contract, said Su Jianhua. 5. Manager Zhu took a breath and looked at Su Jianhua. Su Jianhua nodded. Manager Zhu thought about it. Selling part of the mall's property was a new attempt. To avoid trouble, his bottom line was that each person could buy, at most 5 shops. Just enough. He looked up and said, "You must pay in full." "We don't accept credit." Su Jianhua smiled and said, "Don't worry about that." "All right, which shops are you interested in?" "The sizes and locations vary, and so do the prices," said Manager Zhu. Each shop had its own price. They bought 5 shops, including a 30-square-meter one, 2 58-square-meter ones, 2 60-square-meter shops, and 1 50-square-meter shop, totaling 135 million yuan. They had enough money in the bank card, even with nearly 200,000 yuan left over. After signing the contract in Manager Zhu's office and handing over the drawings for the shops to Third Master Su to handle the property registration, they received a large sum of money. Manager Zhu happily led the way, seeing them off. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of him, startling Manager Zhu. Manager Zhu, I've thought it over and decided to buy a shop after all. When can we sign the contract? It was the man who had just complained about the small size and high price of the shops. At the same time, another person stepped forward and said, "Manager Zhu, I really want to buy one. I've brought the money. Let's sign the contract." Coincidentally, he wasn't a stranger. He was the one who said selling shops was less good than setting up a street stall. Both men spoke at the same time, then glared at each other. All right, they said. What we just said about not buying was a lie. Our friendship is fake too. You said you wouldn't buy, right? Are you trying to trick me? Brother, I was the first to want this. You should look at other shops. If not, keep selling at the street stall. Both of them liked this 58-square-meter shop. Compared to others, it was just the right size and had a good location. Manager Zhu frowned. These two had come back several times, each time saying they wanted to buy, but they never paid. He didn't have time to mess around. Stop arguing. The shop has already been sold. Really? Sold? No, when I last checked, there was still red paper on it. Manager Zhu pointed at it. Wasn't the red paper taken down? The two men looked unhappy, some red, some white, some colorful. Then they saw Manager Zhu with Su Jianhua and a group of people. Could it be that they bought it? Following his usual friendly business style, Manager Zhu said, "There are still 4 or 5 empty shops left. If you want to buy, you should act quickly." The two men glared at each other, then spat and walked off in different directions. Qian San watched this scene clearly. These two had their plans ruined. If they wanted to buy, they would. If not, they wouldn't. Trying to trick others into not buying was only known to themselves. Standing at the mall entrance, Manager Zhu smiled kindly. "Gentlemen, are you renting or using the shop yourself? I mean no harm. If you want to rent, there are more people looking recently. You might want to put up a sign early." He was just trying to make good connections. More friends, more options. Lin Nanqing said, "Manager Zhu, besides the 30-square-meter shop, we've rented out the others. We'll put up signs tomorrow. No need to trouble yourself. I'll find someone to put up the signs for you with your names and phone numbers." "Thank you so much, Manager Zhu," Su Jianhua said gratefully. "No trouble. Just think about who will pay the rent and management fee. Then you can start collecting rent." Ha ha ha, okay. This trip was very successful. They originally planned to buy 5 or 6 shops to run stores, but today they ended up buying 6 in total. Now they could run stores and collect rent. Qian Sani squinted, half asleep. Are you still looking at the remaining shops? Look. Su Jianhua became addicted to shopping. Honestly, once you get used to spending money, you don't feel guilty anymore. Third Master Qian opened his eyes and looked at Lin Nanqing. He was the one who could make decisions. Lin Nanqing said, Third Master, you should rest well when you go back today. Over the next few days, take a walk around Jinyu Lane and Dongdan Street. All right, I'll listen to both of you. Third Master Qian tapped his leg and hummed a tune through the forest and snowfield, soaring high into the sky. Welcoming spring and change in the world. From Monday to Saturday, Su Ran worked a few days, while Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing went out early and returned late to check on the shops. They followed Third Master Qian and quickly visited most of the city. The shop in Sanlitun was really nice, but someone else bought it first. The shop in Urshio Alley was part of a courtyard, with the owner's house behind it. The price was ridiculously high, so they didn't buy it. They kept looking and buying, spending money like water, but gaining a thick stack of property certificates in return. Su Ran sat cross-legged on the sofa, feeling very happy. Come on, let me feel the weight of money. Su Jianhua brought out a new locked box. The cookie box was useful. It could hold a few property certificates. This new box, if filled, would require buying many more properties. He opened the box, revealing a stack of red property certificates. Su Ran covered her chest, unable to believe how many she had. She had never dreamed of having so many. Although she heard her parents talk every day about the shops they visited, how they were doing, and which ones they bought, seeing all the certificates stacked together was overwhelming. It was dazzling, mesmerizing, and exciting. These are for the Courtyard House, the Jingwei Residence, 2 seaside garden houses in Shanghai, a shop at No. 12, Shuiyuan Road, 5 shops in Xianan Building, an 80-square-meter shop in Jinyu Lane, and a 100-square-meter shop on Dongdan Street, a total of 4 properties and 8 shops. Su Ran, with her hands on her hips, looked at the shiny red certificates under the light. Mom and Dad, I think I hear them telling me to stop working, that they will support me. I think I hear them too, she added. They say, stop opening shops, relax, drink tea, and go shopping. That's so nice. Su Jianhua nodded in agreement. Lin Nanqing teased. Not working anymore? Not opening shops. Hee, I still have to go to work. I don't know how others feel about working, but Su Ran thinks it's pretty good. The boss has little work and colleagues are interesting. Su Jianhua. The shop needs to open and the crushed ice machine also needs to be fixed. Mom has several ways to make money, so we're holding up. Su Ran lazily leans on the sofa. I don't care anymore. Finally, I get a day off this week. Since she's off, why not take 2 days off every week? The next morning, the courtyard is very quiet. Su Jianhua took a day off today. Exercise isn't just a 1 or 2 day thing, so he chooses to eat less. Su Ran rolls over in bed and sees it's almost 10 o'clock. She was so absorbed in writing her novel last night that she almost went to bed at midnight. She finally got into a good flow. At this moment, Su Yi tells Song Zhang that he is free today and doesn't need to be on call. Song Zhang adjusts his glasses. His sensitive nerves tell him something feels off, but there's nothing wrong. Maybe it's just him feeling strange. Su Yi, referencing special gifts he can bring back from Hong Kong, bought a beautifully designed notebook, the latest popular CD of Sky songs, and a set of various red lipsticks. Although he doesn't really know what makes these reds different. In Causeway Bay Mall, he turns into an independent designer jewelry store, known for unique, niche designs. As soon as he enters, he sees Xiao Wang, wearing sunglasses to hide his face, choosing a necklace with traditional Chinese elements. They look away from each other, pick their items, pay, and get into a car. Mr. Su, just wait a couple of days. Once I finish dealing with some people at the company, we'll go see the mine. It's almost lunchtime now. Su Ran eats a small piece of bread to fill her stomach. Soon, the 3 of them will go to the mall for the new Japanese restaurant. Before leaving, Lin Nanqing's phone rings. Second sister-in-law. Oh, it's me. Nanqing, are you all at home? Nothing urgent, right? Xiao Fang's voice carries a hidden smile. Yes, second sister-in-law. We're not busy today. Xiao Fang, good. Why don't you come over to Jingwei Residence? Jingjing just told me his girlfriend is coming over and wants to meet the family. You should have told me earlier. I've been so busy I'm dizzy. We just finished tidying up the house, and the kid is coming for the first time. I need to prepare a red envelope. Oh, second brother Sue. Quickly book a restaurant for lunch. He shouted again. Let Xiaoan go. It's not good if the child visits your home and you're not there. Xiao Fong really wanted to scold Su Huijing. Why did he do a surprise visit? It's usually a happy thing when a girlfriend visits. Now, with the hurried preparations, what if the girl thinks they don't care enough? This was her first time experiencing a future daughter-in-law visiting. Based on her experience, when her older sister-in-law's daughter-in-law visited, with everyone present, she hurriedly called her family members. Fortunately, everyone was at home resting. How could her son be so clueless? Su Huijing, no, he's innocent. He was the one notified first. Since his confession was successful, he had already asked his girlfriend for her opinion and planned their daily dates carefully. They went to the movies, amusement parks, shopping, dining, doing crafts. Of course, he would send his girlfriend home before 9 p.m. He based this on Su Ran and Su Xian's usual return times. Their family rules are that if they go out with someone they just met, they should be home before 10. It's not about controlling the kids, but for safety. Originally, they planned to eat at Pizza Hut today at noon, but at around 8 p.m., Chiyu told him she had bought a gift and wanted to visit his family today. Su Huijing could only agree, but his limited experience told him he should be the one to visit first. No matter what, since his girlfriend was coming, he couldn't refuse. He decided to bear his mother's sudden storm. He concealed what he didn't know beforehand and told his parents the good news. The future daughter-in-law was coming. Sure enough, Xiao Fong was overjoyed. Seeing the future daughter-in-law, she let him go. The whole family worked together. Even Su Huan came from the front building to help. Except for Niu Zuehua and Su Xian, who went to art classes, the Su family waited at home for Su Huijing's girlfriend. Talking about Chu Yuyu, Xiao Fong didn't know much. Xiao Jing said Yuyu has relatives abroad. She stayed there for a few years before coming back. Again, another foreign girlfriend? Jiao Jiao? Guagua? Yuyu? Su Ran wondered, why is it that this year, it's especially popular to go abroad and come back with a double character name? She thought, someone is tricking her family. Su Ran first asked cautiously, how does second brother know Yuyu? Xiao Fong thoughtfully recalled, it seems her second brother helped her with something. She thanked him, and over time, they got to know each other. Your second brother is running an advertising company, right? Coincidentally, Yuyu studies design. They got along well, and now they are together. Xiao Fong felt quite pleased. They seemed to be a good match, with shared interests. Today, she visited to discuss the wedding date. She looked at Yao Qing's pregnant belly with envy. She also wanted to become a grandmother, imagining a soft, cuddly little baby, a gentle voice, and the red envelope in her pocket. It was her first visit, and she wondered if her gift was enough. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a lock opening. Su Huijing carried a gift in his hand and turned sideways to let Chu Yuyu enter first. Everyone paused their activities and looked over. The person entering looked obedient, with light makeup, dressed in a white outfit, with chestnut-colored long hair, and wearing pointed high heels. Seeing the people in the living room, she showed a gentle, slightly shy smile. Mom and Dad, this is the gift you brought, Su Huijing said, placing a beautifully wrapped box of tea and a set of skincare products with unfamiliar English letters on the table. Yu, these are my parents. Uncle and Auntie, hello. Chiyu greeted softly, her voice gentle and warm. Good, good, good. You came with gifts? Come in quickly, have some water to cool down. It's hot outside, right? Xiao Fong said excitedly. This girl is really beautiful, like someone from a magazine. That young man is truly lucky. Su Jianqing smiled kindly at Chu Yuyu and her family. Eat some fruit. Chu Yu replied, thank you, uncle and auntie. By the way, this tea is a fine product, less than 2 Jin a year. The skincare set I brought back from abroad is called Kalan. I don't know if uncle and auntie like it. Xiao Fong glanced at it, unable to read the name, but she appreciated her child's kindness and kept saying, I like it, I like it. Su Huijing grinned, showing a big white smile, and introduced the Su Jiangwo family. This is my great-uncle and great-aunt. This is my older brother and sister-in-law. You'll see my younger sister at lunch. Hello, great-uncle and great-aunt. Hello, older brother and sister-in-law. He then introduced Su Jianhua and others. This is my little uncle and little aunt and my younger sister Su Ran. Chuyu's gaze casually flicked over Su Ran's transparent jade bracelet, and she smiled gracefully. Hello, little uncle, little aunt, and sister. I'm not sure if it's just my impression, but Su Ran feels like her smile is measured with a ruler. Very precise in its curve. Besides, since she just returned from abroad, Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing also noticed something unusual. Eyes are the windows to the soul. This girl looks innocent and pure, but from the moment she entered, her eyes kept flickering around, probably scanning the whole room. They continued to observe quietly. Come, sit down, Xiaofang says with a big smile. Auntie, your home is so warm and cozy. Chuyu slowly sits down, smoothing her skirt, and briefly looks at the flower vase on the redwood coffee table. She thinks to herself, the house is not only big, but the decorations seem quite valuable. Drink some water. It's just the right temperature. Su Huijing hands her a glass of water and sits beside her. Chu Yu smiles softly at him, then turns her head, her hair gently swaying on her cheeks. She notices Xiaofang watching them with a smile, and she shyly lowers her head. Xiaofang, young people's happiness is so sweet, so nice. Su Jianhua quietly places a perfectly warm glass of water beside her. Xiaofang takes a sip of water and then slips a red envelope into Chuyu's hand. Girl, this is your first visit, so we don't know what you like. Take this red envelope and buy whatever you want. Chu Yu hesitates for a moment, then accepts it. She feels the thickness, at least 1,000 yuan. She smiles even more sweetly. Thank you, Annie. Annie, seeing you feels just like seeing my own mother. She often gives me red envelopes too, saying girls should be well spoiled. My parents are busy with work, so I haven't seen them in a long time. Xiaofang's heart softens as she looks at her big, watery eyes. Whenever you're free, come to our house. Try your uncle's cooking. Meanwhile, they are chatting warmly over there, while Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing discreetly observe her. There is definitely something wrong. She can't escape suspicion. Every move and word of hers seems carefully planned. It's possible to tell whether a person's expressions and actions are genuine or deliberately fake. Careful observation reveals the difference. Chu Yu adjusts her words based on Xiaofang and Su Jianhua's expressions, subtly revealing her background and life abroad in her speech. I had a good life abroad, earning a lot of money, but my family doesn't expect me to make much. Plus, I missed home, so I came back. Honestly, compared to life in my home country, living abroad is much better. I was hesitant about returning, but then I met Huijing. So I decided to stay in my home country for him. Su Huijing kept smiling, but his clever mind was confused by his girlfriend's quiet confession. Yao Qing softly said to Su Huichuan, "Oh, I bumped into something. So sweet, like in a novel, where the heroine stays for the hero." Su Huichuan was focused on massaging her aching back and replied, "Yes, it's sweet. We're also sweet together." Su Jiangua and Li Ping were counting on more happy news soon at home. The landline rang, and Xiao Fong went to answer. Suddenly, Xiao Hua said, "I heard that in some countries, people eat pangolin meat." Chu Yu quickly responded, "Yes, I eat it often. I don't even like meat, but I find it tasty and nourishing." Su Ran asked on purpose, "But I remember that in 1981, some countries sentenced people for eating pangolin meat. I must have heard wrong. I misunderstood." "Of course, pangolin meat isn't allowed," Chu Yu said nervously, trying to stay calm. Su Huijing frowned but didn't say anything, feeling something strange. Su Jianguo was more certain. What kind of country is this? Are they just tricking people? Su Jiancheng's smile faded a little. His third brother wasn't someone who caused trouble without reason. He must have had a good reason for asking. Something felt off. Maybe this person had a problem. The room suddenly felt a bit tense. Xiao Fong hung up and came out, calling out, "It's already after 11. Let's go to the restaurant." Mom and the others are heading back. Chu Yuyu hesitated.
She didn't want to go.
The more she said, the more she might mess up. She regretted suddenly visiting, but she was eager to clarify their relationship. Maybe that would help move the marriage process forward? What's wrong? Su Huijing asked. Chu Yuyu snapped back to her senses, smiling sweetly and blinking lightly. I'm a little nervous. I'm going to meet your grandma. I wonder if she'll like me. Su Huijing. Who is grandma? Oh, right, Niu Tsuehua. He shook his head. Grandma isn't an ordinary person. You'll understand when you see her. Yo-Yo, this is grandma, and this is my younger sister, Su Xian.
Hello, Grandma.
Hello, Xiao Xian. Chu Yo-Yo's eyes were fully drawn to Niu Tsuehua. Today, Niu Tsuehua wore a deep blue chiffon dress with delicate gardenia embroidery on the collar and sleeves. She wore a blue floral headband, her hair neatly styled, revealing emerald earrings. A strong feeling of envy and jealousy rose in her heart. This is the life of wealthy people. A woman in her 60s dressed so elegantly, she clearly had no worries about life. Su Xian was even more striking. Her bright smile hurt Chu Yo-Yo's eyes. She secretly thought, I will live a life like that someday. Facing Niu Tsuehua's gaze, Chu Yo-Yo smiled charmingly. Let's go upstairs to the second-floor room. Birds on branches. Su Huayan had already ordered good dishes and was waiting in the private room. When the door opened, he put down his book and stood up. Yo-Yo, this is my second brother, Su Huayan. Chu Yo-Yo's smile froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Hello. Xiao and Su Huayan was perceptive and sensed the slight displeasure from the person in front of him. He greeted calmly, hello.
Sit down, sit down.
Everyone took their seats. Chu Yo-Yo sat next to Niu Tsuehua. She stood up to pour water for Niu Tsuehua, but Su Huajing took the pitcher. I'll do it. Yes, Yo-Yo, sit down. Let Xiao Jing do it, Xiao Fong said with a smile. The Su family was used to men doing the chores. Chu Yo-Yo sat down, naturally smiling. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She looked at Niu Tsuehua again. Grandma, you look so young and beautiful. If it weren't for Huajing mentioning it, I wouldn't believe you're her grandma. Oh, this girl is sweet and charming, Niu Tsuehua said, noticing her smile. She remembered what her acting teacher always said, practice your expressions and smile naturally, without seeming forced. The opposite example was Chi Hong, whose fake smile looked just as unnatural as this girl's. Thank you for the compliment, Grandma. They chatted for a while. Chu Yo-Yo occasionally covered her mouth to laugh, and she responded to everything everyone said. But Su Ran noticed she often steered the conversation to certain topics. Like, this bracelet is so beautiful. I have a few bigger diamond ones, or I was abroad doing this and that, or my family is very impressive. When asked about topics she couldn't answer, what kind of design work do you do abroad, and what do you do when you return, she changed the subject, speaking in vague technical terms.
Who is Niu Tsuehua?
She used to see through people's disguises when she was young, and now she's trying to act, improving her skills even more. Yo-Yo always looks a bit awkward. She occasionally responds to the conversation, but subtly matches the teacher's words with Yo-Yo's actions. Her eyes drift. She unconsciously rubs her fingers and bites her lips. These are typical gestures of nervousness or pretending to be calm. When Niu Tsuehua's gaze meets Su Jianhua's, she quickly understands something. She then says that the third family's attitude today is very calm. The dishes arrive, and Yo-Yo eats with a graceful air. She secretly glances at Su Huayan, pretending to be playful, and says, Uncle and Aunt, if my parents saw this, they would be jealous. 2 sons, one runs a company, the other works at a job, it's just right. She then casually adds, unlike my family where my 2 brothers both do business, and sometimes they argue over how to share family resources. My dad said the old rules from our ancestors say the eldest son gets the main share, so even if my second brother is unhappy, there's nothing he can do. This comment feels a bit off. Su Huayan looks up calmly, while Su Huijing's face darkens. Xiao Fong's hand pauses midair while serving food. What does she mean? Before anyone else can speak, Niu Tsuehua laughs softly and squints, asking, Daughter, what about you? Do you share what's left equally with your second brother? Yo-Yo replies, my parents said I was born spoiled and don't need to worry about much. I just need to enjoy myself. So, being spoiled means you get no family resources at all? Su Xian, who is eating, looks at her blankly. Niu Tsuehua puts down her chopsticks. Daughter, that's not how we do things at home. The eldest has his own way, the second has his responsibilities. At the Su family table, everyone gets their own bowl. Yo-Yo's heart skips a beat, and she stiffens. She looks at Su Huajing, who shows no expression. She forces a smile. Oh yes, Grandma is right. That's how it should be. But the atmosphere at the table becomes less lively. Xiao Fong withdraws her enthusiasm, and the Su family's unity mainly depends on Niu Tsuehua trying to keep things fair. They haven't even married yet, and they're already criticizing them. The older brother is taking the blame, but in Lao Su's family, there are no such rules. In her simple understanding, everyone is her child. There's no hierarchy, and no one should lose fairness just because of age. Su Huijing's feverish head cooled down. He recalled how quickly things had developed since they met. Every word Chu Yu said touched his heart. Before, he thought he had found a love like that of a younger brother and sister. But now, he realizes he was mistaken. Chu Yu started to feel nervous. What's wrong with her? She shouldn't be anxious. The teacher said not to ask about money before marrying into a wealthy family. But she still couldn't stay calm. After the dinner, Su Huijing didn't send her home as usual. Instead, he called a taxi for her. Go home. Chu Yuyu's eyes turned red. She whispered, Huijing, I don't mean anything special. I just wanted to talk about my family. When did you have two older brothers? Su Huijing looked at her sharply. Once, she had casually mentioned that she was an only child. Just go. Su Huijing turned and left. Even if she explained, he didn't want to listen anymore. What she just said was basically that her family was his, and there was no second brother. His younger brother, Su Huan, was just a bookworm. His job was decent, but his salary wasn't much. He spent all day buying expensive books, which was hard for him to afford. Moreover, he had started a business. He could give Shaoan even more than half if he wanted. When Su Huijing got home, he looked ashamed. Niu Tsuehua said calmly and firmly, lift your head high. You haven't done anything wrong. These people are just too clever. Su Huijing was confused. These people? Su Jianhua pulled him over, made him sit down, and placed a piece of paper on the table. Take a look. Old Tian and Jiao Jiao, who came back from abroad, Qin Wei and Guogua, the international student, and me and Yu, who lived abroad, and Su Wenwen and Tang Hua. Lin Nanqing softly said, these are the people we know in the village who are talking. The story is similar. First helping out, then developing feelings, then dating. Su Huijing clenched his fists. All targeting our village. Who are they? At this moment, Chu Yu was nervously making a phone call. Jiao Jiao Jia. What should I do? I think I just got broken up with. Chu Yu couldn't help but let out a sob. Jiao Jiao was happily admiring her bright red nails and the marriage certificate in her hand when she heard the crying and impatiently scolded. Stop crying. All you do is cry. You're ruining your luck. What's the use of crying? If you break up, just break up. Don't tell me you think that guy is handsome and is really showing his true feelings. Since we took the same class, I'll give you a friendly reminder. Find someone new quickly. Jiao Jiao kissed the marriage certificate and looked at her. Without love, she thought, she would just get married successfully. Jiao Jiao, you're one of the top students in our class. Can you help me think of a way? I want to try to get him back. Chu Yu was really reluctant to give up. Su Huijing was rich and handsome, much better than others. Jiao Jiao tossed the marriage certificate aside, straightened up, and scoffed. Get him back? Forget it. If you listen to advice, there's still a way. If you don't, I can't help. Alright, I have some nice clothes to lend you. Wear them and find someone new, then return them to me. I'm going to do skincare now.
B. Juyu hestita.
Is the next one really that handsome? Can she not have both good looks and money? Over at the Su family, Niu Tsuehua was talking about what happened at Su Aigua's house. After the third son told me that day, I told him. He really didn't know his granddaughter had a boyfriend. He went home to investigate Tang Hua, saying he couldn't just listen to one side. but it caused a big fuss at home. Zhao Liqin said they were already engaged, and investigating would ruin Su Wenwen's happiness. They absolutely wouldn't let him interfere. He also said many people were chasing after Tang Hua, but she only liked Wenwen's family. She wouldn't marry anyone else. He was so angry he didn't go to class today and sent someone to check. Niu Cuehua looked at Su Huijing, who seemed a bit downcast, and advised, "Sometimes life is hard to understand. Once you accept it, it's just how it is. Let the past go and learn from it. Grandma, I understand. And you don't be too anxious." Niu Cuehua shared her experience. Good things take time. Finding a daughter-in-law should happen naturally. Xiao Fong took a deep breath. "Mom, I'll learn from you. I won't rush anymore." Regarding the investigation, Su Jianhua thought of someone. Xiao Wu now runs a small shop mainly collecting evidence to help those whose families have been disturbed by third parties find justice. Why does Su Jianhua know about this? Because Xiao Wu borrowed some money from him to buy equipment and emphasized that his inspiration came from his recent investigation in the mountains. Not only that, he also took on a few jobs. These jobs included finding lost dogs and chickens that had run away. It wasn't just about making money. During the chase, he even damaged a shoe and ended up losing money. Su Jianhua called Xiao Wu to explain the situation, and Xiao Wu responded with a surprised, Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Third brother, I can only say it's a coincidence. I just took on a job investigating evidence related to someone named Jiao Jiao, and you just happened to follow behind. And it's not just one person. Based on my years of gossip experience, I think there will be a very shocking truth. Xiao Wu was very excited. When people do what they are good at, they feel energized. All right, I'll leave this to you. Xiao Wu patted his chest and assured him, I may not be good at everything, but collecting gossip is my specialty. Leave it to me, you can trust me. Niu Cuehua said, all right, everyone go home and rest. She had been busy at the shop all week and planned to go to the beauty salon in the afternoon. Once there, she found it addictive. People can earn money and also enjoy spending it. If you have money, why not enjoy life? Back at the Sihiyuan, Su Ran and Lin Nanxing were resting. Su Jianhua took the keys to Xie Daoyun's house to air it out and did some simple cleaning. The parrot, De Tsongming, was taken away by Xie Daoyun's family to raise for now. Just after mopping the floor, Su Jianhua called Xie Daoyun to ask about recent updates. Uncle Xie, how have you been lately? Very well. We're in the mountains for a cool retreat, and our minds are peaceful, Su Jianhua joked. Uncle Xie, when you come back, try the ice bowl. It can help you relax. Ice bowl? Are you planning to start that business? Uncle Xie, you're so perceptive. I made a crushed ice machine and plan to open a shop selling ice bowls, fruit teas, and so on, and also sell crushed ice machines. Xie Daoyun nodded with satisfaction. Having this talent in that area shouldn't be wasted. You've made great progress. You could even make small home appliances now, he casually asked. Since you're opening a shop, have you registered trademarks for the milk tea shop and appliances? Trademarks? Su Jianhua was stunned. This was his first serious attempt at opening a shop. He hadn't thought about trademarks. If the milk tea shop needs one, he could register it. For small machines that don't require much technical skill, he just wanted to make quick money. Would he really need a trademark? To be honest, although he worked at a machinery factory in the county, their factory mainly produced common parts. So, he doesn't know much about this area. Trademarks are like the ID card for your store or product. Once you have one, customers can recognize your brand among many others and won't be fooled by fake copies. On the other hand, you can also promote your trademarked products through advertising, helping people quickly get familiar with your brand. Many times, the value of a trademark is more important than you think. Xie Daoyun's gentle voice came through the microphone, explaining in simple words to Su Jianhua. Finally, he encouraged him. Work hard. Maybe one day, your small appliances will sell well overseas. These words echoed in Su Jianhua's mind. Did Uncle Xie really think small appliances like ice crushers could be very promising? He just wanted to sell ice crushers to make a good profit. It seemed like a distant goal, and sometimes he felt itchy to try more. Ice crushers are just the first. They won't be the last. If he can't do big household appliances, he can try small appliances instead. After thinking it through, Su Jianhua was very impressed. If he takes one step, he looks 2 steps ahead. Uncle Xie takes one step and considers 10 or even more. Uncle Xie, I understand. I will ask soon about how to register a trademark. No need to ask. Prepare your trademark, which can be words or a logo. When you're ready, I'll have Xiao Wang help you with the process. Xiao Wang from Guangshi has become one of Xie Daoyun's secretaries thanks to his skills, and now he works in Beijing. He thought for a moment and continued. Usually, registering a trademark takes a long time. Since you're about to open your store, see if you can speed up the process. This way, it can be done in about a month. Okay, thank you, Uncle, Su Jianhua kept saying. After hanging up, he went home and found a notebook to record his business lessons. The first thing he wrote down was the importance of trademarks. Su Jianhua thought and wrote. Combining what Xie Daoyun said with his own ideas, he filled 4 or 5 pages with notes. Lin Nanxing came out of his room and saw Su Jianhua sitting on the sofa, deep in thought, not moving. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Su Jianhua snapped out of his thoughts, chuckled softly, stretched lazily, and relaxed. I just have some thoughts. I still need to learn from Ms. Niu Tsuehua and keep improving. He handed a notebook to Lin Nanxing sitting beside him. Trademark, he said. Small appliance business, maybe a crushed ice machine. The rest I need to think about. Small factory? Workshop. Lin Nanxing looked through the notes bit by bit and understood where Su Jianhua's feelings came from. Uncle Xie talked with you and found out you can make more than quick money, so you're feeling a bit nervous? Lin Nanxing guessed correctly. Yeah, I originally had no worries. Just do it. Finish a batch and sell it in the shop. But after hearing Uncle Xie, I started thinking about doing small appliances. Su Jianhua leaned his head on Lin Nanxing's shoulder, his voice lowered. But before Lin Nanxing could comfort him, Su Jianhua quickly adjusted himself. I'm fine now. Just do the business. Who cares? Besides, we have a house and a shop, so no worries. He didn't want to talk about failures openly. Talking too much might attract bad luck, and he didn't want that. Lin Nanxing said, yes, and don't forget, we still have 12 houses that haven't been divided yet. So, do what you want. Only by starting can there be a chance of success. You're right, wife. When Xiaoran wakes up, we can discuss what to name the trademark. Just then, footsteps sounded at the door. Xiaoran was coming. Su Jianhua sat up straight and turned to call his daughter. Come here, girl. Our business plan is missing just one person. You. What kind of business? Renting out properties. Xiaoran sat on the other side of Lin Nanxing. Renting out properties? Not yet. The news about 4 shops in the mall being available just came out. Look, future shop owners, second-generation factory owners. Xiaoran took the notebook, understood immediately. The family was adding another legitimate business. Su Jianhua started the conversation. How about calling the milk tea shop Sweetwater Shop? Or Water Shop? Something straightforward. Well, the name was a good starting point. They listed different names, each one rejected, feeling like none was quite right. Xiaoran rested her chin on her hand. How about honey tea shop or sweet tea shop? You can tell right away it's a place to drink. Maybe design a cute cartoon character for fruit tea called Tea Little Sugar. Li Nanxing agreed with the first name. This name is pretty good. We can print the store name on one side of the cup and Tea Little Sugar on the other. Su Ran remembered the person who was drawing the poster. They had discussed the details of the characters over the phone. I'll find someone to draw it. Su Jianhua nodded. Good, then we have the names. Su Ran asked, what about the home appliances? Su Jianhua raised his eyebrows proudly. I've already thought of that. We'll call it Xinghua. From now on, everything we make and the factory will have this name. This was a rare moment of Su Jianhua's exceptional naming talent. Su Ran looked at Li Nanxing. Xing, then she looked at Su Jianhua. Hua. Everything was understood without words. Su Jianhua hadn't finished sharing his idea. He added, and the steel stamp will be a small sun with Xinghua written inside. Su Ran was even more pleased. This time, her name was included. They continued discussing the details of the milk tea shop. Suddenly, Su Ran thought of a key question. Mom and Dad, in summer, we have ice bowls. Should we add ice cubes to the fruit tea? Do we need to put a freezer in each shop? She had another bright idea. Dad, since we already have crushed ice machines, maybe we can also have ice makers. Good children should encourage their parents to improve. Ice? Crushed ice? Ice makers? Su Jianhua's heart pounded with excitement. Yes, we can have them. We definitely should. He stood up and hurried into the study, pulling out 2 books, Principles of Mechanical Manufacturing and Refrigeration Technology. Inspired, he couldn't stop. He started drawing and writing in the study: compression, condensation, evaporation, compressor, condenser, steel pipes. Li Nanqing watched him go into the study and smiled. She looked at the time. Let's let your dad draw at home. We'll go out and buy some food to bring back. That evening, Su Jianhua came out with a rough sketch, still with a pen tucked behind his ear. Getting some ideas. I'll think more about it. Seeing the covered dishes on the dining table, he touched his stomach and realized, hunger, hunger, hunger. I'm starving. Su Ran went back to her room to write her novel. Li Nanqing was looking at a fashion design magazine and said with a smile, "Eat quickly." I bought shredded chicken, soy beef, and brown sugar sesame buns from Ziguang Garden. I also took 2 cucumbers. While Su Jianhua was eating, Li Nanqing said, "Tomorrow, I'll go see the renovation progress. You stay at home and work on the ice machine. No need, I will drive us around once, then we can buy the tools we need." The next day, the 2 of them visited 4 stores to check on the renovation progress. Near Shuayuan Road, this place has a lively, youthful style. The walls are painted with blue skies, white clouds, and cartoon characters, which makes people feel happy. The old shop on Jinyu Lane keeps its traditional charm, with preserved antique decorations. On Dongdan Street, where many office workers pass by, the decor is more fashionable. The tables and chairs have a modern design. The 30-square-meter shop in Xianan building uses space efficiently, with a comfortable row of sofa booths along the wall. From Monday to Friday, most of the renovation was completed. The materials for registering the trademark were handed over by the quick and efficient Xiao Wang. The refrigeration units started to take shape, and all 4 shops in Xianan building were rented out. The rent is paid yearly, totaling 100,000 yuan. To enjoy the pleasure of collecting rent, Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing went to the agricultural bank to get a special rent collection card. Now, they're just waiting for the 12 relocation apartments, which will bring double happiness. Su Jianhua also looked at a few transfer shops for a small factory he wanted to start. He checked the location, size, and equipment, and now he has a clear idea of which one to buy. In the evening, Su Ran and his parents brainstormed names for their drinks: lemonade, grape tea, strawberry jelly, and fragrant milk green. They kept writing and ended up each holding a cup, drinking together. Everything was going smoothly, except for little Wu, who had no news. Su Aigua investigated but found nothing. Su Jianhua worried that Xiao Wu might have encountered some trouble. At this moment, Xiao Wu was listening with wide eyes to the teacher on the podium, who was speaking passionately. His inner thoughts: Big brother, you've faced even more terrifying situations than the 2-step family. This training class for socialites isn't about becoming a deity, it's about drifting further away from being a normal person. Su Jianhua couldn't hear his inner cry. He received a notice. The relocation apartments are finally available. On Saturday, go to Huiyuan Community to pick the keys. As expected, after mentioning the 12 apartments today, they arrived. No matter where the villagers of Happiness Village went after the demolition, today everyone hurried back. Choosing a house was almost as important as the demolition itself. Not to mention the distance or the heat. Even if hail fell, they would still come to see it. Su Jianhua squeezed his car into a small gap on the roadside. When Su Ran got out of the car, she immediately felt overwhelmed by the noise and the bright flashes. In the community square, people were laughing loudly and chatting, all wearing rings made of gold and jade on their fingers. Except for Old Lu and Old Lady Lu, who still wore their patched good clothes, everyone else looked completely different, though they were still the same people. I have 100 grams of gold here. 100 grams. Heavy and solid. Look at this jade. It's top quality, worth several 10,000. Hey, Lao Zhang, you got a new car again? Very impressive. Oh, it's nothing special, just an average ride. This was the first time since the demolition that the whole village gathered together. Everyone was happy, but they couldn't help comparing their current lives. Nyo Tsuehua got out of the car and was immediately surrounded by her helpers. Sister Nyo, over here. Sister Nyo, you're looking younger and younger. Sister Nyo, are you still hiring at your shop? I'll come ring the bell for you. All right, everyone's doing well. Nyo Tsuehua was truly the most popular person in Happiness Village. Wang Guohua saw this and moved closer, but didn't say anything. She kept snorting at Nyo Tsuehua. Humph. Acting all high and mighty. Humph. Think you're something special, huh? Suran looked at her seriously and asked Grandma Wang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Wang Guohua rolled her eyes at her. Nonsense. Xiao Ran, you're over 20 now. Speak more sensibly. You're over 60, so you should be more sensible than me. Su Ran didn't put up with her. Wang Guohua's eyes rolled to the sky. Just as she was about to scold, Su Jianhua stared at her, and she muttered under her breath, turning away. Su Ran looked around, listening and observing, feeling like her eyes and ears couldn't keep up. This scene was more lively than a comedy. The hot weather made the atmosphere even more heated. A few villagers who only took money but didn't want houses also came over, showing off their big new homes in the city. Aunt Hu, wearing a large gold ring, loudly said, I think, back then, it would have been better if we all took the money like they did. We bought a big house, and this relocation house can't compare. But no one around agrees with her. Let time decide who is right. No one would complain about having more houses. In the square, everyone is asking about each other's current situation. Since sharing the money, some have started businesses, while others just bought a building and do nothing but collect rent. Old Uncle Lee from the village is one of them. He sleeps in until he wakes naturally, makes tea, listens to the radio, and spends his days leisurely. He lives comfortably and earns rent every month. You don't invest your money? Buying some financial products is much better than just collecting rent. Old Uncle Lee barely lifts his eyelids. No, I don't get involved in complicated things. My money stays safe where it is, and that's good enough. Su Ran sums it up. As long as I don't invest, my money won't leave me. Someone laughs and says, Uncle Lee, you live like a fairy. I envy you. Someone else scoffs. I think there's no need to buy so many houses. Doing business makes money quickly. But what if the house price stays the same or drops later? You're losing out. Old Uncle Lee remains calm. If the price stays the same, I haven't lost anything. I get rent every month. If it drops, can it fall below what I paid?
Impossible.
Right, Jianhua. Su Jianhua nods. That's right. Everyone has their own way of surviving. You can't underestimate anyone. Can you still buy things with a penny now? Money loses value. The price of houses might skyrocket someday. San, you really like houses, huh? Su Jianhua jokes. No, I was just saying. Some villagers listen quietly, thinking that everyone already has houses, so they wouldn't be worth much. Who would have thought that after more than 10 years, some people made money from business, some lost, but Uncle Lee, who bought a second house with rent, was still the wealthiest. Su Ran looks around. Is Suyu back? Where is she? Xiao Ran, over here. Suyu waves at her. Su Ran's eyes brighten. She hasn't seen her for a while, and Suyu has completely changed. She cut her hair short, wears a short skirt, sport sneakers, a delicate watch on one wrist, and a colorful braided bracelet on the other, exuding relaxed confidence. Su Ran happily walks over. Suyu affectionately hugged her shoulder and said, We are finally moving back to Jing City. Just wait until September when you start school. During this time, we can go out and have fun together. That's great. After the long weekend, let's go on a trip. Su Xian also came closer, holding a fan she found somewhere, fanning herself. Xiao Yu, your colorful string is really pretty, Suyu replied. I brought you all gifts when I returned. I happen to have this. Come to Jingwei residence tonight to pick it up. When Suyu was young, the first pretty red silk hairband was a gift from Su Xian. Okay. More and more people gathered in the small square. The entire Su family was together. Aunt Fat held a few palm fans, and mingled among the family. She handed some to Su Ran and Su Yu, who hadn't received one yet. Here, one for each of you. I was just sitting around making these. There are plenty at home. After handing them out, she winked in a certain direction. Look, old man Su is coming. Looking over, a young woman with an ordinary appearance was helping old man Su. They were very close, and his two daughters looked upset, following behind like they had lost their father. Nyo Tsuehua widened her eyes. What is this? Now it was Aunt Fat's turn to speak. Grandma fell and became half paralyzed. Her two daughters didn't want to take care of her. Old man Su has been cared for all his life and wouldn't take care of her either, so he hired a nanny. This is the third one. The first two didn't last long. The two daughters said they wanted someone plain-looking and quiet. That's how they found this woman divorced and under 40. Not long after, they started going in and out together. Rumor has it that this time, she'll get a house in the division too. The two daughters argued fiercely, but old man Su didn't agree to give her anything. Wow, wow, wow. Yo, yo, yo. Many people listened carefully. It was surprising. Old man Su, at his age, still involved in such affairs. Someone asked aloud, what's the point of all this? Because he's old, and he doesn't like to bathe. Everyone burst into laughter. Nyo Tsuehua snorted. What's the point? One is greedy for money, and the other is after looks but doesn't want money. Both are greedy and lustful, each with their own reasons. Old Mr. Su's only thought was, he must live well and work hard. Xiao Tian is still young. Maybe he can even manage to have a son himself. His grandson, still called grandson, now has a different surname. His daughter and son-in-law swear they will never change it back. When he's gone, if they change it again, he won't know. What will happen to his family's ancestral worship then? Old Mr. Su softly said, Xiao Tian, don't worry. I will give you everything that's yours. Xiao Tian smiled happily. Big brother, whatever you say, I'll do. I trust you. Da Hong's eyes burned like a fire-breathing dragon as she stared at the nanny she carefully chose and brought home. Her mother is still here, but she's just making a scene. Her mother has been bedridden, her health getting worse. If she passes away, that broken shoe, a nickname for her mother, will be overjoyed. Xiao Hong also stopped arguing with her sister. They united and tried to find ways to kick this woman out. They secretly regretted not having pushed Su Bo out earlier. They could have kept the money but still cared for the elderly at home. This wouldn't have led to the current situation. Giving her one house, they could have had a second or a third. All of this belonged to them. They no longer cared about their own mother. They even thought that only by driving this woman away could their mother live a few more years. Annoying thing, someone shouted. At that moment, a Shali taxi stopped. Sun Jia, dressed in a fresh floral dress and high heels, got out and walked toward the Su family. Who is this? Did we have someone like her in our village before? She looks so familiar. No, isn't this Sun Jia? Why does she look so much younger? Sun Jia walked straight to the Su family without looking away, smiling and greeting them. Lu Laoda looked at her in disbelief. Is this really the same yellow-faced woman from before? Old lady Lu loudly cursed. Shameless. You're divorced and still dressing like that. Who are you trying to impress? Sun Jia ignored her and said with a smile, don't know where that stinky bug came from, with that strong smell. Truly shameless people don't even know who they are. They just hide away. She waved her hand in front of her nose and pointed her little finger. Everyone understood. The Lu family, hiding behind the crowd, was exposed. Everyone remembered the scene of him being pulled out completely naked and burst into a long string of laughter. Old Lu's face turned red, but when he saw Sun Jia's beautiful appearance, his restless heart quickly calmed down. So what if she looks better? She still doesn't have a woman's charm. Grandma Lu tugged on her grandson Lu Tianqi's arm, a hint of malice in her eyes. Go find your mom. She owns 2 houses and should put your name on them. You're her only son. Lu Tianqi was surprised to see Sun Jia dressed so elegantly. He hadn't realized his mother was like this. Why didn't he remember anything about her before? He swung his legs and said, Grandma, this is easy. But you need to help me find my dad and get him to give me 1,000 yuan. His father had married a new wife and was becoming more stingy. With those 2 houses, he could rent them out and make money. Sun Jia was about to reply to second Grandma Su, "Why didn't Qisheng come with me?" "No need. This house has nothing to do with him. Why would he come?" Even though Sun Jia was talking, she kept her money tightly held. She could spend a little to make herself happy, but she absolutely couldn't let go of her control. "Who is Qisheng?" Lu Tianqi didn't even call her Mom. Seeing him, Sun Jia remembered how he looked down on the mother who raised him. She curled her lips and said, "Qisheng? He's my boyfriend, my partner. Do you understand?" Lu Tianqi blurted out, "You're a flirt. You're a bad woman." Sun Jia slapped him across the face. "Try insulting me again and see what happens." "Bad woman," he muttered, his voice noticeably softer. Sun Jia slapped him again, hard. You. Lu Tianqi panicked. This wasn't what his grandma had told him. His grandma said that his mother would live her life alone from now on. He was the only one who could take care of her, so all her money belonged to him. How could she find a partner? Sun Jia's eyes flashed with mockery. Men, by nature, couldn't understand a mother's sacrifices. No, she thought, turning her gaze to the Su family. There were some like that, but not many. Lin Nanxing held her trembling hand, her warm hand giving her strength. Lu Tianqi's arrogance disappeared. His voice softened. "Mom, I didn't mean it like that. I'll help you choose a house. Maybe we can have the house put in my name, just in case that man is trying to trick you. See?" He was willing to soften his attitude for money. Sun Jia's expression was cold and hard as iron. "No need. If you want a house, go find your dad or grandma. My house has nothing to do with you. It's all mine." Lu Tianqi couldn't believe his ears and jumped in frustration. "I will still take care of you in old age. The house will be mine sooner or later. Don't worry about my retirement. As long as I have money, I can live however I want." Sun Jia replied calmly with a smile. "I will also write a will in advance, donating everything to the country and to girls who can't afford to go to school." "No, you can't do that. You're lying to me, aren't you? You're deceiving me." Sun Jia said nothing, calmly watching him jump around. People nearby were talking among themselves. That's right. It's about time. This kind of scoundrel deserves to be scolded. Sun Jia is right. When the support falls apart, everyone runs away. It's better to rely on yourself than others. Some people were unhappy with Sun Jia's actions. Gao Man was one of them. "Sun Jia, how can you do this? You're a mother. There's no need to be angry with your children." Su Limin cleared his throat, sounding like a father. "Sun Jia, look at you. The children don't understand, but you can teach them. Just like my daughter Xiao Man, who is devoted to her children. That's what makes a good woman." Sun Jia didn't get angry after hearing this. Instead, she seemed to find it hilarious. She looked meaningfully at the couple and said to Su Limin, "You're just pretending to be wise. Your daughter Xiao Man is indeed devoted to her children. And your other child is about to be born, right?" "Another child?" Someone looked at Gao Man's belly and others smiled knowingly. Su Limin remained calm and chuckled. "All right, I won't argue with women." Sun Jia was too tired to bother with such people. Others' opinions didn't matter much to her. She stood there calmly, occasionally chatting with the Su family. Lu Tianqi was stunned, standing there blankly before sheepishly going to find Lu's family. "Ha, we arrived late." A new person appeared, adding to the fun. Old Tian, looking rosy and cheerful, appeared with his new wife in front of everyone in Happiness Village. Jiao Jiao, dressed in a bright red dress, leaned on his arm, lifting her chin slightly. Old Tian proudly introduced Jiao Jiao. "This is my wife, Jiao Jiao. Since everyone is here to choose houses today, I have good news to share. Tomorrow we will hold a wedding celebration at the Shika Lai Hotel in the city. Everyone is invited. If you don't come, it's like you're disrespecting me. Let's go, everyone." "We're all going. Do I still need to pay money? Isn't it worth asking?" This is the 3rd time he's marrying, and he's paid the bride price 3 times. Who knows if there will be a 4th or 5th time? No need, everyone is happy just coming. So, she's finally called the wife. We've all registered the marriage, we're legally married. Holding a wedding is just for fun. Old Tian waved to Niu Tsuehua, who was chatting with someone else. Aunt Niu, you must let someone arrange everything properly. Make the scene bigger and more luxurious. Money is not a problem. Jiao Jiao modestly smiled and gently tucked her hair behind her ear. This was the first time Niu Tsuehua saw Jiao Jiao's true face. She looked her over from head to toe. Her actions were very similar to Yuyu's. They had already registered the marriage, so it was too late not to hold a wedding, especially since Xiao Wu was gathering evidence and couldn't let anything reveal the plan. Don't worry, leave it to me. I promise to make it look grand, Su Ran whispered. They've registered the marriage. But if it turns out to be a scam in the end, what about the house? Su Jianhua thought for a moment. There's still some time before the property registration. Uncle Xiao Wu quickly sent me a message saying he's safe, so we should hear news soon. He sighed helplessly. We've warned them all we could. None of these families listen. Qin Wei and Su Wenwen are okay. Their family doesn't want them to register first. They're a bit cautious, worried it might be hard to explain after registering before dividing the property. Old Tian already registered his marriage long ago, just afraid his wife might run away. Hey, everyone, quiet please. Director Jiang took out a loudspeaker. The house selection is about to start. Behind him hung a large diagram of the neighborhood's buildings. On a makeshift long table, there were registration forms and keys attached with red strings, each labeled with building number and unit number. Look, keys. No, I can't breathe well, said Aunt Zhang again. She was both excited and nervous, almost fainting. She pinched herself hard, waiting to faint only after choosing a house and getting the key. The scene was noisy, but everyone still discussed the diagram before seeing it clearly. Quiet, quiet. Director Jiang looked helplessly at Su Aigua. Su Aigua took off his wig and put it in his bag, then stepped to the front and shouted, Quiet! The shiny bald head immediately caught the attention of the villagers in Happy Village. The village chief, even with the word, former, added before his title, still held authority. Director Jiang smiled and nodded at him, feeling a bit regretful that if Su Aigua had been younger, they might have recruited him into their team. Now, he was just retiring at home, wasting his talents. He cleared his throat and said, Everyone, today the selection for the relocation housing in Huiyuan community officially begins, following the order specified in the original demolition agreement. Su Ran held Lin Nanqing's arm. Their family was the first. Okay, the first is Su Jianhua's family. Please come forward to choose your house. Upon hearing his name, Su Jianhua straightened his back instinctively. There are 12 houses. They are here. Su Ran's clear, black and white eyes sparkled with pure happiness. He chuckled to himself, imagining how tall the stack of red property certificates in his home might be. The 3 family members stepped forward. Zhang Zheng, who was guiding them, sincerely introduced. The picture shows the layout. The East District has 80 square meter houses and the West District has 120 square meter houses. According to your agreement, you can choose 6 80 square meter houses and 6 120 square meter houses. The 3 looked at the layout, discussing which location was more convenient and which floors tenants preferred. Everyone's eyes were focused on them, many calculating how to choose and worried that the best spots might be taken. Only Old Man Liu and his wife, diligently collecting empty water bottles from others into burlap bags, paid no attention. To them, the location of the house didn't matter. They just wanted to do their work. After the family finished discussing, Su Jianhua decisively said, Building 24, East District, Unit 1, Floors 2 to 4, East-West Orientation. Building 32, West District, Unit 1, Floors 2 to 4, East-West Orientation. Choosing consecutive floors was for easier rent collection in the future. Zhang Zheng asked, Are you sure? The nearby staff quickly approached. They took the house numbers from the display board and carefully pasted red, selected, labels next to the 12 houses. Another staff member swiftly recorded the choices on a form and handed over the confirmation sheet. Sign here, press your fingerprint. They had made their choice. They've finished selecting. Already so quick. Hey, their family is full of smart people. They must have picked the best ones. The crowd buzzed with discussion, eager for their turn. Meanwhile, Niu Tsuehua lifted her foot, then put it down again, ready to step forward. When she gets home, She will sing a song about 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix to express her feelings. After signing the papers and pressing her fingerprint, the staff handed over 12 heavy sets of keys. These are the house keys.
Please keep them safe.
Su Jianhua took the keys, which made a pleasant clattering sound. They sound so nice. Once that was done, Director Jiang called out, "Next, Comrade Niu Tsuehua." "Here." Niu Tsuehua confidently walked forward. She first glanced at the house chosen by Lao San, then looked at the floor plan. She quickly decided on the one closer to Lao San's house. Next, several families, Su De, Su Er, and Yu families, also chose houses around the one Su Jianhua and his group picked. As more houses were chosen, more red marks appeared on the display. People who finished choosing earlier had gone to see the houses, so only a few remained. When it was Tian Laodao's turn, he said to Jiao Jiao, "Jiao Jiao, you choose. I trust your judgment." Jiao Jiao smiled, thinking, her taste and luck are good because she is one of the few from the noble training class to marry a wealthy person. Everyone from the Su family was inside the 120-square-meter house that Su Jianhua and his group selected, looking around. The house was a simple, unfinished water-based house, with plain plastered walls, a cement floor, and exposed pipes in the kitchen and bathroom. Nothing else. Su De touched the windows and doors, excitedly saying, "The quality is good. With some simple decoration, it can be rented out." Su Jianhua, experienced, said, "Paint the walls white, fix the kitchen and bathroom, let it air out, and rent it quickly to start earning money." Lin Nanqing added, "Renters want comfort. Buy some practical furniture, beds, tables, chairs. Once the renovation is almost done, let them come here and work together." Li Ping smiled happily. "Our location is good, so we won't worry about renting." Niu Tsuehua swung the keys in her hand, almost making a little tune. "I'm just worried about mixing up the rent money, who paid and who didn't, and whether we collect monthly or quarterly." What a sweet worry. Haha, the more, the merrier. She's happy to worry about such things. "Grandma, I'll go home and make a table. Building number, tenant's name, lease period, rent collection date. We just fill in the form. It's better to collect rent quarterly if possible, and try to find tenants with longer leases," Su Ran, the leasing expert, said naturally. Okay, sure. Next, I look forward to getting paid after the renovation is finished." Su Jianhua shouted, "Let's go. I'll treat everyone. Let's celebrate together." Since the Su family's house was demolished, they often gather for meals for various reasons. It's usually one person treating, then the next, without strict division. Su Jianhua joked, "Second brother, do you have money?" Su Jianhua patted his pocket confidently and said, "Yes, I have 10 yuan. I'll pay, and your wife will cover the rest." Xiao Fong thought that last week's meal wasn't very satisfying, so this time it should be their treat. "Come on, there's a new seafood restaurant nearby. They serve live, freshly caught seafood. Let's try something different." At the seafood restaurant, they ordered oysters, razor clams, various scallops, squid, and spicy shrimp, along with some other dishes. After everyone sat down, in front of them was a large empty pot. The waiter explained, "We cook rice porridge underneath and steam the seafood on top. After finishing the seafood, you can enjoy the porridge." Niu Tsuehua was curious. That's a new way to eat. What will the porridge taste like after steaming seafood? It will definitely be delicious. When I came in, I saw the place was almost full. If the food wasn't good, the business wouldn't be so busy. Su Xian's intelligence was all about enjoying good food and good times. Su Jianguo took out the keys and had already divided them on the way. He handed some to Su Xian and Su Huaichuan. "Xiao Chuan, your house was built with your own money. You can take your share. Girl, the things your dad and I divided are split into 3 parts. One for you, one for your brother, and one for us. The house will be renovated together. When it comes to rent, whoever owns the house will collect the rent. Whether you save the money or spend it freely is up to you." Su Aigua and Li Ping had already discussed this division long ago. When they signed the agreement for the house, they included the 3 older children and the younger ones. They also told Su Huaichuan and Yao Qing, who both agreed. There was no reason to refuse when it came to their sister. Especially Yao Qing, who was as close as a sister to Su Xian and Su Ran. She agreed wholeheartedly. Su Xian took her 3 sets of keys, plus a 100-square-meter apartment in Jinghua Mansion. She now had 4 properties. She blinked and asked, "Grandma, do we keep acting in movies?" Niu Tsuehua replied, "Of course. You've already paid for acting lessons. What are your thoughts?" "I don't have any special plans. I just want to succeed and become a supporting actress." During the performing arts class, the teacher praised her talent, but she didn't believe she could act. "Let's rest at home first, then go to class in the afternoon. Since we're feeling happy now, it's a good time to learn new things." Listen, does a person in their 60s say things like that? In the morning, she was busy choosing a house. In the afternoon, instead of going out to play while feeling happy, she continued attending her acting class. Niu Tsuehua single-handedly tidied up the house, big and small. Su Xian could only nod. "Okay. We agreed to be like salted fish. It's true, people from the same world share the same dreams." Su Ren also has a dream of being a relaxed, carefree person. Niu Tsuehua said, "You're pretty free now, just eating, drinking, and strolling around." Su Xian. That Su Ran understood. She realized that the new definition of a salted fish is living comfortably with money, doing what she likes, and making both herself happy and earning money. Su Huijing also heard about her being cast as an extra. He joked, "Xiao Xian, when your acting skills improve and you come back, we can pool our money to turn Xiao Ran's novel into a TV show. You can be the lead actress." He casually mentioned it and Su Ran patted him. "Second brother, that's a good idea. If someone buys the rights to the novel to make a show, we can all invest. If not, we'll just fund it ourselves." "Are you serious?" Yao Qing excitedly said. "Xiao Ran, your novel would make a great show." "I want to invest." Su Xian smiled brightly. "The heroine is smart, and I look smart too. I can definitely act well." Yes, my daughter is smart," Li Ping said proudly. Whether it's true or not, Su Xian thought carefully. Although the teacher praised her, she hasn't acted in a real play yet. She needs to do more small roles, gain experience, and then she can think about being the lead. The family's money wasn't just handed to her. Xiao Ran's novel is so good. If her acting isn't good enough, it would be a waste. "Come on, let's split the money among you 2 brothers, 3 equal parts." Su Jianxi also divided the family assets. When the family grows, the branches split, and when the children grow up, they start their own families. He learned from his father. The 3 brothers have a close relationship, which is why they separated early. Su Huichuan chuckled and took another bundle, passing it to Su Huiyan. Niu Tsuehua nodded happily. A harmonious family brings prosperity. From now on, everyone should keep their rent money safe and enjoy their small lives. Thinking about the recent chaos in the village, I want to emphasize, in the future, when you see a tempting opportunity, think carefully. Can your mouth handle the big pie falling from the sky? If you overreach and can't close your mouth, you'll lose everything. Mom, don't worry. Grandma, we understand. The dishes are served. The waiter brings out plates of fresh seafood, braised beef, soft steamed buns, and sea urchin dumplings. The seafood is sweet and fresh, not at all fishy. Then, a bowl of pure, hearty rice porridge with shredded chicken and pork ribs. It's so delicious that it almost melts on the tongue. This restaurant is close to our home. We'll come here often. Even in hot weather, we don't feel like cooking, so we come out to eat whenever we can. After returning to Jinghua residence for a nap, Su Ran takes the gift she plans to give to Su Yu and goes to find her. Su Yu just came back from Shanghai, and her home still feels empty. But since she moved in, Su Yu feels there's no better place than her own house. Here, she feels safe.
다시다.
A gift. Su Ran hands over a box. Su Yu opens it to find a golden pendant with a symbol of safety. A warm feeling passes through her. She may not have parents' love, but she has precious friends' friendship. She turns to her room, brings out several boxes, and finds a small box inside. When she opens it, there's a gold necklace with symbols of safety and good fortune. What a coincidence. I brought you the same gift. This is called a special connection. Su Ran quickly puts it on. All kinds of jewelry look beautiful. And there's more. These are all for you. Su pushes the items on the table toward her. Look, these are things I like or think suit you. A fresh green silk dress with a square neckline, perfectly fitted at the waist, with a nice drape and delicate embossed patterns. Sue Ran tries on the dress, looking in the mirror. It looks great. I like it. I found this on Huaihai Road. I bought a different style. And this. Sue opens a small square scarf woven with gray-blue and off-white threads. The pattern on the scarf shows the view of the Bund in Shanghai, decorated with a few small white magnolia flowers. Sue Ran picks it up, wraps it around her hair twice, and ties a pretty knot, with the seam hanging on both sides. She walks to the mirror, her eyes shining. It looks good. You understand me. It's all things I love. Let's go shopping another day and buy some things to decorate the house. After sharing the gift, Sue Ran kept talking about recent events in the village. Su Jianhua received another call from Xiao Wuzi. On the phone, he sounded sad and worried. Brother, this is terrible. Oh my goodness. If you ask Xiao Wuzi how he feels about this mission, he only has a few thoughts. If he wasn't so curious, he wouldn't have opened the store to make money. If he hadn't opened the store, he wouldn't have taken this job. Without taking this job, his mind wouldn't be hurt. Who will give him back his innocent ears and clear mind? During the few days of the socialite training class, his ears, heart, and mind were polluted. He guessed right, the socialite training class behind these people is really shocking. They keep changing their appearances, and if he had met them, he would have been easily fooled. The day after Su Jianhua's call, Xiao Wuzi started his work. Using the photos and address provided, he found that Jiao Jiao and Yu met. Jiao Jiao even gave Yu some bags. He thought for a moment and decided to follow Yu. She met another woman at a cafe. This woman looked very similar to Jiao Jiao. Xiao Wuzi sat nearby and overheard them talking about how they had found everything and what to do with the money and whether they needed to go back to class. He grimaced as he sipped bitter coffee. He had paid for it, but it was expensive and tasted bad. He kept listening and turned on his voice recorder, which would serve as evidence later. The cafe was quiet, but Yu was getting more excited and raising her voice. She mentioned a key phrase, socialite training class. This socialite training class says that as long as you learn manners and find a rich boyfriend, you can control him. So why did I break up? Speak quietly. Do you want everyone to hear? Guo understood why the teacher didn't like her. She really wasn't very smart. Who cares if others hear? We're serious about the class. Others are learning knowledge, but we're learning manners. Guo took a deep breath, and her serious expression showed she truly believed that. No, some people are pretending to be naive, and some are genuinely naive. This class is about finding rich boyfriends or girlfriends. Which reputable training class teaches this? Guo looked at her with affection and said, I suggest you either find a wealthy person to marry or go back and continue your classes. After saying that, she left. She needed to speed up her marriage, maybe even get pregnant first. Yu was unhappy and said, I know you all are jealous because I look better than you. You've all found someone, but I can definitely find someone even better, she muttered to herself. Tang Hua also has a goal now. It's a pity about his looks. If he had money, we would be together. All right, everyone has their plans now. Little Five achieved his first success, and next, he would follow Yu to find a training class. Before leaving, Yu glanced at Little Five with disdain. He looked okay, but he was wearing clothes he probably bought from some night market. Someone poor like him doesn't match her beauty. Little Five thought for a moment, judged Yu's intelligence, and decided to test her. Hi, hello, he called out to Yu. Yu proudly raised her chin. What do you want? I already have a boyfriend. Little Five smiled sincerely. Sorry, I overheard you talking about a manners class. I want to ask where I can find such a class. Yu frowned, a little cautious but not too much. Why do you ask? Little Five's face fell, and his eyes and mouth showed bitterness. He wiped his eyes and sighed deeply. Sigh, it's a long story. He told Yu to sit down and called the waiter to add a small cake. My story is really sad. People who hear it will feel heartbroken, and those who smell it might even cry. Yu finally sat down, curious to see how tragic it was. I used to have a girlfriend. We dated for many years, but she said I had no money, no style, and no taste. Little Five thought to himself, I don't know where this girlfriend is. Everything I say is fake and has nothing to do with the future you. And then, keep going, Yu thought to herself. She remembered how Jiao Jiao brought Tang Hua into this class and got a commission. Maybe she could do the same. Then today, she broke up with me. I was sad and upset. When I was about to cry, I overheard you talking about this class. It sounds so good. If I had taken the class earlier, maybe I would have more style. My girlfriend might not have left me. Little Five, guilty, guilty. Words come from the mouth but don't stay in the heart. Yu looked him up and down. Although he wasn't as handsome as Tang Huashui, he looked okay and had some potential. Little Five straightened his chest and kept a serious face. Yu advised, you really need to join our training class. We teach you how to speak, sit properly, eat, and drink water. In a week, you'll look completely different. Little Five decided to take a step back, pretending to want to change, but actually trying to persuade Yu to help him, making it more believable. He hesitated and asked, Can I really change so quickly? Is it true or not? Don't lie to me. Yu was a bit anxious now. The money was almost in her pocket, and she needed him to trust her more. She boldly used herself as an example. Look at me now. Do I look like a rich girl? I was even more awkward a month ago. After just 2 classes, I can smile gracefully now. See my smile. Yu showed her practiced elegant smile. Nice, right? Little Five nodded with a guilty conscience. Yes, very elegant. Yu withdrew her smile, which was a bit tiring to maintain. So, join a class. Once you learn, you can find a wealthy girlfriend and have everything. Little Five first looked excited, then his expression fell. This class must be expensive. I don't have that much money. No need to worry. The cost isn't much. The teacher kindly considered our situation. You can borrow money to take the full course or pay for each lesson separately, and I'll take you there when you sign up. Just say you're my cousin and you'll get a discount. We split the savings. Yu thought she was very clever, earning some money again. Little Five nodded excitedly. He quickly played his part. Great, cousin. This is wonderful. Let's go right now. Yu looked at him disdainfully as he pulled out a bunch of coins to pay. Outside, Yu said, Let's take a taxi. It's not close from here. Little Five said, No need. Let's take the bus. I'll use the money I saved to pay for the class. Yu rolled her eyes. Such a stingy person should go live off others. Upon reflection, it's okay if I don't stay with Su Huijing. Besides eating and drinking regularly, I only received a necklace and a bracelet as gifts. Unlike Jiao Jiao and Guigua, who started dating not long ago and already have their own designer clothes and bags, with jewelry changing all the time. I still need to find someone willing to spend money on me. When the bus reached the stop, Yu called Xiao Wuzi to get off and pointed to the shopping mall ahead, saying, Look, this is the training class. Xiao Wuzi exclaimed, Wow, this training class is so big and fancy. I feel proud to be here. Yu explained, No, the training class is on the first floor inside. But still, it's quite large. Yes, Xiao Wuzi agreed. By the way, remember, my real name is Chu Xiaoling. Say that when you register for the class. Yu reminded him. That name is just for getting a discount. You should still call me Yu. Xiao Wuzi nodded. Got it. Don't worry. They entered the building and the elevator stopped on the 5th floor. Outside, a sign read, Modern Etiquette Training Class. Xiao Wuzi, as if seeing the city for the first time, admired. Modern Etiquette Training Class. That sounds fancy. A woman in a beige dress suit came out from the front desk. Very elegant. She smiled warmly and said, Yu, long time no see. You look more beautiful, like a young lady from a wealthy family. Her gaze briefly swept over Xiao Wuzi, and then quickly looked away. Miss Bai, it's better to learn from the teachers, Yu said. She then introduced Xiao Wuzi. This is Teacher Bai. She handles registration and qualification checks. Xiao Wuzi smiled honestly. Hello, Teacher Bai. Hello. Another eager person approached. Are you 2 acquaintances? I'm her cousin. Just call me Xiao Wu. Xiao Wuzi replied. Yu whispered, When I go home this time, my cousin also wants to sign up for etiquette classes. He was dumped by his girlfriend. Teacher Bai looked at his chubby arms and shorts, which had a tear, and his short buzz cut, shaking her head. Xiaowu, if you want to sign up, you need a new name that sounds more upscale like ours, she said. Also, your clothes, tch, change into a shirt and long pants. People judge by appearance. No matter how much you learn, your aura won't match if you don't dress properly. Xiao Wuzi kept nodding. New name, new clothes. I remember, Bai Shuang smiled gently and naturally flicked her hair. This movement was full of charm, far more elegant than Yu's childish imitation. We have two types of course options here. One is a scheduled assignment and the other is just finishing the class. Do you also assign jobs here? Xiao Wuzi was shocked. Yes, other schools assign work, but we assign students. Since everyone finishes class without suitable resources, we recommend what we think is best for you. Our service is very thorough. I must sign up for this one. Xiao Wuzi's eyes gleamed with greed. Bai Shuang remained calm. Most people who come here are ambitious, and they usually choose this option. The daily class fee is 1,000 yuan. For Yu's sake, we offer a friend's price of 800 yuan. How many days would you like to sign up for? How many? 800 yuan. Xiao Wuzi hesitated, nervously feeling his pocket, unable to speak. He continued with his usual strategy, acting like someone without money, reacting to the 800 yuan fee. Bai Shuang's gentle voice said, "The tools we use for classes are not cheap. They are high quality, and only expensive tools can bring out your true potential. Also, our best graduates have already succeeded." They earned over 8,000 yuan in return. She winked at Xiao Wuzi as she spoke. Xiao Wuzi felt his stomach churn, and a wave of nausea rose. He held back, clenched his teeth, and stomped his foot. "I'll do it." He patted his pocket again and said, "Teacher Bai, I need to go home and gather some money. Just sign me up for 3 days, no 5 days of classes." "Sure, you go and gather the money. Your cousin should have some, right? Isn't that right, Yu?" Chu Yu awkwardly smiled. I don't have any money left. Teacher Bai, I want to take a few more days of classes to improve. Bai Shuang understood. Their first attempt had failed, and it was a shame to waste such good resources. All right, you can all join together. Before leaving, Xiao Wuzi looked back. He felt like the open door was a big hole. He didn't bother to talk to Su Jinhua. On his way home, he kept wandering around, only to realize no one was following him. This training class was overconfident. They didn't see any problem with themselves and even thought they were doing good deeds out of kindness. Some people have money and others do not. Through training, the wealthy learn to give to others, and those without money learn to receive. Everyone has a bright future. This is a great kindness. Xiao Wuzi secretly entered a place and quietly left with equipment this time. He had thoroughly investigated the situation. He reappeared at the training class, wearing an ill-fitting shirt, rolled-up suit pants, and carrying a worn briefcase. He took out money and reluctantly handed it to Sister Bai. He felt sad even though it wasn't his money. Once it left his hands, he still felt distressed. Sister Bai quickly pulled him aside and said, "Let me give you your first lesson. A man, even if he's not rich, should not show off being poor. You have to pretend to be confident. Have you chosen a good name? I will register it for you. My surname is Zhen, and my name is Zhen Xiaoshui." Sister Bai looked at him. "Really? Zhen Xiaoshui, yes. I'll write it for you." Xiao Wuzi wrote the character, Zhen, in a shaky handwriting. "I even doubt that my poor grades are because of my surname. Others finish their exams and can do the questions, but I only write half my name." Sister Bai laughed and said, "All right, keep your smooth talk. I promise you'll have money to spend." In the first lesson, Xiao Wuzi received a book titled The Road to Success, filled with various tricks on how to make men fall in love with her and women fall for him. The elegant teacher taught everyone how to smile, walk, and use eye contact to attract others, occasionally demonstrating small gestures. Guys, don't laugh. If your eye contact is good, you can charm anyone, young or old. Be gentle with your gaze and make the person feel that your heart is full of her. Also, although we are learning the manners of the wealthy, you need to be flexible when facing different rich people. Rich people are not all the same. Some are flamboyant, Some are cultured, some are pure and gentle, and others are noble and cold. Of course, some want both elegance and devotion. Hope you look dignified but love him wholeheartedly. Xiao Wuzi stared blankly at the stage, his mind muddled. Then he looked at the people around him, listening intently, and immediately switched to an expression of admiration and enthusiasm. The teacher nodded in satisfaction and looked around the room to ask, "No matter what you learn, do you know what the most important core is? Is it genuine?" Little Five's mind flashed with a barrage of thoughts. The core is how to make fake things look real. The teacher stretched out her index finger and shook her head.
No, no, no.
The key is to understand what they like and give them enough emotional value. Things have a price, but emotions are priceless. So, you must always pay attention to what they need. This is just a taste for you. The most important thing in this lesson is to learn how to present yourself well and develop a refined, elegant aura. She pushed some clothes over. Look, these are high-end brand clothes. You need to recognize the brands. We also wrote about cars, watches, and jewelry in our book. She joked, if you don't recognize real brands, what if someone gives you a fake as a gift? Everyone look. The new student in the middle of the front row is dressed poorly. Come up here. Little Five was called to the stage. He stood there and looked down, noticing that everyone else was dressed quite well. The teacher tugged at his wrinkled shirt. You absolutely can't wear clothes like this. They show poor taste and will make you less attractive. We've prepared clothes and bags for everyone to use for free. When you have money, you can return the favor to our training class. All right, you can go down now. Little Five stepped down awkwardly. Why was he suffering through all this? Next, the teacher explained how to dress, how to eat Western food, and how to subtly introduce oneself as a refined person. Finally, she painted a big picture. As long as you listen carefully, you'll succeed. Our top graduate, Jiao Jiao, married a wealthy person and now has endless designer clothes. Teacher, can she share her success story? Once her wedding is over, we'll invite her to speak. The class ended, but everyone was still talking excitedly. Holding the book, The Road to Success, it seemed like they could already see a shining path ahead. Only Little Five was dazed, as if he saw his great-grandmother. So, what do you think? I wasn't lying, was I? This class is really good. The teacher is a famous expert, you know? Very professional, someone most people never get to see, she said proudly. Xiao Wu nodded and said, yes, it's true. Such experts are really hard to find. The next lesson was even more eye-opening for Xiao Wu. The teacher explained how to get familiar with others, emphasizing the art of speaking, creating a connection of minds, and resonating on a spiritual level. Girls tend to speak with admiration and praise. When discussing issues, avoid being too dull or talking about money all the time. One important point is this: before marrying a wealthy person, you should appear pure and unique. Even if you love money, show no interest in it. I won't say who, but some people fail because they mention money. Don't blame me for not warning you. Everyone below took frantic notes. Xiao Wu quietly activated his discreet equipment. He really wanted to silently hug his helpless self. The tricks in the city are so deep. He just wanted to go home. Teacher, what can we talk about then? Talk about art, life abroad, red wine, and also care more about your partner's inner feelings. Have a heart-to-heart conversation. All right. Can you hear his breakdown inside? Xiao Wu thought of many words. Only this way could quickly replace the words entering his ears. If he's a guy, he should care more about his wealthy girlfriend. They need your unique love the most. If that doesn't work, find a classmate to pretend to be your admirer. Having someone compete is good. That's what Tang Hua did. You called out. The teacher nodded. Yes, by doing that, the other person will love him wholeheartedly. But I need to tell you, the other person can love. You can act like you love, but don't really fall for it. Romantic feelings cost money. Our motto is, only talk about money, not love. Only talk about money, not love. We want money. Suddenly, the classroom shouted slogans. Everyone was excited, shouting louder than the others. Xiao Wu waved his hand, but stayed silent. All right, stop for now. Is there anything you don't understand so far? A woman raised her hand. Teacher, what if I don't understand what the other person is saying? Like if he's talking about stocks or something, I don't know what to say. The teacher smiled. You don't need to understand everything. Just show admiration. You can say, wow, I dislike that they only understand bags, not how to make money with stocks. When he said that, he wondered if he should buy you a bag. Got it. Got it, I'll write it down quickly. Yo-Yo felt regret again. To keep up her calm and distant image, she didn't ask Su Huijing for more benefits. Teacher, how are you so amazing? The teacher gently shook his head, and his big earrings moved with him. There's still a lot for you to learn. These days, they shouted slogans during class, making it look like a big sales event. Everyone was excited, bringing money to join the class. It was Saturday, and Xiao Wuzi had already missed a day's tuition. Bai Shuang kindly suggested he borrow more money to attend, because the interest was low here. She took out a notebook and showed him. This is information about wealthy people we collected. If you take 2 more classes, we can help match you with suitable people at a low price, increasing your chances of success. Xiao Wuzi quickly glanced through it. A few pages showed some people from Xingfu village, men, women, young, old, married and unmarried. Some had photos of training students next to their names. He looked at the thick notebook nervously. Where did all this information come from? How many people had been tricked? He thought for a moment and tried to make a deal. Teacher, can I owe the tuition for now? I'll pay it after I succeed in getting married. Bai Shuang shot him a glance. Even if he got married, dressing well wouldn't make him look like a rich person. Seeing that Bai Shuang didn't reply, Xiao Wuzi clenched his fists, looking conflicted. His eyes stayed on the notebook. Then he tried to look away, glancing at it a few more times. He really wanted to take the notebook and leave. Yo-Yo came over to persuade him. Cousin, don't hesitate. My next match has already been chosen by the teacher. If you wait too long, all the good ones will be gone. Xiao Wuzi thought the notes he had were enough, but he still kept a backup plan. By teacher, if I can introduce friends, can I take a few more classes? He secretly thought, if my friends come in, they'll cause trouble for you. When Xiao Wuzi appeared again, he was with 2 people. They looked even more plain than he did at first. As they went upstairs, they looked around nervously, like they had never seen the world. Bai Shuang walked over in high heels, graceful and elegant. It was clear that Jin Xiaoshui had brought friends along. She said that as long as people attended her classes, they would speak well of them, and one after another, people were brought in just to save money. She sneered inwardly but kept a friendly smile and asked, Xiaoshui, who are these 2? Xiao Wuzi, holding each of their arms, was excited and said, Teacher Bai, these are my friends. They really want to improve and learn. Bai Shuang covered her mouth and laughed. Xiaoshui, you're getting better at talking. Looks like this class was worth it. So, how many lessons do you plan to sign up for? One of the 2 looked at Bai Shuang and Xiao Wuzi with suspicion and asked, Xiaoshui, is this class really as good as you say? You and Teacher Bai seem to get along well. It really is very good. I'm not lying to you, Xiao Wuzi said quickly, turning to Bai Shuang. Teacher, show them that booklet you have. I'll tell you, becoming rich is just one last step away. Bai Shuang felt something was off but looked normal enough. Still, new people often didn't believe in their training program. The other 2 hesitated to leave, but Xiao Wuzi kept persuading them. Bai Shuang said, all right, since Xiao Shuai's friends are here, let them take a look. She took out a booklet, and the 2 eagerly gathered around to look. After confirming the contents were correct, they exchanged glances and nodded. At that moment, more than 20 well-trained figures appeared from all directions downstairs, quickly heading upstairs. All right, I'll make an exception and let you see it. Here, Xiao Wuzi and the other 2 remained still. Bai Shuang frowned, feeling uneasy. She tried to snatch back the booklet filled with information. One of them grabbed her from behind. Just then, a group of people in uniform rushed in. They split into 2 teams. One stormed into the classroom, and the other packed all the paper materials to keep evidence intact. The classroom was still lively with the lesson, the teacher swaying a glass of red wine, explaining Western dining etiquette. Don't move, police. Hands on your head, squat down. Suddenly, the room went quiet, then erupted into chaos. Bang,
Bang!
Bang! Screams and the sound of cups smashing filled the room. What are you doing? What do you want? A male student tried to stand up and argue but was pushed back into his seat by the police. A man also sensed something was wrong and tried to run, but he was knocked to the ground. Teacher, what's going on? We are here for a proper class. What law did we break? Why are you arresting us? Yu's voice was sharp, full of both grievance and anger. They were just attending a class and wondered who they had offended or who couldn't stand to see them succeed. The woman called teacher looked pale and trembling, but she still tried to stay calm and asked, "Yes, we're just part of an etiquette training class. We haven't done anything illegal or criminal." The police officer looked expressionless. "You have done plenty. Take them all away. Don't let anyone slip." When Yu was taken away, she saw Xiao Wuzi standing nearby, cursing angrily. "Betrayer! When we find out the truth, we will come back." Xiao Wuzi waved goodbye to her, still angry. This week, he had suffered a lot because of the boss. Sobbing, he thought after finishing this job, he needed to relax. Su Jianhua received a call from Xiao Wuzi and, along with Su Aigua and Zhou Limin, went to the police station. Recently, many schemes targeted the Happiness Village that had just been demolished. When the demolition started, scammers already had their plans ready. Su Aigua's face turned grim. "Police, are there still some people not caught yet?" One of the officers looked at Xiao Wuzi and explained, "The others are being followed secretly by our people. They can't escape." Xiao Wuzi scratched his head and said, "I was just handling a case about Chao Jiao. The person said they would reveal the evidence at old Tian's wedding. I thought it would be good for everyone to see and serve as a warning. Good idea. Let those rich folks who don't know their own names get a cold shower and wake up." Zhou Limin agreed. He had been the village accountant for many years. Watching Happiness Village grow from a poor place to a prosperous one, and now riding the wave of demolition, he felt proud. He also cared deeply about Happiness Village and its people. Su Aigua felt the same. If he wasn't worried about the village's development, he wouldn't have lost a single hair. Su Jianhua was worried. The scammers kept coming up with new tricks. This time, they used similar methods to be caught. But what if they had even smarter tricks? He planned to go back and gather information on scams from different places and prepare a fraud prevention manual for everyone. On Sunday, at the Happy Guest Hotel, Old Man Tian found Niu Tsuehua. "Aunt Niu, didn't you say the more luxurious the decoration, the better? Look at the scene, it's not even as good as my last wedding. Also, Jiao Jiao's wedding dress was changed again. She said she keeps losing sequins even after walking a few steps." "Well, I won't pay for this," he said. The wedding scene was a bit sloppy. There weren't many lucky characters posted, and the edges were curling up, giving a shabby look. Jiao Jiao's wedding dress looked like it was found somewhere, white with a dull gray that wouldn't wash out. "Niu Tsuehua, you think she doesn't want to earn your money? For the sake of our village, she didn't take the money and even temporarily sacrificed the reputation of Tsuehua Wedding Company. Next time, I promise to decorate it perfectly." Old Man Tian firmly said, "There won't be a next time. This is the last. I have found my true love." Pfft. The woman in a bright red dress spat on Old Man Tian's face when she heard this. "Wang Qian, what are you doing here?" Old Man Tian looked at his ex-wife angrily. "Don't try to ruin my wedding," Wang Qian sneered, with a strange tone. "Of course I came. Not only did I come, but I also came happily, to wish you and Jiao Jiao a lifetime of happiness and a long marriage. Both of you troublemakers should stay together forever. You're not good people. Stop causing trouble for others." Old Man Tian looked at her strangely, not wanting to argue, and continued to greet the guests. All the villagers from Happiness Village had come. They were eating sunflower seeds and wedding candies, waiting for the ceremony. Time to start. Play the music. The newlyweds go on stage. This time, Niu Tsuehua personally played the suona. When she blew it, the sound carried a hint of sadness, followed by the arrow, which also sounded mournful. The tune didn't sound like a happy celebration. It felt more like sending someone off. Qin Wei proudly said, "Don't envy them. In a while, we'll pick a good day and have our wedding. It'll be much better than this. Okay, I trust you." Qin Wei's mother felt nervous. Even the most luxurious decorations looked like they were made from torn red cloth. She wondered if the cheapest option was just some old, torn fabric. Nyo Tsuehua had gone to the city and changed. People really do become meaner when they get rich. Meanwhile, Tang Hua was dressed in a suit, with his hair neatly combed and a modest smile on his face. Su Wenwen stared at him with admiration, her face showing clear infatuation. Zhao Liqin watched happily, thinking they were a perfect match. Wang Qian and Aunt Fat sat at a table. She was eating wedding candies and watching the ceremony of Old Tian and Jiao Jiao, occasionally smiling mysteriously. People at other tables glanced at her now and then. It was strange. She was smiling so happily at her ex-husband's wedding. Back then, divorces often led to fights and hospital visits. Only those who knew the truth were waiting for the next scene, which was even more exciting. Halfway through the ceremony, they were about to exchange rings. Suddenly, the big screen showing their photos turned into snowflakes and the sound system crackled. "Hey, what's going on? Is the disc broken?" someone asked. "This is a new product we just bought from the hotel," the staff said, confused. Su Ran thought, here comes a life more exciting than a TV drama. The screen suddenly cleared up, the sound grew louder, drowning out the noise of the crowd and music. The key is to match their tastes and give them strong emotional value. Some like glamorous things, others prefer pure styles, and some like gentle ones. What is a socialite? It's someone with a wealthy aura. If you can't explain yourself, just say you're from abroad. But how many of you really went overseas to check? Our motto is, everyone should have a wealthy person in their life. We only talk about money, not love. We want money. The elegant teacher's voice echoed clearly everywhere. On the screen, a group of passionate people waved their arms and shouted slogans. Everyone was silent or trying to be. The villagers of Happy Village froze with smiles on their faces. Their mouths were wide open, and they swallowed water involuntarily, as if their brains couldn't control it. They stared at the big screen with wide eyes, like copper bells, looking in disbelief. Their faces were full of big question marks. What is this? Aunt Fat closed her mouth, glanced at the people from the Su family, and noticed they were the calmest in the room. She grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and quickly moved to this table. If you're going to eat the freshest seeds. The screen froze and a woman's voice sounded. We haven't done anything illegal. Happiness Village was demolished and many people got money. We introduced students to help them. Look at how attentive our service is, even training in advance, so everyone finds what they like. There was no emotion, only skill. Then a voice was covered and the woman began explaining. Jiao Jiao? Oh, you mean Li Zhaodi. That's her real name. She's the best learner. She's married now. Guogua? She's not an international student. She's a primary school dropout, almost failed. She barely recognizes characters, probably didn't finish elementary school. Tang Hua, the director's father, teacher, mother? Probably sick, working in the fields, or someone without money or education. Every word struck everyone's hearts. Everyone stood up quickly. Their faces looked bad, palms cold, eyes full of shock. Liars, a bunch of liars. Liars targeting Happiness Village. Haha, this is so funny, Old Tian. True love, the only true love. Haha, heaven has opened its eyes. You two scoundrels are a perfect match. Wang Qian drank her wine in one gulp and laughed happily. It was beautiful. People were awakened by her laughter and came back to themselves. These bastards are after our money. Catch them all. Some people still felt scared and wanted to quickly cut off the outsiders. Some patted their chests. Luckily, all my money is with my wife. No, wife, wildflowers don't smell as good as home flowers. Nyo Tsuehua and others also stopped bragging. The scene was already lively without any boasting. The redness on Old Tian's face quickly faded, turning pale, then suddenly darkened to a pig liver color. He shook off Jiao Jiao's hand holding his arm, trembling as he pointed at the screen. You.
Li Zhaodi.
He couldn't finish a sentence. His face was completely lost in front of everyone. The shame was so great, he almost fainted from anger. Dear, listen to me. I only spent money on learning because I love you so much. You have to believe how I feel about you. Is your love as deep as a moat filled with water? Mei Mei, Wang Qian, interrupted sharply. Old Tian felt dizzy and weak, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the ground. Boss, quick, take him to the hospital. You're a liar, get away from me. Qinwei was more excited than old Tian, pushing away Guogua, who was sticking close to him. Whether or not he attends training classes isn't important. The key is that he has only finished elementary school, and Guogua is even less educated than him. He roared loudly, liar. How can an ordinary person compare to someone as excellent as me? Ah, my feelings. I will find someone with higher education than me. Su Ran and Su Xian looked at each other, still holding on to their original resolve. Dead liar. You've come to deceive us. I'll tear you apart, Zhao Liqin screamed, scratching at Tang Hua's face. Su Wenwen, stunned, looked at Tang Hua's face, then rushed forward to block him, shouting, Mom, he's not a liar. He loves me. Tang Hua looked at her with deep affection. Wenwen, I really love you. Love? I'll beat you to death. Zhao Liqin hit Tang Hua, and Su Wenwen protected him. They struggled together, while Tang Hua kept whispering words of love. A chubby auntie exclaimed with everyone else, Oh my goodness, this is like being hypnotized. The scene became chaotic. Su Dahong took the opportunity to step forward and stir trouble. Dad, that shameless woman is probably from a training class too, just after our money. I haven't heard of any training class, said old Su, clearing his throat and scolding his daughter. And what do you mean, our money? That's my money, big brother. You're so kind, someone nearby said. Everyone else felt like they had been hit with a pile of dog poop. So disgusting, even at their age. The police came and took the scammers away. Jiao Jiao cried loudly. Her wedding, Guogua was pushed toward the police by Qin Wei, and Wenwen protected Tang Hua, explaining that she knew everything beforehand. In the chaos, old Lu and old Lu's wife jumped around, drinking juice from a bottle, taking big sips. Better to be full than hungry. On the way back, sitting in Su Jianhua's car, Niu Tsuehua was wiping her suona and sighed. Luckily, I'm clever. I found a wedding dress at the night market. If the shop's expensive dress was worn by a scammer and brought into the police station, I'd feel so upset. Since it's for a village, next time, I'll make sure to help old Tian plan a proper wedding. Su Ran looked puzzled. Grandma, with things like this happening, does he still plan to get married? Niu Tsuehua smiled. Just watch. He'll find true love again soon. Old Tian is the kind of person who cares a lot about face. No matter where he falls, he always gets back up. The older, wiser Jiang was right. After some time, they heard news that old Tian and Jiao Jiao had divorced and were planning to marry again. The villagers of Happiness Village cursed and complained. No matter how rich you are, you can't pay 4 times the bride price. Back at the Sihiyuan, Su Ran asked Su Jianhua, Dad, isn't this training class more than just lessons? Why would they be so kind as to only ask for money once or twice? Su Jianhua said, My girl, you're smart. It's like they're raising pigs, but these pigs are golden. First, they hold the classes, then they introduce wealthy people to those taking the courses. Once the marriage is successful, the training class will hold the photos and evidence they have and demand money. That's how they make most of their profit. Ugh, their hearts are really dirty. By the way, Dad, did Uncle Wu get rewarded? Getting a bonus from the newspaper. If it weren't for these, he'd have quit this business long ago. The classes are making him so stressed he's close to depression. Now, after being interviewed, little Woozy was holding his bonus, kissing the certificate from the kind-hearted citizen. Whatever discomfort he felt, he didn't care about quitting. In the gossip world, he's back again, Hu Han-san. The next day, it was a new Monday. A beautiful morning, and Su Ran was heading to work. Arriving at the office, Su Ran first watered the money tree on her desk. Lagong watched her watering, looking conflicted. He opened his mouth and then closed it, finally clenched his fists and couldn't help but remind her, you don't need to water it so often. Su Ran stopped and thanked him. Thank you, Lagong. Lagong waved his hand and continued fixing the broken landline. Oh my God, big news. Did you hear? Yang rushed in, holding a newspaper, sweeping in like a gust of wind. She placed the newspaper on the public desk and read the headline in shock. Socialite training was a scam. The criminal group finally caught. Yiminwei put down her bag and walked over with Su Ran to look. Although Lu Gong didn't come, he stopped what he was doing. According to evidence provided by helpful citizen Zhen Xiaoshui, the police uncovered a cross-province scam. The newspaper reported on a training class that claimed to teach etiquette, improve manners, and help women marry wealthy men. It exploited people's desire to marry rich, gradually setting up schemes to introduce them to homeowners and newly rich individuals, then extorting money from them. In various cities, they had already made quite a bit of money. It also mentioned that during the investigation, they found 2 students from different periods, one pretending to be a returned overseas Chinese, the other a wealthy young lady, who deceived each other. When the police arrived, both realized the other was fake. It was like a predator catching prey, but instead, 2 deceivers ended up together. TSK, what's happening? As people get richer, scammers become more clever, Yang Ying said in surprise. They even package it like a real course. This is just teaching people how to be scammers. Exactly, scammers keep finding new tricks, Meng Shuwen added from behind. We don't know which places are being targeted this time. One villager from Happiness Village who was listening to the gossip was among those affected. Other villagers, whether actively or passively, learned about the news from the newspaper. Their excitement about the demolition faded, and their heated minds cooled down. Money is only temporary. Keeping it safe is what matters. Yan Zhen originally had something to discuss with Yang Ying, but he also listened for a while. He nodded and said, Zhen Xiaoshui, fake can't be real, and real can't be fake. No worries, you all chat. Yang Ying, go to the bureau later and see. They said they've set aside new desks and chairs for us. Yang Ying couldn't resist the gossip and exclaimed happily, new ones. Then she realized, actually they're about 70 to 80% new. Our desks and chairs are so old they can't be fixed. Yan Zhen wasn't so optimistic. Getting 5 or 6% new would be good. Meng Shuwen adjusted his glasses and said, I'll go too. Meng Shuwen took a few of them to the warehouse in the neighboring office building. As Yan Zhen guessed, it was just a pile of old desks, chairs, and sofas. The leather on the sofas was peeling, similar to the ones in Yan Zhen's office. Zheng Hua, the office manager who took the initiative to withhold the computer, stood in front of the warehouse door. He looked at Meng Shuwen with a strange expression and said, That's all. You can take them away. He was a generous person and didn't argue with Meng Shuwen, who was always complaining. Meng Shuwen smiled and said, Director Zheng, that's not right. The leader said we would get new ones. Where are the new ones? Surely you're not that kind of person. Then he stopped talking and stared at Zheng Hua, as if to say, Did you secretly sell the new ones for money? Zheng Hua just raised a finger to point at him, recalling the last time Meng Shuwen pressed him down, and then he changed to a palm gesture pointing at Meng Shuwen. Don't spread false accusations. These are the ones that were replaced, and there are none left in the warehouse. Just as he finished speaking, Su Ran asked, What about these inside? She innocently pointed at the warehouse, which had been accidentally opened by a worker. Zheng Hua was excited and said, Those are still needed by the bureau, so we can't give them to you. He added, trying to sound reasonable, You don't have many tasks, so using new ones would be a waste. Meng Shuwen turned to walk toward the director's office, with a few others following behind. Where are you going? We said we don't have many tasks, so we need to report to the director and find out where the problem is. Maybe we really don't have many tasks or someone is spreading rumors. Zheng Hua was annoyed. Can't they discuss and solve problems together? Why do they have to go to the director again? No, don't go. Actually, at the meeting, Yan Zhen had requested some unused desks and chairs for the bureau, and the director asked Zheng Hua to handle it. He thought the director didn't specify whether the furniture was new or old, so he decided to give them the unusable ones. He was deliberately trying to annoy Meng Shuwen over small matters, but unexpectedly, Meng Shuwen went straight to see the director without hesitation. He was really not following workplace rules, going to the boss over trivial issues. Was he not afraid of annoying the boss? Zheng Hua, who could bend and stretch, forced a smile and said, I was too busy and remembered wrong. The ones in the room are for you. Wait a moment, I'll call someone to help carry them back. Now he was being considered again. Meng Shuwen didn't bother arguing with such a petty person and said, "Thank you, Director Zheng." Finally, the testing center received a batch of desks and chairs that were about 70% new. The old ones were carefully stored in the warehouse. Their unit didn't have many assets, and each item was accounted for. After work, Su Ran and Su planned to have dinner and go shopping. It was only 5 p.m. after work, and Su Ran headed straight to Yanxi Mall without stopping. She had arranged to meet Suyu there. When Su Ran arrived, Suyu was already browsing in a furniture store. "I want to get a comfortable new sofa for my home," Suyu said. Besides the study and bed, the sofa is where she spends most of her time. "Buy it." "Hee, I also like to relax on the sofa," Su Ran said. Every time she comes home, she changes into pajamas and relaxes on the sofa for a while. When she gets up, she feels refreshed. They walked and talked, sitting down to try out any sofa that looked good. Both of them liked a cream-colored sofa that made them feel like they were sinking into clouds. Su Ran leaned on the sofa pillow and closed her eyes comfortably. "How about this? It must be very comfortable to sleep on." Suyu touched the soft surface of the sofa and nodded. "Yes, it's nice." A friendly store clerk came over and said, "You have good taste, ladies. This set of sofas is our newest Italian calf leather model. We only have this one left out of 5. Suyu looked at the price tag openly. It was 3,200 yuan. The clerk smiled warmly and said, "This model is a bit more expensive than others, but it's definitely worth it." Compared to the previous sofas, Suyu felt this one was much more comfortable to sit on. "I'll take this set," she decided. Honestly, after gaining more money, Suyu's attitude changed. She said that having money doesn't mean buying lots of expensive clothes, bags, or jewelry. Instead, she focuses on her own experience. When she likes something, she no longer worries about the price but chooses what she loves. In the past, she would compare prices and pick the more valuable or suitable items. Now, if she likes something, she just buys it. Of course, she still wouldn't buy very expensive things. "Okay, please leave your address and we will arrange a delivery time," the clerk said. After paying, the two went into a boutique that sold various small accessories, cute ornaments, and hats. Su Ran picked a pair of adorable cat figurines and bought a sun hat. It seemed she had been buying hats all summer, but she always couldn't find them when she needed to wear one. Suyu chose a pair of small dogs cuddling together and also picked a small brass globe. Passing by a jewelry store, Su Ran casually glanced inside. She wanted to buy a jade accessory. She has many gold and jade jewelry, but not many jade pieces. "Let's go in and take a look." Su Ran looked over and was attracted by a clear, icy jade bracelet. The shop assistant quickly assessed their clothes, potential customers, and decided to show the bracelet. She greeted, "Miss, this is Xiang Green, with good water quality, ice type with floating flowers. Would you like to see it?" The assistant carefully took it out and placed it on a velvet tray, then pushed it towards Su Ran. Since jade and jadeite are fragile, they don't hand them directly to customers to avoid damage and unclear responsibility if it breaks. Su Ran picked up the bracelet and slipped it onto her wrist. The green color was like the tender buds of spring, and it felt cool and icy. Although it wasn't as beautiful as the one Xie Daoyan gave her, it was still very pretty. What should she do? She's a woman who likes new things and gets tired of old ones. Now she thinks jade looks better than gold jewelry. After paying, Su Ran put on the bracelet immediately. On her way to the clothing store, she kept glancing at it. Suyu smiled and said, "You've got a new favorite again." She guessed that Su Ran would buy quite a few more jade accessories soon. "You understand me." Su Ran chuckled happily, enjoying her life. They visited several clothing stores, buying colorful clothes, lemon yellow, peach pink, apple green, anything bright and lively, carrying big and small shopping bags. Later, they entered a more formal clothing shop. Tomorrow, Su Ran had a meeting at the office. She had many clothes but no suitable formal shirts. The store only had a man and a woman looking at clothes. The clerk quietly explained as they tried on outfits. The woman came out in different clothes, and the man kept praising her, so they kept packing up each outfit. The clerk sighed with envy. Madam, your husband is really good to you. Neither of them objected. Sue ran, and Sue declined the clerk's offer to follow them. They looked around slowly. Sue ran whispered, I used to dream of being rich. In my dreams, I'd rush into a mall, point at this and that, and have everything packed up for me. I'd wake up happy all day. In reality, she was actually rich now. The only time she said such things was when buying marinated snacks. She went into a snack shop and told the owner, besides the large marinated intestines, give me one of everything else. Sue was amused and said with a relaxed tone, me too. I've had that kind of dream many times, especially when she worked multiple jobs every day to pay for tuition and living expenses. She often dreamed of becoming rich overnight. Xiao ran. Xiao Yu, you're here too, smiled Su Min and Sun Jia as they entered. Hi, Auntie Min, Auntie Jia. Sun Jia was very happy to see Su Ran. She affectionately put her arm around Su Ran's shoulder. I'm so glad to see you today. Feel free to choose anything, I'll pay. And you, Xiao Min. She was genuinely happy. Since her beauty salon adopted a membership system and gave gifts to customers during small festivals, business had been booming, and she earned a lot of money. Su Ran smiled and said, Auntie Jia, I won't refuse your kindness. Su Min wanted to speak, but saw the man and woman in the shop, and her face suddenly turned unpleasant. The woman also saw them and casually moved away from the man, then approached and sneered, Isn't that my ex-husband's first wife? Spending money here with the money you took from your daughter. Su Min wanted to retort but was too angry to speak. She could only regret her blunt words before going to bed that night. Su Ran immediately recognized who they were. She used a mocking tone and said, Who is this? Isn't she the mistress who took over my former uncle-in-law's position? But the man next to her doesn't look like my former uncle-in-law. I think I just overheard something about a wife. Your husband treats you well, and you didn't oppose it. So, are you in a bigamous marriage or divorced and remarried? The woman looked a bit flustered. The man stepped forward and defended firmly, Don't talk nonsense. I am her cousin, Sun Jia sneered. She also understood who the person was. Cousin? Or maybe a lover. Having seen and experienced a lot, she could tell that the closeness between them was not right. The woman shouted, Su Min, Lao Chung is already married to me, and we have a son. It's impossible between you two. If you keep spreading rumors, I will sue you. As soon as she finished speaking, she picked up her bag and pretended to be calm as she left. The man picked up his clothes to leave, but was stopped by a nearby staff member who was listening intently. Sir, you haven't paid yet. Never mind. He put down his clothes and hurriedly went after her. Sun Jia looked thoughtful. Sun Jia watched the couple leave and turned to Su Min. That Lao Chung probably has a lush green head now. He's probably been cheated on. And his prince doesn't seem to be his own. He hasn't been able to have children for over 10 years. Does he doubt whether he still has that ability? Otherwise, why hasn't he fathered a child all these years? As soon as the other woman appeared, she got pregnant. The shop staff's eyes lit up. They had something to gossip about at work. Sun Jia smiled at them, and they wisely dispersed. Su Min recalled, This man is the driver for Chung Kai, and the woman is his secretary. I've seen them, but not often, and I don't know what their relationship is. Sun Jia sneered. Secretary and driver, cousins, plotting something big. It's like a scene from a TV show. Steward and young mistress secretly scheming over family assets. Su Min appeared calm on the surface, but after Chung Kai's life changed, she didn't care much about it anymore. Sun Jia was angry and impulsive, unable to stand seeing Su Min act as if she had let go, but was actually avoiding the truth. If only we could have him and that child do a blood test to confirm their relationship. Then we'd know if it's real or not. Su Ran shook her head. Aunt Jia, a blood test isn't reliable. Without evidence, it can be manipulated. Someone could tamper with the blood samples. She suggested, Aunt Min, you could have the hospital test the DNA of the child and the father to see if they are related. It's best not to let that woman find out. Better safe than sorry. If she swaps the child's hair with her cousin's and the test shows they are related, what would we do? Sun Jia liked what Su Ran said. If only she had half of Su Ran's intelligence, she would have been living a good life long ago. DNA, Su Min repeated instinctively, her eyes showing confusion but also a spark of realization. She was unfamiliar with the term, but Sun Jia and Su Ran's advice tore open a small crack in her otherwise numb heart. Su Ran explained simply, "It's a biological test that uses hair from two people to check if they are related. It can be done at the People's Hospital or the First Hospital." Su Min thought for a moment and nodded. She kept it in her mind and decided to think more about how to act. Somehow, she felt as if a layer of her world had been lifted. Before, she had little energy for anything. She only lived normally for her family and children. Now, her mind felt clearer. If the child wasn't Shinkai's, she was eager to see how their proud expressions would change. Sun Jia looked up energetically and waved her hand. "All right, the bad luck is gone. Let's keep shopping for clothes. Xiao Ran, Xiao Yu, which one do you like?" "Xiao Min, do you think this one looks good on me?" Su Min smiled and helped pick out clothes. This was an important matter, but not too serious. With kids, family, friends, and money, her life was already good. This top goes well with jeans. This skirt suits light makeup. Having done this for a long time, she naturally knew how to match clothes and makeup. Su Ran chose a shirt and pants, while Su picked a dress. Sun Jia paid and asked, "Are you done looking?" No, thank you, Aunt Jia." Sun Jia and Su Min had already finished eating. They continued shopping, while Su Ran and Su went to eat hot pot. At the Chongqing hot pot restaurant, the air was filled with the strong aroma of oil, chili, and Sichuan pepper, tempting everyone's appetite. They ordered tender beef, tripe, duck intestines, yellow throat, eel slices, tribute vegetables, and green bamboo shoots, with a mildly spicy broth. They also ordered a plate of fried rice. Based on Su Ran's experience as a food lover, the egg-fried rice at hot pot places is especially delicious. Su Ran prepared a bowl of plain water nearby. She couldn't eat too spicy, but she was craving it. Su looked at her with a smile. The hot pot with a 9-compartment grid was served. Even with a mildly spicy broth, it was full of various chilies and a big chunk of bright red beef tallow. While chatting, Su used a spoon to pick out some of the spiciest lantern peppers. "How's your work? Are your boss and colleagues easy to get along with?" Yesterday, they talked about gossip late into the night and didn't have time to discuss other things. Su Ran's face was full of a smile. "I think it's pretty good. Our unit isn't big. We just do business tasks, no messy stuff. The neighboring bureau often has meetings and all kinds of reports and forms to fill out. Just thinking about it makes me tired. Our boss is straightforward and doesn't like pretenses. He always says, just do your work well. After finishing, you can read or write." So you had worked many jobs but had never met such a good boss. Having a good boss makes the unit better and life is easier. Besides a good boss, we also have good colleagues. Everyone is nice. "Oh, do you remember me mentioning Yi Minhui before? We worked in the same unit and shared an office." Su Yu half-jokingly said, "What should I do? I'm really interested in your company. Maybe after I graduate I'll join you. Ha ha ha." Our HR sister Yanging would wake up laughing in her dreams. Su Ran knew Su Yu was joking. She had once said her studies weren't purely for learning but to earn money using her skills in the future. In fact, how many people study just for fun? Most aim to make money. How about you? Are the things in the Shanghai market all settled? Yes, all done. I've been wandering around and having fun recently. I've been in this city for years, but it's the first time I've gone out to play. The first time I didn't have to rush, and I could enjoy the good food and fun places here, so you felt her life was very happy and complete. Now she could easily fulfill her small wishes. That's great. When I have 2 days off, let's go somewhere cooler to have fun. Okay, the beef tripe is ready. Hurry up and eat. Su Ran picked up a piece of beef tripe, dipped it in sauce, and put it in her mouth. She looked like a contented kitten being petted, shaking her head happily. After eating, her mouth was red with spice, but she still said she wanted to keep eating spicy hot pot. Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing finished their renovation and had just finished eating nearby. They happened to meet up with Su Ran and Su Yu, so they picked them up and first took Su Yu home, then headed back to the courtyard. On the way, Su Ran recounted her encounter with Chen Kai's mistress and her cousin today. Su Jianhua slightly curled his lips, still sharp-tongued. I guess it's about 80 or 90% true. That scoundrel can't enjoy good days, and he still wants a son. How can a son help him reach the sky? Lin Nanqing said. When we get back, I'll call Xiao Min and discuss what to do. The damage their family caused to her and Xiao Nua isn't small. As Su Ran listened, her eyelids started to feel heavy. Tomorrow she had to attend a meeting at the bureau and see a lot of people again. Before the meeting, Yang Ying earnestly advised, some people are very nosy, eager to know everything about your ancestors from 8 generations ago. Don't bother with them, and don't be afraid to offend them. The more polite you are, the more they'll push, she continued. Some even try to introduce you to someone. Most of the time, they just want to use you as a favor. Be careful and stay alert. This was the same advice Yang Ying had given before Yi Minhui's first meeting at the bureau. Now that Su Ran was going to a meeting, she patiently repeated it again. She had worked so many years, so she had seen a lot. Moreover, Su Ran and Yi Minhui were the youngest and most educated people in their unit. She needed to be cautious because everyone there protected their own. Su Ran listened carefully and nodded, saying, Sister Yang, I remember. She then took her notebook and went to the meeting as everyone watched. As soon as she entered the meeting room, a woman called out to her. Oh, is this little Su? The speaker was Li Na, a well-known matchmaker and gossip in the office. Next door, 2 university students from Beijing had arrived at the testing center, and it was already known in the office. Everyone had seen Yi Minhui before. She was a cool beauty, but this woman had delicate features and a brighter look, and she was also very pretty. Both women were highly educated, beautiful, and capable at work. It was hard to tell who would be lucky enough to marry one of them. The woman had a round face, and her sharp eyes quickly looked over Su Ran's clothes and bracelet, clearly sizing her up. This girl seemed to come from a wealthier family than the last one. She started thinking about which relatives from her family might be suitable, her niece working in a factory office or her nephew at a small company. Li Na, friendly and warm, greeted her enthusiastically. Little Su, I'm Li Na. Just call me Sister Li. I've heard that 2 talented women joined your unit. Today, I finally get to see them. Su Ran politely smiled and replied, Hello, Sister Li. She then moved to find a seat. But Sister Li didn't let her go so easily. She kept asking quickly, Are you from here? What do your parents do? Where do you live? Su Ran kept her smile and asked casually, Sister Li, are you from our company's HR department? Do we need to share this information at meetings? Is it a new rule? No one told me. Her tone was sincere, as if she was genuinely asking about the process. Sister Li opened her mouth and forced a laugh. No, I'm not HR. We don't check information at meetings. What's going on? This girl was just as difficult as the last one, both not easy to deal with. She laughed loudly and tried to cover herself. Are you single? I know a lot of people. I just want to help you find someone. What kind of person do you like? Su Ran shook her head politely. No. Thank you. I already have someone special. Her true love had already found her and locked her in. She had even thrown the key into the sea. Sister Li's plan was already lost before it even started, and she looked disappointed as she stepped aside. Oh, really? You got it now. A few colleagues nearby glanced at her subtly, understanding without words that these 2 new girls were not easy to deal with. When Yi Minhui was asked a question, she didn't speak. Instead, she looked at Li Na with a calm, cold gaze, making Li Na unable to continue. Su Ran casually found a seat at the back, hoping the meeting would end soon. At that moment, a young man in a shirt with slicked back hair sat down beside her. Su Ran, right? I'm also new here. My name is Chen Su. He lowered his voice deliberately, with a slightly bubbly tone, and smiled in what he thought was a charming way. He had practiced this magnetic voice, which had charmed many girls at school. Su Ran looked at him expressionlessly and nodded. Before she could move to another seat, the leaders arrived, and the meeting began. Chen Su occasionally looked at his watch, which he had spent nearly 1,000 yuan on, and glanced at Su Ran out of the corner of his eye. Su Ran didn't even bother to look at him. Unwilling to give up, Chen Su brought his watch close to Su Ran's face and whispered, Su Ran, does my watch seem to be running slow? Sue Ran silently checked her Rolex and then put her hand down. Come on, isn't this just showing off? Let's see who can pretend better. Chun Su rolled up his shirt sleeve, covered his watch, and remained silent throughout the meeting. When the meeting ended, Sue Ran felt dizzy and confused. She wondered what the meeting was really about. It didn't seem to be explained clearly. Finally, someone said they would just send out a notice. So, what was the point of the meeting? As she stepped out of the conference room a few steps away, Chun Su caught up with her, his eyes full of admiration. Xiao Ran, can I call you that? I think you're a very special person. Let's be friends. By the way, what kind of flowers do you like? I'll bring some tomorrow. People around them cheered. Oh, Chun Su, just admit you like her directly. Bringing flowers, so romantic. We're a perfect match. There might be good news at our workplace soon. Chun Su looked a bit shy, but pleased. Everyone don't say that. Girls are sensitive. Are you already protecting her? Sue Ran chuckled bitterly. She wasn't a fool. Why was he acting so cheap towards her? What kind of trouble did I get into? Tell me what you like, and I'll change. What flowers do you like? I only like money. Also, I suggest you check your blood pressure and cholesterol. From the way you're talking, the oil mill might as well close down. After saying that, she happily turned and walked out. Chun Su, feeling impulsive, hurried after her and shouted, I was just showing my admiration. Do you have to be so rude? And always talking about money. Why are you so materialistic? Sue Ran took a deep breath. She had no choice but to find fault with her. She turned around and said, Materialistic? You have nothing, so what are you afraid of? If you're not nice or sweet-talking, and you're ugly and broke, why are you even out here? After arguing, she felt she had made her point and went back to her office. Her good sleep quality meant she could settle her grudges immediately. There's no such thing as a grudge that lasts overnight. Someone nearby chuckled softly, then quickly covered their mouth. Chun Su stood there, angry and panting, trying to keep his composure in front of others. He secretly thought with malice, she's so pretty, wears such a nice watch, but who knows where her money comes from. Sue Ran calmly sat down in her office. This didn't bother her much. Since she was young, she had learned from Su Jianhua and Lin Nanqing that it's best not to add mental burdens unnecessarily. Did I just talk a bunch of nonsense again? Yang Ming understood this well. Any meetings they sent their little staff to weren't important. The real important meetings were directly attended by the director or deputy director. Sue Ran nodded seriously. Yes, I don't even know what to take notes on. Yimin Hui also felt the same. Meetings are much more tiring than working. Lu Gong was repairing a black leather piece. Soon, he would patch the torn sofa in Yan Zhen's office. He nodded slightly. Meetings are too scary, so many people, and you have to greet everyone. After work, Sue Ran happily headed home. Jiang Wen told her she had received something she would be excited to see. When Sue Ran got home, she saw a thick stack of letters on the table. Lin Nanqing smiled and said, They just arrived today. The magazine sent them. There was also a note inside the big package. She handed the note to Sue Ran, which read, Yanwu, these are reader letters received. Please accept them. Sue Ran didn't bother changing out of her work clothes. She sat at the table and started opening the letters. Hello, Yanwu. I really like your story about the villainess becoming the empress. The poster is also very beautiful. I look forward to the upcoming plot. Hello, Comrade Yanwu. It's like hearing from you directly. The characters you create have their own soul and memorable traits. The palace intrigue plot is fresh and not cliché. Very good. Author, can the heroine be with both the hero and the second male lead? I can't bear to give up either of them. Some people even say they want to live at the author's house and watch her write every day. Ha, readers are so funny and adorable. Sue Ran carefully opened each letter, read them seriously, and felt warm inside. A smile never left her face. It's so wonderful that her work is genuinely loved and eagerly awaited. She really likes her readers. She continued opening the letters, and Lin Nanqing sorted the ones she had read and put them back into the envelope. Yanwu, can the villainess becoming the empress be published as a book? The heroine is really charming. I want to collect it. It would be even better if all the posters came with a book. Besides that, many people are guessing the plot. The most common guess is about the future of the adopted daughter, and some have already realized she might be a good person. Sue Ran chuckled. They are so clever. She organized all the letters and placed them in a small box in her study. After reading them, she felt like writing 10,000 words in her study. She called Jiangwen, her tone cheerful. The letters have arrived.